Chen Cheng unexpectedly traversed to the 2004 NBA season, becoming a bench player for the Los Angeles Lakers on the court. The Lakers were trailing significantly, and when head coach Phil Jackson called his name, he received the enhancement of the star card system, granting him an experience card of peak Kobe Bryant as an undrafted rookie. Chen thought he could simply relax and relish his ascent to greatness in the NBA, but to his dismay, after 4 games, the system notified him, "Your trial period has ended. Please renew in a timely manner." Upon checking his balance, he ultimately opted for the arduous path that would truly empower him. Minneapolis Target Center. The deafening boos from the Timberwolves' home crowd drowned out Phil Jackson's whistle from the sidelines. Clad in the Lakers' number 6 jersey, Chen sat bewildered at the far end of the visiting bench, witnessing the unfolding events. Just moments ago, he had been passionately exchanging ideas and banter with fellow card enthusiasts about how the trio of Shaquille, Kobe, and Wade would guide the Lakers this season. Before he could even type those 5 words, he found himself in this situation. This moment, data began to flood his mind. Chen Cheng, male, 19 years old, a prodigious high school player hailing from Hanxi City, Huahua, a 3-time MVP of the Northwest High School League, and a member of the National High School All-Star Team. Standing 196 centimeters tall, weighing 81 kilograms, with a wingspan of 213 centimeters, his standing reach was 268 centimeters. His running reach was 381 centimeters, and he boasted a 100-meter sprint time of 12.1 seconds. Such a physique seemed almost surreal. With a wingspan rare among Asian athletes, it was as if he was born for basketball. No wonder he was deemed a genius in high school. Fate had indeed been generous. Looking up, he saw his image projected on the big screen. A slightly youthful yet handsome face, with sharp features and a neatly cropped hairstyle. His composure faltered. With such looks, physique, and skills, he was bound to be the center of attention wherever he went, and he held the power of first-round draft pick status. Moreover, he had now joined the NBA with limitless potential ahead. This lifestyle was far beyond the reach of someone like him, who never exercised, yet it had unfolded without warning. Chen pulled his thoughts back to the game. The match had reached the latter half of the 4th quarter, and the Lakers were trailing the Timberwolves 78-98 by a daunting 20 points. The team was missing 2 towering figures, Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone, due to injuries, leaving the interior vulnerable. To the peak of his career, the big-ticket Kevin Garnett was dominating the paint, seemingly unstoppable as he approached a double-double. On the perimeter, Sprewell and Castle were also excelling, each amassing 20 points against the backcourt duo of Kobe and Payton. While Kobe had managed to score a team-high at 20 points, he was clearly out of sorts, facing the relentless pressure from the Timberwolves and the hostile crowd. As the second scoring option, Payton was being targeted by the younger Castle, contributing only 13 points. The rest of the team failed to step up and provide Kobe with the support he desperately needed. Phil Jackson called a timeout, substituting all his primary players, seemingly conceding the game. Amidst the deafening boos, Kobe walked off the court with an expression of indifference as the team physician applied thick ice packs to his shoulder and knee, marking the end of his participation in this match. Yet his eyes brimmed with a sense of reluctance. Another defeat would lead to a 3-game losing streak under his leadership. Seated in silence, Gary Payton bore a forlorn demeanor, while the other role players slumped in despondency, reflecting a team devoid of spirit. Chen Cheng instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Having entered the draft in 2003, he found himself overshadowed by the prodigious talents of American players, ultimately going undrafted. His presence on the sidelines during the 2003-2004 NBA season was solely due to a 10-year contract offered by the Lakers, a favor rooted in Kobe's influence. Last summer, Kobe had found himself embroiled in a legal battle in Eagle County, Colorado, a situation that could irrevocably alter his life trajectory. Although the Lakers had bolstered their roster for another championship run, Kobe, as the team's second-in-command, was caught in a whirlwind of court appearances and media scrutiny, his negative publicity casting a pall over the entire team. During the Lakers' visit to Minnesota, with Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone sidelined by injuries and the team enduring a 2-game road losing streak, the media spotlight was firmly fixed on Kobe. On January 5, 2004, Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak announced the signing of Chen Cheng to a 10-year contract, specifically including him in the team's roster for the game. Chen Cheng was acutely aware that he was merely a pawn in the Lakers' strategy to divert media attention. Should he not be granted an opportunity to play this game, he would likely remain relegated to the end of the bench for the remainder of his contract, ultimately leaving in disgraced out on the sidelines. Jackson picked up the player roster and exchanged a few words with Derek Fisher before raising his gaze to scan the bench. Finally, he pointed to Chen Cheng at the far end. Number 6, it's your turn to enter the game. Jackson could not even recall his name, yet he adhered to Kupchak's request to provide this young man from China with a chance, hoping to generate some post-game discussion. With the team trailing significantly, it was the perfect time for him to step onto the court. Upon hearing the coach's call, Chen Cheng's body surged with a fervent desire to compete, yet internally, he was engulfed in trepidation. Despite his prowess in video games and familiarity with the NBA, the reality of playing on such a prestigious stage filled him with dread, as he felt utterly incapable of controlling his own body to execute any moves as the referee's whistle blew. Chen Cheng steeled himself and rose from the bench, desperately attempting to keep his hands from shaking too conspicuously. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed in his ears. "Congratulations! You have successfully activated the intelligent NBA Star Card system. This system will provide you with a Star Card experience service through intelligent matching. Next, you will acquire the abilities of Kobe Bryant from the 2005-2006 season. Do you wish to proceed? The 2005-2006 season of Kobe? Is that not the season in which he averaged 35 points per game, claiming the scoring title and famously scored 81 points in a single game? The Kobe who could vanquish any challenger? What are we waiting for?" Chen Cheng felt a surge of delight, nodding vigorously as the voice in his mind faded. A warm current enveloped his entire being, and he distinctly sensed subtle changes occurring within his body. His confidence surged instantaneously. He swiftly removed his warm-up suit, tucked his jersey into his shorts, exhaled towards his clenched fist, and stepped onto the court at the Target Center. This match was exceptionally captivating, not only broadcasted live by TNT across the nation, but also being covered in real time by the Hua Sports Channel. The Lakers' previous 3 consecutive championships had garnered them countless fans in Hua, and the later arrival of Yao Ming into the NBA attracted a plethora of new enthusiasts. That moment, students from a university in Hua were congregated in the cafeteria, their eyes glued to the television as they followed the progress of their compatriots' game. Meanwhile, high school and middle school fans still in class could only discreetly monitor the teacher's movements while surreptitiously following the game updates on their mobile devices. At this juncture, the renowned sports commentator Wei Ping was analyzing the match, entirely oblivious to Chen Cheng's entrance. The Lakers are struggling in the paint. Their perimeter players Fisher, Payton, Kobe are unable to inflict any damage on the Timberwolves, instead giving away rebounds and allowing fast breaks in return. Suddenly, the host, Zheng Ping, interrupted his analysis. We see that the Lakers have made a personnel adjustment, bringing in pure bench players, and we observe Hua player Chen Cheng has taken the court, donning the Lakers' number 6 jersey. Wei Ping, what are your expectations for Chen Cheng's performance? Wei Ping glanced up and confidently replied, "Based on my understanding of the Zen Master, this lineup will surely revolve around Fisher, executing the triangle offense, as Fisher remains a reliable scoring option from the perimeter. Chen Cheng, being a rookie, will primarily serve as a passing point to facilitate perimeter ball movement." No sooner had he spoken than Fisher passed the ball to Chen Cheng. Without hesitation, Chen Cheng received the pass, made a slight adjustment, and launched a jump shot over Sprewell's distracted defense. "Got it," Chen Cheng murmured to himself. The ball glided off his fingertips, tracing a graceful arc before settling into the net. Chen Cheng, a previously undrafted high school player from Hua, made his first shot in the NBA, scoring 2 points. Chapter 2. Breaking ground on KG. The audience at the Target Center had dwindled significantly, with only the most devoted fans remaining to fervently support their home team, unabashedly hurling taunts at Kobe, while paying little attention to the developments on the court. The calm voice of the Timberwolves' home court DJ resonates through the arena as he relays the unfolding events on the court. Meanwhile, on the Lakers' bench, the Zen Master engages in conversation with his assistant coach, Rambus. The rest of the team merely sits in their respective positions, offering a few encouraging claps. Across the vast ocean, the cafeterias of prominent universities in Hua are abuzz with excitement. For the first time, a guard player, apart from the 3 dominant big men, has scored in an official NBA game. Wow, he actually scored. Impressive. This guy is the real deal. He'll definitely be a mainstay on the national team. Beside them, Timberwolves fans observe the television screen, unimpressed by Chen Cheng's performance. What's there to brag about? The opposing team didn't even defend properly. Exactly. The Madman's defense has always been lackluster. Why doesn't he dare to challenge the Wolf King, Garnett? The game continues, and Chen Cheng's earlier display has taken a toll on Sprewell's pride, prompting him to demand the ball. Castle, grinning widely, directs his teammates to reposition and suddenly flings a bounce pass to Sprewell. Sprewell, understanding the cue, positions himself to firmly block Chen Cheng. At that moment, Chen Cheng exerts sudden strength in his arm, breaking free from Sprewell's grasp. He darts forward with a swift step, intercepting the ball. Castle quickly rises to block him, but Chen Cheng executes a clean spin, effortlessly evading Castle's defense and driving straight towards the basket. Just then, a shadow looms behind him, racing forward like a ravenous wolf. It's Garnett, as the team's cornerstone and defensive stalwart. He relishes the opportunity to teach these rookies a lesson with his signature chase-down block. He closely trails Chen Cheng, calculating his strides, waiting for the precise moment to pounce and pin the ball against the backboard. Chen Cheng, noticing Garnett's approach with a sidelong glance, remains unperturbed, accelerating towards the edge of the paint as Garnett closes in. As Garnett is about to make his move, Chen Cheng suddenly decelerates, executing a deliberate slow step. This unexpected reduction in speed disrupts Garnett's rhythm and timing, leaving him unable to select an optimal moment to leap for the block. Yet, being a superstar, Garnett quickly adapts with his keen defensive instincts, extending his long arms like crane's booms to obstruct Chen Cheng's shot. He synchronizes his jump with Chen Cheng, ensuring that he eliminates every possible angle for the rookie to score without committing a foul. Even if he cannot deliver a resounding rejection, Garnett intends to thwart any easy scoring attempts under his imposing defense. As Chen Cheng makes his final step, holding the ball in one hand, Garnett's block looms large, restricting any shooting angle. Faced with the choice of either being intercepted midair by Garnett or succumbing to a turnover, Chen Cheng opts against a forced shot. Instead, leveraging his exceptional hang time and core strength, he glides past the backboard, using his body's remarkable extension and wingspan to navigate around Garnett's defensive reach. Just before the body touched the ground, a challenging reverse layup was executed midair, sending the ball gracefully through the hoop. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, akin to a performance of aerial ballet, enchanting in its beauty. This time, the Lakers bench did not withhold their applause, rising in unison to commend Chen Cheng for his remarkable basket. Although Kobe's expression was one of stoic contemplation, filled with a hint of bewilderment, he too stood and waved his fists in encouragement towards Chen Cheng. Zen Master remained unperturbed, offering no overt reactions, merely observing the unfolding events with a serene smile. Meanwhile, the sports channel's commentator, Mr. Zheng Ping, exuberantly exclaimed, "What a fantastic shot!" Igniting the atmosphere within the cafeteria of Chinese universities, a fervent group of Lakers fans celebrated with enthusiastic high fives. And when the replay of the shot aired once more, a collective gasp resonated through the room. Oh, the sensation was utterly exhilarating. Previously skeptical Timberwolves fans could only murmur under their breath. It's just a single basket. It doesn't change the outcome of the game. There's still a significant point gap, and time is running short. What can he possibly achieve? The sports channel's analyst, Mr. Wei Ping, remained steadfast in his opinion, stating, though he made the shot, it was not executed with great rationale. His words were once again interrupted by Zheng Ping. We observed some tension on the court. Garnett, with a scowl etched on his face, approached Chen Cheng, gripping the basketball tightly. He forcefully nudged Chen Cheng with the ball, letting slip a few taunting remarks. "Rookie, this is where it ends. From now on, we'll be watching you closely. Don't think you can make waves on my turf." As the team's star player and a league superstar, Garnett's provocation towards a rookie of Asian descent elicited no penalty from the referees, who merely stepped in to separate. The Chen Cheng understood Garnett's intent to rattle his composure. A typical rookie would likely falter under such provocation, their emotions flaring and their focus disrupted. However, he was not a brash young upstart. His mindset was as steady as a seasoned veteran. Unfazed by the taunt, he nonchalantly raised his hands, clearly communicating his intentions. brushed past Garnett and locked eyes with him, offering a subtle smile. Let's resolve matters on the court with basketball. Garnett was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for the rookie's calm demeanor. Chen Cheng scored for consecutive points, narrowing the gap to 16, with just over 4 minutes remaining. Coach Saunders made a strategic adjustment, substituting the backcourt duo, allowing Garnett to lead the bench players in the ongoing contest. In his view, the game was already secured, keeping Garnett on the floor not only to bolster the team's defense, but also to facilitate the Wolf Kings' pursuit of a double-20 night. At home, thus achieving a perfect conclusion to the match. On the court, the Timberwolves continued to devise strategies around Garnett, with the backcourt creating space to provide him opportunities in the paint on the Lakers' side. The Ukrainian center Medvedenko, tasked with guarding Garnett, found himself subjected to a relentless training session throughout the game, helplessly watching as Garnett executed his signature turnaround jumper to score yet again, extending the deficit to 18 points. As the Lakers transitioned to offense, Fisher advanced the ball past half-court, only to encounter an unexpected double team from the Timberwolves. He found himself cornered by the robust, yet taller Hassel and his former teammate, the tenacious Mad Dog Maddox. Employing his own considerable strength, Fisher managed to create a narrow opening and passed the ball to Chung, who received it near the mid-court line and dribbled towards the three-point arc, with only 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Hassel, the Timberwolves' defensive stalwart on the perimeter, immediately closed in, applying intense pressure with his imposing physique, denying Chung any opportunity for a clean shot. With 5 seconds left, Chung remained patient, executing a series of feints, though Hassel maintained his position, gradually shifting his weight to guard against a potential outside shot. 83 seconds. Chung suddenly lowered his center of gravity, feigning a drive. Hassel instinctively retreated, creating space, prompting Chung to pull up for a shot. With just 1 second remaining, Hassel, recognizing the shot, leaped to contest it. However, Cheng's deceptive shooting motion successfully tricked Hassel. As Chung ascended, the airborne Hassel inadvertently infringed upon Cheng's vertical space, allowing Chung to release the ball amidst the contact. A remarkably challenging bank shot from beyond the arc found its mark. The referee's whistle pierced the air point. 3 points plus a free throw. Chapter 3. Dunking over Garnett. Incredible. He has executed a 3-point play, exclaimed the commentator from the Timberwolves' home arena in astonishment. Hassel, bewildered, clutched his head and gazed up at the scoreboard, still processing how he had been outmaneuvered by a rookie. The Lakers' bench erupted from its earlier despondency, with Peyton leading the charge, waving towels and vociferously encouraging Chung, while Kobe stood, giving a thumbs-up in Cheng's direction. The atmosphere in the cafeteria of Huawei University reached a fever pitch, nearly overturning the entire establishment. Zheng Ping couldn't help but applaud Cheng's 3-point play, while only teacher Wei Ping continued to analyze the play. Truth be told, Hassel's defense was commendable. However, Cheng's somewhat audacious offensive choice, well, he truly dared to take it on the floor. Chung was assisted by Cook and Walton, who, as fellow rookies from the 2003 draft, were undoubtedly more approachable than the seasoned veterans. Well done, Chun. Keep playing like this. Chung steadied his breathing as he approached the free throw line, only to be met with Garnett's incessant chatter nearby. Dirty, unclean tactics. That's not the way to play basketball, rookie. You should compete against him unknown to score, not rely on a referee's whistle. Cheng chose to disregard Garnett's remarks, made a slight adjustment, and confidently sank the free throw, then turned to Garnett and declared, "You'll see, KG." On the sidelines, TNT. Commentators Smith and Barkley finally turned their attention to the yellow-skinned player from the East, immediately searching for Chen Cheng's scouting report. What was his name again? Oh, Chun. He can't possibly be a relative of Jackie Chan, can he? Barkley quipped, gesturing animatedly with his hands. Let's take a look at the stats. Oh, he's just scored 7 consecutive points. What's going on? What is North Carolina thinking? Since he went undrafted, why not consider offering this young man a scholarship? Smith couldn't resist a jab at his alma mater. At that moment, Barkley obtained Chen Cheng's draft report. Standing at 6 feet 5 inches and weighing less than 160 pounds, oh, his wingspan is impressive, nearly 7 feet, a rarity among Asian players. The report suggests a frail physique, an inconsistent shooting technique, a lack of systematic training, language barriers, and an underdeveloped competitive mentality, rendering him unable to adapt to the intensity of NBA play. Smith held the scouting report up to the camera, stating, "This report is akin to the FBI intercepting false intelligence from a Russian agent. Experts, take a good look at his performance on the court." Having said that, he crumpled the scouting report and tossed it aside. With Chen Cheng's three-point play, the score reached 86-100 with just over 3 minutes remaining, narrowing the deficit to 14 points. Due to a previous lapse in focus, Hassel was eager to reclaim his pride at Chen Cheng's expense, and the Timberwolves players were more than willing to assist him in this endeavor. Garnett stepped out from the paint to set a screen for Hassel, who had yet to score this entire game. The home court's basket seemed unyielding to him as he missed open shot opportunities. Amidst the chaos, Cook seized a rebound. Madison immediately rushed in to apply pressure, employing his mad dog style of defense to unsettle Cook. Cook passed the ball to Chen Cheng, who dribbled past half court. Faced once again with Hassel's defense. This time Hassel opted to position himself just inside the three-point line, allowing Chen Cheng a path to drive. Clearly, it was preferable to concede 2 points to the Lakers than to allow Chen Cheng a three-point attempt. Walton stepped up to provide a screen for Chen Cheng, but the Timberwolves defender quickly switched, now putting Trent, a forward over 2 meters tall, on Chen Cheng. His foot speed surely could not match Hassel's, allowing Chen Cheng to execute a behind-the-back dribble to evade his defense and charge into the paint. Garnett, poised in the paint, immediately moved to provide help defense as the Timberwolves' interior defense collapsed inward. Seeing the opportunity arise, Chen Cheng executed a no-loop pass behind his head, directing the ball to the corner where Fisher had been lying in wait for a three-pointer. Fisher raised his hand and shot a virtually uncontested three that swished through the net, afterward pointing toward Chen Cheng and nodding appreciatively. The score now stood at 89-100, closing the gap to 11 points. Noticing the unfavorable turn of events, Coach Saunders immediately called a timeout. Amidst the encouraging cheers of his teammates, Chen Cheng made his way back to the bench. "Hey, Chen, splendid performance. Maintain this fervor for victory. You are capable of even greater feats," Kobe shouted towards Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng gazed at the man clad in the Lakers' number 8 jersey, momentarily entranced. A man in his 30s who among us wasn't once a fervent admirer of Kobe? In his recollection, this match had concluded in defeat, yet, with the fabric of time now at his disposal and a system supporting him, why not attempt to alter the course of history, if it were possible? Chen Cheng's gaze shifted towards Kobe, who was imparting wisdom to young Walton from the sidelines. "That I wish to triumph in this game." The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the continuation of the match. The Timberwolves reintroduced Castle to stabilize their strategy, while the Lakers opted for veteran Grant in place of Cook. Chen Cheng remained on the court, partnering with Fisher in the backcourt. With Castle's entry, the Timberwolves' organization on the court became remarkably coherent. Garnett executed a pick-and-roll with Castle, who delivered a precise mid-range jumper from the 45-degree angle, finding the net effortlessly, extending the lead to 13 points. With 2.5 minutes remaining, the Timberwolves shifted their defensive focus to the perimeter. Castle's defense against Fisher was intensely pressuring, while Hassel persistently harassed the unguarded Chen Cheng, denying him easy ball reception. The ball was passed into the paint, where Medvedenko attempted to single-handedly take on Garnett. Yet after several futile efforts, he relinquished the ball to the perimeter in search of a better opportunity. Garnett, brimming with enthusiasm, clapped vigorously to rally his teammates, resembling a bloodthirsty alpha wolf on the hunt. Once again, the ball found its way into Chen Cheng's hands, with Hassel poised at the three-point line, firmly guarding him. Castle maintained vigilance over Fisher while also keeping an eye on Chen Cheng's movements. Chen Cheng lifted his gaze towards the timer above the hoop, dribbling with one hand that if the ball were in Curry's possession, he would undoubtedly weave through defenders with a series of deft steps, culminating in a step-back three-pointer to conclude the possession. However, the ball was with Chen Cheng, who bore the essence of Kobe. He was determined to score in the most quintessentially Kobe manner. Time was of the essence if he aimed to score and stop the clock. He had to penetrate the paint and force a 2+ zone. Faced with Garnett in the paint, this might not seem an ideal choice, yet moments of optimal decision-making were scarce when emulating Kobe's shooting style. Chen Cheng lowered his center of gravity, dribbling with one hand while signaling Walton to approach for a screen. Just as Walton prepared to move forward, taking advantage of the Timberwolves' lack of defensive cohesion, Chen Cheng suddenly dropped his body and accelerated, weaving through the defenders, and with 3 decisive steps, charged towards the basket guarded by Garnett at that moment. The players, the spectators, and viewers at home, including the commentators, seemed to collectively hold their breath, anticipating Chen Cheng's impending confrontation with Garnett beneath the hoop. Chen Cheng barreled towards him. Garnett leapt into action. Renowned for his extraordinary athleticism, he held unwavering confidence in his leaping ability and vertical speed. In his estimation, Chen Cheng was poised to either dunk or shoot, and he was determined to block it this time. Having been outmaneuvered previously, he was resolute in reclaiming his pride. However, as Garnett leaped into the air, he soon realized his folly. He had jumped slightly later than Chen Cheng, and while he was already descending, the young man with yellow skin was still ascending, his arms raised high, fingers firmly gripping the basketball. His eyes nearly surpassed the rim, and then his shooting hand swiftly descended. Garnett instantly sensed something amiss. He's going to dunk over me. Being dunked on by an undrafted rookie of Asian descent? As the face of the team, Garnett could not allow such a humiliation to unfold. As Chen Cheng's powerful dunk approached the hoop, Garnett, with no hope of a block, directly reached out and pushed the airborne Chen Cheng away. Chen Cheng lost his balance midair, but still managed to force the ball into the hoop, only to crash down heavily on the ground at an angle. Thud! A wave of dizziness washed over him as he curled up in pain on the floor. The referee's whistle echoed. 2 points were awarded, yet the baseline official appeared to signal a flagrant foul simultaneously. Chapter 4. Recreating the Celestial Dunk. What the hell? That was utterly filthy. What a pathetic big ticket. That was garbage. That move was clearly aimed at the player. If this foul causes Chen Cheng any injury, I swear it'll tarnish Garnett's legacy until he retires. Chen Cheng's earlier series of moves had raised everyone's expectations, yet he found himself pushed down by Garnett's uncharacteristic, non-basketball maneuver. Fans of Huagua gathered around their televisions, voicing their dissatisfaction. Coach Wei Ping, what is your take on Garnett's actions? Asked the host of the sports channel, Zheng Ping. Garnett was simply enraged. A rookie dares to challenge my authority on my turf and attempts to dunk over me. I cannot allow him that opportunity, which is why he resorted to such a dangerous push, Coach Wei stated, pausing before continuing. This action is exceedingly perilous and utterly unacceptable. Chen Cheng had already lost his balance in midair, and Garnett's sudden push could lead to severe injuries, such as a mild concussion or joint sprains in the worst case scenario. It could jeopardize his entire career. The referees are bound to impose the maximum penalty, Coach Wei asserted with conviction. Even the TNT hosts could not bear to watch Garnett's actions. Did KG learn this from Lambeer? Is this what today's NBA defenders have become? Such actions have no place on the basketball court, my friend, Kenny Smith remarked without reservation. Barkley, however, scrutinized the replay repeatedly, shaking his head. Clearly, he held a different view. I don't believe this was a flagrant foul. On the contrary, I think KG merely wanted to show this rookie some reality. He needs to learn to adapt to the intensity of the NBA. This is part of the league. To establish himself in the NBA, he must learn to endure such challenges. Teammates immediately surrounded the fallen Chen Cheng, while team physician Gary Witty hurried over, crouching to assess Chen Cheng's condition. Do not move just yet, my child. Tell me how you feel. Chen Cheng shook his head, his expression contorted in anguish as he writhed on the ground, yet his ears remained attuned to the announcements echoing through the arena. As the most seasoned player on the team, Grant approached Garnett for a discussion. Castle and the referee swiftly intervened to separate the two, while Garnett was pulled back to the bench by his teammates to avert any unnecessary confrontation. After a brief consultation, the referees deemed Garnett's earlier actions a level 2 flagrant foul. The home crowd, evidently displeased with the officiating, erupted in a chorus of boos. In a TNT studio, Barkley removed his headset in protest. Is this the standard of officiating we have in the NBA today? I believe KG should file a complaint with the league regarding this call after the game. Garnett glanced at the instant replay on the arena's big screen, then looked down at Chen Cheng, who lay on the floor, covering his head with a towel. He tossed his protective gear to a fan in the aisle and strode directly back to the locker room. His statistics were thus frozen at 26 points and 19 rebounds. What should have been a double-double night at his home court was disrupted by a rookie from Huagua. Awaiting him next was a fine from the league, and whether he would face a suspension remained contingent on the league's post-game review. Chen Cheng was exceedingly satisfied with this outcome. Despite enduring some physical discomfort, he had managed to score 2 points, convert a free throw, and retain possession of the ball, all crucial, especially as the clock continued to run. Every second was of utmost importance to him. His teammates helped him to his feet, and he leaned against the hoop to stretch his limbs. The impact of his fall had been genuinely painful, yet fortunately, he had escaped injury to his joints and head. Truly, the robust physique of a young man proved resilient against such tumbles. Witty approached him to conduct a brief assessment, confirming that he was largely unscathed, before gently patting his head in encouragement. "Keep it up, young man." Seeing that Chen Cheng was unharmed, his teammates rallied around him with words of support. "I can't believe you dare to challenge KG. Wow, what were you thinking?" Walton exclaimed incredulously. "You were so close, just a hair's breadth away. Oh my God, you were almost on the verge of posterizing KG. That's just so cool, brother, absolutely freaking cool." The Ukrainian mountain cannon, who had been overshadowed by KG throughout the game, lavished praise on Chen Cheng in his distinctive accent. "Welcome to the NBA, rookie," Grant remarked nonchalantly. Chen Cheng nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped to the free throw line. Amidst the boos directed at him, he calmly sank the free throw. 92-102. The deficit narrowed to 10 points, and the Lakers still maintained possession with 2.5 minutes remaining. Previously, taking advantage of Chen Cheng's fall, Saunders had summoned Castle to provide strategic guidance, swiftly adjusting to the evolving dynamics on the court. As the Lakers inbound the ball, the Timberwolves elevated their defensive intensity, shifting their focus to the perimeter to staunchly guard against the Lakers' three-point attempts. Despite Garnett's absence, Castle and Hassel closely marked the perimeter players Fisher and Chen Cheng, determined to neutralize these two reliable scoring threats. While managing fouls, Madsen stood in front of Walton, employing every possible means to disrupt his pass. The Lakers were pushed back near the mid-court line, barely managing to get the ball to Fisher just before the 5-second violation loomed. Castle swiftly approached, applying pressure on Fisher with his body, his primary aim not to steal the ball, but to drain the clock. Chen Cheng moved forward to receive the ball, with Hassel once again closely trailing him, blocking Chen Cheng's right lane and forcing him to the left. Through the preceding exchanges, Coach Saunders deduced that Chen Cheng favored his right hand, making a right-side drive likely. With Hassel blocking the right lane, Madsen and Trent stood ready to double-team at any moment. Castle maintained a watchful eye on Fisher, denying him any easy opportunities to receive the ball. As for the interior, even if the ball was passed inside and scored, it was inconsequential as long as time continued to tick away. Nearing the 24-second shot clock, his defensive strategy would be deemed successful. Chen Cheng, of course, discerned the Timberwolves' defensive strategy. Thus, he refrained from the inefficient approach of passing into the interior to create scoring chances. He had a superior alternative. With the interior vacant and the Timberwolves players continuously rotating on defense, Hassel's robust physique indeed posed some hindrance to Chen Cheng. In that moment, Chen Cheng abruptly halted, prompting Hassel, sensing the effectiveness of his defense, to close in, while Trent hurried over to help. In a surprising turn, Chen Cheng executed a pivot, tossing the ball towards the backboard. Before Hassel and Trent could comprehend his intentions, Chen Cheng burst through the gap between them, accelerating to catch the rebounding ball midair, executing a bank shot. That netted 2 points. The score narrowed to 94-102, with the gap reduced to 8 points and 2 minutes and 19 seconds remaining. The home crowd was initially oblivious to the significance of what they had just witnessed, only reacting with collective gasps and scattered applause as the big screen began to replay the moment. Oh, my goodness, that shot was absolutely spectacular. The Lakers bench erupted in waves of admiration. "Hey guys, did you see that shot? How did he even think of that? Unbelievable." "Chun," Peyton shouted towards Chen Cheng, cupping his hands around his mouth. In the studio across the ocean, Barkley tapped his fingers on the table, shaking his head. "Just luck, but luck does not always favor you." This moment. In a cafeteria far across the sea, the sounds of clattering dishes filled the air, creating an atmosphere more boisterous than a festive celebration, with exclamations of awe and admiration echoing throughout. Seeing the unfolding excitement, Coach Saunders quickly called a timeout. Typically calm, he began to pound on the tactical board, yelling at his players. "Defense! Where's our defense? That number 6 has already scored 13 points. This is our home court, and we must defend it. Sam, abandon Derek and decisively double-team that number 6. Chapter 5, Castle. In contrast to the Lakers, the Zen Master merely sketched a few standard team strategies without making any personnel adjustments. It appeared he had no intention of substituting the starters, but rather sought to allow the relatively unknown rookie from China to take command of the game. As mealtime approached in the university cafeteria, more people began to flood in. The fans, previously clustered together, were hesitant to move, fearing that stepping away to grab food would result in losing their coveted viewing spots to latecomers. The sports channel's director had anticipated a conclusion to the battle within the regular time but was taken aback as the final moments extended longer than expected. The steadfast sports flash had no choice but to yield to the high viewership and popularity of this match. Upon hearing the school bell, the high school students swiftly grabbed their already packed bags, rushing out of the classroom in a frantic bid to reach the bike shed, all in hopes of getting home sooner to catch more of the game. The referee's whistle blew again, signaling the continuation of play. Castle received the ball, with Fisher advancing to commit a foul, as the Lakers were still one foul away from the penalty threshold for free throws, necessitating early preparation. The Timberwolves executed an inbound pass once more. Despite the Lakers' interference, the ball found its way to Castle. The Lakers refrained from immediately implementing their foul strategy. Committing a foul against Castle was evidently unwise given his nearly 85% free throw success rate throughout his career. Castle was well aware of this, keeping a firm grip on the ball as he meticulously drained the clock, initiating his offensive play only when 6 seconds remained. He called out the play, and Hassel stepped up to set a screen, with Fisher being effectively blocked by Hassel's imposing frame, prompting Cheng to quickly switch defenses. Castle dribbled low, with Cheng applying relentless pressure as they neared the free throw line, Castle's preferred shooting spot where he boasted an almost 50 shooting accuracy. However, Cheng's height posed a significant challenge for Castle, who struggled to find an opening to shoot. After a moment of hesitation, he feigned a pass to the perimeter but was met with Cheng, who swiftly moved to obstruct his passing lane. Unexpectedly, Castle executed a deceptive fake, pulling the ball back with finesse. Now standing at his favored shooting position without a defender in sight, Castle launched a confident jumper. Suddenly, a flash of purple dashed past him. It was Cheng. He leaped and executed a clean, spectacular block from behind, sending the ball crashing to the floor. Cheng landed, pushed off the ground, and bolted towards the ball. Castle, in an exaggerated shooting motion, failed to elicit a whistle from the referee, while others rushed to catch up. But it was already too late. Cheng dribbled to just beyond the three-point line, came to a sudden stop, adjusted his stance, leapt, and released the ball. It sailed through the air and swished through the net, a three-pointer that was undeniably a foul. What was the referee doing? Was there a deliberate bias in favor of him? Barkley furrowed his brow, appealing to the camera. Meanwhile, Kenny burst into laughter, questioning how the referee could possibly favor a player who had just signed a 10-day contract. You may harbor biases against players from China, yet one cannot deny that Chen's debut performance in the NBA surpassed that of Yao Ming. Upon mentioning Yao, Barkley fell silent. With just over a minute remaining and the score at 97-102, the deficit had dwindled to a mere 5 points. The Lakers bench rose in unison, fervently cheering for Chen Cheng. "Go, rookie. Show these old-timers your prowess," Peyton shouted, his hand cupped over his mouth, vigorously slamming his towel onto the floor. The faces of the departing fans, once calm and composed, began to reflect anxiety and even despair. They could not fathom how a rookie, barely able to pronounce his own name, was single-handedly erasing a 20-point lead, even threatening to overtake it. His offensive prowess had put the team on the back foot, leading to the ejection of their star player. Now, their resentment towards Chen Cheng eclipsed even that directed at Kobe. Castle could not comprehend how, despite having deceived Chun with a feint, the rookie managed to swiftly adjust and block his shot while off balance. Meanwhile, Kobe, seated on the bench, rested his chin on his hand, intensely focused on the replay on the large screen. He observed keenly. After Castle's feint, Chun indeed reacted defensively, extending one leg and reaching out, yet he did not charge for the ball. Rather than being fooled by Castle's trickery, it was Chen's defensive feint that misled Castle into believing he had lost his defensive position. Seizing the moment, Chen leaped from behind Castle, blocking the shot and subsequently completing a three-pointer on the fast break. "This kid has a clever approach to the game," Kobe thought approvingly. The surprises Chun delivered were relentless, creating a cacophony of astonished exclamations in the cafeteria. As the Timberwolves called another timeout, students and faculty in the university dining hall hurriedly grabbed their meals. Regardless of what food lay before them, they prioritized eating first, Lunch could always wait, but a game of such excitement was a rarity. On their way home, students abandoned their usual leisurely pace, adopting a competitive spirit as they pedaled vigorously, lamenting the inadequacy of their small wheels and short legs. Kenny Smith abruptly rose from his seat to retrieve the player report. Is he truly a rookie? Can you believe he just signed a 10-day contract yesterday? Perhaps he misrepresented his age? There are plenty of such cases, as I know, Barkley replied earnestly. However, his performance has genuinely exceeded my expectations. If he continues to develop, he will evolve into a star player, Kenny argued. What a jest. It's merely one game. Teams are still unfamiliar with him. If possible, let us focus on winning this match first, Mr. Chen. On the Lakers bench, the Zen master, Phil Jackson, rarely rose from his seat, casting a subtle smile towards Chen Cheng as he remarked, Cheng, you have performed admirably. I hope you will continue to assist the team in the manner you deem appropriate. He then produced a tactical board to outline the forthcoming foul strategy. On the Timberwolves side, Coach Saunders fervently marked the tactical board with his felt-tip pen. Gentlemen, in the upcoming possession, the Lakers will undoubtedly resort to a foul strategy. Remember, the ball must be directed to Sam or Fred. Adhere to our baseline play strategy and execute it. Do you understand? Execute it. Let us go, pack of wolves. The game progressed, and the Timberwolves made a personnel adjustment during their offensive possession, substituting Fred Hoiberg for Hassel. Coach Saunders had a clear objective. The Lakers would focus their attention on Castle. By bringing in Hoiberg, he aimed to alleviate Castle's receiving pressure, as Hoiberg boasted an impressive free throw success rate nearing 90%, along with a steady three-point shooting ability. Madison initiated the baseline throw-in, but Hoiberg found himself double-teamed by Chen Cheng and Walton. Upon receiving the ball, Castle was quickly fouled by Fisher. Given the statistics of the match, Hoiberg had taken only 2 free throws, both of which he converted with ease, despite his minimal playing time, making fouling him akin to gifting points. In contrast, Castle had already missed a free throw during the game and had been on the court for nearly the entire duration without rest. Although his free throw percentage was commendable, he was a seasoned veteran at 35 years of age. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers, propelled by Kobe's stellar performance, entered the second quarter with a 5-point lead. Chapter 14. Systematic punishment. In the second period of the match, the Denver Nuggets opted not to field Anthony, allowing him to remain seated on the bench to gather his thoughts. Coach Budzeric sensed a disturbance in Anthony's mindset. He appeared overly eager. If he were to be thrust onto the court at that moment, he would likely resort to playing solo, obsessively seeking out Chen Cheng in an attempt to prove his prowess. As the team's primary scoring asset, if he channeled all his energy into countering a bench player, the outcome of the game would be bleak. Defeat was inevitable. Observing Anthony's absence, the Lakers decided to keep Chen Cheng on the sidelines as well. The Zen master himself was taken aback by how formidable Chen Cheng had become, not only excelling in offense, but also demonstrating exceptional defensive skills. How such a hidden gem had been discovered by Kupchak was a mystery. Now, Chen Cheng had evolved into a pivotal piece in his strategy. If the opposing team refrained from deploying Anthony, the Lakers would likewise keep Chen Cheng off the court. This exchange, between an undrafted rookie and a star player, was a psychological game. On the court, Kobe unleashed his alter ego, the Black Mamba, executing a flawless blend of penetrating drives and perimeter shooting, leaving the Nuggets' interior defense, anchored by Camby, utterly helpless. Within a mere 3 minutes, the lead had swelled to 10 points, forcing the Nuggets to call yet another timeout. Marcus, Nene, you must spring into action, providing solid screens for our perimeter players. Be resolute. Earl, take the point guard position, while Andre steps into the shooting guard role. Melo, prepare to enter the game. Coach Budzeric tapped on the tactics board, unveiling a fresh lineup. After sitting out for a significant portion of the game, Anthony donned his gear once more. Numerous fans from Anthony's Syracuse University days rose in unison to applaud and encourage the prodigious talent. Noticing Anthony's return, the Lakers promptly adjusted their lineup, substituting Walton for Chen Cheng, who would continue to guard Anthony. A dramatic scene unfolded. A recently signed 10-day contract player from China became the Lakers' secret weapon against Anthony. Kenny Smith tirelessly generated buzz around the game, while Barkley maintained a non-committal demeanor. Anthony is a seasoned player, though merely 19 years old. I have faith in his ability to navigate this challenge. This is the path every player must traverse from excellence to greatness. As one of the 2003 Rookie of the Year candidates, he simply needs to surmount all obstacles before him, including this Chinese player. True to his star potential, during his time on the bench, Anthony adeptly recalibrated his mindset, refraining from rushing into personal offense upon his return. He played with intelligence, consistently creating opportunities for his teammates and galvanizing their spirits. This was precisely what Coach Budzik desired. Only when his teammates thrived would the defensive pressure on Anthony lessen, allowing his offensive game to flow more freely. However, breaking through the Lakers' formidable backcourt was no simple task. The combination of Kobe and Payton in the backcourt was not one to be challenged lightly, despite Boykins possessing a significant speed advantage. He fell short in height and strength compared to Payton. Players like Miller, who embody a floor general style, find themselves at a distinct disadvantage against Kobe. As the first half progressed, the gap between the teams widened once again. Anthony began to feel the pressure. He resolved to trust his teammates one last time. But if that proved futile, he would have to take matters into his own hands. During that previous stretch, Chen Cheng's performance had been rather lackluster. Whenever the ball reached Anthony, he was reluctant to shoot. With Kobe on the court for the Lakers, there was little need for excessive involvement in the offense, merely practicing back-and-forth runs. Now, Anthony started to actively seek the ball. Chen Cheng perked up. Camby emerged from the paint to set a screen for Anthony, and Med followed him out. After the switch, Med guarded Anthony, but his footwork could not keep pace with Anthony's agility. Anthony effortlessly drove into the paint, with Chen Cheng trailing closely behind. Seizing the moment, Anthony passed the ball to Camby, who was unguarded. Camby caught the ball and executed his signature leaner, sending the ball arcing high, yet his shooting percentage was less than stellar. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Anthony leaped with determination, snatching the rebound over Med, immediately going for a second jump. Before Med could regain his footing, Chen Cheng was already in the air, a large hand firmly pressing down on the ball Anthony held, forcing both the player and the ball to the ground. Anthony found himself sprawled on the court, sliding several feet away. Chen Cheng, unable to contain his exhilaration, began pounding his chest with one hand. This sudden display startled him, but the crowd's enthusiasm was ignited by his actions, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. A splendid block, Chen Cheng executed a magnificent denial, thwarting Anthony's attempt at the basket. Oh, the referee called for a jump ball? The arena announcer seemed perplexed. The big screen replayed the previous play, showcasing how Chen Cheng cleanly pressed the ball with one hand, maintaining excellent body control with minimal contact. Fans at the Staples Center are discerning and do not tolerate any perceived injustices, expressing their displeasure through fervent boos directed at the referee, especially the ever-vocal front-row regular, Nicholson, who was adept at hurling insults at the officials. "Trash, Steve, utter trash," Nicholson shouted at JV. "Just sit down and drink your beer, Joker," JV retorted without mercy. Amidst the home crowd's jeers, Anthony and Chen Cheng prepared for the jump ball. Anthony was the first to touch the ball, with a flick of his fingertips. He directed it to Nene, who secured it and passed it back to Anthony, effectively blocking Chen Cheng's advance. Upon receiving the ball, Anthony jumped and nailed a three-pointer. He raised 3 fingers, adjusted his headband, and while retreating on defense, cast a scornful and provocative glance at Chen Cheng, sensing that this Chinese player could be easily riled. In this round, Chen Cheng managed to fulfill half of his defensive duties. Players like Anthony, who are destined to become superstars, possess an extraordinary ability to seize opportunities. Once afforded even the slightest space, they capitalize on it. Chen Cheng, upon meeting Anthony's provocative gaze, felt an impulsive urge akin to a bull charging at a red flag. Fortunately, his rational emotions swiftly regained control, preventing a hasty reaction. Nonetheless, an inexplicable restlessness stirred within him. Could it be that Arteist's trading card had some adverse effect? It is well known that Ron Arteist is notorious for his volatile temper, having been a key participant in the infamous Palace of Auburn Hills incident. At times, Arteist resembled a basketball rendition of the Hulk. When in form, he is an exceptional one-on-one defender and can contribute significantly on the offensive end. When agitated, he transforms into the most perilous player on the court. Kobe seemed to sense Chen Cheng's unease and approached him, asking, "Chun, what seems to be the issue? Do not let external factors disrupt your focus. Concentrate on your game." Chen Cheng nodded and began to execute the tactics as instructed by the coach. Kobe, too, penetrated the paint, employing his signature moves before successfully sinking a mid-range shot for 2 points. The Nuggets launched a counterattack, and after that three-pointer, Anthony regained his rhythm, once again serving as the focal point of the team's offense. Boykins delivered a bounce pass to Anthony, who feigned a move against Chen Cheng's defense. Chen Cheng, undeterred by the feint, stood his ground, but Anthony quickly shifted his offensive stance, preparing to overpower Chen Cheng with his back to the basket. This time, Chen Cheng's defensive maneuvers grew increasingly aggressive as he engaged in a silent battle of wills with Anthony. This tactic played right into Anthony's hands. Previously astonished by his peers' composure and slick playing style, which seemed to embody the essence of a seasoned veteran, Anthony now realized he had perhaps overestimated him. Once a defender begins to exert pressure, it becomes all too easy for an offensive player to exploit their weaknesses. As Chen Cheng continued to apply pressure on Anthony, Miller and Boykins lurked along the perimeter, waiting for their opportunity. Although their shooting percentages were not ideal that evening, Kobe and Peyton remained vigilant, denying them any easy shots. Indeed, Chen Cheng's reckless aggression allowed Anthony to seize the moment. With a subtle yet cunning maneuver, Anthony pressed his elbow into Chen Cheng's ribcage, using his body as a pivot to execute a swift spin, effectively forcing Chen Cheng's elbow behind him. Incensed by the foul, Chen Cheng, despite losing his position, continued to exert lateral pressure, pushing Anthony out of bounds. The baseline referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a defensive foul against Chen Cheng. With a smile, Anthony embraced the basketball and strode onto the court, intentionally initiating some physical contact with Chen Cheng. This provocative gesture ignited the flames of anger deep within Chen Cheng. He surged forward, attempting to snatch the ball from Anthony's grasp, bringing his face close to Anthony's in a moment of confrontation. "Do not be so arrogant, little sweet melon. Today, I simply wish to inquire whether this melon is ripe." Anthony, however, maintained his smile, extending his arms and turning his head aside. "You need not provoke me. I remain composed, for I hold greater significance than you. My team requires my presence, while yours may not necessarily." Chen Cheng felt a surge of anger at his words, struggling to contain his emotions, even feeling a fleeting impulse to resort to violence. At this critical moment, Kobe stepped in, swiftly separating the two. "Calm down, Chen, calm down." Kobe's words fell upon Chen Cheng like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening him. If memory serves correctly, the incident at the Palace of Auburn Hills was precipitated by Artaist's irrationality, transforming a fully equipped Pacers team into a mere shadow of itself, squandering an entire season. Reggie Miller's dream of a championship was thereby shattered. What on earth am I doing? How did it come to this? Chen Cheng's thoughts finally returned to normalcy. Javi did not hesitate to issue Chen Cheng a technical foul. The Zen master promptly substituted Chen, instructing him to take a seat on the bench to regain his composure. With a face full of dejection, Chen Cheng exited the court, while the most pleased were Barkley and, to a lesser extent, his teammate Rush. Barkley grinned broadly, his cheeks creasing into deep lines. Anthony seized the opportunity to shoot free throws on Chen's behalf. Behold, this exemplifies the difference between an ordinary player and a future superstar. This is why Anthony is the MOP, while Chen is merely an undrafted player. Van der Weghe may have already printed Anthony's next lucrative contract, while Chen must hustle for his next short-term deal. Smith furrowed his brow. "Charles, don't you think your words are rather harsh?" Barkley turned his head. "Harsh? I do not believe so." With Chen Cheng off the court, the Zen master had no choice but to reintroduce the veteran George, who had already accumulated 2 fouls. To guard Anthony, this meant Kobe would need to allocate some of his energy to assist George, increasing his physical exertion and necessitating a break, thus allowing Rush to gain playing time. "Well done, Chen, your defense was effective." "Look, Anthony has scored from the free throw line again," Rush remarked sarcastically. While Chen Cheng remained oblivious, lost in reflection. Why had his mindset shifted so dramatically? Could it be that his earlier training had been approached with shortcuts, and now the system was imparting a lesson? In truth, a training regimen of 500 mid-range shots is no trifling matter for any aspiring NBA player. Yet, he had not diligently completed it, instead exploiting a flaw in the system for an easier path. Now, he faced the consequences. Had Kobe not intervened in time, he might have truly engaged in a confrontation with Anthony, and the repercussions would have been dire. A deluge of negative media coverage would ensue. Losing his job would be trivial, but the disgrace to his fellow countrymen would be paramount. This lesson was profoundly etched in his mind and must serve as a warning. To establish a firm footing in the NBA, one must diligently train and swiftly achieve a harmonious integration of mind and body. To ascend to the status of a celebrated star, it is imperative to master the art of temperance. Although one may feel a sense of composure, vigilance must always be heightened. Chen Cheng has come to a profound understanding of this matter, and his mind is suddenly illuminated. The game continues on the court. In the absence of Chen Cheng's tenacious defense, Anthony decisively takes on the mantle of leading the team's offense against George, who was burdened with 2 fouls. Engaging in an intensely fierce exchange with Kobe. After the second quarter, the Denver Nuggets, under the guidance of Anthony, narrowed the gap to a mere 4 points. As both teams exited the court, Anthony was approached by ESPN reporter Lisa for a brief interview. With his hands on his hips and a sweet smile adorning his face, Anthony calmly remarked, "It wasn't really a problem. I simply encountered some issues with my offensive choices. But I resolved them quickly and returned to the game to help the team close the gap." "Have you studied your opponent?" Lisa inquired. Chen had a flawless shooting percentage in the last game, scoring 17 points and nearly leading his team to a comeback against the Timberwolves. Upon hearing Chen Cheng's name, Anthony's expression shifted slightly before he quickly regained his composure. "Well, I haven't really studied him. After all, he is just a player on a short contract. You know, I can't possibly analyze every marginal player on each team. Do you think Chen posed any challenges for you?" Lisa pressed. Anthony paused to feign contemplation before removing his headphones and hastily returning to the locker room. All of this unfolded on the screen in the Lakers' locker room. "Hey, Chen, did you hear that? This kid is throwing down the gauntlet," Peyton exclaimed, fixated on the screen. Kobe, sitting in the far corner, was peeling off the tape from his feet. "Don't worry, I believe Chen will adjust," he reassured. Chen Cheng sat silently in his place, acutely aware that Anthony's words were intended to rattle his mindset. Although reason prevailed at the moment, Anthony's challenge to him in front of the nationwide audience could not be ignored. If he shied away from the challenge, he would not embody the spirit of a true warrior. A response was imperative. Chen approached Coach Zen. "Coach, I believe I am ready. I want to defend against Anthony." Seeing Chen step up, Zen was naturally pleased. They appreciated this tenacious spirit. The humble demeanor often associated with Chinese culture could be perceived as weakness in this context. "Since you are indeed prepared, I will grant you the opportunity," Zen replied with a slight smile directed at Chen. Chen nodded, gazing at the highlights of Anthony's first-half performance on the television, silently vowing, "We shall meet again in the second half." Chapter 16. Chilled Melon following halftime. Both teams commenced the second half of the match. Right from the start, Kobe's shooting touch remained fiery. He deftly maneuvered past Miller's defense with a quick change of direction. And without waiting for Camby to close out, he executed a rapid stop-and-pop jumper, securing 2 points. Meanwhile, the young sweet Melon was unperturbed as he launched a three-pointer over George, scoring effortlessly. Both sides now relied heavily on perimeter shooting as their primary offensive strategy, with thousands of spectators at Staples Center reveling in the back-and-forth duel between Kobe and Anthony. Coach Zen found himself compelled to make adjustments. As Kobe fought valiantly to score, George quickly allowed an opening, making it all too easy for Anthony to score. Consequently, although the Lakers maintained a narrow lead, the game was fraught with tension. In this match, aside from sinking a corner three-pointer, George contributed nothing further. And his lackluster performance over 2 consecutive games left him feeling somewhat despondent as he trudged back to the bench. "Chen, it is time to fulfill your promise." The Zen master called out Chen Cheng's name from the sidelines. With unwavering focus, Chen Cheng concentrated all his energy on Anthony. Upon hearing the coach summon him, he sprang from the bench and dashed onto the court. "Devin, I will help you reclaim the game." George, momentarily taken aback, realized that Chen Cheng had already stepped onto the floor. The fans erupted into enthusiastic applause at Chen Cheng's appearance. Not for any other reason, but for his audacity to confront Anthony. Such spirited players earned their unwavering support. As the game resumed, the Nuggets prepared to inbound the ball. And Chen Cheng immediately positioned himself beside Anthony, dedicating himself to staunch defense, reaching out to disrupt Anthony's reception. One of Anthony's hands grappled with Chen Cheng while the other sought the ball, and he began to engage in his trademark trash talk. "Is there no one else on the Lakers? You've come to guard me again. Mind your temper and avoid another technical foul. Fines from the league can be quite burdensome for you." Undeterred, Chen Cheng fixed his gaze intently into Anthony's eyes. Anthony suddenly realized that this individual before him was a stark contrast to the one from the first half. No matter how outrageous his taunts, Chen Cheng's focus remained unyielding, and his emotions stable, completely unaffected by the verbal jabs. This unnerved Anthony. He had anticipated that the Lakers would send this player back onto the court, for he had indeed posed significant trouble for him in the first half, though he was reluctant to admit it. If he could exploit Chen Cheng's emotional instability through verbal provocation and continuously challenge him physically during the offense, it was likely that Chen Cheng could earn a second technical foul and be ejected. Yet, at this moment, this player was astonishingly fixated on defense. Suddenly, a sideline pass found its way into Chen Cheng's hands, catching Anthony slightly off guard. With keen concentration, Chen Cheng swiftly snatched the ball away and clutched it tightly to his chest. It was only then that Anthony realized his blunder. Smacking his forehead in frustration before hastily retreating on defense, Chen Cheng passed the ball to Kobe. "You handle the offense. I'll take care of the defense." Kobe winked at Chen Cheng and charged forward with the ball. Without a doubt, he scored again, extending the lead to 8 points. Anthony, of course, would not sit idly by. Miller dribbled past half-court, calling for a play. Anthony stepped forward to set a screen, and the two executed a pick and roll. But Chen Cheng clung to Anthony like a shadow, refusing to be shaken off. He pressed in closely, squeezing between the two to disrupt their coordination. The ball remained in Anthony's possession as he prepared to unleash his signature move, backing down for a post-up. This time, however, Chen Cheng did not confront him head-on. Instead, he held his ground, creating space and lowering his center of gravity. He aimed to render Anthony incapable of gauging his positioning through physical contact, thus hindering his ability to select an offensive direction. Anthony tested the waters with a couple of tentative collisions, yet Chen Cheng remained steadfast and immovable. Naturally, Anthony's low-post offensive techniques were not static. He commenced with a low dribble, feigning an inward drive with a deceptive move that prompted Chen Cheng to retreat half a step. Seizing the slightest opportunity, Anthony swiftly pivoted, intending to execute his signature turnaround jumper over Chen Cheng. This very maneuver caught the unsuspecting Devin George off guard, leading to at least 2 fouls against him. However, Chen Cheng was not George. The moment Anthony initiated his shooting motion, Chen Cheng made an astute judgment, leaping to extend his hand. Just as the ball slipped from Anthony's fingertips, it was met with a resounding rejection by Chen Cheng, sending it soaring towards the bench. This time, Chen Cheng refrained from celebrating, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as cheers erupted around him. "Well done, kid. You must let him know who the true master is here. Damn it, take down those minors." Nicholson shouted from the sidelines. The commentators lavished praise upon Chen Cheng's impenetrable defense and his unwavering focus. Kenny, too, spared no effort in expressing his admiration for Chen Cheng. Once again, he has gained the upper hand in his duel with Anthony. What a remarkable block. It seems his adjustments during halftime were quite effective. I believe Anthony has encountered a dilemma this time. Barkley, however, continued to scrutinize Chen Cheng's shortcomings. He is now the team's offensive liability, is he not? Look at his stats. Oh my, he has managed only a single free throw. Where has his prior performance gone? Has he always been such a player, afraid to shoulder responsibility? His critique of Chen Cheng was more cutting than the most discerning analysts across the ocean. The Nuggets retained possession, and once again, Anthony sought the ball, opting for a different offensive approach. They grappled even before the catch, their arms entwined. Anthony seized an opening, swiftly disengaging to receive the pass, establishing a triple threat stance. Chen Cheng immediately braced himself for action. Anthony's triple threat position was a genuine one. Noticing Chen Cheng's lack of movement, Anthony executed his signature move, a probing step to the left, leaning forward with a shoulder, prompting Chen Cheng to lower his center of gravity in anticipation of a drive. Suddenly, Anthony rose, elevating his hand to shoot. This triple threat position, followed by a probing step and a swift, backward jump shot, was his pride and joy, a seemingly simple yet profoundly effective technique. From the moment the triple threat move commenced, the defender was compelled to concentrate, weighing the options of guarding against a drive or a pass, while also keeping an eye on potential screens. When Anthony made his probing step, the defender was forced to make a choice. Failing to lower their center of gravity could result in being outpaced, while lowering it could lead to a failure to keep up with the rhythm, allowing Anthony to unleash his backward jump shot as the finishing touch. The sphere resembled a wager unfolding between two individuals. With the choice of betting high or low, Chen Cheng was compelled to make his decision. As the dealer, Anthony had already succeeded countless times with such shots. Moreover, with Chen Cheng lowering his center of gravity and just a step away, even a blind throw would likely find its mark. However, for Chen Cheng, making a choice was for children. Tonight, he desired it all. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself upward, his impressive wingspan and large hands intercepting Anthony's shot. A resounding thud echoed as Anthony's seemingly certain basket was once again thwarted by Chen Cheng's emphatic block. The sheer precision of the rejection left the nearby referee astonished, yet unable to find any fault. Chapter 17. Anthony issues a challenge with a dead ball on the court. The Denver Nuggets hastily called a timeout. Another spectacular block. Chen Cheng had already delivered 2 rejections in the second half. As an outside player, facing a scoring powerhouse like Anthony, such defensive prowess was truly elite. Indeed, Kupchak should promptly prepare the contract, ideally securing Chen Cheng's signature before the game concluded. The commentary from the scene brimmed with accolades for Chen Cheng. On the sidelines, Anthony appeared utterly despondent. In the NCAA, he had dominated, and after over 30 games in the NBA, he had never felt this constrained. As one of the strongest rookies of 2003, how had he found himself reduced to a mere shadow before an undrafted player? Both shots he attempted were practically in his grasp, assured scores that had been snuffed out. For someone just entering the league, who was expected to be a luminary alongside the man from Cleveland, this blow was undeniably significant. Anthony's style had always been that of a devastating weapon on the court. No one was stronger than him without sacrificing speed, and no one was swifter without compromising strength. Those who possessed both often lacked his shooting accuracy. To echo Kobe's words from yesteryears, Anthony was as robust as a bear, and facing him in a match would leave one aching for days. Regrettably, he encountered Chen Cheng, who possessed the elite defensive capabilities reminiscent of a peak artist. Though seemingly slender, Chen Cheng was not lacking in strength. Anticipating slowness, one would be mistaken. His footwork was unfazed. Expecting distractions during offensive plays, one would be surprised to find he was not focused on scoring at all. Chen Cheng appeared to be the perfect adversary for Anthony, causing him considerable distress. On the court, he engaged in nothing but shadowing Anthony, further exacerbating the discomfort of the former MOP. Chen Cheng had mastered his emotions this time, refusing to act impulsively as he did in the first half. No physical altercations, no retorts, and no losing his cool. Everything would be settled on the court. After the third quarter, Anthony attempted 12 shots but managed to make only one, along with 2 free throws, and missed all 3 of his three-point attempts. Chen Cheng, on the other hand, made a significant defensive contribution with 2 blocks and 4 steals, yet did not score any points. His impact on the court is not reflected in the score. In contrast, the Lakers flourished offensively, with 4 players scoring in double figures, thereby widening the gap between the two teams to a staggering 29 points. In the fourth quarter, Anthony made a symbolic appearance for a mere 3 minutes before being once again thwarted by Chen Cheng. As the prospect of a comeback dwindled, he exited the game and did not return. The Nuggets substituted in a purely bench squad, signaling the end of the contest. Ultimately, the score settled at 89-101, with the Lakers effortlessly securing victory against the visiting Nuggets on their home court. 5 players from the Lakers scored in double figures, with Kobe leading the charge with a remarkable 28 points. However, it was clear to all that the true hero of this game was none other than Chen Cheng. Despite contributing only a single point, his defensive prowess provided immense support to the team as he blocked Boykins and stole the ball from Andre Miller, significantly complicating matters for Anthony on the defensive end. Meanwhile, Rush capitalized on the garbage time, racking up 12 points and reveling in the moment by taking pictures with family and fans on the sidelines. As Anthony approached, he pushed past Rush and made his way directly to Chen Cheng. Before he could utter a word, Kobe stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Chen. "Hey, listen to me, brother. Matters on the court should be resolved on the court." Anthony smiled, extending his hand towards Chen. "Chen, you are a formidable opponent, and I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Next time, I shall surely outshine you." Chen was taken aback by Anthony's graciousness, pleasantly surprised that he would approach him with such words. There was no animosity between them. In fact, had it not been for today's stellar card performance, he might have been thoroughly dominated by Anthony. Now, with the star approaching to shake his hand, he regarded the braided-haired superstar before him. Feeling the weight of their burgeoning rivalry, he extended his hand, and they shared a brief handshake followed by an embrace, mindful of the decorum expected. "Next time, we shall meet on the court." Anthony chuckled, turning to Kobe. "And you, Kobe, are the one I most desire to defeat." Sensing no malice in Anthony's words, Kobe shrugged off the earlier awkwardness and extended his hand for a fist bump, followed by a brief embrace. "I welcome the challenge, Mello. I shall not grant you the opportunity to best me. Yet, I firmly believe you will become a great player." With that, Anthony turned and returned to the visiting locker room. Kobe waved to the remaining fans in the stands and pointed towards Chen. "Remember him, Chen. Remember his number, 6. Now, off you go to the fan shop and splurge your credit card." Meanwhile, an ESPN reporter was already prepared for post-game interviews with Kobe, covered with a towel. Chen strolled leisurely through the players' tunnel, reflecting on the game's events. As the match concluded, so too did his star card experience, leaving him with a familiar ache, even more pronounced than after the previous game. Competing against Anthony was truly a daunting task. As he traversed the tunnel, a youthful and exuberant voice caught his attention. Hey, Chen, look at me." Chen lifted his gaze to see a child with golden hair, donning glasses, vigorously waving a flag emblazoned with the Lakers logo. Striving to capture his attention. Could you please sign this for me? Chen, I am your fan. Chen Cheng looked around in disbelief and then back at the child. Do I actually have fans? Goodness, I can't believe I have fans. Chen Cheng felt an overwhelming joy, unsure of what to say. Having once been a fan himself, he understood all too well the anticipation and elation that comes with idolizing someone. It was astonishing to realize that he had become a figure of admiration for someone else. This sensation was truly extraordinary. Taking a marker, Chen Cheng inscribed his name in Chinese characters on the flag and handed it to the child, who cherished it like a treasure, waving it triumphantly in front of his parents. With a serious expression, Chen Cheng walked through the players' tunnel before finally raising his head and shouting into the air, repeatedly pumping his fists. Wow, 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 I finally have fans. This feeling is exhilarating. He paused mid-exclamation, noticing a tall, white man with graying hair, dressed in a suit and glasses, standing at the other end of the tunnel, accompanied by an Asian girl. Miss Yang, what does Chen's earlier statement mean? Why does he keep shouting what's up? The speaker was Bill, a renowned basketball columnist for the local paper, the Los Angeles Times. Since the days of Magic Johnson leading the Lakers, he had been closely following the team, earning deep respect from all players, who took pride in receiving an exclusive interview from him. In an era when mobile media was not yet widespread, the influence of print media was immense. Shaquille O'Neal, who had just joined the Lakers from the Magic, once purchased thousands of copies of the newspaper after a feature by Bill, distributing them throughout the community. Earning Bill's endorsement could quickly elevate a player to the status of a fan favorite in Los Angeles. On a whim, Bill decided to conduct a post-game interview with Chen Cheng, enlisting a Chinese girl from UCLA as his translator. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19, her long, dark hair elegantly styled atop her head. Dressed in professional attire and high heels, she exuded an air of competence. The combination of youthful freshness and mature professionalism was striking. With a graceful figure, her well-defined silhouette was accentuated by a tailored gray skirt that hugged her form perfectly. It was evident she maintained an active lifestyle, as her legs, from her toned thighs to her slender calves encased in stockings, were beautifully proportioned. She radiated youthful vitality. Hello, Chen Cheng. Mr. Bill from the Los Angeles Times would like to conduct a brief interview with you. I am his temporary assistant and translator. My name is Yang Yusen, from UCLA. Chen Cheng, somewhat dazed, extended his hand for a brief handshake. Chapter 18. A brief interview. This is Mr. Bill, who will conduct a simple post-game interview with you. Do you have time now? Chen Cheng nodded, feeling bewildered, uncertain as to why Bill had chosen this moment for an interview. The interviews he had previously witnessed from local authoritative newspapers were always formal, featuring individuals clad in suits. Bill, evidently perceptive to Chen Cheng's confusion, leaned down to whisper to Yang Yusen. The situation unfolded as follows. Mr. Bill had initially arranged an interview with Kareem Rush from the team. Due to his commendable performance recently, intending to conduct a special interview with him tonight. To Bill's surprise, however, Chen Cheng's remarkable performance in the last two games compelled him to seek an interview with Chen instead. Understanding the circumstances, Chen Cheng realized the irony. Having previously usurped Rush's playing time, he had inadvertently intercepted Rush's interview as well. How could he accept such attention? Please proceed. My time is ample. And I reside quite near the training facility, he responded earnestly. Yang Yusen translated this, and Bill, visibly pleased, directly posed his question. I would like to ask, Chen Cheng. After witnessing your performance in these two games, I believe you possess the caliber to be selected in the first round. Yet, why were you overlooked? The questions posed by columnists often contain layers of subtext, and one could easily fall into their traps, leading to portrayals of an arrogant and ignorant young man from Huagua. He carefully restructured his response. It may relate to my performance during the trials. After all, arriving here, I required a period of adjustment. Perhaps my style did not align well with the teams I tried out for, and ultimately, they selected players most suited to their needs. I wish them all the best. Yang Yusen, interpreting simultaneously, widened her eyes, fixated on the young Huagua man before her. A journalism student at UCLA. She had interned at the Los Angeles Times and earned the recognition of the renowned basketball columnist Bill due to her passion for the sport. When Bill found himself in need of a translator, she was his immediate thought. Prior to this, she had diligently gathered information about Chen Cheng, concluding that he was merely a high school graduate with decent basketball skills. However, today's interview dramatically altered her perception of him. His responses were impeccably crafted, reminiscent of a team's press officer, never demeaning others nor unduly elevating himself, showing remarkable grace towards those who had not chosen him. It was astonishing. Could this individual truly be only 19 years old? Bill nodded in satisfaction. He posed the next question. You have received a 10-day contract, which indicates that after the next game, the Lakers will decide whether to renew it. What are your thoughts regarding your next contract? Yang Yusin translated this to Chen Cheng while keenly observing his every move, attentively listening to his answer. Chen Cheng pondered briefly before responding. At this moment, I am not preoccupied with concerns regarding my next contract. He paused, then continued. I solely wish to assist the team in securing victory. When the moment arises for me to score, I exert every ounce of effort to achieve it. When called upon to be the defensive sentinel, I rise to the occasion and lock down the opponent's primary scorer. In our homeland, we have an adage, heaven rewards diligence. I firmly believe that hard work will yield rewards, which also embodies the essence of your American spirit, does it not? This statement was not only eloquent, but also official, leaving Yang Yusin somewhat in awe of Chen Cheng. However, as she continued reading, she encountered a dilemma. Although she could speak and comprehend Chinese, she had not received formal education in our country, leaving her unfamiliar with the concept of heaven rewards diligence. It puzzled her, and she furrowed her brow in confusion. She placed great importance on this opportunity to serve as a translator for Bill, as her dream was to secure a position with the Los Angeles Times upon graduating, focusing on media work related to basketball. Therefore, Bill's assessment of her performance was paramount. Now, stuck on an idiom at such a critical moment, what was she to do? God rewards the diligent, Chen Cheng quietly reminded her as Bill took notes. Yang Yusin quickly translated, and suddenly she realized. You understand English? A little, he replied. However, his a little was far from the truth. Years ago, he had dedicated considerable effort to collecting basketball cards. During university, he passed the CET-4 and CET-6 exams and later took every available IELTS and TOEFL test. He even practiced speaking with card enthusiasts from various countries on eBay, becoming quite adept at haggling. Although he had never traveled abroad, communicating with foreigners posed no challenge for him. Yang Yusin felt as though she had been playfully outsmarted by this individual before her. Upon hearing Yang Yusin's translation, Bill could hardly contain his excitement. Chen, that was brilliant. Your speech was truly remarkable. My goodness, you Chinese are born orators, much like Yao, who never fails to surprise me during interviews. Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he posed the final question. What kind of performance do you anticipate against the Atlanta Hawks in the upcoming match? Chen Cheng looked up at the ceiling, pondering carefully. I hope to deliver the statistics that the team's manager expects from me. After all, the contract is still in his hands. Chen Cheng concluded the brief interview with a jest. Though only 3 questions were asked, Bill, an experienced journalist, could already craft an entire page of content based on Chen Cheng's recent performances. Meanwhile, Kareem Rush had completed his grooming and chose a meticulously tailored suit for the day, complemented by a stylish hat, scarf, brooch, earrings, and a watch, all accessories perfectly in place. His shoes shone brilliantly. Earlier in the locker room, Rush had boldly announced his intention to grant an exclusive interview to Bill, the columnist from the Los Angeles Times. Now, stepping out in his splendid attire, he was greeted by the scene before him. Bill was engaged in a lively conversation with a beautiful Chinese girl, while Rush's expression suddenly darkened. Nevertheless, he attempted to maintain an air of magnanimity. Hey, Bill, how's the chat with my new teammate going? He's a treasure player, full of intriguing insights for you to uncover. Rush remarked, cautiously draping his arm over Chen Cheng's shoulder, creating an impression of intimacy between them. Bill approached Rush and embraced him, casually introducing Yang Yusin, who stood beside him. Rush's eyes gleamed mischievously as he scrutinized Yang Yusin from head to toe before addressing Bill. So, are you planning to take this lovely lady somewhere quiet for my exclusive interview, Bill? Bill closed his notebook and, with an apologetic tone, replied to Rush, actually, I just conducted a brief interview with Chen, and I have already drafted the content. I'm eager to write it up while it's still fresh and publish it in tomorrow's newspaper. If possible, I would like to postpone your interview to the next issue. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Rush felt a surge of jealousy, but, faced with Bill, he had to feign generosity. Of course, no problem at all. My schedule is quite flexible. Unlike Chen's, he may only have 1 game left. He chuckled. Just kidding. We enjoy this kind of banter. Chapter 19. A date or a practice. After bidding farewell to Rush with a hug, Bill exchanged a few words with Yang Yusin before heading towards the parking lot. Once Bill was out of sight, Rush's demeanor darkened significantly. Your performance is improving remarkably, Chen. Rush gritted his teeth, exasperated, as he kicked a trash bin in frustration before turning away. This was the team's corridor, monitored by cameras and security personnel, making it inappropriate for him to express his anger openly. Thus, he took his frustrations out on the nearest trash bin. Thank you, Chen, Yang Yusin expressed sincerely. Her gesture left Chen Cheng somewhat taken aback. What are you thanking me for? He asked, bewildered. In truth, your English is proficient enough that you could converse directly with Bill without my assistance. Yet, you chose to have me translate that phrase earlier. Heaven rewards diligence. Indeed. I will remember that phrase. To show my gratitude, I would like to treat you to dinner, if that is convenient for you. Chen Cheng was momentarily speechless. It was the first time in his life that a girl had taken the initiative to invite him out for a meal. He had previously been the one offering to treat others, only to have no one accept. The unexpected invitation left him flustered. I can't possibly, he began. But before he could finish, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was Kobe. Yang Yusin's attention was instantly captivated by Kobe's presence. Wow, is that really Kobe? He's so handsome, she exclaimed. Indeed, he is quite striking. What Lakers fan wouldn't admire Kobe? Upon seeing Chen Cheng with a girl, Kobe initially appeared surprised. But then he quickly understood the situation. With a slight pout, he initially wore a meaningful expression. He then stepped forward to lend some support to the young lad. Hello, I am Kobe Bryant. Yang Yusin's eyes widened in astonishment, and for a moment, he could not utter a single word, instinctively extending his hand to shake hands with Kobe. What are you all up to? Kobe inquired further. Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is Miss Yang. He is the assistant to Bill, a columnist for the Los Angeles Times. Kobe furrowed his brow. Bill? Did he interview you just now? Chen Cheng nodded. However, Kareem mentioned in the locker room that Bill had scheduled an exclusive interview with him today, and he has already secured all the newspapers in their community for tomorrow's edition. Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng was at a loss for whether to laugh or express his amusement, yet he managed to maintain a straight face and replied. After Bill completed my interview, he postponed Kareem's interview to the next issue. Upon hearing this, Kobe covered his mouth, unable to contain his smirk. Oh, poor guy. I hope he hasn't sent out the checks for the newspapers yet. So, what about you? Kobe gestured towards Yang Yusin. For a moment, Chen Cheng was unsure how to respond. As a true novice, he was at a loss for how to conceal his awkwardness and could only speak candidly. She said I helped her a lot and wanted to treat me to dinner. But in our culture, Kobe caught the underlying meaning and playfully punched Chen Cheng's arm. Well done, my friend. I didn't realize you had some charm. I know the customs over there, but remember, when an American girl says she wants to treat you to dinner, it means she intends to pay. Otherwise, she will be upset. Kobe flashed a polite smile at Yang Yusin before pulling Chen Cheng aside. I know a Chinese restaurant that serves quite well. I'm on good terms with the manager there. I'll call him right now, and this meal is on me. I imagine neither of you will refuse, will you? Chen Cheng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon hearing this. Thank you. I will definitely pay you back for this meal. Kobe took out his phone. When you sign that big contract, I certainly want to let you off the hook. Stay tuned. With that, he strode directly towards his parking space. Yang Yusin watched Kobe leave, gradually regaining her composure. Upon hearing that it was Kobe who was treating them to dinner, she decided not to decline. Seizing the moment while she went to fetch the car, Chen Cheng hurried to the locker room to wash off the sweat. As Bill had mentioned, this game marked the last match within his contract. Would his performance be sufficient to catch Kupchak's eye? If such a display could not impress him, it seemed that a future with the Lakers might truly elude him. This thought brought a tinge of melancholy. Come on, man, don't be sentimental. There's a girl waiting outside. With this thought, Chen Cheng felt revitalized, despite possessing the physique of a 20-year-old and the disposition of a man in his 30s. The pinnacle of existence converged. The saying that men are driven by desire holds a kernel of truth. Arriving here alone, devoid of friends or family, I have now encountered a charming young woman, possessing both beauty and an engaging demeanor, who also shares an appreciation for basketball. If only I had such a girlfriend during my school days, I would have certainly evoked envy among my peers. Our initial meeting was characterized by simple conversation and shared meals. They say American girls are quite forthright. I wonder if that holds any truth. Chen Cheng hastily completed his ablutions and exited the bathroom, only to be greeted once more by that previously melodious voice, now resonating in his ears like the sinister whisper of a demon. Congratulations, Chen Cheng. You have successfully activated the hidden system task. I am utterly annoyed by women. Do not interfere with my practice. What on earth is this absurd task? Chen Cheng couldn't help but scoff. Since accepting the task, he was required to make 500 three-point shots during training. Upon completion, he would earn a new superstar experience card and shards of a general card before the next game commenced. Failure to achieve this would result in the forfeiture of his experience. With the task assigned, the voice faded away, leaving a countdown timer in his mind. 600, 599, 598. This indicated he had merely 10 minutes to reach the training facility and commence the task, which regrettably meant he would have to cancel his date with Yang Yusin. How could one possibly enjoy a game under such circumstances? A message from Kobe had already arrived on his phone, prompting Chen Cheng to snatch his backpack and dash out of the locker room. Meanwhile, Yang Yusin's Chevrolet flashed its headlights twice in his direction. With a grimace and a frown, he approached her car window. Yang Yusin lowered the window. "Get in. I assume you don't have an American driver's license yet. Let me help you familiarize yourself with the roads. Living in Los Angeles without a car is quite challenging." Chen Cheng, feeling a bit sheepish, scratched the back of his head. "Actually, while I was in the shower just now, I remembered that my shooting was rather poor today. I informed my trainer that I would be practicing my shooting tonight. So about dinner. You mean to say you're too busy to join me for dinner because you're heading to the training facility to practice?" Yang Yusin ventured, leaning her head out inquisitively. Chen Cheng nodded apologetically. "Wow, that is fantastic. I've always wanted to see the Lakers training facility." Yang Yusin exclaimed with delight. "To be honest, the restaurant Kobe recommended isn't that great. It pales in comparison to my mother's traditional Chinese cooking. If you're not too hungry right now, could you take me to see your training facility?" Chen Cheng was utterly taken aback by Yang Yusin's reaction. He had expected her to simply speed away in frustration. However, now that she had expressed a desire to visit the training facility, how could he refuse her? Chapter 20. The story of Yang Yusin upon arriving at the training facility. Yang Yusin's response mirrored Chen Cheng's own awe during his first visit. As a UCLA student, she was no stranger to the Staples Center, but this was her inaugural experience within the Lakers training facility. Ah, those are the retired jerseys of Magic, Chamberlain, Jabbar, Worthy, Baylor, Goodness, George Mekon, Jerry West. She gazed at the collection of Los Angeles Lakers retired jerseys adorning the wall, her excitement reaching an apex. This unique sentiment, cultivated from childhood alongside the local team, is something many children from Huahua cannot fathom. As the numbers on her jersey dwindled to a single digit, Chen Cheng paid no mind to Yang Yusin and swiftly donned her practice attire. She retrieved a Spalding basketball from the cart, dribbled it a couple of times, and from beyond the three-point line, launched a distant shot. Due to the recent match, her muscle memory was still intact, thus, the attempt was not absurd. Yet it struck the front of the rim and ricocheted away. The ball rolled to Yang Yusin's feet. She picked it up, discarded her high heels and jacket onto the floor, and loosened her shirt collar and cuffs, revealing her fair, alluring neck and arms. Rolling up her sleeves, she dribbled to the apex of the three-point arc and executed a two-handed shot. The ball soared in a high arc with rapid backspin, tracing a rainbow-like trajectory before swishing through the net. "Can you play?" Chen Cheng, suppressing his surprise, inquired as he retracted his gaze. Yang Yusin remained silent, merely raising an eyebrow at him. She then retrieved the rebounding ball, repositioned herself at a 45-degree angle beyond the arc, and once more launched a three-pointer. Again, it was a two-handed shot, and it found the net perfectly. "I have loved basketball since childhood. My father often taught me how to play. Yet, I was never selected for the school team, not once from elementary school until now." Yang Yusin caught the ball and effortlessly executed a few behind-the-back dribbles, demonstrating her solid foundational skills. "When I was young, I tried out for the school team, but they kicked me out. They said Chinese people shouldn't play basketball. We should participate in various Olympiads and perhaps play table tennis instead." As she spoke, she pulled her skirt up to her thighs, showcasing her adeptness with some skillful between-the-legs dribbling. "My father suggested that perhaps my skills were insufficient, which is why they did not want me on the team. From that moment on, I trained even harder. We had a hoop in our yard, and I practiced my shots there every day. By the time I reached high school, my shooting percentage had improved significantly, yet I was still rejected when I tried out for the school team." Yang Yusin lifted her head and brushed aside the unruly strands of hair before her. "The same reasoning. Chinese individuals are unsuitable for this sport." With that, she dribbled the ball to the corner and executed another three-pointer, this time with a single-arm shooting motion. The ball again found its target with precision. "By the time I reached university, I specifically chose UCLA, a prestigious basketball institution. I dreamed of joining the team, competing in the NCAA Women's Basketball League, and eventually entering the draft to become a member of the Sparks. However, once again, the same rationale led to my rejection. I often dream of the day when a Hwagwoo player will break into the NBA, proving to these Americans that we too can soar. As Yang Yusin spoke, her voice trembled slightly with emotion. Do you have any idea how exhilarated I felt when I saw Deji arrive in Dallas? Our entire family was equally thrilled. My father drove us to the American Airlines Center to cheer for his game. Later, when Yao Ming came, his performance was even more remarkable. Yang Yusin dribbled the ball towards Chen Cheng, whose prowess compelled even the likes of Barkley to take notice, leading him to humorously kiss a donkey's rear. At this, she laughed joyfully. Although I cannot become a player myself, I aspire to use my pen to assist every Chinese individual who dreams of making it to the NBA. Chen Cheng, having watched today's game, I believe you possess the talent to make a name for yourself in the NBA. With that, she stepped forward and unexpectedly embraced Chen Cheng. He stood still, motionless, before gradually shifting his hip aside. Yang Yusin suddenly released her hold, stepping back a few paces to wipe the tears from her face. Yet, the tears left their mark on her makeup, while 2 crimson blushes adorned her cheeks. I apologize. I may have lost my composure. In any case, I hope you perform well in the upcoming games, remain with the Lakers, and secure the championship. Lakers for the championship. As she spoke, she repeatedly smoothed her disheveled hair, inadvertently glancing at her watch. Oh, it's so late. Goodness, I've surpassed my father's curfew. I must hurry back to school. Do your best in the next match, Chen Cheng. With that, she grabbed her coat and high heels in one hand and her bag in the other, paying no mind to her disarray as she rushed out of the arena. Just then, the arena staff, who had just finished a late-night snack, returned to see Yang Yusin dash out, slipping into a car and speeding away. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng stood, looking innocent, while his peers sported unmistakable, mischievous grins. Chen, bad guy. Chen Cheng hurriedly defended himself. It's not what you think. Please let me explain. But who among them would listen to his explanation? Our little sapling is about to grow. Indeed, it's on the verge of becoming a towering tree. They teased as they made their way back to their respective residences. Chen Cheng could only shrug helplessly, picking up the basketball that still bore the scent of Yang Yusin's perfume. Her earlier words must have come from the depths of her heart. Although she grew up here, her appearance as a Chinese girl must have subjected her to countless unfair treatments. A little girl, striving to realize her basketball dreams, has undoubtedly put in tremendous effort, only to be met with ridicule and rejection time and again. The competition she now participated in had transcended mere sport. He picked up the ball and approached the free throw line, taking aim at the hoop. This area was once the absolute battleground of the NBA. Countless stars have risen to fame here, and with them, an equal number of souls have met their demise. Among the most renowned is Bryant Russell, a current teammate of Chen Cheng. This place remains a crucial battleground for superstars to showcase their scoring prowess. The task of executing mid-range shots should have been accomplished in the previous game. However, due to Chen Cheng's opportunistic tendencies, he nearly faced a harsh lesson from the system during the match. After hearing Yang Yusin's story, Chen Cheng resolved to complete the 500 mid-range shots he had neglected the day before, and additionally, to tackle today's new challenge, namely, the vexing task of not allowing women to interfere with his training. Yet, in retrospect, it seems that bringing her to the training facility yielded better results than dining at a Chinese restaurant together. With a wry smile, Chen Cheng raised his hand and executed a jump shot, the ball effortlessly finding its way into the net. He felt a growing synergy with his body. Chapter 21. Task upgrade. After completing those 500 mid-range shots, his shooting percentage had risen from an initial 20% to 50%. A commendable improvement even under the conditions of an unguarded practice. It was now past 2 in the morning. Fortunately, the gym was well stocked with refreshments and the air conditioning was perpetually operational, ensuring logistical support was not an issue. However, following a game earlier that night and now engaging in specialized training, his body was undeniably weary. The thought of needing to make 500 three-point shots loomed large in his mind. After resting for over 10 minutes, Chen Cheng rose once more, retrieved the basketball from the floor, and began a new round of shooting practice. This season's three-point king belonged to Peja Stojakovic of the Sacramento Kings, who, despite his prowess, had only managed to sink over 270 three-pointers throughout the regular and playoff seasons. In contrast, during the 2015 to 2016 season, Stephen Curry alone achieved 402 three-pointers in a single season. During this era, When the small ball revolution had yet to take hold and the league had yet to witness the emergence of transcendent shooters, three-point shots were not regarded as a conventional weapon. In an age that encouraged physicality, opportunities to take three-point shots were scarce. The most lethal strategies involved powerful inside attacks or mid-range shots. Nevertheless, the system's insistence on a specialized three-point training session must hold significant meaning. This was a conclusion Chen Cheng reached after several encounters with the system. In essence, this system can be relied upon. As his shooting became increasingly erratic, the basketball felt heavier in his hands. Glancing at the numbers hovering above his head, 65,500, he tilted his head back and downed a can of energizing sports drink. Yet, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over him, compelling him to pause his efforts. As Kobe once remarked, defending against Anthony is undoubtedly a physically demanding task, and after nearly 1,000 mid-range shots, the fatigue enveloping him could no longer be subdued by mere sports drinks. Perhaps a brief nap would suffice. Chen Cheng's eyelids grew too heavy to lift, and he once again nestled among the towels, clutching the basketball, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Bang, bang, swish. The rhythmic sound of dribbling and the squeak of sneakers against the court floor resonated, followed by the unmistakable swish of a basketball passing through the net. These three sounds intertwined, rousing Chen Cheng from his slumber. In a daze, he spotted a figure practicing shots on the nearby court. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized it was already past 6 in the morning. Rubbing his eyes, he finally discerned the silhouette. It was Kobe, his training attire thoroughly drenched in sweat. Chen Cheng hastily rose from his pile of towels. Kobe remained focused, dribbling, executing crossovers, abrupt stops, and jump shots, only pausing when one shot swished through the net. "I heard you were practicing your shots here all night," Chen Cheng remarked as he caught the ball, nodding while stifling a yawn. "When did you arrive?" Kobe glanced at the wall clock. "Perhaps 2 hours ago. That means you came around 4 in the morning?" Chen Cheng mused, realizing the rumor was true. "Show me your training results," Kobe said, delivering a direct pass to Chen Cheng. Caught off guard, the ball hit him squarely in the stomach, the sharp sensation jolting him awake. Gathering the ball, he dribbled a few times, adjusted his stance, and took the shot. The ball sailed smoothly into the basket. Maintaining the follow-through, he glanced triumphantly at Kobe. Kobe smirked and shook his finger at him. "Chun, such shooting holds no significance." "Of no significance?" Chen Cheng questioned incredulously. Kobe nodded, rising to retrieve a drink from his training bag. "This type of shooting practice merely helps you maintain your feel for the ball and satisfies your vanity. You must always envision yourself on the court, surrounded by 1, no, 2, or even 3 defenders. In such circumstances, how would you choose your offensive strategy?" "I would opt for a pass," Chen Cheng replied earnestly. Kobe nearly choked on his drink, hastily wiping his mouth with a towel before placing the bottle down. "Hey, buddy. This isn't the time to test your court vision. You must take the shot. Do defenders ever say, 'Hey, Chun, you have only 3 seconds to adjust your shooting stance. And after that, we're getting serious?'" Chen Cheng shook his head. "Thus, do not squander your time on these inconsequential shots. Your performance in the first 2 games was commendable, but have you considered that this is the NBA?" Kobe continued, taking a seat. "Those scouts can dissect you thoroughly after just a few games. Once they identify your weaknesses, and if you haven't continually enriched your arsenal in practice, you'll find yourself like this bottle." Kobe downed his drink in one go, casually tossing the empty bottle into the corner trash can with precision. "So, keep pushing. Chin, the next game is pivotal for you." After speaking, Kobe rose to pick up his basketball bag and headed towards the locker room. Suddenly, that melodious voice echoed in Chen Cheng's ear once more. "Congratulations, you have the opportunity to upgrade your hidden task. Should you choose to upgrade, the number of fragments obtained from the card will double upon completion. If you decline the upgrade, you may continue with the previous ordinary hidden task." "Upgrade? How do I upgrade?" The current upgrade task is to replicate Kobe's training regimen and successfully score at least 30 of the shots attempted. "May I ask, do you wish to upgrade?" At that moment, a holographic projection resembling a virtual figure appeared on the court, its every movement mirroring Kobe's with precision, as if watching a replay of his training. It seemed the system required him to follow this virtual image step by step to recreate Kobe's training routine. Is this for real? Replicating Kobe's training regimen? Is the system trying to push me to my limits? Who doesn't he know that Kobe was a training fanatic? Otherwise, how could he have devised that grueling 666 training method? The intensity of his training far surpasses simply making hundreds of three-point shots. I wonder if I can withstand it without the aid of a superstar card. Yet, as he pondered, The allure of the doubled card fragment reward proved too tempting to resist. Moreover, Kobe's previous words resonated with truth. To enhance one's abilities, one must continually enrich and challenge oneself. Rather than meandering through countless hours shooting unguarded three-pointers, it might be wiser to take a gamble. Fortune favors the bold, and the day is still young. His energy remains abundant. Furthermore, Kobe had arrived at 4 a.m., and it was barely past 6. How difficult could a couple of hours of training be? Deal, Chen Cheng declared. Chapter 22. Kobe's training as a seasoned admirer of Kobe. Chen Cheng was acutely aware of Kobe's dedication to training. On the court, he competed fiercely against opponents. In the training facility, he relentlessly challenged himself. The word obsession was synonymous with Kobe's life. Fortunately, today's training was merely a fraction of the 666 training method. There was no strength training, nor was there any endurance conditioning. It consisted solely of ball work within the gym. The first exercise was the grueling shuttle runs. Kobe opted to warm up with these. The familiar virtual figure appeared at the baseline, initiating its run from the reasonable collision zone baseline to the free throw line baseline, the three-point line, back to the baseline, and then to the mid-court baseline, all the way to the opposite baseline. Completing a run from baseline to baseline counted as one round. He performed this near-maximal speed warm-up shuttle run 10 times. Chen Cheng was taken aback. Was it too late to regret? The system's voice remained silent. He could hardly contain his frustration and wished to slap himself. Yet, what could he do now? There was no turning back. With determination, Chen Cheng began the training regimen. The monotonous and tedious shuttle runs are a nightmare for nearly all basketball players, and Chen Cheng is no exception. After completing 2 rounds, his lungs felt as if they might burst, his head throbbed incessantly, and he sensed a slight suffocation. Yet, that ethereal figure resumed the shuttle runs, sprinting with relentless vigor, only allowing a 30-second reprieve between each round. Chen Cheng let out a roar towards the heavens and hastily followed suit. By the time he finally completed his own shuttle runs, the Phantom had long since concluded its actions. Exhausted, he found every part of his body, from thighs to calves to ankles, aching intensely. He lay sprawled in a shape resembling a character from the Chinese word. Beads of sweat cascading down his temples, merging into rivulets that flowed into his ears. His tank top was completely soaked, and even his shorts bore the brunt of the exertion. Before he could fully recover, the Spectre had already begun to practice with the ball. Damn, can't you take a longer break, Chief? Chen Cheng slammed his hand onto the floor, propping himself up as he watched the figure execute movements before him. The shooting drills of Kobe were leagues apart in difficulty compared to Chen Cheng's own. Kobe's mid-range shots were not the leisurely, measured attempts that Chen Cheng was accustomed to, where he would steady himself and adjust his breathing before releasing the ball. From the moment he received the pass, he was confronted with an array of hypothetical adversaries, evading defenders' steals, physical contact, double teams, and even fouls. His state of mind shifted into combat mode the instant he received the ball. His stamina had not fully replenished, yet. After several rounds of shuttle runs, he had to receive the ball and score amidst the onslaught of defensive pressure. This was the exhilarating sensation he sought. He executed a repertoire of fakes, crossovers, step-backs, spins, and fadeaways, simulating every conceivable scenario that could arise on the court. Breakthroughs, jump shots, abrupt stops, pull-ups, and three-pointers were all part of the drill. He even practiced nearly impossible shots, including, but not limited to, shooting after rebounding, three-pointers while flying out of bounds, and drifting shots that banked off the backboard. While he reveled in the practice, it was a torment for Chen Cheng. Kobe's shooting demanded an extraordinary level of speed, finesse, explosive initiation, and timing. Even when Chen Cheng aligned his body to overlap with the Phantom's movements and slowed them down, keeping pace with the entire sequence proved exceedingly strenuous. By the time he reached the shooting phase, he found himself reduced to mere clangs against the rim. Indeed, as Kobe had asserted, the series of shooting drills he had undertaken prior could not guarantee accuracy under such intense training conditions. Even his free throw touch became alarmingly unstable, resulting in 2 air balls. After several attempts, the Phantom merely bent over, resting with its hands on its knees. Chen Cheng had collapsed several times. In that moment, he genuinely recognized that while his basketball awareness had significantly improved, the activation of his physical capabilities was still woefully inadequate. Not to mention, he had yet to tap into the potential that his body was meant to exhibit. In the beginning, if one were to describe my ability to maneuver this body as akin to that of a novice in basketball, I would now scarcely qualify as a member of a high school team, let alone a key player. If I do not expedite the integration of my physical capabilities with my consciousness and achieve full activation promptly, I will inevitably reveal my inadequacies during a training session, especially without the advantage of a star player card. With this thought in mind, I hastily rose from the ground and resumed my practice methodically. Fortunately, the system today was somewhat lenient, requiring me to attain merely 30% of Kobe's shooting accuracy in training to pass. Even so, I had already spent 4 hours on the 2-hour training regimen that Kobe typically follows. As I gradually completed the exercises, I was pleasantly surprised to discover a marked improvement in my skills. Moreover, the rate of enhancement was significantly swifter and more substantial than during my previous training sessions. This newfound progress instilled in me a surge of confidence, leading me to execute my very first one-handed slam dunk after a spin move, an achievement that exhilarated me for quite some time. Hanging from the rim with one hand, I beamed with the joy reminiscent of a young gorilla mastering the art of climbing vines. The contrast to my previous cautious attempt at a dunk, which resulted in a mere layup, highlighted the evident advancement in my abilities. However, during this training session, I noticed some peculiarities. Kobe had incorporated a substantial number of three-point attempts, launching 20 shots from various positions along the arc, from one corner to the other. Although three-point shooting is not typically regarded as one of his primary weapons, having recently set an NBA record for 12 three-pointers in a single game, he is more adept at penetrating the defense to draw fouls or executing mid-range jump shots while moving without the ball. Yet today, he dedicated considerable time to specialized training for three-point shooting. The purpose behind this focus remains unclear, though it aligns remarkably with the training regimen prescribed by the system. The true significance of this will only unveil itself in the forthcoming match. Much like how I practiced mid-range shots before the last game, which resulted in a matchup with Arteus star card. Had I diligently completed the tasks assigned by the system, last night would have surely been an evening of exceptional contributions on both ends of the court, rather than a mere solitary point. As the training session drew to a close, Kobe prepared to take his final shot. Like all basketball enthusiasts, one must always attempt a signature shot upon departure. The manner and position chosen for this shot must be executed precisely as envisioned. Even the slightest deviation is impermissible. This reflects the unwavering spirit of basketball aficionados. Kobe opted for a stationary jump shot this time, but suddenly it seemed as though something impeded his shoulder. He released the ball with a swift motion, his left hand cradling his right shoulder, and his entire demeanor slumped as he bowed his head. The action persisted for several minutes, during which he seemed to hear a sound, prompting him to immediately revert to normalcy, retrieving the ball and continuing to shoot. However, it was evident that his movements lacked the fluidity they had exhibited earlier. Subsequently, when Chen Cheng opened his eyes, he witnessed Kobe showcasing a series of maneuvers before ultimately completing the shot. The training session officially concluded. Chapter 23. The final game of the contract period with Chen Cheng's successful shot during his graduation game. The system's upgrade mission reached its conclusion. A melodious voice resonated once more. Congratulations on completing the task, Chen Cheng. You will continue to utilize the Star Card Experience service in the next game. Furthermore, the system will grant you an additional reward for completing the upgrade task, 10 pieces of General Card Fragments. Your current possession of General Card Fragments stands at 15 out of 100. As the voice faded away, Chen Cheng found himself devoid of energy to celebrate. This time, fatigue and hunger weighed heavily upon him. Following the intense matches and training, he yearned for a hearty meal and a restful sleep to recuperate. When he next opened his eyes, it was already 2 p.m. Fortunately, his phone alarm had reminded him. In half an hour, the team would commence training. If he allowed himself to indulge in slumber, he might still be asleep at this hour tomorrow. Kobe was absent from the team's training once again. The focus of today's practice was on offensive and defensive coordination. In 2001, the league, in an effort to curb Shaquille O'Neal's dominance, had to amend the rules, thus unleashing the formidable tool of zone defense, while also instituting the defensive 3-second rule. Even with O'Neal sidelined due to injury in recent games, whenever teams faced the Lakers, zone defense became their default tactical approach. When both O'Neal and Malone were on the court, the zone defense posed little challenge. After all, not every team could muster 2 strong interior players like the Spurs and Pistons to match the Lakers' prowess. As long as O'Neal remained healthy, he was undeniably the most formidable offensive force in the league. However, with O'Neal and Malone both injured, the interior presence of players like Medvedenko was simply insufficient in comparison to their usual capabilities. Consequently, the Lakers transformed into a team primarily reliant on outside shooting. Due to Chen Cheng's stellar defensive performance in the previous game, he was elevated to the starting lineup for this training session, taking Kobe's position. The reliable shooter, Rush, became the primary offensive option for the bench. The dynamic of the Lakers' training changed dramatically with Kobe's presence. When he was on the court, the intensity of the practice soared. Whereas, in his absence, everyone tacitly completed the training tasks at hand. Coach Zen remained cheerfully seated at the sidelines, while Lambier orchestrated the players on both ends of the court with his whistle. Having recently emulated Kobe's individual training, Chen Cheng was reluctant to shoot again. Feeling slightly nauseated at the sight of the hoop, he resolved to conserve his offensive desires for the game that awaited him that evening. On the opposite side, Rush appeared exceedingly exuberant, particularly when attempting three-pointers with remarkable decisiveness and an impressively high success rate, especially during moments of direct confrontation with Chen Cheng. Rush eagerly sought the ball, often disregarding tactical arrangements to take swift shots, and indeed, he succeeded. Chen Cheng was well aware that Rush's fervent performance was motivated by ulterior motives. His exceptional display had significantly curtailed Rush's playing time, effectively jeopardizing his livelihood. Furthermore, last night, Rush had also usurped Chen Cheng's exclusive interview with the Los Angeles Times. As Kobe once remarked, he might have to pay a hefty sum for newspapers at community kiosks today. Who could remain comfortable under such circumstances? Would he seek to reclaim some dignity against Chen Cheng? However, Chen Cheng truly wished to conserve his energy rather than engage in a confrontation with Rush. At this juncture, granting Rush a modicum of sunshine would only cause his brilliance to radiate further, potentially leading to an uncontrollable conflict later. As long as he maintained his position on the court and offered a token defense, it would suffice to let Rush revel in his moment. Rush, conversely, grew ever more exhilarated, his rhythm increasingly favorable. Wow, the hoop today seems as vast as the ocean. Rush exuberantly sprinted across the court, shouting with unrestrained joy. Phil Jackson nodded approvingly. The evening's game continued at the Staples Center, the Lakers' home ground. An increasing number of Chinese fans were becoming acquainted with Chen Cheng. They brought their families, adorned in his number 6 jersey, flocking into the arena. This match marked the final game of Chen Cheng's short contract. Upon its conclusion, his contract would expire, and from the moment he stepped off the court, he would no longer be a member of the Lakers. Whether the Lakers would extend his contract, offer another 10-day deal, or a guaranteed contract remained uncertain. However, media outlets had already captured the presence of team general manager Kupchak. Various other media channels had also disseminated information through multiple avenues. Beyond the Lakers, several other teams' managers had expressed interest in this Chinese high school graduate who went undrafted. Some outlets even reported that certain teams were willing to offer Chen Cheng a multi-year contract worth millions. Before the game, Chen Cheng had turned off his phone. He wished to avoid distractions from external factors and solely focus on securing victory in the match. Outside the arena, an ESPN reporter held aloft the sports section of that day's Los Angeles Times, dramatically reporting to the camera. The interview content occupied a substantial quarter of the newspaper's space. It is noteworthy that, aside from the Lakers' Big Four, even championship contributors like Fisher and George had never received such treatment. The content included not only dialogues between Bill and Chen Cheng, but also abundant praise for Chen Cheng, alongside expectations for his future and an outlook on the Lakers' upcoming schedule. The article bore the names of both Bill and an intern journalist named Amy Yang. Nearby, 2 Chinese fans donned Chen Cheng's jersey. One held a large photo of Barkley weeping, while the other brandished a depiction of a donkey's rear. As they walked a few steps, they playfully prompted Barkley to kiss the donkey's backside. They stood behind the reporter, vociferously exclaiming, "Hey, Charles, are you ready to kiss the donkey's rear and once more? Chen Cheng's performance will surely earn your respect." This outburst immediately garnered the support of the surrounding Chinese fans, who chanted in unison, "Barkley, rubbish, Barkley, rubbish." With such fervent external excitement, how could TNT let this opportunity slip by? For this event, TNT dispatched its trio of commentators, Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith, and Charles Barkley. ESPN went a step further by enlisting Bill Walton as the guest commentator for the match. This spectacle could certainly be considered a significant broadcast across the entirety of America. Across the ocean, sports channels featured Jiagu and Coach Wei Ping as they provided live commentary for this crucial game for Chen Cheng. Due to his outstanding performance, he had garnered a large fanbase in Huahua, as well as a considerable number of detractors. Search Tiger, Half Air, and even 5G were engaged in live coverage of the match on mobile platforms. The attention surrounding this event rivaled that of the former NBA team, the Houston Rockets, representing Huagua. When Chen Cheng arrived at the arena, the other players had already completed their warm-ups. The treatment room echoed solely with the voices of Kobe and the team doctor. Gary Witty, listen to me, kid. You must rest for this match. Witty, hear me out. I must play. You understand. I need to prove to everyone that without Shaq, I can still lead the team to victory, and not just once. I not only want to win, but I also aim to seize that damned MVP trophy. Just one injection for a cortisone treatment, and I'll be fine. Trust me. Chapter 24. Here comes that man. Was Kobe injured? Chen Cheng refrained from entering, choosing instead to observe discreetly from outside for a moment. Gary Witty appeared to be swayed by Kobe's insistence, shaking his head in resignation. He retrieved the medical kit, donned gloves, and after disinfecting the area around Kobe's shoulder, he produced a syringe and administered an injection. The pain caused Kobe to grimace, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his left hand pounding the armrest of the therapy table, yet he uttered not a sound. After the injection, Witty gently patted Kobe's head, his gaze filled with compassion. Kobe nodded in acknowledgement and slowly reclined. Witty tidied the medical kit and exited the treatment room. Chen Cheng feigned ignorance of the situation and stepped inside. Hey, Kobe. Why are you still here? Upon seeing Chen Cheng enter, Kobe concealed his earlier grimace, adopting a facade of ease. Nothing much, perhaps the pre-game meal was a bit cold. My stomach feels unsettled. Gary gave me some pills to alleviate it. After all, compared to you, I'm already a seasoned player. Chen Cheng smiled. Approached him for a fist bump, his lips parted slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from speaking. Apologies for the interruption. But a Miss Young asked me to deliver this to Chun. A member of the team's staff appeared at the door with a hint of apology. Chen Cheng hastily moved forward to greet him. The staff presented him with a paper bag, within which lay a black wristband adorned with the embroidered image of a brown bear, the mascot of UCLA, Joe. It was unmistakably a gift from Yang Yusen. Oh, what is this? A token of affection? Kobe exclaimed from his position on the therapy table, his voice dripping with sarcasm. One cannot deny that the talent Kobe displayed in orchestrating such banter during his prime was truly remarkable yet underappreciated. Chen Cheng, blushing with embarrassment, tucked the wristband into his backpack. Put it on quickly. This wristband is sure to bring you good fortune, Kobe urged from the side. I will, Chen replied. Tonight, the Lakers were set to face off against the Atlanta Hawks at home. The Hawks had managed only a dismal record of 10 wins against 26 losses in the Eastern Conference, a stark contrast to the Lakers' impressive 22 wins and 10 losses. Yet, in the NBA, no team should be underestimated, as many so-called strong teams have faltered against weaker opponents. As the entrance ceremony commenced, the Staples Center, with its capacity of over 18,000 seats, was filled to the brim. Chen Cheng's appearance once again elicited a thunderous ovation from the home crowd, his popularity rivaling that of Kobe himself. As a host from Huagua, I couldn't help but cheer for him. Look at this. Chen Cheng's entrance has garnered unanimous acclaim from the home fans, indicating that the Los Angeles supporters are beginning to embrace him, Giago remarked. Beside him, Coach Wei Ping chuckled heartily. Of course, if you were to say who is currently the most popular player on the Lakers, it would have to be Shaquille O'Neal. For not only is he formidable on the court, but he is also quite vivacious off it, always entertaining. Following him is Kobe, and then Phil Jackson. The likes of Malone, Payton, and Fisher come afterward. However, with Chen Cheng's emergence, his popularity has clearly begun to eclipse that of the latter group. Witnessing Chen Cheng's rising fame, TNT commentator Smith couldn't help but grin with his eyes narrowed in delight. Johnson, feigning ignorance, took the opportunity to tease Barkley. I wonder why Kenny is so pleased to see this Huagua player on the court. Charles, can you enlighten us? Barkley chuckled. Kenny interjected eagerly. Charles has once again made a mark in the hearts of Huagua fans. Do you know what he's being called now? America's #1 Chen hater, Kenny Smith pronounced in his clumsy Chinese, signifying that he was the largest anti-fan of Chen in the entire United States. Johnson's eyes widened as he gazed at Barkley. Really? Charles, I had no idea you enjoyed such notoriety in Huagua, and all of it negative. First, you offended Yao, and now you are the leader of Chen's detractors. If this continues, you'll have to sneak into Huagua. Otherwise, you'll be sent back the moment you step out of the airport. Barkley covered his mouth, laughing as he said, I will not walk into a trap. Let us hope Chen doesn't repeat last game's performance, scoring only a single point or even none. Otherwise, his earnings may dwindle swiftly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at ESPN was distinctly different, perhaps influenced by Yao Ming's favorable impression on the legendary player Bill Walton. He expresses his admiration for Chen Cheng, another undrafted talent hailing from Huahua, without reservation. His statistics speak volumes. 17 points with a shooting percentage of 100 in the first game. In the second match, during the 2003 showdown, he nearly neutralized Anthony's offensive prowess. One cannot help but wonder what he will deliver today. I am certainly looking forward to his performance tonight. As for little Walton, I hope he can make a few more shots, as his recent shooting accuracy has been rather inconsistent. Truly, he is deserving of such praise. On Huagua's mobile live stream, comments flooded the screen like a barrage, proclaiming, "Go, Chen Cheng. Your skills are extraordinary. Defeating the Hawks is a given. I had chicken stew with mushrooms for lunch today." Yet, some comments questioned, does Chen deserve such praise? This led to a surge of responses, quickly attracting a wave of criticism. I never expected even the beleaguered Hawks would have fans. Why choose to be a critic of Chen? Is the Hawks your father? If so, then Chen Cheng is your grandfather. Frustration mounts. Where do these trolls come from? Although I am a fan of the Hawks, I am also a supporter of Chen. As the excitement of the game intensifies both inside and outside the arena, the battle officially commences. The Lakers maintain the same starting lineup as in previous matches, with Med sitting at center, George and veteran Grant on the forward line, and the familiar backcourt duo of Kobe and Peyton. For the Hawks, they feature the defensively skilled Ratliff at center, a player Huahua fans are likely familiar with, as Yao Ming's first technical foul in the NBA was earned after a powerful dunk on him, coupled with a roar that caught the referee's attention. On the forward line, they have the 1996 second overall pick, Raheem, and the 2003 rookie Boris Diaw, still yet to transform into the versatile warrior. The backcourt is made up of the not-yet great Stephen Jackson and Jason Terry. After the jump ball at center court, the commentators revealed the keys to victory for the Lakers in this matchup. First, to penetrate the Hawks' zone defense. Second, to limit the Hawks' perimeter shooting. These strategies were specifically outlined by the Zen Master prior to the game. Kobe's task today is to balance offense while defending against Stephen Jackson, with Peyton naturally matching up against Terry. Despite the significant disparity in records, the opposing team boasts two guards known for their unpredictability. If they find their rhythm, the game could quickly spiral out of control. On the bench, Rush has earned the Zen Master's trust due to his outstanding performance in practice, being seen as a crucial weapon to breach the Hawks' zone defense. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng awaits the familiar voice to resonate in his ears. Indeed, it arrives. You have been matched with a star experience card featuring Klay Thompson, number 11 from the Golden State Warriors of the 2018 to 2019 season. Good luck. That man, he is here. Chapter 25. Kobe is injured. Chen Cheng is not as excited this time as he was in previous instances. He has long since grasped the system's patterns. Previously, there was a task to set a record of 500 three-pointers, along with an upgrade assignment. According to the system's tendencies, today was destined to be a match influenced by three-point shots. However, the opportunity to acquire Klay Thompson's experience card brought him a pleasant surprise. During the early phase of the 2018 to 2019 season, Klay Thompson shattered the NBA's single-game three-point record, previously held by his teammate Curry, by scoring 14 three-pointers in a game against the Bulls. Klay's consistent shooting touch from beyond the arc appears to be an innate talent. It seems that today is destined to be a day where he steals the spotlight from Rush. With everything in place, they awaited the coach's call to action. As the game commenced, the Lakers initiated their offense from the paint. Medvedinko's imposing presence dominated the interior play, leaving Ratliff somewhat unsettled. His bank shot resulted in a foul, putting the team ahead 21-0 and securing an early lead. The home commentators humorously joked about Medvedinko, suggesting that if Shaquille O'Neal had not yet completed his annual injury leave, there was no need for him to return just yet, as Medvedinko's robust offensive display demonstrated his capability to fill that void. The home crowd enthusiastically cheered for the Ukrainian giant, urging him to overpower his opponent. Chen Cheng rose from his seat, waving a towel and vocally supporting Medvedinko, embodying the spirit of a rookie at the end of the bench. Ratliff, positioned for a rebound, glanced back at him with a look of disdain and contempt. Did you see that, Stephen? There's an utterly weak player from Huahua here. Jackson turned to cast a glance at Chen Cheng, shaking his head with an air of indifference. Medvedinko missed his free throw, but Diop managed to secure an offensive rebound. And under the pressure of the Lakers' interior defense, passed to Raheem. Faced with George's mismatched defense, Raheem executed a straight-arm jump shot, scoring 2 points and marking the team's first score. The match continued, with the Lakers' offense proving to be a persistent threat, quickly widening the gap between the two teams. However, Kobe's offensive enthusiasm appeared to wane during this stretch. Payton passed the ball to Kobe, who executed a swift turn to evade Jackson. As he faced the approaching Diop, he distributed the ball to George, who successfully converted a mid-range shot. After making the pass, Kobe shook his arms, slightly furrowing his brow before instantly relaxing. His expression remained one of unwavering determination. Yet, on the sidelines, Witty and Chen Cheng exchanged worried glances for him. Perhaps he was overly optimistic about the condition of his shoulder. On the Hawks' side, their offensive coordination faltered, with Terry's pass directly landing in George's hands. The Lakers seized the opportunity to initiate a fast break. Kobe sprinted down the court, reaching out to catch a long pass, while inadvertently colliding with a returning defender. In that seemingly ordinary moment, as his right hand made contact with the ball, Kobe suddenly clutched his right shoulder, his face contorting in agony. He bent over, curling into himself as the ball rolled out of bounds. The entire audience at the Staples Center looked on in bewilderment at the large screen, collectively gasping as the replay unfolded. "Oh, no." The players on the Lakers bench sprang to their feet as the referee's whistle pierced the air. And Witty was the first to rush onto the court. "What is the situation?" Witty inquired. Kobe's face twisted in anguish, and he remained silent for a long moment. This stubborn man continued to rub his shoulder, attempting to recuperate. After several attempts, he despondently shook his head. Witty gestured to Zen Master for a substitution. Accompanied by Witty, Kobe walked directly to the locker room. As he passed the Lakers bench, he lifted his gaze and glanced at Chen Cheng, his eyes filled with hope and expectation. In that instant, Chen understood. "Leave it to me." He nodded at Kobe. "Coach." Chen Cheng's words were interrupted as Zen Master made the substitution adjustment. "Kareem, you're in." Rush smirked at Chen Cheng, shrugging off his warm-up gear to take the court, while Zen Master returned to his seat. This outcome caught him somewhat off guard. Yet upon reflection, it became clear. During the afternoon practice, his lackluster defense and sluggish offense had influenced the head coach's judgment. Zen Master sensed that this rookie was beginning to grow complacent, his attitude towards practice faltering. Conversely, Rush had exhibited an intense desire to score and a keen shooting touch during training. As the head coach, he had no reason to deny such a player an opportunity. Upon seeing this adjustment, fans of the Chinese national team flooded their screens with exclamations. "What kind of coach is this? He's utterly incompetent. How could he not put Chen Cheng in and instead send in Rush?" "Exactly. Who is Rush? He is a mere role player. Does he have the ability to perform? Put in Chen Cheng, put in Chen Cheng, put in Chen Cheng. Stop shouting. Just watch the game. The head coach can't hear your pleas anyway. I'll shout if I want to. Come at me through the wires if you're not satisfied." Seeing Kobe exit the court, Hawks head coach Stotts immediately rallied his players. "With Kobe off the floor, we must seize this opportunity to score. Steven, Jason, this is your moment. Be decisive with your three-point shots. Let us go, Hawks." The possession belonged to the Hawks. Terry dribbled, and Dias swiftly moved to set a screen for Jackson. As George failed to close in on time, Jackson released a three-pointer, which swished through the net effortlessly. Jackson and Terry exchanged high fives in exuberant celebration, provoking a chorus of boos from the home crowd. In response to the jeers, Jackson mockingly placed his hands behind his back and bowed theatrically, further inciting the fans' disdain and vitriol. Yet, the more they jeered, the more he reveled in it. On the Lakers' side, the atmosphere grew somber due to Kobe's injury. The Hawks adjusted their defense to a man-to-man scheme. Following tactical instructions, Payton initiated the play from the top of the arc, engaging Rush and George in a triangular offense. Through deft off-ball movement, Rush created space and launched a three-pointer. The ball struck the front of the rim and ricocheted far out, where it was swiftly gathered by Terry. Seizing the opportunity, Terry initiated a fast break. Without waiting for his teammates to position themselves, he executed a sudden stop jump shot from beyond the arc, sinking the three-pointer. The jet-like Terry began to unfurl his wings amidst the chorus of boos from the crowd, soaring freely within the Staples Center. The Lakers once again attempted to organize an offensive play, directing their efforts towards Rush. However, on the court, he appeared a shadow of his former self from the afternoon practice. Despite being afforded 3 shooting opportunities, he failed to convert any. Conversely, the Hawks capitalized on the situation, with Jackson and Terry combining their efforts to score consecutively. The two on the court celebrated with the exuberance of children, constantly inventing new ways to rejoice. With the perimeter opening up, scoring in the paint also became increasingly effortless as Raheem and Dia tallied points beneath the basket. The Lakers' defense was in disarray. Phil Jackson resorted to substituting Fisher into the game, deploying a three-guard lineup. Yet the outcome remained dismal. Rush was ineffectual offensively and became a target defensively. Even veteran Brian Russell, sitting on the bench as a mere background figure, was brought in to test his form but to no avail. The Lakers were left relying on the old guard, Payton, to initiate plays from deep, struggling to score. As the Hawks surged with a 15-2 run, Phil promptly called a timeout. Rush trudged off the court, a scowl on his face, pulling a towel over his head, consumed by frustration and silence. Phil found himself in a predicament with few options available. The atmosphere within the team was palpably oppressive. The Lakers faced a significant offensive crisis, desperately needing someone to step up and invigorate the morale, to respond on the court. The home commentator remarked on the dire situation. Chen Cheng stood up and approached Phil. "Coach, please trust me one more time." Chapter 26. The performance has just begun. Phil looked up at him. "Are you sure you're prepared, Chen?" "This afternoon as practice left me disappointed." Chen Cheng replied with unwavering determination. "Coach, you can trust me again. I promise I won't let you down this time." Phil gazed into his eyes and nodded. Throughout his coaching career, he had encountered a myriad of players. There was the unparalleled Jordan, the rebellious Rodman, the petulant O'Neal, and the obsessively driven Kobe. He had developed a keen understanding of how to mentor these distinctly characterized individuals. A rookie like Chen Cheng required a firm touch to temper his ambitions, while simultaneously balancing the egos of the veteran players in the locker room. He recognized that Chen Cheng, at this moment, resembled a famished beast, ready to devour. "Go on, change this situation. Show us your true skills, rookie, and command these fledglings." Payton encouraged Chen Cheng vocally. Chen Cheng's entrance did not garner much attention from the home crowd. Due to his mere one-point contribution in the previous game, he may simply be perceived as a player brought in to bolster defensive intensity. Meanwhile, the TNT hosting team, having remained quiet for quite some time, recognized a walking topic of discussion. In the last 2 minutes, the Hawks unleashed a devastating 15-2 run, leaving the Kobe-less Lakers struggling. Rush, who came off the bench, disappointed the head coach with his performance, failing to penetrate the Hawks' zone defense and instead becoming a liability on the defensive end. How will Chen respond to the unfolding situation upon his entry? Johnson pondered aloud. Kenny, grasping his pen, gestured animatedly as he remarked, "I believe Chen can provide the team with consistent outside shooting. He has the ability to invigorate the entire offense and open up the game, as evidenced in the match against the Timberwolves." "Are you referring to Mr. 1 Point?" Barkley interjected. "Charles, is that your new nickname for Chen?" "Indeed. I find this moniker quite fitting. Is there truly no one on the Lakers capable of stepping up? Have the championship contenders been reduced to relying on a 10-day contract player, Mr. 1 Point, to salvage their season?" As soon as Barkley finished speaking, Chen Cheng stood resolutely half a step beyond the three-point arc, ready to receive Payton's direct pass. Without any adjustment, he launched his shot. Jackson's hand had barely begun to rise when the ball soared over his head. The net rippled as the three-pointer found its mark. Chen Cheng's three-point attempt was a resounding success. Astonishingly, he halted the team's downward spiral upon his arrival, exhibiting a shooting form that required no adjustment. This three-pointer was akin to a thunderous explosion in the audience, shattering the prolonged silence of the home crowd. The previously subdued fans, akin to those submerged underwater, finally had the opportunity to resurface and breathe deeply. This long-awaited exhilaration elicited near roars of jubilation. With a serious expression and tightly pressed lips, Chen Cheng exchanged high-fives with his teammates before promptly returning to defense. Kenny was nearly ready to leap onto the table in excitement. "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness." Chen Cheng didn't even let Charles finish speaking before sinking that three-pointer. "Chen, now you may continue. Go ahead. Just luck." The Hawks weren't prepared for him at all, and they certainly didn't anticipate his entry. "Such opportunities won't come again," Barkley retorted defensively. As Chen Cheng opened the scoring, messages on Huagua's mobile chat platforms began to flood in. "Chen Cheng is incredible. Brother Chen, I want to have your children. Keep shooting. Let it fly. Teach those youngsters a lesson. My buddy is at the game and says the atmosphere is absolutely electric. Wow, I'm so envious. Watching live. Tell my friend to keep an eye on the cheerleaders." The sports channel's Wei Ping also shared his thoughts on this momentous shot. The play in question was undoubtedly executed with questionable judgment, as the Lakers' interior defense had yet to fully establish itself. Had the shot missed, the Hawks would have seized the rebound and initiated a fast break. Despite his diminutive stature, Terry is not one to shy away from confrontation. His three-point shooting while in pursuit is formidable, and with Kobe absent from the court, such reckless attempts must be curtailed. It seems Jia has a differing perspective on Coach Wei Ping's insights. However, I believe his assertive approach to this play was commendable, while determination is admirable. As a bench player for the Lakers, trailing in the game, one must prioritize defense to earn the coach's trust. Otherwise, this newcomer risks being benched after a couple of unsuccessful shots. Interestingly, Walton from ESPN has discerned notable changes in Chun's performance. His shooting style has evolved since the first game. He now exhibits reduced preparatory movements and a quicker release. This is a positive development, as many players today possess overly simplistic offensive techniques, making them vulnerable to thorough analysis by opponents. Meanwhile, the entire Lakers team rallied in applause for Chen Cheng, save for Rash, who sat in dismay with a towel draped over his head. The Hawks advanced with their typical ball movement strategy. Chen Cheng's recent three-pointer invigorated the team, elevating the defensive intensity across all positions. The Hawks executed their play for Raheem, but George, positioned behind him, managed to poke the ball away. Quick to respond, Payton snatched the ball before the Hawks could reset their defense. Chen Cheng sprinted down court as Payton delivered a pinpoint long pass to him, positioned just beyond the three-point line. Chen Cheng rose for the shot before the Hawks defense could settle in. Terry, nearby, shouted in protest, "Rookie, you can't possibly make that shot." Unperturbed, Chen released the ball, which soared from his fingertips, heading straight for the net. With a resounding yes, he scored once more, catching the Hawks off guard. This assist from Payton signaled the Lakers' gradual return to form. Chen Cheng maintained an air of calm and composure. With 2 consecutive three-pointers, the atmosphere in the arena reignited, prompting the DJ to increase the volume, leading the fans to dance along. Sensing the shift in momentum, the Hawks promptly called a timeout. "Defense, gentlemen, defense," one of the players urged. "This newcomer is on fire. We must limit his shot opportunities. Steven, start disrupting him as he moves without the ball. Do not allow him easy access. And Jason, shoot decisively, no hesitation. Let us go." Terry patted Jackson on the shoulder, signaling that it was time to impart some lessons to this rookie. As the timeout concluded, the Hawks initiated their offense. Inside, Med switched on to Raheem, who skillfully maneuvered around him. Grant charged into double team, and Raheem adeptly passed the ball to Ratliff. Ratliff passed the ball to Terry in the corner, who, over Payton's head, executed a difficult leaning three-pointer. "Did you see that? Young man from Huagua. Now that is what a three-pointer looks like," Terry boasted proudly. As soon as the Lakers initiated the play from the baseline, Jackson began to shadow Chen Cheng. The others promptly focused on Chen Cheng's receiving route, applying defensive pressure swiftly. In the subsequent 2 offensive possessions, Chen Cheng attempted 2 shots from beyond the arc, but was heavily contested and failed to convert. Meanwhile, the Hawks' offense was consistently successful. Jackson, matched against Chen Cheng, taunted him mercilessly. Of course, his trash talk had been incessant from the very start. "Don't think that sinking 2 three-pointers makes you extraordinary, kid. Your challenges will only intensify from here on." Chen Cheng disregarded his provocations, maintaining his focus on the evolving dynamics of the game. Observing that Chen Cheng could not find a shooting opportunity through movement, Payton called for a pick-and-roll play commonly employed by Kobe. A skilled shooter is akin to a sniper. They must be nurtured, and he understood this principle well. Grant set a screen for Payton, who feigned an inside drive to draw the defenders, allowing Chen Cheng to deftly maneuver around Med's screen and position himself at the left side, beyond the 45-degree three-point line. The pathway was clear as Jackson, having been delayed in his pursuit around Med, arrived late. Without hesitation, Chen Cheng launched another three-pointer. Yes, Chen Cheng had landed yet another three-pointer. He had found his rhythm, achieving 3 successful shots out of 5 attempts. I dare say this is a commendable performance. Following this match, he would undoubtedly receive a contract offer from the Lakers, along with a potential invitation to the All-Star three-point contest. The home commentator exuberantly praised. "Did not see that coming. You do possess some skill, kid. But wait until I show you how a true NBA shooter scores." Jackson's taunts continued unabated. Chen Cheng maintained his stoic expression, offering no response, which infuriated Jackson. After years in the game, he had encountered all types of players. His preferred tactic was to provoke his opponents, for he was quite the instigator himself. If an opponent engaged in a verbal exchange, it was exactly what he desired. He would exploit the ensuing war of words to uncover their weaknesses and then attack relentlessly. With his prowess, a few jibes could easily diminish an opponent's morale, causing them to lose their rhythm and miss shots, or alternatively, incite a physical confrontation. In either case, his objective would be achieved. Yet today, he faced an adversary who reminded him of the stoic expression of a certain player from his previous season with the Spurs. As a seasoned veteran and a master of banter, nothing was more daunting than encountering such an opponent. No matter how outrageous his insults or how profane his language, this player would not only remain unresponsive but would also concern himself with whether Jackson was thirsty, perhaps suggesting a drink before continuing the verbal onslaught. Most disconcerting was his relentless performance on the court, consistently besting Jackson with ease. The Atlanta Hawks have clearly been disrupted in their offensive rhythm by Chen Cheng's three-point shots. Terry's choice of shot was suboptimal, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Bryant secured the rebound, and the Lakers initiated another fast break, this time with Terry closely shadowing Chen Cheng. If Jackson's height and wingspan posed a slight hindrance to Chen Cheng, Terry was no obstacle in his eyes. Standing at just under 190 centimeters, Terry may have quick footwork, but his defense above the waist was no threat to Chen Cheng. Payton received the ball and attacked from the left 45-degree angle, drawing two defenders and leaving George open in the right corner. The ball threaded through the gap between the two defenders and found George. Ratliff and Jackson hurried to provide defensive support, and Terry began to pay attention to George. Upon receiving the pass, George did not force a shot but instead dished the ball back to the right 45-degree angle, where Chen Cheng had been waiting. He shot immediately, and Terry leaped in an attempt to block. To his surprise, Chen Cheng executed a pump fake, gathered the ball, dribbled once, and swiftly moved sideways, creating a wide-open shot for another long-range attempt. Bingo! It was indeed another three-pointer, marking Chen Cheng's fourth successful shot from beyond the arc in this game. The hoop at Staples Center appeared as expansive as the Pacific Ocean in Chen Cheng's eyes. Absolutely fantastic, rookie, keep it up, Payton exclaimed, rushing over to celebrate with a chest bump. The score gap between the two teams began to narrow, prompting the Hawks head coach to call another timeout. Once again, Chen Cheng had halted the Hawks' momentum. So far, he had made 4 out of 6 three-point attempts, an impressive shooting percentage. Coach Wei Ping, can you recall any rookie player who has accomplished such feats? After pondering for a moment, Coach Wei Ping shook his head. I can't recall. But if he can maintain this shooting touch, he might just set a new NBA record solely for our Chinese players. Do you think his shots were reasonable? Joke brother Jia. Coach Wei Ping chuckled. Well, in a sense, they are reasonable, yet also not. Regardless, as long as they go in, they are justified. Meanwhile, fans of the Chinese team experienced some lag on their flip phone screens. Could the server be overwhelmed? Why can I only see my own messages? Is anyone there? Hurry to the server room and check what's going on. Is it on fire? Has my brother Chen's three-point flames ignited the server? Hawks head coach Stotts was fervently tapping on his clipboard. Defense. I cannot stress this enough. 4 three-pointers. Our opponents have hit 4 three-pointers. Goodness, I cannot see our defensive intensity. Steven, show your skills. He is merely a rookie. He should not be afforded such easy shooting opportunities. And you, Sharif, as the team leader, you need to step up and contribute to the offense. Do not hold back. Jackson was feeling quite dejected. His trash-talking tactics had proven ineffective. If conventional defense could not suppress this player's performance, it was imperative to employ some physicality. Well done, Chen. Maintain your form, the Zen master remarked casually. Chen Cheng, sitting on the bench, breathed heavily, gripping a bottle of drink as he gazed towards the tunnel leading to the locker room, anxiously awaiting the familiar figure that had yet to appear. Regardless of whether Kobe could return to the court, they needed to secure victory in this game. Chen adjusted the black wristbands on his calves and rose to step onto the court. In the ESPN broadcast booth, the elder Walton closely monitored Chen Cheng's performance. As a rookie, his mental fortitude was commendable. Everyone knew Steven was a formidable opponent. However, under Chen's defense, he had managed to sink 4 three-pointers, an impressive feat. The Hawks' defensive focus would undoubtedly shift to Chen, and the Lakers would need to strategize accordingly. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at TNT was particularly lively. With each three-pointer that Chen scored, Barkley's expression grew increasingly grim. The one-point man moniker had barely lasted a minute before it expired. Charles, have you thought of a new nickname? Please don't tell me it's the 12-point man. That sounds utterly weak. Chapter 28. Can we please be silent now? Upon returning from the Hawks' timeout, their offense indeed showed signs of improvement. A collaboration between Dia and Ratliff culminated in an alley-oop dunk, securing 2 points for Atlanta. As the Lakers prepared for a sideline inbounds, Jackson's defensive intensity surged. In that era of the NBA, there were far fewer fouls called for physical play, and normal body contact was still highly encouraged, undoubtedly enhancing the spectacle of the game. However, Jackson's defense was anything but clean. His subtle maneuvers were numerous, employing covert tactics to assert his influence, whether it was tripping with his feet, elbowing, entangling arms, or forcing positioning. All under the referee's radar, he resorted to underhanded tactics, which he deemed tough defense. He remained steadfast in his defensive philosophy. If trash talk could not disrupt the opponent, then these dirty tricks would surely erode their patience. Indeed, his unsavory tactics began to yield results. Chen Cheng's shooting rhythm was evidently affected, with one three-pointer and a mid-range shot veering off course under Jackson's influence. Jackson shouted loudly to the home crowd, "Is this the superstar you've brought in? He is pathetic. Do you know that? Bring someone more exciting." Faced with this situation, Chen Cheng quickly adjusted, refusing to expend energy on Jackson's antics. On the court, the Lakers' triangle offense once again adeptly created an opportunity for Chen. Jackson's hand infringed upon Chen's S-cylinder, yet the referee did not blow the whistle. Nevertheless, Chen remained composed, executing a shot that soared through the air like a missile on a predetermined trajectory, finding its mark in the net. His fifth three-pointer finally found its target. He now resembles a composed assassin, refusing to engage in close combat or grapple with fists. Instead, he tirelessly seeks openings on the court, deftly exploiting every opportunity, ultimately delivering a decisive strike. Once the deed is done, he departs with a flick of his attire, concealing his prowess and accolades. I find it impossible to remain composed. I am at a loss for words. Good heavens, his shooting touch from beyond the arc has returned. What an extravagant display. The home crowd is indeed fortunate. Chen Cheng's performance is undoubtedly worth the price of admission. Jackson, in exasperation, raised his hands towards Terry, wearing an expression that conveyed, "I've done all I can." And yet he still scores. What more can I do? Terry furrowed his brow, eager to showcase his talents in this game at the Staples Center. He had even donned his Lakers shorts to sleep 2 nights prior. Surrounded by stars, he relished the attention. Yet tonight, ever since Kobe's injury, this rookie has inexplicably erupted, casting a shadow over everyone on the court. To garner attention from the sidelines, one must focus on this rookie. "Hey, buddy, your defense has left him too much room." "I'll take him on the next possession," Terry murmured to Jackson. In the Lakers' treatment room, Kobe sat on the therapy table, his shoulder already bandaged and secured by Witty. However, rather than heading straight to the hospital for an MRI, he chose to remain focused on the game. "Kobe, do you think this kid might break your record?" "I don't know, but he has already hit 5 three-pointers. If I were out there, I would definitely use three-pointers to dismantle the Hawks." With Chen Cheng's latest three-pointer, the Lakers took the lead. Another three-pointer swished through the net. My word, a rookie playing in his 3rd game, sinking 5 three-pointers, how unprecedented this might be in the NBA. I sense that Chen Cheng is poised to create a significant event tonight. His performance is particularly dazzling, and he is now the brightest star at the Staples Center. "Hey, Mitch, is your contract ready?" The lively exchange between the two commentators further heightened the atmosphere. The camera adeptly captured the serious expression of the team's general manager, Kupchak, seated near the luxury box, his chin resting on his hand, glancing up at the big screen before waving his hand. He felt an unusual sense of anxiety. As his available resources were limited, the more outstanding Chen Cheng's performance, the more tense he became. While monitoring the game's progress, he frequently glanced at his phone. Across the ocean, online discussion forums erupted in debate over Chen Cheng's latest three-pointer. "Incredible! Absolutely incredible! He is hitting everything. His accuracy surpasses even Reggie Miller's. Miller is aging. Ray Allen is the most accurate in the league right now. Debate me if you disagree. Am I not worthy of mention, Peja? I demand to be on that list. I'm the fiery old Cap Mobley. Everyone, please shift back a little. I, Chen, am about to step up and seize the game. Just wait and see. If Chen Cheng is absent from this year's NBA All-Star three-point contest, I assure you, I will not be watching. That's a promise." With a quarter of the game still to unfold, Chen Cheng's name has suddenly emerged alongside numerous elite shooters in the league. The Hawks' offense remains sluggish. They aspire to accelerate, yet any attempt to do so risks turnovers, which the Lakers capitalize on for fast breaks. Given Chen Cheng's current rhythm, he can only choose to slow the pace down. Terry, a master of chaotic play, finds this game tempo quite unsuitable for his style. He and Peyton engage in a continuous exchange of banter, their physical interactions growing increasingly intense. Raheem establishes his position with the ball, while Jackson utilizes a screen to create a shooting opportunity. This time, he decisively drives to the basket and scores, not forgetting to flaunt his biceps toward Chen Cheng. Old Walton remains unhurried, analyzing the dynamics on the court. It is evident that the Hawks' offense is struggling, resorting to isolation plays devoid of structure. However, thanks to Chen Cheng's influence, his teammates will soon find their rhythm. Bryant takes the out-of-bounds throw-in, passing to Peyton, The Hawks' other players set up for half-court defense, with Terry closely guarding Chen Cheng. Upon receiving the ball, Peyton notices his shoelaces are untied, with his teammates already positioned in the front court. He reluctantly bends over to hand the ball to Chen Cheng. Terry immediately engages in defense, arms outstretched and shifting his feet, his mouth working just as hard. Did you see that? I've read your intentions. You're about to change direction, right? Look, I guessed correctly again. I'm not Steven. I'll keep a close watch on you. Chen Cheng lowers his center of gravity, one hand swiping away Terry's defense while the other dribbles steadily past half court. You must have heard of Arizona State University. I hail from there, the Wildcats, who have clinched a national championship. You wouldn't understand this feeling, being just a high schooler from Hua country, a provincial bumpkin. Chen Cheng dribbles as Terry presses closer, his chatter incessant. You should know, the three-point shot has always been my forte. Today, you're merely riding a wave of luck. I saw you score just 1 point in the last game, so don't get too cocky. Today, I will show you my three-point prowess. And my trash talk will surely rattle you. Nothing can halt my verbal onslaught on the court. Just when everyone presumed Chen Cheng would wait for Peyton to arrive before orchestrating the offense, he surprises all by dribbling past the half-court logo, barely a meter away from the three-point line, and launching a shot. Terry, still busy with his verbal onslaught, is utterly unprepared for this unexpected attempt. He hardly has time to react defensively. The ball soars over his head, heading straight for the basket. Swish. That long-range three-pointer finds its mark. Chen Cheng holds his shooting form, gazing down at Terry. Now can we have a moment of silence? Chapter 29. The NBA single-quarter three-point record. Hawks head coach Stotts loosened the button of his shirt collar, tugged at his tie, which still felt constricting, and ultimately yanked it off, tossing it onto his seat. He began to shout at the court. Defense. Where's our defense, guys? I can't see it. We need to play with aggressive defense. His teammates on the court rushed over to celebrate with him. Late to join, Peyton nudged him lightly. Well done, kid. Your momentum is simply unstoppable. You've truly astonished us. What other secrets do you have hidden? The entire Staples Center had transformed into a sea of joy, with the audience chanting Chen Cheng's name in unison. Some even cried out MVP. Chen Cheng. MVP. The sound echoed throughout the arena. By this point, Chen Cheng had already made his sixth three-pointer of the game, shooting an astonishing 6 of 9 from beyond the arc, maintaining his fiery touch. My God. The surprises he has brought me thus far exceed those from the previous 2 games. I am at a loss for words. Let everyone relish this moment of the game. As the home commentator finished speaking, the DJ cranked the music up to the maximum volume once again. The fans collectively shouted defense. Defense. They were eager for the home team to thwart the Hawks' current offensive play to allow Chen Cheng to continue his magical performance. Terry had long awaited such a grand stage, yet he felt utterly exhilarated. The deafening noise assaulted his eardrums, making communication on the court increasingly difficult. The Lakers' home court advantage was palpable, forcing the Hawks to once again pass the ball to their most reliable star player, Raheem. Raheem was the Hawks' most consistent scoring option. Yet under the overwhelming pressure, he missed a shot he usually made with ease from mid-range. The thunderous cheers erupted once more throughout the arena. The Lakers were creating opportunities for Chen Cheng at every turn. Terry remained vigilant, closely guarding Chen Cheng, though his banter had noticeably diminished. The Hawks' defensive intensity escalated. They were fighting tooth and nail to prevent Chen Cheng from achieving greatness and did not wish to be merely a backdrop in this performance, which would be recalled by many in the future. The moment the Lakers paused, the Hawks rushed into double team, and as Peyton's pass reached the paint, Med intercepted, while Ratliff committed a reckless foul, not for any reason other than to disrupt the Lakers' offensive rhythm. The Hawks should have done this long ago. They ought to have used fouls to interrupt the Lakers' flow. Barkley, with an air of a seer, commented on the game. Are you suggesting that the Hawks' foul came too late? Had they committed it earlier, they could have interrupted Chen Cheng's consecutive three-point barrage? Johnson inquired. It is evident that their response was exceedingly sluggish, allowing the Lakers to lead them by the nose. Only after the opposing team effortlessly sank 6 three-pointers did they think to initiate a foul. Their fouls in this quarter were insufficient to send the rivals to the free throw line. One wonders what Stotts could possibly be pondering. Barkley furrowed his brow and spread his hands. You recall it quite vividly, Charles. I thought Chen had only made 5 three-pointers. Was it truly 6? Are you certain you Haven team is counted? Kenny chuckled mischievously, covering his mouth. Johnson, at an opportune moment, pulled out some statistics. Barkley, shaking his head with a smile, remarked, Are you joking, Earl? What do you mean by presenting this record? Are you suggesting he might break it tonight? Johnson queried. Do you not believe he has the potential to set a new record this evening? Upon hearing this, Barkley decisively shook his head, wagging his index finger. Med stood at the free throw line. The Lakers had also made their routine adjustments. Walton, Rush, and Fisher were already positioned at the scorer's table, awaiting their entrance. At that moment, assistant coach Rambis glanced at the data in his hands and whispered to Phil Jackson, who was standing behind him. Chen is merely 3 3-pointers shy of breaking Michael Reed's record. Are we certain we want to substitute him now? Jackson looked at the clock and then at Chen Cheng, who stood at the far end, hands on hips, exuding calmness and focus. Let him finish this quarter. Inform Derek to pass the ball to Luke after halftime. He will draw the Hawks' perimeter defense, and the rest will depend on Chen's skill and fortune. Rambis nodded and conveyed the message to the trio. Rush's eyes widened as he seized his practice jersey from the staff and stormed off to find companionship at the water cooler. Med made his first free throw, and George and Peyton were substituted out, making way for Fisher and Walton. According to Jackson's tactical intentions, Fisher could alleviate the defensive pressure from the Hawks on Chen, while Walton, inheriting his father's high basketball IQ, would orchestrate the offense from the free throw line, creating further shooting opportunities for Chen. Med's second free throw went awry, but after a tussle under the basket, he managed to secure the offensive rebound. However, with limited space for a low-post attack, he had learned from past mistakes and refrained from giving the Hawks another chance to foul him, promptly passing the ball to the perimeter instead. Walton, without pausing the ball, swiftly tossed it to Fisher in the corner. Fisher executed a shooting fake, causing Jackson to bite on the defense, and delivered a diagonal bounce pass to the open Chen Cheng. The Lakers' passing fluidly disrupted the Hawks' defensive setup, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. Chen received the ball, glanced at the hoop, and saw the out-of-position Terry rushing to defend him. Instead of opting for a two-point shot, he executed a dribble step-back, retreating beyond the three-point line. The three Hawks defenders converged upon him simultaneously as he released the shot. Goodness, it went in, his seventh three-pointer. It was simply astonishing, a truly remarkable display of skill. Coach Stotts of the Hawks bellowed for a timeout, rushing onto the court with a tactical board in hand. Chapter 30, Shared Records. With Chen Cheng's triumphant three-pointer, the Lakers' lead was edging toward double digits, with just 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining in the game. However, the Hawks' morale faltered, a critical blow indeed. Terry, who typically relished the spotlight, was rendered speechless by a rookie's three-point shot. Jackson, known for his commanding presence on the court, resembled a defeated bull. Stotts opted against formulating a strategy, instead engaging in psychological coaching. Cheer up. The gap isn't insurmountable. We can absolutely catch up. Jet, I need your three-pointers to assist the team. And you too, Steven. We must exhibit our aggression on the offensive end. The previous strategy has begun to yield results. Jackson shook his head. Coach, has our strategy truly worked? The rookie's shooting rhythm was never disrupted. Every defensive move I made could have been deemed a foul. Yet he still made 7 three-pointers, shooting more accurately during the game than in practice. Stotts, animated and fervent, found little impact from his impassioned timeout speech. The Hawks players merely clasped hands in a perfunctory manner before trudging back onto the court, eager to put an end to this nightmarish game. Did this signify that the Lakers intentionally aimed for Chen Cheng to break the NBA's single-quarter three-point record? Director Wei Ping? Director Wei nodded in agreement. I believe that's the case, as Chen Cheng has already made 7 three-pointers, just one shy of tying the record and 2 from breaking it. It would be quite a commendable achievement. Do you think Chen Cheng has a chance to break this record today? Director Wei chuckled. I estimate it's somewhat precarious, as the dynamics on the NBA court can shift rapidly, and with just over a minute remaining, if the Hawks play each possession tightly, there may not be enough offensive opportunities. I also have some statistics here. The record for the most three-pointers in a single game was set by Kobe, who made 12 three-pointers, 9 of which were consecutive. Do you think Chen Cheng has a chance to surpass Kobe's record? Giago inquired. That's unlikely. Why? Because Kobe created several of those opportunities himself before making those shots, whereas Chen Cheng has primarily relied on off-ball movement, finding open looks after shaking free, or receiving setups from teammates. If he cannot create his own opportunities with the ball, I suspect breaking Kobe's record would be quite a challenge. Perhaps Chen Cheng's unanswerable three-pointers have truly bewildered them. The Hawks' offense began to stagnate, with player coordination faltering and focus waning. Following a poorly synchronized pass between Ratliff and interior player Raheem, possession reverted once more to the Lakers. Chen Cheng was now just 1 three-pointer away from tying the NBA single-quarter record and 2 from breaking it, as Fisher accelerated with the dribble past half-court. He passed the ball to Walton and swiftly moved away. The Hawks instantly shifted their formation, adopting a 3-2 zone defense. This was Coach Stott's final attempt. In the last minute, if they could successfully defend against this zone, it would gradually instill confidence in the players. Fisher positioned himself in the left corner, causing the Hawks' interior and perimeter defense to tighten up, fearing he might receive the ball from Cheng and ignite the offense. Walton, facing a double team, promptly passed the ball to Cheng at the top of the three-point arc. Cheng, not succumbing to greed, noticed the Hawks' perimeter defense collapsing towards him. He quickly passed the ball back to Walton. Walton then found Fisher in the corner with a perfectly timed pass. Fisher received the ball and took a shot effortlessly. Perhaps due to just entering the game and not being fully warmed up, his shot veered off course, bouncing off the rim. Mead and Ratliff battled fiercely under the basket, trying to tip the rebound out to the perimeter. At just the right moment, Cheng appeared in the perfect position to retrieve the ball. However, the Hawks' defense was far too inconsistent to mount another solid defensive effort. Cheng glanced down at his feet, realizing he was beyond the three-point line. No problem, he decided to shoot. With another distant attempt, he leaned slightly back to release the ball over the taller Dia. Despite Dia stretching his body to its limits, he could not threaten Cheng's shot. Without a hint of doubt, it swished through the net. At that moment, he equaled the NBA record for three-pointers in a single quarter, sharing it with Michael Reed. He had made history. Tonight was destined to be a night of records, and in the Staples Center, he crafted his legacy. Fans, let us cheer for Cheng. As the home announcer's voice faded, the entire Staples erupted in jubilation. In a corner, Kupchak appeared restless, shifting his posture incessantly, his phone vibrating relentlessly. In the TNT studio, Kenny animatedly shouted at Barkley, "Did you see that? Charles, he did it. 8 three-pointers. I should have bet you on this." Barkley scoffed, "I can't believe what I'm hearing, Earl. His predictions fell flat tonight, and now he wants to bet again? Have you forgotten the last time he was bested by a Chinese player? You and your obsession with Cheng." Barkley waved his hand dismissively. No, I'm serious. Each side will have one offensive opportunity, and the Hawks will surely press, draining the shot clock. The Lakers only have 10 seconds left. I don't think he can break the record. I'll take that bet. You think Cheng can't make another three in this quarter? You doubt he can surpass Michael Reed's record? All right then, what is your wager this time? A kiss on my backside? Or like last time, 2 kisses on that donkey's rear? Barkley shook his head. If Chen Cheng manages to sink another three-pointer in this segment, I shall don his jersey for all subsequent TNT Live events until the conclusion of this season. Oh my. The foremost critic of Chen in America will be wearing his jersey for an entire season while attending all events. What a splendid wager. Done. Kenny readily agreed. Chen Cheng's extraordinary performance once again led to congestion on Chinese online platforms. The pages remained frozen. And witnessing his prowess firsthand yet being unable to discuss or share with others was an utterly disheartening experience. All viewers in front of their televisions in China silently awaited the final offensive from both teams. With just 34 seconds remaining in the first quarter, both teams had one offensive opportunity left. Chapter 31, the NBA records belonging solely to the Chinese. The Hawks chose not to call a timeout, eager to conclude the quarter swiftly. Terry dribbled the ball, mindful of the clock, while the Hawks' morale plummeted and their offensive movements became increasingly lethargic. This lackluster performance drew relentless boos from the crowd. Ultimately, with Jackson's buzzer-beater mid-range shot, the Hawks hastily finished their offensive play, exhausting the 24 seconds and leaving the Lakers with a mere 10 seconds to respond. As the Lakers inbound the ball, the Hawks immediately initiated full-court pressure. Fisher leveraged Cook's screen to advance past half-court. Jackson closely shadowed Chen Cheng, determined to prevent him from receiving the ball. Throughout the quarter, he posed little threat to Chen, but as the final moments approached, he was adamant about not becoming a mere backdrop to this young Chinese player's record-breaking moment. His intentions were clear. Should Chen attempt to drive, he would allow him to pass. If he opted for a mid-range shot, he would concede that as well. However, if Chen dared to shoot a three-pointer in his presence, he would ensure that he faced consequences. As Fisher dribbled down the clock, with 7 seconds remaining in the possession, he passed the ball to Chen. Jackson clapped his hands and shouted at Chen. Fully aware of Jackson's psychological tactics, Chen recognized that the louder Jackson yelled, the more uncertain he became. Jackson vociferously taunted, employing his limbs to apply pressure while maintaining his position on the three-point line, using his arms to disrupt Chen. Time slipped away second by second. Seeing the dwindling seconds, Terry rushed to double-team, while Jackson pressed his body against Chen, obstructing his passing lane. With no other options available, Chen faced Jackson's taunts. Kid, don't forget, this is the NBA. No record belongs to you Chinese, not a single one. Not now, not ever. Chen cast a cold glance at him and replied, now there is. With that, He swiftly gathered the ball, propelled himself off the ground, soaring between the two defenders. He raised the ball above his head, his eyes fixated on the center of the hoop, as power surged from his legs to his fingertips. He shot, snapping his wrist, guiding the ball while maintaining his form. The basketball soared along its trajectory towards the hoop. This time, Jackson refrained from leaping to block and instead raised his arms high, turning his gaze towards the ball heading for the backboard. Swish! The ball nestled into the net, and the lights signaled the score, just as everyone prepared to cheer. Chen let out a yelp and collapsed onto the floor, clutching his right ankle in agony, rolling in pain. Unbeknownst to everyone, while their attention was fixated on the basketball, Jackson had stealthily positioned his foot beneath Chen's landing spot after his jump. Now, feigning nonchalance, Jackson stepped over Chen's body and walked towards the team's bench. The arena's large screen replayed the incident that had just unfolded. As soon as Chen Cheng landed, he accidentally stepped on Jackson's foot, causing his ankle to bend at a sharp 90-degree angle. Gasps filled the arena, and the celebratory atmosphere dimmed instantly. Teammates assisted Chen Cheng to the sidelines, while Peyton, filled with rage, attempted to confront Jackson on the Hawks bench, only to be firmly restrained by Rabbis. Frustrated, Peyton resorted to hurling insults across the technical area at the Hawks substitutes. Team physician Witty arrived at the scene, carefully inquiring about Chen Cheng's condition. "How do you feel?" Chen Cheng shook his head, as he was unable to discern the nature of his injury, whether it was merely a simple sprain or something more severe involving ligaments or bones. Witty, not daring to take any chances, swiftly retrieved an ice pack to tightly wrap and stabilize Chen Cheng's ankle. He summoned Cook and Walton to assist Chen Cheng to the locker room. The cameras captured Chen Cheng as he waved to the fans, prompting another eruption of thunderous applause. It was truly unfortunate. The most dreaded scenario had once again unfolded. However, we must extend our congratulations to Chen Cheng, who shattered the NBA record for three-pointers made in a single quarter, a historic achievement by a Chinese player in the NBA. Let us cheer for Chen Cheng. Under the guidance of the arena's host, the home crowd collectively chanted Chen Cheng, MVP. Overwhelmed by the moment, Chen Cheng felt a surge of emotion. Perhaps this is precisely why an athlete dedicates their life to their craft. An NBA record belonging to the Chinese, I have done it. Chen Cheng waved once more to the fans and, with the support of his teammates, hopped on one leg toward the locker room. In light of such a performance, old Walton found himself at a loss for words to describe Chen Cheng, repeatedly exclaiming his disbelief. With 12 attempts from beyond the arc and 9 successful shots, totaling 27 points in a single quarter, what else could he say? I hope he is all right. Stephen's action was inappropriate and should not have occurred on the court. Although he escaped the referee's judgment, I hope the league investigates his behavior, Walton added without hesitation. The unexpected injury to Chen Cheng cast a shadow over the previously jubilant atmosphere in the TNT studio, rendering it somewhat solemn. As former NBA players, they understood the grotesqueness of such actions. Nonetheless, congratulations are in order for Chen Cheng, who broke the NBA record for three-pointers in a single quarter. We hope his ankle is not severely injured. Colleagues broadcasting from across the ocean in China expressed their sorrow for their compatriot's plight. While we recognize that Jackson plays this way, the potentially career-altering impact of such harmful actions on a professional player is evident to all. Let us remember Chen Cheng today. He shattered the NBA record for three-pointers in a single quarter. He is a Chinese athlete. Jia Ji's voice trembled slightly with emotion. Upon entering the therapy room, Chen Cheng found Kobe still seated there, not having left. Congratulations, Mr. 27 points, on setting a new record. How do you feel? Kobe jested. Chen Cheng pointed to his foot. Is this the feeling you mean? It's absolutely terrible. With that, he climbed onto the therapy bed, resting his arms beneath his head. If it weren't for this, I could continue to perform and then break your single-game three-point record. Chen Cheng feigned seriousness, his expression earnest. Upon hearing this, Kobe erupted in laughter and tossed a pillow at him. God, I must send a bouquet to that rascal Steven for helping me preserve my three-point record. Chen Cheng instinctively caught the pillow and placed it under his head. Honestly, when I landed, I thought my foot was going to snap. However, now I believe it's merely a sprain. I definitely can't play in the next match, so your record is safe. Kobe raised his middle finger at him and pointed to the black wristband on his calf. I'm not mistaken, right? This thing brings you good luck. Tell me, what is it like to be hailed MVP by the entire crowd? Chen Cheng turned over to face Kobe. How should I put it? It feels absolutely wonderful and incredibly addictive. Do you want to be MVP? Kobe suddenly inquired. Of course. Who wouldn't want to be MVP? Chen Cheng replied without hesitation. A moment of silence fell between them. Well, if you want to be MVP, you must strive to achieve it. Keep it up, buddy. Kobe extended his hand. And Chen Cheng, taken aback, quickly shook it. Hey, I hope I haven't interrupted you, Chen. How are you feeling? Lakers general manager Kupchak pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 32, Negotiation with GM Kupchak. Kupchak looked up and saw Kobe on another therapy bed. Pausing for a moment before stepping forward to greet him with a handshake and an embrace. How are you feeling, Kobe? What did Gary say about your shoulder? I feel pretty good, but I need to complete the MRI before knowing the final results, Kobe replied with a relaxed expression, glancing at Kupchak and then at Chen Cheng. The driver has been waiting for me for a long time. I need to head to the hospital for an examination. I'll take my leave now. Kobe stood up, shook hands with both men, and turned to glance at the game situation on the wall-mounted television before leaving, satisfied. He understood that Kupchak was there to discuss contract matters with Chen Cheng, and he felt it inappropriate to remain in that setting. Kupchak had chosen this moment to appear in the therapy room rather than after the game because his intentions were clear. He aimed to negotiate with Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng's recent performances had been remarkable, especially today, when he scored 9 three-pointers in a single quarter. It was evident that a player of his caliber would have no trouble remaining in the NBA. If he were to step off the court now, a throng of agents and team managers would be eagerly brandishing blank checks, awaiting his signature. However, despite the Lakers holding a degree of leverage, their current salary cap did not allow for particularly enticing offers. Thus, he chose this moment of Chen Cheng's injury to appear, employing his rhetoric to persuade him. With Kobe injured, the team urgently needed to retain Chen Cheng, and Kupchak's strategy was to secure him for the Lakers at minimal expense. This is the essence of a businessman. Before entering the vehicle, Kobe cast a glance towards the therapy room. Should Chen Cheng ultimately depart from the Lakers, he would not be surprised. He had heard the rumors surrounding him. After all, who would turn down financial gain? At merely 19 years of age, he had already demonstrated remarkable talent. With ample time ahead of him, there was no need to rush into clinging to the coattails of champions. Moreover, he possessed a maturity and distinct aura that transcended his years. With this in mind, Kobe turned and slipped into the car. Chen Cheng was acutely aware of Kupchak's presence and the motives behind it. Nonetheless, he was eager to hear how one of the architects of the Lakers dynasty intended to persuade him. Kupchak pulled up a chair, seated himself opposite Chen Cheng, unbuttoned his suit jacket, and relaxed his posture, facing Chen Cheng directly. Today's performance was simply outstanding, Chen. Oh, by the way, how's your foot? Thank you for your concern, Mitch. I feel fine, just a bit of a sprain, but I should recover swiftly, Chen Cheng replied. Kupchak shrugged. Having been a professional player myself, I am acutely aware of how these minor injuries can severely impact a player's career. This type of injury can vary in severity. Should any unfortunate circumstances arise, it could jeopardize your career. A chuckle began to bubble up within Chen Cheng. This tactic was rather cliché. Had he been merely a naive 19-year-old without an agent or worldly experience, he might have been ensnared by Kupchak's words. Instead of broaching the subject of contracts, Kupchak focused on the ankle injury, inciting a psychological panic that could instill fear about potential serious medical issues upon examination. If that were the case, not only would a 10-day contract be elusive, but even a 1-day contract might be unattainable. In such moments of irrationality, even an unguaranteed offer from the Lakers could compel one to hastily sign. Despite having discerned Kupchak's tactics, Chen Cheng still felt it prudent to afford him some respect. I doubt it's as serious as you suggest. It merely seems like a typical sprain, albeit a bit swollen, he stated nonchalantly. Kupchak, hearing this, spread his hands. If you believe it to be insignificant, then that is for the best. I hope I am merely being overly cautious, after all. You are still a member of the Lakers. He played the nostalgia card. I remember when I signed you, many thought I had made a grave mistake, believing you were incapable of playing in the NBA. Yet, as it turns out, I was right. You have not disappointed me. I see boundless potential in you. How shall I put it? Mr. Kupchak rested his chin upon his hand, lost in contemplative thought for a brief moment. You remind me of Kobe in his prime. He mused. He raised his head, reminiscing about the past. Back when I was merely an assistant to Mr. Jerry West, I found it difficult to comprehend his decision to recruit a high schooler like Kobe amidst so much skepticism. Yet, in time, Kobe demonstrated that Jerry had indeed made a sagacious choice, and you, too, have proven that I have not erred in my judgment. Remarkably, compliments can transcend all barriers, and your adept manipulation of sentimentality is truly commendable. However, Chen Cheng had no other cards to play. His hand was impeccable. Besides, he lacked the inclination to continue listening. The game outside was still unfolding, and with Kupchak present, he found it challenging to focus on the ongoing match. Mr. Kupchak, are you here to discuss contract matters? Upon hearing this, Kupchak paused momentarily before donning a familiar smile. Indeed, once this game concludes, your 10-day contract with the Lakers will come to an end. If you wish to remain with the team, a new contract must be negotiated. Experience speaks volumes, and with that single statement, he swiftly shifted the dynamics of the conversation. Chen Cheng remained unhurried, retrieving a beverage from the nearby table. Taking a sip while gazing at Mr. Kupchak, he inquired, "What kind of offer might the Lakers extend should they wish to renew my contract?" Kupchak did not provide a direct answer, instead posing a question in return. "What do you believe the Lakers would propose?" With a smile, Chen Cheng produced his cell phone. "If I were to press the power button now, how many messages do you suppose would await me in my voicemail, and how many texts would flood my inbox? I am genuinely curious. Do you think any team would indeed consider offering this undrafted player a multi-million-dollar annual salary?" As he spoke, his finger hovered over the power button. Observing this, Kupchak immediately grew anxious, rising from his chair and moving closer to the treatment table. "Chen Cheng, please put your phone away and listen to me." Suppressing a laugh, Chen Cheng complied, stowing his phone. The standoff between them resembled a scene from a crime thriller where a negotiator assumes the role of both hostage and captor, with the phone acting as a weapon, a source of trepidation. "The team's financial flexibility is indeed limited," Kupchak candidly expressed. "However, should you remain with the Lakers, you might just secure your first NBA championship trophy. We have Shaq, we have Kobe, we have Phil. This is the opportunity that countless aspiring NBA players dream of. Consider Carl, consider Gary. Both were all-stars earning top salaries, yet they lack rings. Thus, they willingly sacrificed lucrative contracts to join the Lakers." With that, Chen Cheng's hand rested upon his phone. "Listen to me, Chen. The only offer we can present at this moment is a 1-year minimum salary contract from the NBA." Kupchak unveiled his hand candidly. Chapter 33. The new contract. Kupchak was somewhat astonished at how this young man had gradually tested the waters, revealing his intentions. The initiative now lay entirely in Chen's hands. He was indeed eager to secure Chen Cheng's signature. Following Kobe's injury, this urgency had intensified. Should Chen be signed by another team within the same division or conference, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to the Lakers. Now that his cards were laid bare, there was nothing left to do but hope. Chen Cheng remained silent, avoiding eye contact with Kupchak, instead resting his hand on his forehead, feigning deep contemplation. In truth, he was struggling to suppress a smile. For the Lakers had always been his foremost choice. Moreover, he was well aware of their salary cap situation. Last summer, the veteran's contract was awarded to Peyton, and Malone had only signed for the minimum. This maneuver had long piqued the envy of other teams' managers and coaches. Yet, what could they do? After all, they did not possess the likes of O'Neal. Thus, if Chen wished to remain with the Lakers, the only offer they could extend was a minimum salary contract. However, there were reasons for his hesitation in accepting it outright. His personal skills were currently limited, and his physical condition was not fully activated. He had yet to grasp the intricacies of the system. Should he encounter a shortage of experience points, he would find himself in a precarious position, risking inconsistency in crucial games. How could he ensure that the Lakers would not trade him away? As a rookie, he lacked the credentials to secure contracts with stipulations. After some contemplation, Chen formulated a plan. He lifted his head, his expression sincere as he gazed at Kupchak. "In our Chinese culture, we have a saying, a drop of water in need is repaid with a gushing spring. Since the Lakers have offered me a contract when I needed it most, I believe I have no reason to decline their renewal. Don't you agree? Congratulations, Chen Cheng, you are now a true Laker." Kupchak exclaimed, elated, and moved in for an embrace. "Wait a moment, Mr. Kupchak. I can accept this minimum salary contract, but I have one condition." Upon hearing this, Kupchak immediately adopted a cautious demeanor and calmly sat down. "Please, go on. I hope you can promise me that the Lakers will not trade me during this season," Chen stated. Kupchak's expression grew serious. "The NBA has regulations regarding such conditions, and there are prerequisites that may not be met in your case. The league reviews every contract's contents, and even if I were to include it in writing, it could be rejected." "I understand. I do not require it in writing. I only need your verbal assurance." Upon hearing this, Kupchak's face brightened. "No problem. As long as you sign the contract, I can grant your request immediately." Chen Cheng shook his head and once again retrieved his mobile phone. "I hope you can solemnly articulate this commitment, and I will be recording it." Kupchak, wearing a mischievous grin, pointed at Chen Cheng and did not refuse. "I have not finished speaking. I wish for both of us to be clear and for you to consent, knowing that I am recording. If you are prepared, we may commence." Kupchak was taken aback. He had previously sought the counsel of Zen Master and Kobe regarding Chen Cheng's performance and contract renewal. Naturally, his performance on the court was commendable, and it was not uncommon for a newcomer to experience fluctuations. However, both mentioned a singular keyword: maturity. This individual exhibited a level of maturity that belied his age. His approach to problem-solving and his ability to think critically were entirely unlike that of a mere 19-year-old high school graduate. Kupchak had once been dismissive, having encountered numerous young individuals who merely feigned maturity. Yet today, through this negotiation with Chen Cheng, he finally grasped the essence of the maturity they had spoken of. Recording could only take place with the explicit knowledge and consent of the individual involved, thus granting it legal validity. Had he previously studied law? "Mr. Kupchak, are you prepared? My voicemail is nearing its capacity with messages." Kupchak loosened his tie, ran his fingers through his silver hair, and donned a professionally courteous smile, nodding in agreement. "May I ask, Mr. Mickey Kupchak, do you consent to the recording of our dialogue?" "Yes, I agree. You are consenting to this recording without any coercion or threats, correct?" "Indeed, completely without any. Mr. Chen Cheng and I have reached an agreement regarding his contract renewal. He will sign a 1-year NBA minimum salary contract with the Lakers for $400,000, and I personally assure you that the team will not trade Chen Cheng this season." Satisfied, Chen Cheng closed his phone. "Thank you very much, Mr. Kupchak. I hope to continue contributing to the team." Kupchak's expression darkened slightly as he turned and retrieved the contract and a pen from his bag, handing them to Chen Cheng. "Does this recording exist solely on your mobile device?" Chen Cheng took the contract, briefly perused it, and without looking up, replied, "I have encrypted the document and sent it to my friend. When needed, I will provide her with the password, and she will access the email to listen to the contents. Oh, by the way, she is an assistant to a columnist at the Los Angeles Times." Chen Cheng bit the cap off the pen and inscribed his name in Chinese characters. Kupchak accepted the contract back and handed Chen Cheng a copy. "Congratulations. You have truly become a Laker. I did not foresee you being so." Kupchak hesitated. "In any case, I hope you recover swiftly and assist the team in moving forward." Kuzma retracted the contract and extended his hand. Once the contract was signed, the dynamic shifted to that of manager and employee, making further displays of arrogance inappropriate. Chen Cheng hurriedly rose unsteadily to his feet, shook hands with Kuzma, and simultaneously presented a pen. "No need, consider it a gift from me," Kuzma replied, pressing his fingers to his temple before leaving the therapy room without a backward glance. Chen Cheng placed the contract beneath his head and reclined on the therapy table. With a sum of over $400,000, it was commendable that half remained after taxes, fortunately. He currently had no pressing financial obligations. Moreover, the current value of the dollar was indeed favorable, so he resolved to swiftly recuperate and prepare for the upcoming games. Chen Cheng retrieved his phone and deleted all messages and information related to the offer. He then turned his gaze back to the television. Rush had finally regained his rhythm, sinking several three-pointers. However, the game had slipped into garbage time, with most spectators having departed. Those who remained were already fatigued by Chen Cheng's earlier performance and were now in a contemplative mode, dismissing Rush's attempts to score during this inconsequential period. Only a handful of individuals occasionally cheered or clapped. Ultimately, the Lakers secured a dominant victory over the visiting Atlanta Hawks, winning by a staggering 40-point margin, achieving back-to-back home triumphs. Chapter 34, The Ruthless System. The following day, Chen Cheng received the results of his MRI. Negative, there were no significant issues. Merely a common sprain that would resolve with 2 days of rest. According to the doctor, the wrist guard that had slipped to his ankle provided some support after all. Unexpectedly, Kobe's words held true. This wrist guard indeed seemed to bring him good fortune. He must take the opportunity to personally thank Yang Yusin. The dinner he owed her was undoubtedly still on the table. However, the outlook for Kobe appeared less optimistic. His shoulder injury was a long-standing ailment. In 2002, Kobe had dislocated his right shoulder during a game, which subsequently led to various complications. Throughout the season, his performance was intermittently affected, and he had been undergoing conservative treatment. It was not until the end of last season that Kobe underwent shoulder repair surgery to address the capsule. This season, due to off-court issues, he had to miss several games. Now, with the recurrence of his old injury, the treatment plan remained uncertain, leaving the number of games he would miss in question. With 3 of the Lakers' 4 stars injured, the team could only rely on the veteran Payton to lead the remaining players in competition. Peyton himself was puzzled. He had come to lean on others, but found himself bearing the weight instead. Fortunately, the team promptly secured Chen Cheng's contract with a minimum salary. After his performances in the last 3 games, the team had high hopes for him. For the time being, Chen Cheng continued to reside at the team's training facility. In truth, with his current income, he could easily afford to rent a decent apartment in a safe and pleasant area. Nevertheless, to accommodate the system's sporadic tasks, he ultimately chose to remain at the arena. The match against the Cleveland Cavaliers is scheduled for 4 days hence, providing ample rest time, with the team only conducting a single collective training session. Recently, the team has faced a grueling schedule with numerous injuries, and there is concern that frequent training may lead to further non-combatant casualties. Chen Cheng has, for once, been afforded a rare opportunity to rest. As he reclines on his bed, watching television and reveling in the news of his record-breaking 3-pointers in a single NBA quarter and his successful contract renewal with the Lakers, he feels a sense of satisfaction. He momentarily fantasizes that had it not been for that fellow Jackson, who inadvertently tripped him in a moment of desperation, he might have shattered the single-game 3-point record the previous night. Yet, there are still many days ahead. The regular season is barely a third complete, and formidable opponents remain scarce. The team's key players have yet to return, leaving the future uncertain. Though he has sustained a minor injury, training is unnecessary for now. He lounges, munching on popcorn, admiring his prowess on the court. He cherishes these idyllic days, hoping to prolong them. Surely, the system cannot summon him from his bed for some rigorous training now. His foot is sprained. How can he train? As he tosses a piece of popcorn into the air, just before it reaches his mouth, that melodious voice reappears. Congratulations, Chen Cheng, you have once again activated a hidden training task. Who says one cannot train without legs? As long as you complete 300 precise passes during the upcoming training, you may continue to utilize the Star Experience card service in the next game. Otherwise, you will be unable to access this service. Upon completion, you will receive additional rewards. With a crash, the popcorn spills from his lap. He excitedly slaps the bed, shouting into the air, "Is there no humanity? Is there no law? My foot is like this, and you still want me to train? Pass the ball? How do you expect me to pass? I can barely stand. My hands are needed to support myself." At that moment, a voice calls out, "Hello, Chen. Mr. Gary Witty asked me to bring you this wheelchair. He thinks you might need it." Outside the door, 2 staff members retrieve a folding wheelchair from the trunk of their vehicle, unfolding it and placing it at his doorstep before departing. This is truly a cruel twist of fate. Chen Cheng laments, feeling utterly despondent. He reluctantly casts aside his crutch and hops on one foot to the wheelchair, obediently taking a seat. With both hands grasping the armrests, he propels himself towards the arena. The familiar court welcomes him, still devoid of life. He retrieves a basketball, attempting a shot from his wheelchair, and indeed, it results in a clean miss. Without the support of his legs, relying solely on upper body strength to shoot is undeniably challenging. He finds solace in the fact that today's task is not shooting, but rather passing. The system has designated virtual target locations on the court for his passing exercise. Chen Cheng must accurately deliver the ball to the target center, whereupon the target will illuminate a green light, signaling a successful pass. If one strays even slightly from the target, a red light will flash, signaling failure. Initially, Chen Cheng perceived this training as mundane, lacking any significant challenge. However, after a few passes, he soon realized that the difficulty of this training was exponentially greater than merely making a basket. Precision in passing was the most fundamental requirement. Yet the parameters set by the system were excessively stringent. The target area was scarcely larger than the diameter of the basketball hoop. Furthermore, every pass he executed had to be flawlessly accurate, akin to a lateral shot that must swish through the net without touching the rim or backboard. Any contact would constitute failure. From the moment Chen Cheng undertook this task, he began to experience a notable discomfort in his body. His instinctive reaction was one of resistance. Unlike the previous 2 shooting training sessions, where fatigue was present but did not evoke such a response, he found himself puzzled at first, but soon discerned the reason behind it. As a teenager, he was at an age where one craved the spotlight and sought to showcase their abilities. With skills far surpassing his peers, he naturally played like a superstar, dominating the court and orchestrating plays with ease. One-on-one situations were trivial. Being double-teamed was the true mark of prowess. When faced with even slight defensive pressure, he felt compelled to confront it head-on, ensuring he emerged victorious. Passing? What need was there for passing? The basketball felt no hotter in his hands, though he could certainly feel the warmth. Thus, during this phase of training, Chen Cheng had to not only meticulously execute each pass, hitting the target with pinpoint accuracy, but also suppress his inner urges to drive towards the basket, calming his body's instinctive resistance and defiance. Even the training he undertook with Kobe during the last system upgrade paled in comparison to the current difficulty and awkwardness. Yet, regardless of the challenges, he had to grit his teeth and persevere. In the upcoming game, with Kobe absent, he had to step up and ensure that the momentum of consecutive victories continued. Chapter 35, The Gradual Activation of the Body. For the first 100 passes, Chen Cheng was required to complete direct passes from his seated position to the target. He could use either one or two hands. The target locations were scattered across every corner of the half-court, necessitating that he continuously maneuver his wheelchair to the appropriate passing position, adjust his body, and send the ball flying. To be honest, propelling the wheelchair while positioning for a pass was a strenuous endeavor, far more exhausting than a shuttle run. Having completed fewer than 20 passes, his hands were nearly raw from the wheelchair's armrests. He simply could not fathom why the system would impose such a demanding trial upon him. Given the system's nature, there had to be a reason for this arrangement. And in the next match, with Kobe unable to participate, was it not his moment to shine and lead the team to a triumphant third consecutive victory? LeBron James, widely recognized by the media as the most formidable player of the 2003 draft class, he is merely a rejected contestant from Huagua. Yet if he can single-handedly topple the Cavaliers, led by the newly crowned champion, and score 30 points against them, it would be a remarkable feat. A high school student from Huagua instructing an American prodigy on humility, all while delivering a crushing blow to his pride, would serve as an early proclamation to the young LeBron that the future is his. Is this outcome not enticing enough? Why then, must it involve passing the ball? Could it be that the system desires me to assist Rush in the next game, thereby mending the rift among teammates? Perhaps, through a pivotal pass during the match, we could reconcile. Witnessed by our comrades, we would clasp hands tightly, shedding our grievances and pledging to strive together for the glory of our team. Ugh. It makes me want to regurgitate my last meal. What a cliché, melodramatic plot. Chen Cheng pondered over the system's intentions behind this training, but remained perplexed. Nevertheless, training must proceed. As he passed the ball, he endeavored to soothe his restless spirit. Fortunately, the designated passing points were not overly challenging. Given Chen Cheng's current physical activation level, executing 100 precise direct passes was not an insurmountable task. After a brief respite, the second training segment arrived as scheduled, bounce passing. This can be regarded as a fundamental skill for guards. A deft bounce pass can circumvent defenders, directly facilitating assists or anticipate a teammate's movement, guiding them through the bounce. A proficient guard is expected to possess both accuracy and strength in bounce passing. However, for Chen Cheng at this moment, it was somewhat of an unreasonable demand. Direct passing merely required managing force and direction to hit the target. In contrast, controlling the landing point and trajectory of a bounce pass demanded a higher level of precision. He needed to perfectly gauge the force to deliver the ball to the initial touch point, ensuring it remained on course to rebound accurately into the target. Had Chen Cheng possessed even a modicum of table tennis experience, this training would have been more manageable. Regrettably, he was merely a master of the keyboard, with knowledge of the rules of table tennis being his only acquaintance. Moreover, he was currently confined to a wheelchair. The basketball, which had been obediently maneuvered, would falter upon being passed. Either the force was inadequate or the aim was skewed. After finally achieving the right force and placement, the ball would rebound uncontrollably. It either soared too high or fell too low. The target was tantalizingly close, yet it remained elusive. The more he failed to land the pass, the more anxious he became, and the greater his anxiety, the more erratic his passing became. Chen Cheng even considered relying on brute strength, hoping that sheer force might yield a miracle. Alas, it proved counterproductive. The harder he threw, the further the ball strayed. However, as his inner turmoil was gradually tempered by the cyclical nature of this exercise, the initial resistance of his body began to wane. He felt a long-lost sense of challenge emerging from this action. Images of Kobe during his games flooded his mind. Moreover, it was not merely about completing the task. A fervent desire arose from within, aimed at claiming the throne of the strongest of the class of 03. Why should you, a mere high school student like myself, be the top scorer while I face rejection? The thrill of youthful exuberance surged within me, reminiscent of the boldness that I, Chen Cheng, a middle-aged man in his 30s, no longer possessed, having been dulled by the trials of life. Yet, who among us has not experienced youth? The vigor of youth drives one to aspire for progress, and such ambition must be nurtured. Once the harmony between body and spirit is achieved, training transforms into pure enjoyment. The 3 hours of practice flew by like a fleeting moment. I had just begun to savor the sensation of commanding the court when I had already completed 100 passes. The final task of 100 passes involved random directives from the system, be it a cross, a bounce, a lob, or a low delivery, having navigated the previous stages. This phase resembled a real combat drill, where the targets were no longer static but dynamic. The passer must not only replicate the previous strength and precision, but also anticipate the receiver's movements. A lack of synchrony in this premonition renders the pass ineffective. This presented yet another challenge for me. To be honest, in the 3 matches I played, while I did manage some assists, they were largely facilitated by the experience cards, and my own actions and awareness lagged significantly behind. In contrast, the training provided by the system required me to rely solely on my own abilities, progressing from mid-range shots to 3-pointers, and now to passing. At this moment, my heart and body resonated in an unprecedented harmony, having activated at least 70 to 80% of the capabilities inherent in this physique. Once I achieved full activation, I could reach the level I had when I first entered the selection process. With my intelligence, wisdom, and composure, coupled with this vibrant and gifted body, if I diligently follow the system's training tasks and have a mentor like Kobe pushing me forward, perhaps one day I will no longer need the experience card of a superstar to stand on the court independently. Just imagining that moment fills me with exhilaration. Embracing the basketball, I resumed my rigorous passing practice. The phantom movements on the court were exceptionally elusive, and without any defenders as reference points, I struggled to anticipate their paths, resulting in nearly every pass missing its mark. However, as the number of passes increased, I gleaned valuable insights. I became acutely aware of the routes and habits of these phantom players, even their shooting rhythms. With this newfound understanding, the subsequent tasks became manageable. Despite being seated in a wheelchair, I effortlessly completed the final 100 passes. When the numbers above my head changed to 300, I exhaled deeply, forcefully launching the basketball towards the hoop, releasing a long-suppressed roar of triumph. He felt as though his hands were akin to the trajectory of a missile, capable of delivering the basketball with pinpoint accuracy to any desired destination. The exhilaration of enhancing his abilities through training was utterly intoxicating. Congratulations on completing this task. You may utilize the Star Experience card matched for you by the system in the next game, and will also receive 5 shards of the General card, bringing your total to 20 out of 100. Chen Cheng reclined his head against the cushion, contemplating how he could finally enjoy a restful sleep. The system's voice echoed once more. Tomorrow, it will unveil your exclusive monthly task. Stay tuned. What on earth could this exclusive monthly task entail? No matter how much Chen Cheng inquired, the system remained silent. Chapter 36. January exclusive task. It was precisely this exclusive task that robbed Chen Cheng of a restful night's sleep. The system's peculiar tasks were indeed abundant. Although they were intended for his benefit, they had significantly disrupted his life. Today was yet another day devoid of training, for he had initially planned to secure his driver's license. As Yang Yusin had remarked, living in Los Angeles without a car was akin to being immobilized. However, the system's exclusive task for the month had derailed his plans. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that his ankle sprain was healing well, allowing him to gradually walk on it. At 7 in the morning, Chen Cheng had already risen, turning on the television to follow the NBA developments. Yesterday, the Timberwolves and Spurs, both of whom were his main competitors in the Western Conference, had secured victories. This was not favorable news for the Lakers. The competition in the West was extraordinarily fierce, with championship contenders clustered together, each team boasting formidable players. Any number of individuals from these rosters could be considered legends in NBA history, with many destined to earn a place in the Hall of Fame. In the past, the Lakers, with their 4 superstar players, were heralded by the media as a super team poised to shatter the Bulls' record of 72 wins in a regular season. Yet, they entered the playoffs only as the 2nd seed in the West. The Portland Trail Blazers, also in the West, had a glamorous lineup but were languishing in 10th place. Despite having a winning record, it was important to note that such a record would have secured a top 5 position in the Eastern Conference. The Wild West of those days was no trivial matter. Just as Chen Cheng finished his morning ablutions, the melodious voice arrived as anticipated. Congratulations, Chen Cheng. Your exclusive monthly task is about to commence, and the system will now provide a brief introduction to this task. Chen Cheng rolled his eyes but nodded in acknowledgement. The system periodically releases exclusive monthly tasks. Upon completion, you will not only receive 10 shards of the General card, but also a mysterious grand gift package for the month. You may choose to decline. However, should you accept this task and fail to complete it within the stipulated time, the system will deduct the corresponding shards. Chen Cheng meticulously considered this introduction several times in his mind. After weighing the options, he ultimately resolved to accept the task. As the allure of the grand gift package was indeed tempting, following the patterns set by the system, this grand gift package undoubtedly holds something of significance. Otherwise, it would not have allocated a standalone monthly task. Furthermore, should the task remain uncompleted, the system will deduct 10 fragments from the point card, underscoring the importance of this undertaking. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I accept, Chen Cheng responded decisively. Very well. The system has issued your monthly task. Visit the NBA legend Dennis Rodman. The task duration is 72 hours. And the objective is to discover his secrets to becoming a 7-time rebounding champion. The timer begins now. What the hell, system, are you joking with me? Chen Cheng momentarily doubted his hearing. This task was simply absurd, an outrageous request. Dennis Rodman? What kind of joke is this? How long has Rodman been retired? Where on earth am I supposed to find him? Besides, even if I managed to locate Rodman, with his temperament, would he even entertain me? If I were lucky, he might just kick me out the door. The crux of the matter is that my legs are not exactly swift at the moment. Asking him for the secret to his rebounding prowess? Once it's a secret, would he divulge it freely? Do I possess such stature? Am I Michael Jordan? Listen, system. Can we possibly reconsider this? I admit there is an element of gamble involved. Must I accept the task? If you confirm the termination of the task, the system will declare it a failure and deduct 10 point card fragments. Chen Cheng was nearly pulling his hair out in desperation. This was a hefty price, 10 fragments. Rewards that could only be obtained by completing 2 standard tasks. Losing them like this was indeed painful. System, let us negotiate, according to the rules of the realm. If I surrender, I should lose only half. How about that? Do you confirm the termination of the task? If you do, the system will immediately deduct 10 point card fragments. Chen Cheng was in a frenzy, pacing in circles. He truly felt cornered by the system, unable to fathom that the exclusive task would turn out to be such a predicament. Relinquish it? The thought was indeed painful. Alas, acceptance seemed inevitable. With a duration of 72 hours, 3 days, he might as well give it a shot. Furrowing his brow, Chen Cheng sat at his computer, opened Google, and began searching for news about Rodman. To his surprise, he found something. Recently, the 7-time rebounding champion had signed a contract with the Long Beach Jam of the ABA and would be playing for them in the upcoming season. Long Beach Jam. Chen Cheng searched again. Could it be? This team is conveniently located in Los Angeles. Moreover, in just an hour, the Jam will face off against the New Jersey Guardians at their home court. Rodman is set to make his debut as a starter. After reviewing the rosters of both teams and gathering information about them, a plan began to take shape in Chen Cheng's mind. He urgently called Yang Yusin, who rushed out of school and sped towards the training facility. She had long been aware of the news regarding Chen Cheng's successful contract renewal with the Lakers and initially believed that he had invited her out to celebrate. It was only upon arriving that she discovered Chen Cheng intended to take her to Long Beach in the capacity of a basketball journalist for the Los Angeles Times, to interview the legendary NBA icon, Dennis Rodman. A tinge of disappointment inevitably crept into her heart. However, the opportunity to witness firsthand one of the most controversial players in the league's history, a 7-time rebounding champion and a key player in the Bulls' 3 consecutive championships, was still a remarkable experience, especially considering his brief tenure with the Lakers. Meeting and conversing with him could prove quite delightful. The two quickly found common ground, and Chen Cheng borrowed a DV camera from the team's video analyst, setting off to the home court of the Long Beach Jam. It must be noted that the ABA games pale in comparison to the NBA in terms of league presentation and facilities. Although there were some fans in attendance, many clad in Rodman's Bulls jerseys, the atmosphere was steeped in a rich African-American cultural essence, rendering the 2 yellow-skinned Chinese somewhat out of place. Nonetheless, the prospect of encountering this NBA legend filled them with a sense of excitement, prompting Yang Yusin to incessantly snap photos with her flip phone. By the time they entered the venue, the game was nearing its conclusion, with the Jam leading by a substantial 24 points. The players had already begun their celebratory dunking display with the iconic multicolored basketball. Rodman lounged on the bench, his legs crossed, appearing quite haggard. Yet this did not detract from his performance on the court. He had already secured 19 rebounds, contributed 4 blocks, and scored 8 points, showcasing a well-rounded display. Unsurprisingly, the Jam emerged victorious. Before Rodman could retreat to the locker room, he removed his jersey, revealing his numerous tattoos, and tossed the damp garment into the stands, eliciting a wave of cheers. As Rodman approached the player tunnel, Chen Cheng urged Yang Yusin to follow suit. "Hello, Dennis. I am Amy Yang, assistant to Bill, the basketball columnist for the Los Angeles Times. May I ask you a few questions?" Upon hearing this, Rodman halted, casting a languid glance at the pair before eyeing the DV in Chen Cheng's grasp. "Bill? Los Angeles Times?" Rodman inquired. "Yes, that's correct. It has been some time since you left the NBA courts, and now you have signed with the ABA and the Long Beach Jam." Before Yang Yusin could complete her question, Rodman let out a derisive laugh, turned aside to blow his nose, then faced them and uttered, "FK off." He raised his middle finger at them. Chapter 37. Origins. Rodman's reaction left the two momentarily stunned, unsure of how to proceed. They were aware of his eccentric nature, but encountering such vulgarity from a player towards reporters was utterly disheartening. Rodman paid no heed to the two individuals, casting them aside as he posed for photographs with the fans who had come to admire him. With purposeful strides, he made his way back to the locker room. Chen Cheng's meticulously crafted plan had unraveled before his eyes. He had anticipated that Rodman, buoyed by the reputation of the Los Angeles Times, would show some regard. After Yang Yusin posed her routine questions, he had expected her to delve into the pivotal inquiry he had entrusted to her. "What is the secret behind your remarkable rebounding ability?" He envisioned a casual exchange, the interview concluding with a photograph, an autograph, and a triumphant return to fulfill his obligations to the system, an occasion of double delight. Everyone was aware of Rodman's notorious reputation, yet no one foresaw his utter disregard. Having previously played for the Lakers, one would think he understood the significance of such a publication. Reduced to playing in the ABA, he still exuded an air of arrogance. Chen Cheng was utterly perplexed. The two returned to their vehicle, their spirits dampened. Unable to appreciate the stunning sights of Los Angeles, they drove straight back to the training facility. Yang Yusin dropped Chen Cheng off at the gym, as her academic responsibilities beckoned her back to school. Burdened by disappointment, Chen Cheng entered his room and powered up his computer, eager to uncover the reasons behind Rodman's peculiar reaction to the mention of the Los Angeles Times. Indeed, in this information age, a mere flick of the finger could yield answers. It became clear that during the 1998 to 1999 season, at the behest of head coach Silver Fox Harris, general manager Jerry West had acquired the rebounding prodigy Rodman from the free market, intending for him to alleviate the rebounding pressures faced by Shaquille O'Neal. Even at the twilight of his career, Rodman had arrived at the team, contributing an impressive average of 15 rebounds per game. Just as the world believed the Lakers had struck gold, Rodman began to spiral. He first engaged in a clandestine romance with the owner's daughter, Jeannie, while simultaneously fueling speculation in the media regarding his relationship with O'Neal. Ultimately, he began to absent himself from team practices and even games for various reasons. The partnership lasted a mere 51 days before the Lakers severed ties with Rodman, who subsequently faded from the NBA scene. All the negative press surrounding him was disseminated through the basketball column of the Los Angeles Times, authored by none other than Bill, Yang Yusin's superior. Chen Cheng slammed his palm against his forehead, frustration boiling over. "How careless of me. I had oversimplified the situation. I had no idea that such profound connections existed between Rodman and the Lakers. What I presumed to be a foolproof plan had evaporated into thin air." It seemed this task would indeed prove challenging. The greater the challenge, the more valuable the reward. Luckily, time was still on his side. Now that he had discerned Rodman's whereabouts, he would need to strategize moving forward. However, the immediate priority remained preparing for the upcoming game against the Cavaliers. During the afternoon practice, Coach Jackson made a personal appearance, and even the long-absent lead assistant, the architect of the triangle offense, Tex Winter, graced the training facility with his presence. The team is beset by injuries, lacking star players to provide a stable offensive firepower, and the match is an away game. Old Winter's presence at the venue is to impart the essence of the triangle offense to the young players, enabling them to swiftly shoulder the offensive responsibilities during this period. Upon learning about Chen Cheng's acceptance of a minimum salary renewal, his teammates felt both perplexed and delighted. The perplexity arose from the fact that he could have earned significantly more. Why would he forego a lucrative contract to re-sign with the Lakers at a minimum salary? Is there truly someone who would turn away from financial gain? The delight stemmed from securing a robust bench player at a critical juncture, one who could continue to bolster the team's offensive capabilities. The afternoon training session primarily focused on offensive drills, tailored to counter the Cavaliers' defensive style, including collaborations between inside and outside plays, as well as small-scale pick-and-roll exercises. Although the Cavaliers are still in a rebuilding phase with an inconsistent record, they are not to be underestimated. The team had secured the first overall pick in the 2003 draft, selecting the prodigious high school talent LeBron James, which significantly enhanced their strength. James did not disappoint. In his NBA debut, he delivered a comprehensive performance of 25 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 4 steals, astonishing the entire league. He and the Nuggets' Carmelo Anthony have been compared by the media to the legendary rivalry between Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. As the season progressed, the cornerstone of the team, Ricky Davis, was traded away, with the sole focus on elevating the young king to his rightful throne. The presence of strong interior players like Big Z and Boozer, coupled with James' ability to orchestrate and connect plays, posed a considerable challenge for the undermanned Lakers. Furthermore, with the Cavaliers hosting the game, the Lakers must approach it with utmost seriousness. Given that Chen Cheng's foot injury had not fully healed, he was not permitted to participate in running drills. During the half-court offensive practice, he served as a pivotal node for ball distribution, occasionally stepping back to take outside shots to maintain his shooting touch. Building on the foundation laid in the previous day's passing drills, Chen Cheng's passing during today's practice was remarkably precise, with a comfortable delivery. His teammates' shooting percentages improved significantly after receiving his passes. At times, his passing even led the offensive charge during half-court scenarios, impressing Old Winter. To be frank, the current 2-point guards, Payton and Fish, do not align with Winter's ideal vision of a point guard. The triangle offense is inherently a multifaceted tactical system that requires players with a certain flair to unlock its true potential. Fish's organization is merely adequate, while functional. It lacks creativity when executing the triangle offense. Payton, on the other hand, is characterized by his strong offensive and defensive prowess, yet his assist numbers are modest, averaging only 7 assists per game over his lengthy career. Moreover, having played for over a decade, many of his habits are unlikely to change overnight. The player best suited for executing the triangle offense, Kobe, is currently sidelined due to injury. Before us stands a young man from Huagua, somewhat hindered in mobility. Yet during his time on the court, he manages to orchestrate the entire team's offense with admirable precision while remaining stationary. Moreover, it is said that in the previous game, he contributed a stable performance with his three-point shooting. This naturally caught Winter's attention. In his eyes, this young man embodies the ideal candidate for the triangle offense. Phil, what are your thoughts on this young talent? Winter inquired, calling Zen Master over. Phil Jackson, the esteemed inventor of the triangle offense and a pivotal figure in the championships of both the Bulls and the Lakers, commanded Winter's utmost respect. Leaning in, he followed Winter's gaze just in time to witness Chen Cheng execute a brilliant bounce pass guiding Cook into a well-timed cut, culminating in a successful layup. This young man never ceases to surprise me. Although his scoring was inconsistent in the first 3 games, today's playmaking reveals a different facet. Winter remarked with a smile and a nod. What if we let him orchestrate the offense? Given Paul Silas's habits and player utilization, it would seem that the young lad from Akron should serve as their offensive orchestrator and initiator tonight. Are you suggesting we fully liberate Gary's offensive game, enhancing the scoring prowess of the shooting guard position, while entrusting Chen with the responsibilities of orchestrating the offense? I believe this could yield unexpected results, Winter stated confidently. Narrowing his eyes. Chapter 38, Exclusive Mission completed. Zen Master did not immediately concur with Winter's perspective. He continued to observe the dynamics on the court. Chen Cheng stood at the top of the arc, distributing the ball as teammates moved fluidly, executing the tactics with remarkable agility. Communication among teammates had also become notably smoother. The triangle offense was indeed beginning to take shape. I shall give your suggestion due consideration, Tyke. Of course, I must also consult the young man himself. Zen Master replied thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand and nodding slightly. Unbeknownst to Chen Cheng, something significant was unfolding at the sidelines. However, he could sense Zen Master's gaze lingering upon him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chen's mind. Wasn't Zen Master acquainted with Rodman? Perhaps I could seek an opportunity to connect with Rodman through him. In his prime, only 2 coaches truly managed to tame the prickly figure that was Rodman, Chuck Daly, the legendary Pistons coach whom he regarded as a father, and Zen Master Phil Jackson. During his tenure with the Bulls, Jackson never interfered with Rodman's extracurricular escapades, even indulging him, allowing him to skip practices. This trust compelled Rodman to exert himself even more on the court in gratitude for Jackson's faith in him. Ultimately, their mutual trust forged the path to the Bulls' triumphant three-peat. If only I could leverage Zen Master's endorsement, perhaps this could lead to a turning point. After practice, Chen Cheng took the initiative to approach Phil's office. "Coach, I am in need of your assistance," he stated candidly. The Zen master sat comfortably in his chair, hands crossed over his chest, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at him. "Speak freely. Here, you may express all that lies within you." Chen Cheng gathered his thoughts. "You know, the remarkable feats you accomplished alongside MJ, Scotty, and Dennis with the Chicago Bulls created quite a stir even in China. It was during that time that my fascination with basketball began." Chen Cheng transformed into an ardent admirer of the Bulls dynasty, showering the Zen master with compliments. The Zen master opened his hands with a gentle smile, encouraging him to continue. "Upon learning of Dennis's signing with the Long Beach Jam, I felt compelled to witness his games in person. If possible, I would like to have a brief conversation with him, as such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. However, I have heard he can be somewhat difficult to approach." The Zen master instantly understood. "So, you wish to use my introduction to arrange a meeting with Dennis, correct?" Chen Cheng nodded eagerly. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual proved to be straightforward. "No problem. I can make that call and attempt to set up a meeting. However, I would like to consult you about something. During practice today, you demonstrated a talent for organizing the game. Therefore, for the next match, I might assign you the role of facilitator to connect the team's offense. What are your thoughts on that?" "Me, as the facilitator?" "Yes, it was Tex's suggestion, and I believe it's essential to discuss this with you. Oldwin suggested I take on the facilitator role. I must have misheard. Isn't there Peyton and Fish for the point guard position? Moreover, if the system mismatches me with Nick Young, how can I effectively organize? If I mess it up, will the game still be enjoyable? It could jeopardize my career. But if I outright refuse now, will he still make that call to Rodman?" After much deliberation, Chen Cheng decided to acquiesce, albeit without committing too firmly. "If the team requires me to step up, I believe I can give it a try, provided my foot injury does not hinder my performance." The Zen master nodded with a smile. "You may return and await further news. However, I cannot guarantee that Dennis will honor my request, given that it has been several years since we last met." Chen Cheng expressed his gratitude and exited the Zen master's office. It seemed that dealing with an intelligent individual required a certain finesse. Upon returning to his residence, he realized his back was drenched in sweat. Interacting with the Zen master indeed necessitated a measure of skill. Before long, a message from the Zen master arrived. "I have arranged a meeting with Dennis for you tomorrow at 10 in the morning at Hills LA Restaurant in Los Angeles. However, I cannot assure you whether you will be late or a no-show. In any case, good luck." Indeed, who could fathom Rodman's thoughts? Chen Cheng reclined on his bed, closing his phone. The following day, around 9 in the morning, Chen Cheng took a taxi to the restaurant. It was modest in size yet exquisite in decor, with a carefully curated menu. Chen Cheng ordered a cup of coffee and settled into a discreet corner, awaiting Rodman's arrival. The wait extended for nearly 2 hours. As the clock approached 11, Rodman, donning a duckbill cap, finally made his entrance. His attire remained as flamboyant as ever, featuring sunglasses, a denim vest adorned with rips and studs, and flared trousers, all of which underscored his uniqueness. He surveyed his surroundings, prompting Chen Cheng to rise and greet him. Rodman approached with a distinctive gait, pulled out a chair, and brazenly took a seat. The scent of alcohol enveloped him, suggesting he had endured another night of revelry. Moreover, he seemed entirely unrecognizing of Chen Cheng. "Hey, who would have thought that after such a long silence, Phil's first call to me would be because of you? Delighted to meet you, Dennis. It's like this. Waiter, I'll have this. Inform your head chef that Dennis Rodman is here. He knows my preferences. Also, could the pre-dinner drinks be expedited?" Before Chen Cheng could finish his sentence, Rodman began to order. "Go on, what is your question?" After placing his order, Rodman propped his feet on the table, accepted the pre-dinner drink from the waiter, downed it in one gulp, and toyed with his glass. Observing Rodman's dismissive demeanor, Chen Cheng chose to forego any attempts at flattery and went straight to the point. "Well, Dennis, I am eager to know how you managed to secure so many rebounds during your NBA career. What is your secret?" Rodman smirked, curling his lip, and adjusted his sunglasses. "Is that really the question you wish to ask me? You must be joking. Go back and peruse the newspapers and magazines you've collected. I've answered that question no fewer than 10,000 times. If there is nothing else, you can leave." Chen Cheng was, understandably, dissatisfied with such a response. Yet, what could he do in the presence of such a recalcitrant figure? Remaining there to gauge his mood seemed a futile endeavor. If the task fell through, so be it. He would endeavor to avoid similar situations in the future. Without uttering another word, Chen Cheng maintained his smile, stood up, and nodded in gratitude to Rodman. "I truly appreciate you, Dennis. You were once an athlete I admired immensely. Wishing you all the best ahead." With that, he made his way to the bar to settle the bill, additionally ordering a full bottle of whiskey for Rodman. Having collected his cards in the past, he regarded it as a gesture of respect from a devoted Bulls fan to this legendary figure. Just as he was about to push the door open and leave, Rodman suddenly called out to him from behind. "Hey, that little Eastern guy, stop." Chen Cheng turned in surprise. Rodman gestured him over. Chen Cheng walked back to his side. Rodman seized the bottle of whiskey and took a swig directly from it. "Sorry to disappoint you, but right now," he waved his hand dismissively. "Nonetheless, I appreciate your meal and this bottle of whiskey. Go back, study your teammates and your opponents, watch more footage of their shooting during games, and you will discover the answers." As he spoke, Rodman seized a piece of steak and directly stuffed it into his mouth, emitting a long, savoring sigh. A familiar voice echoed in Chen Cheng's ears once more. "Congratulations, Chen Cheng, your exclusive January mission has been accomplished. The system will provide you with 10 fragments of the commander card, along with the skill package Rodman's Anticipation. Please check your rewards." Chapter 39, Journey to Cleveland. Is this truly the completion? Chen Cheng found it hard to believe. On the way back, he felt as though he were in a trance, as if he had dreamt the entire experience. He had inadvertently treated Rodman to a meal to commemorate his youth, thinking the mission had been in vain, only to discover it had been fulfilled after all. However, what did this grand package, Rodman's Anticipation, signify? Did it pertain to rebounds? Instead of returning home directly, Chen Cheng heeded Rodman's advice and made his way to the team's video analysis room. This place housed numerous recordings of the Lakers games. Chen Cheng was no stranger to the environment. After greeting the staff, he settled in. Fixated on the game footage before him, he repeatedly pondered Rodman's words. As he watched, a sudden epiphany struck him. The key reason Rodman could secure so many rebounds was his ability to analyze the shooting habits of both teammates and opponents, allowing him to predict the basketball's landing spot. This was his secret. Now that the mission was complete and the secret acquired, how was he to redeem this grand package? The system offered no further hints, leaving Chen Cheng perplexed. Could it merely be a badge? Or perhaps a decorative avatar? If that were the case, it would be a tremendous disappointment. After all the effort and mental strain to accomplish this task, only to receive a certificate? For heaven's sake, what a pitiful monthly mission. If I get another one like this, I swear I'll be done with it. With a dejected expression, Chen Cheng returned to his dormitory. With this time, he would have been better off practicing his shooting at the training facility. The entire Lakers team gathered in the afternoon to board a plane, heading to Cleveland a day early. Unlike his usual habit of dozing off upon boarding, Chen Cheng found himself restless, unable to fall asleep. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the upcoming game. He knew all too well how formidable LeBron James was. He felt the urgency to exploit any advantage while the young LeBron had yet to fully transform into his prime. The opportunity would only diminish with time. Moreover, media outlets across the nation had begun to hype up the impending match. A small player, through sheer determination, had the chance to step onto the grand stage and compete against one of the best in his league. The dramatic matchup was something the public adored. However, to be candid, he did not harbor intense animosity toward LeBron. Firstly, LeBron did not resort to underhanded tactics or petty maneuvers on the court. Secondly, he disliked players who incessantly trash-talked during the game. LeBron was the type who let his performance speak for itself. As he approached the twilight of his career, he had also become a member of the Lakers. Perhaps tonight is not destined to be a night of tension. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chen Cheng unexpectedly discovered a rolled-up newspaper wedged in his door handle. He glanced around, noticing that no one else seemed to have received one. Why was it delivered solely to him? Was it a mistake? Upon opening it, he found it to be the day's edition of the Cleveland Plain Dealer. The sports column was prominently displayed at the top, its bold headlines immediately captivating his attention. The undrafted player from the Lakers is utterly unqualified to be compared to LeBron. He is merely a man eager for immediate success. Chen Cheng sat down right at his door and began to scrutinize the article. It was blunt in its critique of his decision to accept the Lakers' minimum salary contract, characterizing it as a trait of the Chinese, short-sighted and overly calculating. The article suggested he hoped to swiftly secure a championship ring in his rookie year, intending to later pursue a more substantial salary. Even if he ultimately failed to achieve his goal, the ring would serve as a lifelong symbol of his accomplishments. The author further argued that Chen Cheng, as an undrafted player from China, had received an abundance of opportunities and recognition merely due to his association with a major city and the Lakers, garnering attention disproportionate to his abilities. In stark contrast, LeBron, the prodigious son of Akron, deserved the accolades and attention from the American media. His talent was indisputable. and he continually validated his gifts. The article dismissed any notion of comparing Chen Cheng, an undrafted player with sporadic flashes of brilliance, to LeBron. It warned against the media perpetuating the debate over who was the strongest high school player of the 2003 class, asserting that Chen Cheng was merely riding on LeBron's coattails. In the face of LeBron, Chen Cheng would surely be revealed for what he was, ultimately returning to his homeland in tears. This article brimmed with the arrogant columnist stereotypes and biases against the Chinese, and its publication in the most influential local newspaper reflected not merely the writer's personal views. Moreover, the arrival of this newspaper in his room felt like an insidious maneuver. The more he read, the more infuriated he became. And just as he was about to crumple the paper in frustration, he paused. Their prejudices against the Chinese did not originate with him, nor would they cease with him. However, if he could deliver a resounding rebuke through his performance on the court, that would be the most potent response. He carefully unfolded the newspaper, smoothed it out, and took it back to his room, tearing out the offensive content and neatly folding it to stow away in his backpack. Chen Cheng began to anticipate the upcoming confrontation with LeBron James. The next day, instead of venturing out with his fellow rookie teammates, Chen Cheng sequestered himself in his room, collaborating with the team's video analyst to review footage of the Cavaliers games, immersing himself in analysis for an entire day. It was not until just before the game that he emerged, his bloodshot eyes glaring and his unruly hair tousled, ready to join the team for their assembly. As the game approaches, NBA TV has already begun its preparations, continuously showcasing the records of both teams and comparing the recent performances of Chen Cheng with those of LeBron James. Occasionally, highlights of LeBron's remarkable moments this season and Chen Cheng's initial games, including his record-breaking 9 three-pointers, are interspersed. Today, outside the Cleveland Cavaliers' home at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, a brand-new, enormous poster featuring none other than LeBron James has been unveiled. At the entrance of the arena, an increasing number of spectators clad in James' number 23 jersey can be seen. Renowned journalist Lisa Salters stands outside, initiating random interviews with fans. Do you think Chen can pose any challenges for the Cavaliers led by James tonight? Not a chance, no. LeBron is the strongest player from the 2003 draft class. Thanks to the Cavaliers for not squandering his first overall pick. Thank you, Gordon Gund. You are incredible. A Caucasian fan, donned in the Cavaliers' home number 23 jersey, shouts into the microphone. Behind him, several Cavaliers fans wearing James jerseys immediately echo his sentiments. Just watch, LeBron will teach this arrogant fellow from China a lesson. Indeed, LeBron is the true chosen one. They chant their support for Cleveland proudly as they stride into the arena. At this moment, a group of Chinese fans wearing Chen Cheng's Lakers number 6 jersey enter, carrying their homemade props, and gather around Lisa. The props they wave catch Lisa's attention. Chapter 40. External factors. Lisa invites a slender young man wearing glasses to join her. Are you from China? Yes. I come from China and I am an international student at Ohio State University. I'm a fan of Chen Cheng and I've come here to cheer for my compatriot today. Go, Chen Cheng. He excitedly waves his cardboard prop. Could you tell us about your cheering prop? It looks quite unique. Upon hearing her question, the young man proudly removes his prop and displays it in front of the camera. This is my depiction of the Great Wall of China. The pronunciation of Chen Cheng closely resembles the term Great Wall in our language, which inspired our Chen Cheng fan club's idea. We hope this could become his nickname. The Great Wall? Lisa exclaims, astonished. Yes, the Great Wall. It is strong, reliable, and trustworthy. It can withstand all external invasions, the young man asserts with conviction. Oh, that is truly remarkable. What a fantastic nickname, the Great Wall. Chen Cheng, having played only 3 NBA games, has already garnered such an impressive moniker. I hope tonight this nickname resonates throughout the Gund Arena. As Lisa continues her commentary for the camera, several tall Caucasian fans in Cavaliers jerseys rudely surge through the group of Chinese fans, shouting loudly, Knights number 1. LeBron James number 1. Chinese trash. They deliberately knock their meticulously crafted cheering props to the ground, even stepping on them without a trace of remorse on their faces. Members of the Chinese fan organization immediately approached to confront them, leading to a heated exchange of words. Security rushed in to separate the two groups, preventing the altercation from escalating further. Observing this from the bus, Chen Cheng watched intently. Behind him, Ruch excitedly stood up, pointing out the window and exclaiming, Look, Chen. Your fellow countrymen, just as frail as you. Oh my, they stand no chance against those white guys. Do you want to go down and lend them a hand? Show them your Chinese kung fu. Chen Cheng suppressed the fury boiling within him, but upon hearing Rush's derisive remarks, he abruptly rose from his seat, fists clenched. his gaze fixed fiercely on Rush. If he uttered another word, Chen vowed to let him experience the taste of Chinese martial arts. Suddenly, Fisher turned and shouted at Rush. "That joke isn't funny, Kareem. Shut your mouth and get back to your seat." As one of the most seasoned players on the Lakers, Fisher still held considerable respect within the team. Rush pouted, muttering a few dismissive remarks, claiming it was merely a jest, before putting on his headphones and obediently returning to his seat. With Rush subdued, Chen Cheng gradually regained his composure. Thanks to Little Fish's intervention, had he not restrained himself, throwing a punch might have jeopardized tonight's game and caused discord among teammates, destabilizing the locker room, an unforgivable offense with severe repercussions. "Thank you, Derek," Chen Cheng expressed gratefully. "Oh, it's nothing. You should thank Kobe. He asked me to look out for you. And rookie, don't let external factors distract you. Play well tonight and give them a good thrashing," Fisher advised. Chen Cheng nodded, feeling a warm surge within. He now understood the weight of this game more than ever. This match held immense significance, imbued with expectations from the outside world. He was about to face an opponent steadily advancing toward greatness. LeBron was formidable, possessing a well-rounded skill set that could benefit the team in every aspect. With a physique that belied his age and an exceptional basketball IQ, he could score, assist teammates, grab rebounds, and deliver impressive blocks, contributing on both offense and defense. Now, he needed to calm his mind and conserve all his energy for the court. Only by overpowering LeBron's brilliance with a powerful performance could he silence the naysayers. The atmosphere outside the arena has begun to intensify, while inside, the renowned TNT reporter, Cheryl Miller, stands beside James, who has just completed his warm-up, conducting a brief pre-game interview. "How prepared are you for this match?" she inquires. "I believe I am ready," James confidently responds. "Although the Lakers are a formidable team, this is our home court, and I must rise to defend it and help the team secure victory." "What are your thoughts on the current roster of the Lakers?" Miller probes further. "You know, at the start of the season, the Big Four has dwindled down to just Gary Payton." James replies, "The Lakers possess championship-caliber talent. Despite being plagued by injuries and missing several key players, they still boast significant strength." "And what do you think of the newly signed rookie from China? Do you believe he poses a threat to you?" "Rumors suggest that this game will determine who is the strongest rookie from the class of 03. James acknowledges, "Oh, I have taken note of him, Chen. He is an exceptional player with strong perimeter shooting and outstanding defensive skills. His performance in the last game left a lasting impression on me. As for the debate on who is the strongest rookie of 03, I prefer not to engage in that discourse. I believe everyone has their own opinion on the matter. My primary focus today is to assist the team in achieving victory. I am indifferent to the rest." With that, James shakes hands with Miller and turns to return to the locker room. "Hey, did you hear that?" Payton remarks. He claims he doesn't want to respond about who is the strongest of 03, yet he insists on winning. "Chin, you cannot afford to give him that opportunity." As Payton ties his shoes, he continues to offer advice to Chen Cheng. The other teammate sees the moment to join in the banter, providing Chen with suggestions. Only Rush sits in silence, with his headphones turned up high, swaying his head as if detached from the commotion. Chen Cheng bows his head in silence, tightening his shoelaces and ankle brace, then donning a black wristband around his calf. James's remarks were quite official. He did not make any bold statements. Yet such details are inconsequential to Chen. As Payton stated, there can only be one victor in this match, and that is the crux of the matter. Zen Master enters the locker room to conduct the final pre-game arrangements and motivational talk. "Gentlemen, this is going to be a tough battle. After losing Shaq and Karl, we are now without Kobe. The Cavaliers will undoubtedly pose some challenges, but as long as we play at our own pace, we can secure this victory and achieve a 3-game winning streak. Let's go, Lakers." Everyone rises, raising their right hands and chanting in unison, "Let's go, Lakers." Chapter 41. The arrival of CP3 across the ocean. The Chinese sports channel features commentators Yang Jian and seasoned Lakers fan Wei Ping, who analyze the matchup. This game has been dubbed a showdown of the strongest high school talents from the class of 03 in America. What are your thoughts on this, Wei Ping? This is somewhat exaggerated, to be honest. They seem to relish creating such sensationalism, for only by generating buzz can they achieve viewership. Chen Cheng possesses a certain level of skill. However, at this moment, he cannot overshadow the formidable presence of LeBron James through a single game. Do you believe Chen Cheng's abilities are still insufficient? Coach Wei Ping shook his head. Not precisely. Chen Cheng's scoring prowess is indeed remarkable. Yet, LeBron is an exceedingly versatile player. To claim superiority over him, one must first surpass his scoring. By the time you catch up in points, LeBron will have already accumulated a double-digit assist tally, When you finally achieve a double-double, you will have snatched over 10 rebounds, securing a triple-double. It's akin to whack-a-mole. Yang Jian interjected. Precisely, and additionally, LeBron's statistics necessitate ball possession. He is currently the leader of the Cavaliers, calling the shots on the court. Chen Cheng, on the other hand, struggles to secure adequate playing time, let alone ball control. Therefore, it is unnecessary for Chen Cheng to engage in a rivalry with LeBron. He should focus on fulfilling his role, ensuring that he contributes to the team's victory. On the Huagwa live streaming platform, a throng of fans and viewers gathered, eagerly sharing their opinions. Chen Cheng must excel today, otherwise, it would be a disservice to the risk taken by his employers who skipped work to watch him play in an internet CAF. I dare say, in this match, Chen Cheng will surely perform with greater accuracy than in the previous game, leading the Lakers to a comfortable victory. Just wait and see. I truly cannot fathom why the Lakers managed to secure Chen Cheng for a minimum salary. Surely, his ankle must be harboring some issue. Allowing the Lakers to negotiate a lower price? Shut your mouth. Have you not seen the news? It's merely a sprain, nothing serious. Jackson's dirty tactics could hardly injure my brother Chen. He even participated in practice yesterday. They rave about the so-called strongest high school player in America who can introduce me. I haven't paid much attention to the Cavaliers. Please stop boasting about the so-called strongest high school player. We are not unaware of Kwame Brown's true capabilities. Aside from that bald giant and the fellow with the particularly awkward shooting form, the Cavaliers are left with just the little king. It's not that challenging to face them. Do you think they might also be inflating ages over there? This little king, LeBron James, looks older than my father. If you had a father who could casually earn millions, who knows how successful you'd be? Go to hell. Where are you? Let us meet and discuss. I refuse to believe I cannot silence your incessant chatter. The chat room was instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. In the TNT studio, the ambience had reached a crescendo, as the wager between Barkley and Smith was about to be settled. During the last game, Barkley firmly believed that Chen Cheng could not break Reed's record for the most three-pointers in a single NBA quarter. The outcome was evident to all. Today marks the moment for him to fulfill his promise. Come on, Charles, don Chen's jersey and commence today's duties. Kenny chuckled as he retrieved a beautifully packaged gift box from behind. According to the wager set forth by Barkley himself, he is to don Chen Cheng's jersey and undertake commentary and television-related activities for the entirety of this season. Barkley, concealing his face in laughter, accepted a gift box from Kenny and, before the assembled crowd, unveiled its contents. Inside were two jerseys of the Los Angeles Lakers, both bearing the number 6, one for home games and one for away. The name printed on the back read, U.S. number 1 Shanghai. Yet, this was not the most astonishing element. The jerseys were not tailored to Barkley's size, but rather to that of Chen Cheng himself. Once again, he had fallen into Kenny's trap. Barkley, frowning as he held the jerseys, showcased them before the camera, attempting to drape one over his ample frame. The garment could hardly conceal his corpulent figure. Under Kenny's relentless prodding, Barkley, still in front of the lens, endeavored to fit the jersey over himself. The sight was comical, resembling a livestock animal bound and awaiting slaughter. Both Kenny and Johnson were doubled over in laughter, unable to contain themselves. My goodness. He looked as if he were wearing a shrunken bikini over his suit. The attire was simply too small for him. It appeared that Charles was struggling to breathe. The sight of his bulging flesh was quite revolting, and if this continued, our show would surely be relegated to the PG-13 time slot. Barkley, glancing down at his ridiculous outfit, also stifled laughter, instantly enhancing the entertainment value of the program. With all pre-game antics concluded, it was finally time for the main event of the day. Chen Cheng followed closely behind Fisher as they took the court. When the Cavaliers DJ announced his name, the arena erupted in a cacophony of jeers, interspersed with some particularly vile insults. Yet, Chen Cheng remained composed, standing tall and unperturbed by the deluge of boos. After the visiting team was introduced, it was finally time for the home players to make their entrance, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd for the Cavaliers. At last, the Emperor was to grace the court. Amidst the thunderous roars of over 20,000 fans in the Gund Arena, the Cavaliers DJ bellowed the name with fervor. And now, from St. Mary's St. Vincent High School, the chosen son of Ohio, number 23, LeBron James. The introduction reached its zenith at that moment. This was the first time Chen Cheng felt the immense pressure of an away game so closely. It was a stark contrast to his experience during garbage time at the Target Center. Simultaneously, the melodious voice he had long awaited finally resonated. The star experience card matched for him this game is the 2014 to 2015 season from the Los Angeles Clippers, Chris Paul. Chen Cheng's eyes widened in surprise. Peak Paul? That season, Paul led the league in assists, averaging 10.2 per game, securing the title of assist leader. Additionally, he contributed 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals each game, guiding the Clippers to a commendable third-place finish in the Western Conference and a playoff berth. It is safe to say that Paul was unequivocally the premier point guard in the NBA at that time. Whether it is his ability to command the game or his fierce competitiveness, both align perfectly with Chen Cheng's current needs. Chen Cheng lifted his gaze to meet that of James, who, at that moment, also raised his head, and their eyes suddenly locked in an intense exchange. Neither was willing to shy away from the other's piercing glare. Though the match had yet to commence, a silent battle had already begun between them. Chapter 42. The strength of James as Medvedenko and Big Z stood at center court for the tip-off. The game officially began. Coach Zin did not elevate Chen Cheng to the starting lineup, as Silas's roster had been notably variable during this period, requiring further observation before making a decision. Chen Cheng was his X-factor. Once summoned to the court, he would need to address the issues at hand promptly. Furthermore, to maintain harmony within the locker room among the veteran players, Chen Cheng's playing time would have to be gradually increased based on his performance, considerations that weighed heavily on the shoulders of the head coach. The conflicts within the team's locker room had already escalated this season. The Lakers continued with the backcourt partnership of Payton and Rush, while the forward line remained a combination of George and Grant. On the Cavaliers' side, Coach Paul Silas deployed an unconventional formation. Aside from center Big Z, the only clear forward was Boozer, while the other 3 players were all over 2 meters tall: James, Eric Williams, and Kendrick Brown. As the game commenced, Big Z leveraged his height advantage to secure offensive possession for the Cavaliers. With the ball in hand, James took on the role of orchestrating the offense. Payton, guarding closely, applied pressure. However, against James's formidable physicality, he found himself somewhat outmatched. This was precisely Silas's strategy. The Cavaliers lacked the overall strength of the Lakers, particularly in the backcourt, where they fell significantly short. To establish a strong opening and curtail the Lakers' perimeter offense, Silas opted for this forward-heavy lineup. All 3 players boasted notable height advantages over the Lakers' guards, allowing them to hold their ground in confrontations and effectively counter the agile movements and pick-and-roll strategies of the Lakers' backcourt. Throughout the season, Silas had frequently employed this lineup to combat teams with potent outside shooting, yielding commendable results. As James dribbled the ball into the frontcourt, he chose not to attack the basket himself. Instead, he utilized the interwoven screens of his teammates to find Big Z beneath the rim. As a fellow European player, Big Z exhibited a noticeable superiority in finishing around the basket compared to Medvedenko. Receiving James's pass, he shielded Medvedenko and executed a gentle half-turn hook shot, scoring the first points for the Cavaliers. "Beautiful hook shot," the home DJ exclaimed, acknowledging the 2 points scored by Big Z, assisted by LeBron. The crowd erupted in response, the noise levels surging and reverberating in the ears of the Lakers players. On the Lakers side, Payton took possession of the ball, prompting James to immediately step up for defense. The tactical intent was clear: to utilize James's boundless energy and strength to wear down Payton. Throughout the majority of the contest, Payton found himself engaged in a fierce duel with James, managing to advance the ball past half-court just before the 8-second countdown expired. The Cavaliers' defense began to take effect, proving formidable against both Rush and George, whose size and strength were not at a disadvantage. As George stepped forward to set a screen for Payton, the subsequent switch left Payton still unable to shake off his defender. His teammates were presented with scant opportunities on the offensive end, and as the 24-second shot clock dwindled, Payton was left with no choice but to launch a desperate floater. The ball clanged against the rim, ricocheted off, and was seized by Boozer for the defensive rebound. The Cavaliers had effectively defended for nearly the entire 24 seconds, igniting a frenzy among the home crowd as they rallied behind their team. The struggle in this opening round was palpable, prompting Phil Jackson to furrow his brow as he surveyed the court. Boozer passed the ball to James, who resumed orchestrating the team's offense. Payton, emboldened, initiated his verbal onslaught directed at James. "Hey kid, when I was making my mark in the NBA, you were still nursing at your mother's breast, weren't you? Your draft position means little. The league is rife with busts. Are you even listening to me, rookie?" James, however, remained unfazed by Payton's taunts, keeping his lips sealed and focusing intently on his dribbling. Suddenly, Boozer stepped up to set a screen for James. Payton swiftly maneuvered between the two, yet James opted not to drive but instead retreated, executing a jump shot over Payton's head to effortlessly score 2 points. He then returned to his defensive stance without a word. 2 points scored, courtesy of LeBron James' jump shot. Frustration welled within Payton as he slammed the ball, earning himself a warning from the referee. In the ensuing possession, the Lakers' offense grew increasingly stagnant, resembling a machine devoid of lubrication, with each component functioning out of sync. Both Payton and Rush attempted several shots from the perimeter, but their shooting accuracy faltered, failing to inflict significant damage. In stark contrast, the Cavaliers' offense thrived under James' adept facilitation. He was in remarkable form, seamlessly navigating inside and outside to accumulate points and swiftly establish a lead. The Lakers closely guarded James, yet he adeptly shifted his offensive strategy, consistently finding open teammates to deliver exquisite assists. On the defensive end, he led by example, commanding the court. As the Lakers struggled to find their rhythm from beyond the arc, the Cavaliers tightened their defense with increasing resolve. Medvedenko found little success against Zydrunas Ilgauskas, and the Lakers found themselves in a precarious position. On the sidelines, Chen Cheng sat transfixed, his gaze locked on James. Having sequestered himself in his hotel room the previous day, he had devoted an entire day to analyzing footage of James's gameplay and habits, rendering him intimately familiar with the star. The Cavaliers' weaknesses had yet to manifest, bolstered by their home court advantage and soaring morale, as every player seemed to be in a state of fiery form. The Lakers would need to bide their time until the Cavaliers cooled off before they could strike back effectively. Meanwhile, Phil Jackson observed the widening score gap from the bench, showing no inclination to call for a timeout. The moment Chen Cheng fixated on James was immediately captured by the articulate lens, zooming in for an intimate close-up. Inside the TNT studio, Barkley sensed the arrival of a compelling narrative. "Oh, look at that." Chen's gaze is unwaveringly locked on James. His eyes are laden with untold stories. "It feels akin to my own experience of failing an exam, witnessing the top student ascend the podium to receive a scholarship," Barkley eloquently expressed. "Are you certain that's his mindset? Take a look at your jersey, buddy. Are you still inclined to make such assertions?" Kenny inquired, pointing at Chen Cheng's jersey. Barkley nodded knowingly. "Of course, the jersey signifies nothing substantial. It's merely a wager. It could be a jersey, a nightgown, or something else entirely. And that does not alter my perspective on him. Chen is simply a minor character hoping to hitch a ride on the Lakers championship bus to snag a ring." Meanwhile, on the Huawei Sports Channel, Yang Jian provided real-time updates on the unfolding events. The Lakers' most pressing issue is their inability to generate offense. Since Kobe's departure, the team has lacked a stable scoring option from the perimeter, and Payton's contributions are being overshadowed by James. As the Cavaliers tighten their defense, the Lakers are increasingly deprived of scoring opportunities inside. Therefore, it is imperative for someone to step up and reorganize the offensive strategy, Coach Wei Ping analyzed. The Zen master turned his attention. It's time for him to enter the game. Chapter 43. The first quarter showdown as the official timeout commenced. The Lakers returned to the bench, each player panting heavily, their expressions grave. It was evident that the current style of play was demanding considerable physical exertion, both offensively and defensively. The Zen master refrained from outlining any specific tactics and instead opted for personnel adjustments. "Gary, you will take the shooting guard position next. Bryant, substitute for Horace and be more active in your movement. Try to create space in the paint. And you, Devin, decisively penetrate and break through the Cavaliers' defense. Jamal, you're in for Devin." The Zen master had yet to call Chen Cheng's name, yet he had already risen from the bench, shedding his warm-up gear and approaching. "Chen, you will orchestrate the offense. Furthermore, let go of James and focus on marking the other Cavaliers players aggressively," he instructed, rallying the team. The abrupt personnel shift puzzled even the Lakers players. Despite Chen Cheng showcasing some passing aptitude during practice, it was merely practice. Was he truly capable of shouldering the weight of orchestrating the team's offense? The Cavaliers commentators also expressed skepticism regarding the Lakers' adjustments. The Lakers have made a personnel change, with number 6, Chen Cheng, receiving his chance to play. However, he appears to have been assigned to the point guard position. Is it possible the Lakers are intentionally creating a matchup between Chen Cheng and LeBron? Phil entrusted the organizational duties of the team to a rookie who had only participated in 3 NBA games. I am uncertain whether to characterize this as audacious or reckless. Is it too soon for the Lakers to concede the match? Chen Cheng exhaled onto his fist before initiating the baseline throw-in. The long-anticipated matchup between him and his opponent was finally set to unfold. The moment Chen Cheng made contact with the ball, the arena erupted with deafening boos and derogatory taunts. "LeBron, show him who's boss. Intercept that ball from him." Chen Cheng, you cowardly wretch. You are unworthy to share the court with LeBron. Undeterred by the cacophony, Chen Cheng focused intently on James, who was tracking his every move and applying constant pressure with his body. James was confident in his lateral quickness, yet he faced an adversary of Chen Cheng's caliber, who possessed the prowess reminiscent of peak Paul. Chen Cheng, seizing the ball, accelerated suddenly to the left, prompting James to decisively position himself to block. However, Chen Cheng promptly decelerated and pulled the ball back, forcing James to quickly adjust his center of gravity. Before James could regain his balance, Chen Cheng exploited the fleeting moment, executing a flawless crossover that left James behind. By the time James reacted, Chen Cheng had already surged past him, eliciting a collective gasp from the audience. Goodness! He has actually bypassed James' defense. What a magnificent crossover! Incredible! How could he perform such an astonishing maneuver? Having strategized while on the sidelines, Chen Cheng was prepared for his next move, leveraging Paul's court vision and judgment, combined with his own skills, to dismantle the Cavaliers' defense. His height, superior to Paul's, compensated for any limitations in passing sidelines. Moreover, bolstered by the specialized passing training provided by the system, he was confident that he could deliver the ball to his teammates as long as they found open space. Payton was liberated to take the lead in offense without having to contend with James, significantly alleviating his burdens. Inside, Cook and George moved up to set screens for him. At this juncture, the Cavaliers' prior defensive strategy faltered. Their defensive line was being thoroughly disrupted by the Lakers' incessant movement, while Payton's offensive threat from the two-spot was markedly greater than Rush's. At that moment, Boozer, who had come in for support, struggled to keep pace with Payton. As Payton found himself in an open position, the Cavaliers players quickly adapted, closing in on him. A narrow gap of less than 30 centimeters materialized between the players, rendering a pass nearly impossible. James also closed in, persistently reaching out to interfere with Chen Cheng, exerting physical pressure. Faced with James and flanked by two Cavaliers players, Payton, realizing that receiving the pass was futile, contemplated abandoning this offensive maneuver and prepared to circle out along the baseline. Suddenly, he noticed an orange blur rushing toward him. It was Chen Cheng's pass. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Chen Cheng launched the ball with remarkable speed and precision, threading it through James' armpit and almost grazing the narrow gap, landing perfectly into Payton's hands. At this moment, the Knights' last line of defense, Big Z, was unable to retreat in time, as Payton effortlessly converted a layup following Chen Cheng's exquisite pass. Payton secured 2 points with his shot. The arena's DJ lowered the volume to announce the play, while teammates applauded Chen Cheng for his remarkable assist. The Cavaliers fans in attendance were left in astonishment. How did he manage that? Goodness, what an imaginative pass. It was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. This player from Huagua is truly incredible. Such a narrow window. Only Tom Brady could execute such an accurate throw. How was he able to achieve it? Fans gestured animatedly, their expressions exaggerated. After landing, Payton immediately turned, pointed emphatically at Chen Cheng, his eyes wide with amazement, nodding repeatedly. This brilliant through pass instantly alleviated his teammates' concerns. As it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, fans in the stands shouted at LeBron James. He's challenging you. It's your turn to respond, King James. LeBron frowned, wiped his hands on his jersey, and accepted the inbound pass from a teammate, advancing into the front court. Chen Cheng did not engage him overly, providing only symbolic interference. Engaging with LeBron was not a prudent choice. He needed to conserve his energy to endure the entire game. According to the defensive strategy laid out by the Zen Master, the focus was to allow LeBron to operate while limiting scoring opportunities for others. The Lakers' man-to-man strategy began to take effect, as Little Sampson applied the tactics he had practiced against O'Neal, exerting himself to push Big Z out of his comfort zone. Cook closely marked Boozer, with George occasionally coming to assist. As long as they contained these two reliable scoring threats, the remaining two industrious players could be disregarded. LeBron attempted to find his teammates through a series of passes, but opportunities proved elusive. Consequently, he called for a pick-and-roll, with Boozer moving up to set a screen, blocking Chen Cheng in the process. LeBron dribbled, executing a spin to shake off Cook's defense, and surged towards the basket. Med came up to provide support, with George also collapsing in defense. Yet, despite gaining momentum, LeBron did not opt for a direct attack on the rim. Instead, upon entering the paint, he executed a feint as if to drive to the basket, deceiving the defenders nearby. He then showcased a masterful low-handed pass in midair, sailing the ball over Med's expansive reach to feed it to Big Z. Big Z received the pass, lightly rising on his toes to complete the dunk, while George could only reach out in an attempt to interfere, granting Big Z the opportunity for a three-point play. The Gund Arena erupted in euphoria. This was LeBron's response, as he delivered a beautiful assist to Big Z, completing the three-point play. It was the hallmark of a true team leader, a glimpse into this young man's limitless potential. The Cavaliers' home commentators did not hold back their praise. What a spectacular dunk! Z, maintain your aggression, keep playing like this, brother, LeBron exclaimed, approaching Big Z for a celebratory chest bump, while casting a sidelong glance at Chen Cheng. He remained silent, yet his gaze articulated everything. Unlike those noisy little figures, he was waging a silent battle against Chen Cheng through his performance on the court. James is the kind of individual destined to become a superstar. One cannot entirely restrain his prowess. The greater the opponent, the more captivating the contest becomes. I relish this exhilarating sense of challenge. Chen Cheng's heart roared. Chapter 44. The Cavaliers' weakness with a successful free throw from Big Z. The atmosphere in the arena surged to a fever pitch. The previous play by James demonstrated that he could have taken the shot himself, yet he chose not to, as Chen Cheng had earlier executed a splendid assist, aiding his teammate in scoring. He intended to reciprocate in kind. That was his attitude. Amidst the unified shouts of 20,000 fans urging defense, James launched an aggressive pursuit of Chen Cheng. Now it was Chen Cheng's turn to respond. Receiving the ball, Chen Cheng noticed James, having learned from his prior mistake, maintained his distance, allowing room to prevent a drive. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Cheng performed a series of dazzling crossovers, swiftly advancing to the front court, eliciting gasps from the home crowd with his display of intricate ball handling. Arriving at the top of the three-point arc, he received a screen from Sampson. Utilizing the pick, Chen Cheng accelerated, this time opting not to pass. Since he was responding, he had to be assertive. Lowering his center of gravity, he surged into the paint. Behind him, James swiftly caught up, timing his steps, poised to deliver a thunderous block. In a moment of brilliance, Chen Cheng controlled the ball, then, upon taking off, executed an exaggerated behind-the-back pass. Observing this, James hastily abandoned his attempt to block, pivoting instead to intercept the pass. However, in a stunning display, Chen Cheng deftly retrieved the ball back from behind. With a move reminiscent of Chris Paul, he deceived James effortlessly. Facing an open basket, Chen Cheng wasted no time. Holding the ball with one hand, he soared upwards, his arm arcing magnificently, executing a signature James-style tomahawk dunk that emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. Boom. Undoubtedly, it was 2 points well earned. Chen Cheng's powerful dunk silenced the previously raucous Gund Arena, leaving everyone in awe of this unexpected display of athleticism. He first toyed with James using his feint, and then concluded the offensive with James's iconic move. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly slender Chinese athlete harbored such formidable energy within. Fans began to question whether this Chinese player truly possessed the strength to challenge King James's throne. The home commentator momentarily lost his words, taking time to regain composure. If I recall correctly, this was Chen's first dunk in the NBA. Indeed, it was a splendid dunk, an exceedingly LBJ dunk. As the unequivocal leader of the team, LeBron must respond robustly, ensuring that the Lakers' number 6 does not continue to exhibit such audacity. The commentary from Wei Ping on the sports channel offered his insights on a particular play. The execution was remarkably sound. In the preceding exchanges, Chen Cheng delivered a swift pass, followed closely by a rapid response from James. The game became increasingly engaging with their back-and-forth exchanges. Then, Chen Cheng executed a thunderous dunk, leaving spectators eager to see if James would respond in kind. Following Chen's impressive dunk, the comment section of the live stream exploded with excitement. Wow, that play was exquisite, even more so than Carter's legendary windmill dunk. Undoubtedly, it deserves the top spot in today's NBA highlights. The dunk was merely the cherry on top. The deceptive behind-the-back pass prior was utterly magnificent. It seemed that Chen Cheng's ankle injury from the previous game had little impact, as he was clearly prepared to match the intensity of the king himself. My brother Chen is the best from the class of 03. I stand by this statement. If you disagree, keep it to yourself. On the Cavaliers' side, Boozer quickly initiated a baseline throw-in, and James, upon receiving the pass, began to accelerate. Chen Cheng was acutely aware of James's intentions at such moments. It was crucial not to allow him to gain momentum. If he ignited, the situation could spiral out of control. Opting to match James's pace rather than obstruct him was a sagacious decision. Once James was in full stride, he resembled a Hummer with the pedal to the metal. Who could possibly stop him? Lakers players Sampson and Cook promptly converged to protect the basket. At this moment, James paid no heed to who stood in his path. With long strides, he leaped from just inside the free throw line, soaring into the air as if a deity had descended, channeling all his strength to slam the ball toward the hoop. Sampson and Cook could only leap in an attempt to interfere. The anticipation among the crowd was palpable as they envisioned the spectacle of James dunking over these two outmatched Lakers players. They awaited the ball's entry into the hoop, their cheers ready to erupt. Suddenly, a spectral figure emerged behind James, leaping almost in sync with him. In midair, he turned sideways, poised to contest James's shot. At the precise moment James released the ball, he extended his hand, delivering a resounding block that sent the ball ricocheting off the backboard. In an instinctual act of self-preservation, James grasped the rim while quickly glancing back to identify the player who thwarted his dunk. Indeed, it was Chen Cheng once again. Possessing the sharp insight akin to that of Chris Paul, he had anticipated James's release timing. Instead of confronting him directly, he capitalized on the distraction created by his teammates, leaping from behind at just the right moment, ready to challenge James mid-flight. Thus, he delivered a spectacular block, leaving the audience's roaring excitement abruptly stifled. The Lakers bench, however, was in a state of ecstatic frenzy, singing and dancing, while veteran Russell rallied the atmosphere, tossing towels and playfully obstructing teammates, thoroughly engrossed in the moment. This was a block from Chen, a player of Asian descent, showcasing an astonishing athleticism. Was there truly no foul committed? Shall we review the replay? The commentary from the home team ignited a renewed sense of hope among all present. They channeled their discontent towards the referee, claiming that he could never block LeBron, that he lacked the necessary genes and abilities. Referee, you're blind. That was a foul, an undeniable foul. Do not be deceived by that cunning player from China. They were unwilling to accept the reality that their star player had been outperformed by an obscure, slender Chinese guard. Regrettably, once again, they faced disappointment. The instant replay on the big screen revealed that the referee had made no mistake. It was a perfectly executed block, devoid of any excessive contact, pushing, tripping, or pulling. Chen Cheng's hand had merely met the ball. The commentators opted to mute their microphones, and the fans' outcries gradually faded away. This was Chen Cheng's strategy, to capture the king before the thieves could act. He aimed to intimidate LeBron, suppressing the Cavaliers' home court fervor, making subsequent actions more manageable. Witnessing their star, LeBron, faltering against an undrafted Chinese player, the other Cavaliers began to waver in their confidence, leading to disarray. The defensive strategy devised by the Zen master began to take effect. The Lakers' stringent defense against the Cavaliers caused their shooting percentage to plummet. At long last, the opportunity Chen Cheng had been awaiting materialized. Chapter 45, The Cavaliers' Adjustments. While studying game footage the previous day, he discerned that when the Cavaliers' other players were restrained, they became disoriented, treating the basketball as a hot potato, eager to pass it back to LeBron. Moreover, their primary interior scoring option, Big Z, was highly susceptible to fatigue. Once the pace of play quickened, he struggled to keep up. Thus, this was the opportune moment for the Lakers to establish their advantage. Chen Cheng directed his teammates to double-team LeBron whenever he received the ball. His strategy bore immediate fruit. LeBron, faced with the double team, was forced to find an outlet. His teammates hesitated upon receiving the ball, leading to a disjointed offense fraught with turnovers and dismal shooting percentages. In contrast, Chen Cheng exhibited the remarkable court vision and precise judgment akin to that of Paul, delivering a series of exceptional passes to assist his teammates. One particularly impressive moment came when he executed a bounce pass through LeBron's legs to assist Cook for a two-handed dunk. Peyton, receiving Chen Cheng's passes, consistently sank long-range shots, compelling the Cavaliers forwards to hesitate in their defensive approach. With the interior space widened, Chen Cheng's passes found teammates in optimal offensive positions from unexpected angles, invigorating their movement. Under Chen Cheng's influence, the Lakers operated harmoniously, dismantling the defensive structure the Cavaliers had established at the outset, rendering it utterly ineffective. As the home team's performance deteriorated, the cheers from the Gund Arena's fans grew increasingly subdued, and the excitement from the home commentators began to wane. Even Barkley in the TNT studio abandoned his critique of Chen Cheng, opting instead to offer advice to the Cavaliers. At this moment, fans from Huawei gathered together, raising their voices in Mandarin and holding high props of the Great Wall. Undaunted by the overwhelming presence of the home crowd, they rallied together with fervent spirit to cheer for Chen Cheng. No matter how formidable the Cavaliers may be, they cannot breach the defenses of the Great Wall. Go! Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng lifts his head, shakes his fist towards them, and pounds his chest. Everything is unfolding according to plan, disrupting the Cavaliers' rhythm. And the next step is to shatter their offensive trident. The current Lakers embody a nimble playing style. From the point guard to the fourth position, they possess the ability to shoot from the perimeter, their footwork agile. The fifth position, young Samson, has inherited the tall stature and athletic prowess of his father, the Skywalker, fulfilling all the duties expected of a blue-collar player. Chen Cheng, seizing the moment, activates his drive mode, relentlessly attacking the paint. On the Cavaliers' side, their interior offensive anchor, Big Z, finds himself merely practicing return sprints as both teams accelerate their offense, panting heavily with every possession. The impact on their offensive capabilities is evident, and they struggle to transition back defensively. Chen Cheng's attacks are directed at Big Z, and after 2 consecutive forays to the rim, the exhausted Big Z finds himself called for 2 fouls against Chen Cheng. Not to be overlooked is the signature maneuver of Cannon Brother, executing a spectacular hanging layup that leaves Big Z muttering in frustration as he returns to the bench. The Cavaliers' offensive trident has evidently been diminished. On the defensive end, LeBron cannot pose a threat to Chen Cheng, and under the pressure of double teaming, the offense begins to lose its rhythm. The Lakers seize the opportunity to score consecutively, erasing the Cavaliers' earlier advantage in an instant, causing momentum to shift dramatically. Witnessing this, Silas quickly calls for a timeout. "What are you doing? Are you trembling in fear of the Lakers? If so, strip off that jersey and leave this arena at once. This is basketball, not a ticking time bomb." Silas bellows at his players. All heads hang low in silence. Silas turns his gaze to LeBron. "LeBron, stay calm, maintain your composure. The team needs you to step up and lead us forward." LeBron, with a stern expression, remains silent, gnawing at his nails. Silas is acutely aware of the disparity between the Cavaliers and the Lakers. However, known for his strict coaching style, he can accept defeat but will not permit his team to face the game with such an attitude. If the offense isn't working, that is fine. The defense must hold firm. During his playing career, Silas was an exceptionally skilled defender, having been selected twice for the NBA All-Defensive First Team and thrice for the second team. Under his guidance this season, the Cavaliers' defense has retained a certain level of intimidation. Yet, ever since that rookie from Hawaii was stepped onto the court, the situation for the Cavaliers has begun to decline. His playing style is remarkably mature, commanding the court with composure, delivering precise and clever passes, acting as the brain of the team, a commander, a leader, entirely unlike a rookie who has only played 3 NBA games. It is imperative to create some turmoil for him. James cannot afford to focus solely on his opponent. He must step up and take control of the game. As the timeout concluded, the Cavaliers altered their lineup, substituting Wagner and Ollie for Williams and Brown, while Tony Batty continued to occupy the center position in place of the foul-plagued Z. The forward positions were manned by Boozer and James. The Lakers maintained their original lineup. Upon receiving the ball, James refrained from defending, leaving Wagner as his new adversary, a stocky guard standing just over 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds. Selected 6th overall by the Cavaliers in 2002, Wagner is most renowned for scoring 100 points in a single high school game. Silas's defensive insight proved astute. In his matchup against Chen Cheng, Wagner, while not significantly disadvantaged in height, wielded superior strength, complemented by impressive speed and exceptional agility, possessing a formidable offensive capability. He was well equipped to execute pick-and-roll plays with Boozer and James. He was essentially the Cavaliers' equivalent of Darren Williams. In their respective draft class, Darren often outmaneuvered his counterpart, leaving him thoroughly bested. A popular jest among fans was Darren's 3 daily activities: eat, sleep, and outplay Paul. Faced with such an opponent, Chen Cheng was undoubtedly cautious. However, his initial approach did not focus on the ball but rather on instigating physical contact, creating obstacles for Chen Cheng's right leg and foot. In an instant, Chen Cheng understood he was on a mission. After suffering a right ankle sprain due to Jackson's foot placement in the previous game, although the injury was not severe and he was recovering well, encountering Wagner's aggressive and targeted defense was bound to be distracting. A moment's distraction could lead to hesitation, which is the bane of any offensive maneuver. He contemplated driving to the basket, passing, or attempting a long-range shot, yet he hesitated, fearing a repeat of stepping on Wagner's foot upon jumping. Seizing the moment, Wagner decisively reached out and successfully stripped the ball from Chen Cheng's grasp. With this steal, the atmosphere in the Gund Arena, long subdued, finally erupted with energy. "Well done, Da Huan. It is essential to show this young Chinese player a thing or two." The diminutive Wagner charged into the Lakers' territory, executing a layup as Samson leapt to interfere. Unexpectedly, although Wagner released the ball, it did not soar towards the basket. Instead, It arched over Samson's outstretched arms and struck the rim. Immediately, James soared into the air, grasping the rebounding ball, and, with a powerful single-arm dunk, slammed it into the basket, effortlessly displacing a grounded Samson, who fell to the floor and slid towards the baseline camera. Chapter 46. The Burden of Gains and Losses. At last, the Gund Arena experienced the long-awaited moment of exhilaration, plunging into a frenzied celebration. The DJ at the venue unleashed a long-restrained voice, calling out that name. A flawless alley-oop slam dunk, executed by none other than King James. The commentators on site were invigorated, their voices no longer drab. Look. I believe his arm is about to surpass the upper edge of the rim. Silas's tactical adjustments have proven effective. Wagner's defense against Chen has been remarkably successful, culminating in a splendid alley-oop collaboration. This is the outcome we yearn to witness. Indeed, for a coach like Silas, who excels in defense, it is quite effortless to identify the weaknesses in a player like Chen. LeBron will seize this opportunity, guiding his team to establish a commanding advantage. As the first quarter dwindled, the coach discerned Chen Cheng's hesitation and swiftly substituted him with Fisher. What transpired, Chen? The coach inquired. It's nothing, coach. I might just need a moment to rest, Chen Cheng replied, draping a towel over his head. At that moment, he was indeed beset by trepidations, not out of fear of Wagner, but rather of his own right foot faltering. Although he was aware that the injury had healed, he feared the possibility of stepping on Wagner's foot again or twisting his ankle during a confrontation. Across the court, James was poised to take control of the game, and the team desperately needed him to rise to the occasion. The momentum that had taken so long to build was on the verge of being overturned. After all his efforts and with so many supporters invested in this match, the thought of faltering due to his foot, losing the game, being overwhelmed by James, and facing ridicule from the media and scorn from domestic fans weighed heavily on him. Overwhelmed by anxiety and uncertainty, Chen Cheng wished only to envelop himself tightly in the towel. As the first quarter concluded, the advantage established by the Lakers began to dwindle after Chen Cheng exited the game, with LeBron leading his team in a relentless pursuit. His teammates passed by Chen, affectionately ruffling his hair, offering words of encouragement. They were perplexed as to why this remarkable young talent had suddenly descended into despondency. During the intermission, the statistics of both Chen Cheng and LeBron were displayed on the screen. Chen had accumulated 5 points, 5 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Statistically, it was evident that Chen was being firmly overshadowed by LeBron. After nearly an entire quarter of restraint, Barkley, armed with these figures, regained his audacity to critique. See, folks, numbers do not lie. I must concede, Chen, your performance this game is commendable. Kenny immediately seized upon his words to jest. Are you joking? How can such a statement come from you, the foremost critic of Chen in America? Let me finish, Barkley retorted. What I mean is, he is merely a decent player. He is not as exceptional as the outside world claims, okay? When LeBron stepped up to seize control of the game, Chen appeared utterly flustered. Did you not notice? Barkley turned to face the camera. I have always said he is just a character seeking to reap rewards without effort. Do not set your expectations too high, or the disappointment will be solely yours. Despite having lost a bet previously, Barkley achieved his desired outcome. Chen Cheng, an undrafted high school graduate from China, found himself on a dynasty team in a major city, potentially backed by millions of fans and thousands of compatriots supporting him. Thus, the benefits of disparaging him were quite substantial. After several games, Barkley's name had surged into the top 10 of searches on Chinese search engines. Even those less attuned to basketball were aware of a certain Barkley in America, known for his indiscriminate critiques of Chinese players. Some individuals even petitioned the White House, demanding an apology from Barkley for his remarks. In America, Barkley's unabashed criticism of foreign players and his pointed inquiries had catapulted him to become one of the most sought-after sports commentators, adored by the American populace. This notoriety even garnered him new endorsement deals. As the game unfolded, the more he incited controversy, the more it piqued the fans' interest, resulting in soaring viewership. Advertisers found themselves enamored with commentators like him. As the second half of the match commenced, Chen Cheng remained seated at the far end of the bench, enveloped in silence. He approached Chen Cheng and gently patted him on the head. It's all right. I believe you will find your rhythm again. Kobe went through the same ordeal. Kobe. A familiar image suddenly flashed in Chen Cheng's mind. During an interview, Kobe was asked how he managed to return to the court and sink free throws after rupturing his Achilles tendon. He responded, "If your Achilles tendon is torn and your house is on fire, you will undoubtedly forget about your injury and the pain, and rush to save your family. His ability to persist in shooting free throws after such an injury stemmed from his belief. I prioritize the game over my ailments. With this thought, a fierce determination rekindled in Chen Cheng's dim gaze. If Kobe could place the game above his injuries, what was stopping him, especially when he was not injured at all? A fleeting concern had been magnified within him, leading to a hesitance born from fear of loss. If he felt this way with the backing of a star card, what would happen when that support vanished? He was Chen Cheng, not a defeated shell of a man dulled by life as hardships. At 19, with a future brimming with promise, he was in an age where fearlessness and pursuit of dreams prevailed. If such minor challenges could topple him, what right did he have to speak of aiding Kobe in securing a championship? Resolved, Chen Cheng sprang to his feet, delivered 2 firm slaps to his own face, removed the towel from his head, and moved to the sidelines, vocally rallying his teammates. The Zen master observed with a smile, his approval evident. During a dead ball, Chen Cheng was granted another opportunity to play. The long-absent jeers echoed once more through the Gond arena. A smile crept onto Wagner's face, as he seemed to have pinpointed Chen Cheng's vulnerabilities, immediately applying pressure to his right leg. This time, however, Chen Cheng was unfazed by Wagner's antics, playing entirely to his own rhythm. Wagner's attempts at provocation lost their potency, regardless of how he interfered with Chen Cheng's lower body, even going so far as to push, lean, and pull while the referee looked away. Chen Cheng's hands remained unperturbed. His passes were still precise and powerful. Under his orchestration, the Lakers' offense regained its fluidity. Wagner could scarcely fathom that this young man from Huahua had, just days prior, completed 300 challenging passes from a wheelchair. Now, even with Wagner clinging to his legs, he could still deliver assists with missile-like accuracy. Moreover, his challenges were never truly physical in nature. The Cavaliers' hard-earned advantage was swiftly erased following Chen Cheng's re-entry onto the court. In the second half of the game, both Chen Cheng and James garnered their respective achievements. However, the Lakers maintained an 11-point lead until the conclusion of the first half. "Coach, allow me to guard him in the second half," James stated earnestly to Coach Silas. Chapter 47, a comprehensive performance during halftime. The statistics of Chen Cheng and James were once again displayed on the screen. James had accumulated 21 points, 5 assists, 6 rebounds, 3 steals, and 3 blocks by halftime, showcasing an impressive all-around performance. In contrast, Chen Cheng recorded 9 points, 8 assists, 2 rebounds, 1 block, and 2 steals. The two hosts on the sports channel appeared exceptionally pleased with such figures. Chen Cheng, having achieved 9 points and 8 assists thus far, stood merely one step away from his inaugural double-double in his NBA career, with the Lakers enjoying a 12-point advantage at this juncture, as Coach Wei Ping noted. While Chen Cheng's statistics may not shine as brightly as James's, his contributions undeniably bolstered the Lakers' performance. What should both teams be mindful of in the second half? Yang Jian inquired. Coach Wei Ping took the question and analyzed it point by point. As I anticipated before the game, Chen Cheng's statistics would indeed pale in comparison to James's. However, I did not foresee that the Zen master would be so audacious as to entrust a rookie with orchestrating the team's offense, and he executed it with remarkable precision, nearing a double-double. Those rapid-fire passes in the first half were simply dazzling. At this rate, a double-double is certainly within reach tonight. It has been years since our nation has produced a player in the backcourt with such flair. As for the second half, for the Cavaliers, they must strive to close the gap and diminish the score difference, particularly since they are on home turf. They must also commit to aggressive drives, as only by approaching the basket can they increase their shooting percentage and create opportunities for fouls. Their outside shooting has been dismal today. Furthermore, James must attack with greater determination. Merely standing and passing lacks impact. He needs to penetrate. Once he can score, he will draw defenders, making his subsequent passes more threatening. As for the Lakers, maintaining their current momentum is essential. Indeed, as Coach Wei Ping pointed out, while Chen Cheng may not surpass James in statistics, his presence has certainly aided the team. Achieving nearly a double-double is commendable for a bench player who has only participated in 3.5 NBA games. However, Chen Cheng's ambitions extend far beyond this. In the first half, his focus was entirely on organizing the team's offense and defense. In the second half, he not only aims to seize victory from James on the Cavaliers' home court, but also to comprehensively overshadow him in statistics, aiming to shatter all doubts with a flawless performance. During halftime, Silas once again invigorated his players with a passionate speech in the locker room. He was fervently determined to secure this victory. Despite the Lakers being bereft of several key players, merely a shadow of their former selves, Their victory over this once-dominant dynasty is undoubtedly an unparalleled experience for the young Cavaliers. As for LeBron James, he has nothing left to prove. He has accomplished everything within his power. What more could a head coach possibly demand of him? Moreover, he once again stepped up, volunteering to guard the opposing team's pivotal player, a testament to his remarkable sense of responsibility that heralds a boundless future for such a young talent. The Gund Arena, aptly nicknamed the House of Horrors, reverberated with the cheers of fans as the second half commenced. The Cavaliers unveiled their strongest lineup, with the formidable Zydrunas Ilgauskas donning his gear once more, alongside power forward Carlos Boozer and small forward a beleaguered version of Kevin Garnett in the form of Michael. The backcourt was manned by LeBron James and Wagner. On the Lakers side, Chen Cheng and Payton formed the backcourt, flanked by George and Grant on the wings, while Med took the center position. As the second half began, the Zen master anticipated that LeBron would unleash a relentless offensive barrage, employing the most prudent strategies to penetrate the paint. The combination of Med and Grant ensured that the Lakers would hold their ground against any interior challenges. The offense would be entrusted to Chen Cheng's capable hands. True to form, LeBron exhibited an insatiable desire to score from the outset of the second half. Refusing to grant Chen Cheng an opportunity for one-on-one defense, he charged towards the paint with vigor. However, the Lakers' interior defense, anchored by Med and Grant, would not allow him to score easily, resorting to fouls to disrupt LeBron's rhythm. Unfortunately, LeBron's free throw shooting proved to be erratic, stifling the team's offensive momentum. On the Lakers' end, Chen Cheng, having liberated himself from his inner constraints, fully embraced his potential. The energy of the court's maestro surged forth as his painstakingly honed mid-range and long-range shooting skills, inspired by Paul's finesse, came to fruition once more. This rendered LeBron's defense increasingly reactive. Should LeBron choose to press tightly, Chen Cheng would deftly maneuver with an array of dazzling dribbles and rhythm changes, either executing a floater or driving to the basket for a layup or assisting a teammate. Conversely, if LeBron afforded him space, Chen Cheng's deadly step-back mid-range jumper would find its mark, allowing him to score with remarkable consistency from within a meter of the three-point line, regardless of the situation, with minimal adjustment needed. The synergy between Payton and Chen Cheng grew more refined, as Payton frequently reciprocated, passing back to Chen Cheng. From the perimeter, Chen Cheng unleashed unexpected strikes, catching the Cavaliers off guard with his long-range artillery. Since the beginning of the third quarter, it has been nothing short of a spectacular exhibition of his training achievements, mid-range shots, three-pointers, assists, and defense, showcasing every facet of his prowess. Silas paces anxiously along the sidelines, arms crossed, utterly helpless. Despite calling multiple timeouts, their efforts have proven futile. The Cavaliers have even rotated several players to defend against Chen Cheng, yet the results remain disheartening. Fearing Chen Cheng's formidable ball-handling skills, they are reluctant to double-team him. Unable to contain him defensively and struggling to score offensively, the Cavaliers find themselves increasingly on the back foot. Chen Cheng resembles Zhao Zilong breaking into the enemy's camp, fearlessly charging in and out, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake, unstoppable. He is nothing short of a force of nature, akin to Michael, leaving the Cavaliers utterly powerless against him. I must concede that I previously underestimated this young man from Huagua. His capabilities are formidable and cannot be overlooked. Should he maintain such performance consistently, he will undoubtedly emerge as a strong contender for Rookie of the Year. The home commentators are profoundly impressed by Chen Cheng's display. The cheers from the Gund Arena crowd are growing fainter, yet in the corner, the shouts of encouragement in Mandarin grow increasingly fervent. In the TNT studio, whenever Kenny mentions Chen Cheng's performance, Barkley diverts the conversation with trivialities, refraining from acknowledging Chen Cheng's remarkable display. As the third quarter concluded, the statistics of both players illuminated the screen once more. James recorded 29 points, 8 assists, 7 rebounds, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. Chen Cheng also tallied 29 points, alongside 12 assists, 5 rebounds, 1 block, and 4 steals. Their remarkably comprehensive statistics were nearly identical, given Chen Cheng's height limitations and his role as a perimeter player. Conceding only 2 rebounds to James was quite commendable. However, this was not the ultimate outcome Chen Cheng sought. Chapter 48, a night of triple-doubles with 3 quarters completed. The morale of the Cavaliers plummeted to an all-time low. Despite a valiant effort to close the gap during the quarter, they found themselves on the receiving end of a scoring surge from Chen Cheng, who extended the lead to over 20 points. Silas recognized that victory was beyond their grasp. He refrained from elaborating on tactics and merely urged his players to play with confidence. In contrast, Big Z gathered everyone together to strategize. "Listen up, Guys, at this juncture, we have no retreat. If, and I emphasize if, we cannot secure this victory, we must ensure that LeBron achieves a triple-double. His stats must surpass those of that rookie from Huagua. Do you understand? The Cavaliers players nodded in agreement. In the first half, he invigorated the team. And in the second half, he activated the scoring. He seemed capable of anything on the court, while a turnaround appeared improbable. They were determined to secure a statistical victory for James, their final stand. On the Lakers' side, Chen Cheng's performance shone brightly. He had once again emerged as the team's leading scorer, contributing significantly with his double-digit assists, holding a commanding 20-point lead. It was expected that he would only need to play a few more minutes to stabilize the situation before departing Cleveland with a victory. Yet, Chen Cheng aspired for a triple-double. The sports channel's commentators also broached this topic. As it stood, James required just 2 assists and 3 rebounds to achieve his triple-double. While Chen Cheng had already amassed 29 points, the highest on his team, along with 12 assists and 4 rebounds. Director Wei Ping, what are your thoughts? Do you believe he still has a chance to pursue a triple-double in this game? Wei Ping shook his head. To be honest, it seems a bit unlikely. The statistics he has achieved thus far have already surpassed my expectations. A double-double of 29 points and 12 assists is remarkable, and his performance is on par with James. However, considering he is a guard and James is a forward, the disparity in rebounds is understandable. Furthermore, for a guard to collect rebounds relies heavily on awareness. And teammates must be accommodating. If a teammate also desires the rebound, they might contest it, which could hinder both. Moreover, Chen Cheng is merely a rookie. No one is going to yield to him. Thus, I estimate that tonight's triple-double might be a stretch. In the chat section of the Huagua live stream, fans began to engage in discussions centered around the notion of the triple-double. It seemed likely that James was once again on the verge of achieving one. Today, my brother Chen has truly excelled, securing 2 pairs of victories and potentially surpassing 30 points in a single game. Do you think he might dare to strive for a triple-double? What a whimsical thought. He has only managed 5 rebounds thus far. It is quite a challenge for a guard to snatch 5 rebounds in a single quarter. Yet, it is not entirely impossible. What if the ball happens to fall into Chen's hands? The atmosphere in the live broadcast is exceptionally vibrant, and the energy on the court is gradually warming up. As the fourth quarter commenced, the opposing team indeed followed the strategies laid out by Big Z, ensuring that every player on the Cavaliers worked to create opportunities for LeBron James. Their objective was straightforward: assist James in achieving a triple-double, rendering the performance of that young lad from Huagua insignificant, no matter how fierce his offensive prowess. The headlines the following day would reflect their aspirations. As long as LeBron secured a triple-double and outperformed Chen Cheng in the statistics, that was the outcome they yearned to witness. On the Lakers' end, they held a substantial lead, and the defensive intensity of the other players began to wane. James' passes effortlessly transformed into assists. After securing 2 assists, it was now time for the entire team to create rebounding opportunities for LeBron. As George missed a long-range shot, Big Z held his ground against Med, while Boozer effectively blocked Grant, leaving a clear space for LeBron to seize the rebound. Chen Cheng, seizing the moment, attempted to dash in for an offensive rebound, but Miles extended his long arms to obstruct him. No, no, no. Such thoughts were futile. This was LeBron's night, and only he could claim the triple-double. Do you understand? Helpless, Chen Cheng could only watch as LeBron collected the much-anticipated rebound and advanced the ball up the court. The crowd seemed to sense the player's intentions, and the previously subdued arena ignited once more. LBJ, triple-double. LBJ, triple-double. They chanted rhythmically. For them, the outcome of the match was inconsequential. All they desired was for LeBron to achieve a triple-double and surpass Chen Cheng in statistical performance. This had become their singular hope. Chen Cheng felt his own aspirations for a triple-double dwindling. He had initially intended to give it one last push, but it now appeared utterly hopeless. He was neither the leader of the team nor its star. Thus, he could not partake in the privilege of having the entire team assist him in securing rebounds as LeBron did. Barkley and the home commentators shared a consensus. While Chen Cheng might lead the Lakers to victory, it was LeBron who would triumph in statistics. Barkley added, "Even during my prime, I wouldn't have dared to guarantee 5 rebounds in a single quarter. Chen Cheng? As a guard, it's something he should scarcely consider." As the other Lakers prepared to clock out, the opposing team ramped up their intensity. Peyton, the seasoned veteran, quickly discerned their intentions. "Guys, they're trying to help that rookie pad his stats. Shouldn't we do something for our own rookie?" Upon hearing this, the trio of forwards on the court eagerly nodded in agreement, their faces betraying a cunning grin. Tonight, They were determined to ensure Chen Cheng received ample support. As LeBron missed a turnaround jumper, Med and Grant, in perfect unison, tightly locked down the Cavaliers' interior while remaining seated, refraining from contesting the rebound. George swiftly yanked Chen Cheng, who was still positioned outside, into the fray. "Hey, Chen, the rebound is yours," George winked at him. Chen Cheng finally realized that his teammates were fighting for the rebound on his behalf. He quickly moved forward and secured the ball, nodding appreciatively at several teammates. The sense of unity among the team was simply exhilarating. He felt compelled to rise to the occasion and not disappoint their efforts. What had seemed like a foregone conclusion in the game suddenly ignited with fervor. For the Cavaliers, teammates passed the ball directly to LeBron James, who, upon receiving it, would immediately position himself for support. On the Lakers' side, a counterattack commenced, as they aimed not only to assist Chen Cheng in achieving a triple-double, but also to wear down the Cavaliers completely. It appeared that the Cavaliers had begun to comprehend the situation. They abandoned their defensive assignments on others and instead focused on double-teaming Chen Cheng. Their sole intention was to allow James to bask in the glory of a triple-double night. However, this defensive adjustment came far too late. As the game neared its conclusion, both LeBron and Chen Cheng's rebounding statistics reached 9. The Lakers initiated an offensive play, with Mead backing down Big Z, preparing to execute a side-hook shot. All eyes were fixated on his shooting trajectory. As Mead released the ball, it ricocheted off the side of the backboard, hitting the rim, but failing to settle into the net. Everyone under the basket scrambled for position. LeBron leaped, his fingertips nearly grazing the ball, while Chen Cheng, positioned outside the arc, surged forward. Seizing the moment, he leapt off the ground and, from behind LeBron, emphatically slammed the rebounding ball into the hoop. A resounding putback dunk, securing the rebound and completing his triple-double. With this dunk, the point differential surged to 27. Silas, undeterred by the chorus of boos from the crowd, called for a timeout, substituting his entire starting lineup. His disciplined approach could endure the team's performance until now, but this was his limit. If the game continued in this manner, not only would the deficit widen, but there was also the risk of a debacle akin to that of Rich Davis, who had infamously attempted to score on his own basket for a triple-double, leading to a loss of both the game and dignity. LeBron sighed deeply, casting a glance at Chen Cheng, and reluctantly returned to the bench. He had nearly played the entire game, finishing with 34 points, 10 assists, and 9 rebounds, an unfortunate near miss. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng played for 35 minutes, amassing 35 points, 14 assists, and 10 rebounds, celebrated by his teammates and the collective cheers of all the Chinese fans present. Chen Cheng exchanged congratulatory high-fives with his teammates before settling back into his seat, just as he began to savor the moment. That familiar and dissonant voice echoed once more, "Your star card trial period has ended. To continue enjoying the service, please renew promptly." Chapter 49. Whose future is it? It was all a ruse, nothing but a ruse. Chen Cheng sat alone at the far end of the bench, watching his teammates revel in the joyous atmosphere while he seethed internally at the system's unscrupulous behavior. The game had concluded. The outcome was indisputable. The Lakers triumphed over the Cavaliers with a score of 107-84, marking their third consecutive victory. Chen Cheng triumphed over James, achieving a remarkable triple-double. It was meant to be a flawless evening, but alas, a notification from the system shattered that illusion. Chen, who prided himself on being a seasoned veteran, found himself caught off guard, realizing that even the most experienced can stumble unexpectedly. His mind was now flooded with the image of Xiao Maji's expression, which could be likened to a world-renowned masterpiece. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous lessons, yet he never anticipated being outmaneuvered by the system. Sitting on the bench, memories of 4 exhilarating matches flashed through his mind. In the first match, the peak of Kobe's prowess activated his resolve, akin to a deity descending, with a near-perfect shooting percentage that nearly turned the tide for his team. The second match featured the pinnacle of Artist, whose fierce attitude allowed him to stifle the formidable Carmelo, despite his own performance being compromised. The third match showcased the zenith of Clay, who, in a single quarter, unleashed 9 three-pointers, etching his name into NBA history. The fourth match highlighted the peak of Paul, whose indomitable spirit led him to a triple-double victory over the reigning rookie James, securing a hard-fought win on enemy territory. Each game left an indelible mark, and every star card had bestowed upon Chen an unparalleled experience. He had been somewhat prepared for this moment, having skillfully negotiated a verbal contract with the renowned general manager. Yet, he had not anticipated the arrival of this day so swiftly. Frankly, the exhilaration of competing with the backing of star cards was undeniable. Who wouldn't aspire to emulate a player like Kobe? With an elegant playing style, explosive scoring ability, and an unyielding thirst for victory, he epitomized greatness. And to possess the capacity of artist, effectively neutralizing the opponent's key players, would be a thrilling prospect. To shoot three-pointers with the consistency of clay, raining down shots from every corner of the court, would be a dream come true. If only he could command the court with the acumen of Paul. Showcasing masterful ball control and relentless determination, he would undoubtedly become the cherished player of every coach. However, all of that was now merely a memory. Before Chen could delve further into his thoughts, players from the Cavaliers approached, exchanging embraces with their Lakers counterparts. James, exuding the presence of a true leader, made his way directly to Chen. Melo texted me earlier, warning me that you are a formidable player, so I should be cautious. Your performance today truly impressed me. You played a flawless game. I hope you maintain this form. Please convey my regards to your family, Chen. Faced with the humble and courteous young James, Chen found himself at a loss for words. In truth, his victory over James was largely due to the star card's influence, and it was best not to flaunt his success. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to utter the phrase, "The future is yours." Thank you, LeBron. You will undoubtedly become a great player, and you will realize your dreams. The future is yours. James paused for a moment, nodding thoughtfully, before embracing Chen. Thank you, Chen. The future is also yours. With that, he patted Chen on the shoulder and made his way to the locker room. Chen was left in a state of disbelief. Little Jean's rebound skills are truly remarkable. Upon returning to the locker room, Peyton handed the game ball to Chen Cheng, only to have a bucket of ice-cold water poured over him moments later. Chen Cheng, momentarily bewildered, was instantly awakened. While he should have been celebrating with his teammates, he could only force a smile, joining in their jubilation over the victory. At the post-match press conference, Zen Master once again brought Chen Cheng along. After methodically answering the same questions he had addressed countless times before, he allocated the remaining time to Chen Cheng, the true star of the evening. This time, the reporters were clearly well prepared, posing increasingly pointed questions. Hello, Chen Cheng. Prior to this match, you signed a minimum contract with the Lakers extending through the end of the season. Given your recent performances, why did you choose to accept this contract? Is it true, as rumored, that you believe the Lakers have championship potential? Chen Cheng had anticipated this question and was ready to respond positively, having familiarized himself with the topic. In our country, we have an old saying, when one is favored, one should repay the kindness like a gushing spring. When the outside world had the least faith in me, it was the Lakers who offered me a short contract, allowing me to showcase my abilities on the NBA stage. Therefore, when my skills were recognized by the team and General Manager Kupchak approached me for an extension, I gladly accepted the minimum contract. I want to remain with the Lakers and continue contributing to the team. As for whether I'm merely riding the coattails of others, I trust my future performances will provide the answer. Next question. A traditional proverb caught the reporters off guard. Chen Cheng, tonight you achieved a triple-double and led your team to victory. Do you think you have the potential to replace Kobe in the team? This provocative question threatened to ignite the locker room. Without hesitation, Chen Cheng shook his head. I cannot replace Kobe. He is too extraordinary, a truly great player. I simply wish to fulfill my role on the court and meet the coach's expectations. Another reporter chimed in. We observed that Phil Jackson positioned you as the starting point guard tonight, and you delivered, revitalizing the team's offense. Does this imply you are more suited for the starting role than Gary Payton? Chen Cheng waved his hand dismissively. As a rookie, I must comply with the coach's directives and complete the tasks assigned to me. I won't dwell on anything beyond that. Gary is a phenomenal player and a future Hall of Famer. No one is better suited to be the starting point guard for this Lakers team. Please evaluate your performance today. Before this match, the media compared your duel with LeBron to a dialogue between the strongest high school players of the 0-3 generation. Not only did you lead your team to victory, but you also recorded a triple-double. Is it because you wish to win this confrontation with such a display? Chen Cheng remained silent, unfazed as he retrieved the clipping of the Cleveland Plain Dealer from his person. He unfolded it, smoothing it out in his hand to present it to the journalist across from him, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. I aspire to win the game. However, I yearn for respect even more. With that, he slapped the clipping onto the interview table and turned to leave. Chapter 50, All Our Schemes. The Lakers' upcoming schedule consisted of a series of away games. Following 2 back-to-back matches, after battling the Cleveland Cavaliers, they would face the Los Angeles Clippers the very next day. This was, in essence, a pseudo-away game. Only the Lakers and the Clippers enjoyed such privileges in the entire league. Yet, everyone knew that the Staples Center had always been the Lakers' home court. To ensure the players maintained their form, they flew back to Los Angeles overnight without scheduling any training. By the time they returned to the training facility, it was already 3 a.m. in the Western time zone. After an intense struggle, Chen Cheng's restless heart remained unsettled. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and finally decided to don a hoodie and stroll around the training facility alone. Now that he had responded to what needed to be addressed and put on the necessary FAA, it was time to return to his true self. Gazing at the championship banners and the retired jerseys adorning the walls, he felt a tumult of emotions. Each championship banner concealed a multitude of stories, and each retired jersey represented a legend. If he were to continue enjoying the privileges of a star player, perhaps in a few years, a new championship banner would hang here, along with his own retired jersey. But whose story lies behind that banner? Whose legend is associated with that jersey? Is it Chen Cheng's? Perhaps, but it seems not. Could it be that without the star card, his current abilities preclude him from playing in the NBA? His body was now fully activated, and after several games, he had accumulated considerable experience and enhanced his skills. His overall strength was undoubtedly greater than when he first entered the draft. Even if he could not become a star, could he not at least be a reliable bench player? Renewal? Renewal was absolutely out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. I won't allow myself to be manipulated. I shall resolutely stand against capital and fight to the bitter end. Hey, can you tell me, in the grand scheme of the league, what level of player am I now? Is there a template? Hello, indeed there is. The sudden emergence of the electronic voice startled Chen Cheng. This was astonishingly realistic. He was no longer a system member. Even the customer service voice had morphed into an emotionless electronic tone. Chen Cheng, male, 19 years old, standing 6 feet 5 inches tall, approximately 196 centimeters, weighing 180 pounds, roughly 82 kilograms, wingspan of 7 feet, about 212 centimeters, possessing commendable shooting ability combined with decent perimeter shooting skills, actively engaged in defense, high basketball IQ, excellent playmaking abilities, capable of uplifting teammates and showcasing remarkable leaping prowess. The disadvantages include an average breakthrough speed, an unstable shooting touch from the perimeter, inappropriate shot selection, and mediocre ball handling capabilities. The closest template is Alex Caruso. Chen Cheng was momentarily taken aback. What the hell, Bald Mamba? I was once at the peak of my game, akin to the Black Mamba, but now, after 4 games, I have sunk to being a mere Yellow Mamba, spiraling down to Bald Mamba. Isn't this disparity a tad excessive? This is merely a close comparison? So, my current abilities are even inferior to Caruso's? Indeed, based on your existing skill level, there is an 87 match with Caruso. 87? Given that 2K rates Caruso at 75, that implies my ability is at most 65? So, I am essentially a budget version of Caruso. Is this even playable? Chen Cheng felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. Playing basketball? What basketball? He had previously been brimming with confidence, boldly declaring his intent to battle against the establishment. But now, ahem, well, let me clarify. This isn't about me. I have a friend who is curious about your system. How does the renewal process work? Our renewal options are threefold. The system's voice resumed its melodious tone. The first option is the monthly subscription. The system will deduct 10,000 from your bank account each month, during which time it will periodically provide you with relevant training modules. Upon completion, you may receive enhancements to your basic attributes. During training, there is a chance to trigger hidden and upgrade tasks, which can yield additional fragments for the character cards. Exclusive monthly tasks will also be issued, containing surprise gift packs and a certain number of character card fragments. The second option is the card draw. You may directly purchase draws with currency, costing 100,000 per draw, with a high probability of obtaining a star player experience card. A 10 draw option is available at a $9.99 discount, guaranteeing a star player experience card, with a significant chance of acquiring a super player experience card and skill packages. The third option is Super VIP. You may pay an amount equivalent to the annual salary of a top-tier league player for the current season, gaining access to the system's matching service for any star player card of your choosing for each game. Additionally, the system has prepared a plethora of value-packed blind boxes for you to select from before games, priced at $100 each, with chances to uncover various surprise items and hidden tools. Note, these blind boxes are not available for individual sale. Only members of the system's monthly subscription or higher tiers are eligible to purchase them. A scheme, brimming with schemes. Yet, what use is there in discussing this now? It's fortunate enough that I managed to enjoy 4 games for free, let alone have any further opportunities for that. Chen Cheng instinctively scratched his head, mentally calculating the costs. The Super VIP option does indeed sound appealing. Anyone would know that once they experience it. Given the current league's top salary for KG at $28 million a year, perhaps it's best not to calculate further. I'll just pass. If one were to engage in the card draw, a sum of $100,000 would be required for a single attempt. With an annual salary of $400,000, the net income would merely amount to $200,000. If 2 attempts were made, that would be depleted entirely. Should one fortuitously draw a super elite skill package, it might be justifiable. However, if luck does not favor, it would be a complete waste. Akin to throwing away the funds earmarked for purchasing a vehicle. Surely, one cannot resort to public transportation to attend competitions, can they? Had I known earlier, I should have conversed earnestly with General Manager Kupchak, urging the Lakers to invest a bit more. Even a mid-level contract would have sufficed. Alas, how careless I was. Thus, the monthly card seems to be a more reliable option, although a deduction of $10,000 each month is indeed quite painful. The tasks provided by the system can enhance fundamental abilities, making it a rather worthwhile investment, akin to hiring a personal trainer. Now, if my friend wishes to acquire this $10,000 monthly card, but falls short on funds, and I were to cover the difference, would I be able to utilize the card should he fail to show up? If so, I am ready to bind the card immediately. Congratulations, Chen Cheng. You have successfully bound to the system's monthly card service. The system will now issue your tasks. Could you perhaps not be so direct? Chen Cheng coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Task name, the current Clay. Task details, successfully hit 3-point shots from various positions. Quantity, 300. Completion reward, personal 3-point shooting percentage in matches increased to 30. A 33-point shooting rate would rank him among the top 60 in the NBA, even during its prime. For Chen Cheng, this would certainly not match the prowess of a Klay Thompson card. However, since the system has provided a template, he shall endeavor to catch up with the bald mamba first. Chen Cheng, let the journey commence. Chapter 51. King of Los Angeles task initiated. As the system's voice faded, the familiar counter appeared above Chen Cheng's head once more. He recalled the initial pain of training when he first received a task. Now, with his body fully activated and abilities enhanced, his 3-point shooting percentage under no defensive pressure was quite impressive. Chen Cheng's hoodie was thoroughly drenched, so he decided to continue shooting bare-chested. Taking a moment to rest with his hands on his knees, he felt a slight soreness in his forearms. While his knees and calves merely exhibited a mild ache, this was a vast improvement compared to before, aside from the absence of someone to retrieve the balls. And having practiced several hundred shuttle runs, the task of hitting 300 three-pointers was not overly daunting. However, since finishing last night's game, he had only managed a brief nap on the plane, and he felt considerably fatigued. With the final shot hitting its mark, the numbers above his head flickered to 300, signifying task completion. The system's voice then echoed, "Congratulations, you have completed the task. Your personal 3-point shooting percentage has been elevated to 30. Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng finally felt invigorated. Achieving a 30% 3-point shooting rate meant he would not leave the evening's game empty-handed. He reminisced about his initial resolute promise to help Kobe secure that championship filled with regrets. With his current abilities, he hoped to avoid being a hindrance to Kobe. Chen Cheng chuckled wryly. Finally, having made some progress, he felt a sense of relief and even found himself in the mood to jest with the system. I pondered the peculiar title of this task, wondering why it bears such an odd name. It reflects the current caliber of Klay Thompson. Indeed, it is Klay as he stands now. Chen Cheng took a moment to grasp the significance, and after some contemplation, he finally understood. Klay's father, Michael Thompson, was once a member of the Lakers, a vital piece during the Showtime era. It was during his tenure with the Lakers that Klay Thompson was born, and now, Klay is merely 13 or 14 years old. This implies that, goodness, my current 3-point shooting ability is only on par with Klay Thompson's middle school level? Klay, you must come out. We need to discuss this matter thoroughly today, as I have a complaint to make. After concluding his training, Chen Cheng returned to his room for a refreshing nap, awakening to find it was already 2 in the afternoon. The game was scheduled for the evening, and with a tight schedule, no team practice was arranged. They would head directly to the arena in the afternoon. Having missed Chen Cheng's dazzling triple-double performance, Yang Yusin was determined to witness his game that night, and Chen Cheng could not dissuade her. Naturally extroverted, she even mobilized her fellow Chinese students to establish a Chen Cheng fan club at UCLA, which would convene at the Staples Center that evening. Furthermore, the title of the Great Wall of China was set to resonate throughout the Staples Center tonight. Yet, this was not the most pressing matter. Yang Yusin had leveraged her connections to secure a one-on-one interview for Chen Cheng with Bill of the Los Angeles Times basketball column. The appointment was scheduled for the morning following the game. This interview promised to be more formal and grander than the last, with rumors of a mysterious guest in attendance. Chen Cheng now felt overwhelmed, as the external expectations weighed heavily upon him as pressure. Caruso is indeed a commendable player, but one cannot expect him to deliver Kobe-like statistics in every game. Besides, he is currently outperforming Chen Cheng. Upon arriving at the arena, he received both good and bad news. The good news was that Kobe was making his return for this Los Angeles derby, which meant Chen Cheng would not have to play as extensively as in the previous game. The bad news was that TNT reporter Sherry Miller awaited him in the player's tunnel for a pre-game interview. As he entered the locker room, Kobe, seated at his spot, called out to Chen Cheng, "Look who it is, our triple-double maestro. What kind of spectacular show will you present to the fans in Los Angeles tonight?" The other players joined in the banter. Chen Cheng shook his head with a wry smile and approached Kobe for an embrace. Accidentally, he brushed against the protective gear on Kobe's shoulder. "Has your shoulder injury not healed?" Kobe shook his head. "Just some fluid buildup. Gary said I could play, but I shouldn't be on the court too long. I think he is being overly cautious. However, seeing your performances in the last 2 games, I wonder if I should rest a few more days." Chen Cheng suddenly froze in surprise. "Do not get your hopes up, young man. The Black Mamba has returned, and your good days are over." Kobe chuckled as he playfully jabbed Chen Cheng twice. "Indeed, the Black Mamba has returned, and I shall transform into the Water Mamba." Chen Cheng's expression faltered slightly. Noticing this, Kobe reached out and ruffled his hair, saying, "What's the matter, buddy? I was merely jesting. Tonight, I expect you to deliver some exquisite assists so we can make it to the NBA's top 5 place. You should remember, yesterday you basked in the limelight, securing 2 spots in the highlights." As he spoke, Kobe gestured toward the television on the wall. The screen was showcasing yesterday's remarkable plays, featuring his spectacular one-handed dunk after skillfully dribbling past LeBron, as well as the decisive moment when he overpowered LeBron for a follow-up dunk, achieving a triple-double and earning a place among the day's top highlights. Comparing yesterday's self to today's felt like a chasm between worlds. "I fear I might not reach that level again tonight," Chen Cheng said, his words measured and hesitant. "That's perfectly normal. Even if you score 0 points today, it's still acceptable," Kobe remarked nonchalantly as he adjusted his hanger. "This is the NBA, and you've already played 4 games. Understand that countless individuals analyze your game footage daily, scrutinizing your style. Rookies often find themselves targeted. I've been through the same ordeal." With that, Kobe turned towards Peyton's locker. "Hey, Gary, do you recall our first encounter?" Peyton rolled his eyes and pondered for a moment. "I don't remember. There have been too many rookies that I've schooled in the past. Ha ha ha," he replied, pointing and laughing at Kobe. Kobe shook his head in exasperation. "I distinctly remember, in our previous game against the Warriors, I was matched up against Chris Mullin. You know, he is an all-star and a member of the Dream Team, renowned for his sharpshooting. That night, he only scored 14 points, while I managed to secure 17. After all this time, you still remember so vividly?" Chen Cheng asked, astonished. Kobe nodded. "Of course, I remember every significant game I've experienced. Please don't interrupt. Let me finish. That day, I felt I had triumphed over Mullin. I had contained the left hand of God, and I was elated. However, 2 days later, we visited Seattle, and it was this guy," Kobe said, pointing at Peyton. "Under his defense, I scored a mere 7 points. 7 points. Peyton burst into laughter, joining the conversation. "I recall that game. Deli and I conspired to teach that rookie from the Lakers a lesson. He was far too arrogant, annoyingly so. I had to show him his place. Thus, do not harbor any reservations. The NBA is rife with seasoned veterans eager to teach you a lesson on the court, and countless rookies seeking to prove themselves at your expense. This is a necessary part of your growth, my friend. Cheer up, for we are the kings of Los Angeles." Kobe patted Chen Cheng on the chest. Chapter 52. I mean it. Besides, what is there to fear from the Clippers' backcourt composed of Jarek and Eddie House? They are far more manageable than yesterday's top draft pick. Peyton clapped the shoulders of his 2 younger companions before returning to his seat. "It should be them who are afraid of us," Kobe continued. At that moment, the team's staff entered, urging Chen Cheng to step out for a special interview with Sister Miller. "See, with Cheryl, my shoulder injury hardly qualifies as significant news," Kobe quipped with a smirk. Cheryl has a penchant for sharpshooters, as it is a family tradition. Once Peyton revs up his car, he never hesitates to press the accelerator. Under his influence, the locker room instantaneously transformed into a racetrack. Cheryl Miller was already waiting at the exit of the corridor, and Chen Cheng hurried out to greet her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sister Miller posed her question. How prepared are you for this game? Chen Cheng hesitated for a moment. Although Kobe's recounting of past events was enlightening, he was uncertain about his own situation. Thus, he resolved to speak candidly. At this point, any pretense during a live broadcast would surely backfire post-game. To be honest, I am not very well prepared. Sister Miller's expression shifted slightly before she suddenly beamed. I understand. This is the unique humility of you Chinese people. I experienced it with Yao Ming before. However, as a rookie with considerable talent, what kind of statistics do you anticipate for this game? I guess I might not score a single point, Chen Cheng replied with a serious demeanor. Quick, get a close-up. Sister Miller discreetly instructed the cameraman. This is the distinctive dry humor of the Chinese, always cracking jokes with a solemn expression. I truly believe you should pursue stand-up comedy. She added with a smile while unfolding a statistics sheet. Chen Cheng, in the last game, achieved a triple-double with 35 points, 14 assists, and 10 rebounds, including 5 rebounds in the final quarter, 2 of which were offensive. A rookie with such performance claims he might not score today. I believe his comedic talent should not go unnoticed. Chen Cheng was taken aback by her remarkable understanding. Truly, a perfect match of skill and circumstance. What are your expectations for today's game? Sister Miller continued. Expectation, my hope, is that if I underperform today, people won't be too harsh in their criticism. Upon hearing this response, Sister Miller laughed uncontrollably, nearly losing her grip on the microphone. Criticism? Oh my goodness. Chin, you Chinese are incredibly humorous. Humorous? You'll find out who the real humorists are after the game, Chen Cheng thought, recalling the online trolls masquerading as fans. He has witnessed the prowess of the trolls on the Huagua forum, who can unleash their vitriol for 3 days and nights without respite, showcasing an unparalleled dedication. They tirelessly post everywhere. Their fervor for criticism knows no bounds. Should they falter in their performance, they would even desecrate their ancestral graves with their scorn. The fervor with which they shout before the match is matched only by the ferocity of their insults afterward. He understands them all too well, having once been among their ranks. Now, he finds himself in fits of laughter, realizing he must retouch his makeup shortly. One final question arises. Do you know if the fans in your country intend to vote you into this year's Los Angeles All-Star Game? Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng shuddered. With my level of play, how could I possibly attend the All-Star Game and embarrass myself? The thought alone prompted him to wave his hands vigorously at the camera, insisting. Absolutely not. I mean it. His genuine reactions were broadcast live by TNT, captivating numerous American viewers who had previously felt indifferent toward him. They were suddenly charmed by his entertaining performance on screen, beginning to anticipate his evening's game and even considering rallying votes for his all-star selection. Chen Cheng felt quite perplexed, unable to comprehend the peculiar thought processes of these foreigners who could twist his words to such an extent. Upon returning to the locker room, Coach Zin began his customary pre-game pep talk. Given that this was a back-to-back game and Shaquille's return was uncertain, the disparity in team strength was significant, leading the only authentic center on the team, Med, to opt for a rest day. Consequently, Zin placed particular emphasis on rebounding. In his view, the Lakers' offensive issues were minimal. With Kobe's return and Chen Cheng still on the bench, whether starting or substituting, their prowess could easily overwhelm the Clippers' backcourt. However, the Clippers held a distinct advantage in the paint. While the Clippers might lack in some areas, their rebounding prowess was renowned throughout the league. Elton Brand, the Clippers' captain, is a well-known rebounding force in the NBA. Standing just over 6 feet tall with a wingspan of 7 feet 4 inches, coupled with his robust physique weighing nearly 300 pounds, he retrieves rebounds with remarkable ease. Moreover, he possesses a reliable mid-range shot. Having entered the NBA as the first overall pick in 1999, he is now the Clippers' star player. In addition to him, the Clippers also boast a promising rookie center, Chris Kaman, who was selected 6th overall in the 2003 draft. With a fierce appearance and a robust playing style, his flowing golden locks add to his imposing presence in the paint, likely causing significant challenges for the Lakers. The team also features the formidable Corey Maggette, known for his muscular physique, averaging 20 points and 6 rebounds per game. During his tenure with the Clippers, he was at the peak of his career, displaying comprehensive skills without easily turning the ball over to defenders. Furthermore, the Clippers' head coach at the time, Mike Dunleavy, was awarded Coach of the Year in 1999, a testament to his evident ability to develop the team. As for their backcourt, as Peyton previously remarked, the combination of Jarek and Eddie House pales in comparison to the star power of Kobe and Peyton. In today's match, young Sampson was named a starter, partnering with veteran Grant in the paint, while George continued to occupy the small forward position. On the court, he and Maggette resembled brothers, once again facing each other. The backcourt remained anchored by the duo of Kobe and Peyton. On the bench, Chen Cheng's position was increasingly encroaching upon that of the head coach, while Kobe's former vital substitute, Rush, found himself relegated further down the pecking order. His once stable rotation spot was gradually being usurped by an undrafted player from Huahua. During the previous two games, with Kobe absent and the opposing team being a low percentage one, it was an ideal opportunity for him to rack up points. Unfortunately, he found himself overshadowed by Chen Cheng. Coupled with their prior conflicts, he harbored a simmering frustration, seeking a release. Today, he was determined to showcase his abilities on the court. As the Clippers DJ introduced the players, Chen Cheng once again stood on the floor of the Staples Center. Despite being the visiting team, he received cheers and shouts that rivaled those of a home crowd, along with nearly deafening chants in Mandarin. However, unlike before, the familiar, melodious voice he anticipated was conspicuously absent. Instead, it was replaced by that of another youthful voice. The pregame blind box had been prepared. Would you care to test your luck? For merely 100, you could possess a delightful surprise prop. Chapter 53, the pregame blind box. Oh, I nearly forgot about the blind box, the sweet voice continued. Today's pregame blind box contains a 3-point guaranteed card, valid for 3 uses. Would you like to try your luck? Chen Cheng's eyes lit up at the mention of the 3-point guaranteed card. 3 uses? This meant that with this card, he could secure at least 9 points today. Furthermore, when paired with his current 3-point shooting percentage, it could yield remarkable results. $100 was a sum he could easily justify. If fortune smiled upon him and he drew a prop, it would be an incredible boon during the game. He decided to take the plunge. You have a total of 9 chances. You may also choose to take the box for 900, which would grant you immediate possession of the guaranteed card. Chen Cheng calculated in his mind. This card must be among the 9 blind boxes. While taking the box offered a greater assurance, it was not economical, especially since today's system had not presented any hidden items. It would be wiser to test his luck first. He decided to draw 5, no, for 200, with a crisp sound signaling the collection of funds. 2 vividly colored boxes appeared before him. He opened both simultaneously, and one of the boxes emitted a golden glow. Congratulations! You have drawn a surprise prop and the card has been added to your skill backpack, available for use at any time during the match. Wow, what incredible luck! Chen Cheng thought. Exhilarated. This was a perfect example of spending a little to achieve a lot. Simply put, it was a bargain. Regarding the Q-version Kobe Bryant commemorative card that emerged from another box, it instantly rekindled Chen Cheng's passion for card collecting. The system provided a card display pack, which he decided to set aside for the moment, thinking that completing a full set of collectibles would be quite delightful. At last, a hint of a smile illuminated Chen Cheng's face. It seemed that today would be yet another day of holding a teacup while leaving the venue, safeguarding the ancestral grave of the Chen family. As the match commenced, the promising young Sampson skillfully snatched the ball from Come On and passed it to the perimeter to Peyton. The Lakers initiated the first offensive. The audience was predominantly filled with Lakers fans, with cheers erupting all around. Clippers owner Sterling, seated in the back row, stood up and shouted at the fans, "Traitors, you are all traitors. This is the Clippers' home ground, not the Lakers." Despite his loud exclamations, the fans continued to rally for the Lakers. Such is the allure of the Lakers, whose historical prosperity remains evident even today. The Lakers began the game with remarkable fluidity. Kobe, having been sidelined for several days, launched his attacks with fervor and determination. The Clippers' backcourt proved no match for the Lakers' dynamic duo. Dunleavy could only assign Maggette to guard Kobe. Maggette's robust physique indeed posed some challenges for Kobe, and it was apparent that the lingering effects of his shoulder injury were still present. As Kobe's offensive surge momentarily stalled, the Clippers decisively sought to create opportunities in the paint. The veteran Grant and the young Sampson struggled against the Clippers' youthful lineup, unable to gain any advantage. Bryant faced the aging Grant and utilized his refined footwork and mid-range shooting to score repeatedly, even when shots missed. He and Come On managed to easily secure offensive rebounds over the Lakers' interior defense, launching second-chance opportunities. The lead established by Kobe for the Lakers at the outset was swiftly countered by Bryant's efforts. Payton's shooting touch was lacking today, possibly due to the proximity of games and his exhaustion from nearly playing the entire previous match. He attempted 4 shots from beyond the arc, making only 1. Kobe battled against Magid on the perimeter while also contending with occasional double teams from Jarek and House. However, he faced formidable resistance in securing points. Meanwhile, the Lakers' interior defense faltered, allowing the Clippers to mount 3 consecutive counterattacks, culminating in Bryant scoring against Sampson while drawing a foul. During the official timeout, Kobe turned away, refusing to engage with his teammates, his expression dark as he returned to the bench. A staff member offered him a towel, which he angrily tossed to the ground. Damn. This performance is utterly disgraceful. If you had even half of your father's talent, we wouldn't be in this predicament. You're far superior to him. Why can't you secure that damned rebound? Young Sampson, seated on the bench, dared not breathe, his wide eyes flickering with fear, completely avoiding direct eye contact with Kobe. The veteran Grant sat silently to the side, acutely aware that silence was the most prudent choice in this moment. He was well-versed in serving such superstars. Yet, it seemed Kobe had no intention of letting him off the hook. Is this how you played alongside MJ? Do you understand why the Bulls opted for Rodman during their final championship run? I believe MJ's decision to withhold meals from you was remarkably astute. Each of Kobe's words pierced Grant's vulnerabilities. Since joining the Lakers in 2000, the aging Cobra had worked alongside Kobe for 4 years and was intimately familiar with his temperament. Kobe placed immense value on the game. On the court, he was a ruthless mercenary, indifferent to familial ties. However, he would not lash out at teammates without cause. Thus, despite the simmering frustration within, he chose to endure, especially after witnessing his opponent snatch 3 offensive rebounds right above his and Sampson's heads in the previous play, ultimately converting it into a 2-point score. Such a spectacle would provoke ire in anyone. The game was still being broadcast by TNT. Perhaps it was the recent momentum of the Chinese community's boycott against Barkley, or perhaps Chen Cheng's assertive remarks in the post-game press conference that prompted TNT to alter their broadcasting arrangements. The commentary was now in the capable hands of Marv Albert and Steve Kerr. I sense the Lakers are facing some challenges. They seem unable to secure rebounds in the paint. Was it the same for you, Horace, during your time with the Bulls, Steve? Kerr chuckled and shook his head. Not at all. Back then, he was a formidable presence in the paint. If he had performed like this, Michael would have stripped him of his jersey and tossed him into the trash. Observing the furious Kobe, Phil Jackson refrained from saying much. Sampson was indeed at a disadvantage in the confrontation. Against Brand's interference, he resembled an inflatable figure outside a store, merely standing still and flailing his arms without ever reaching the elusive basketball. Grant had the weight, but his footwork was too slow. Both Brand and Kaman were in their prime, leaving the veteran feeling powerless to contribute effectively. With the team's interior offensive firepower lacking and Kobe's emotions running high, leading to hasty decisions, it was prudent to allow him and Payton a respite. Phil gestured towards Chen Cheng. Next, you and Fish will create some difficulties for the Clippers' perimeter and relieve some pressure off the interior. Fisher extended his right hand, and the two exchanged a high five. Go, mate, it's your time to shine. Show the Clippers what you're made of. Chen Cheng's entrance instantly ignited a wave of cheers from the Staples Center. The Clippers bench couldn't help but cast sidelong glances in his direction. This guy, just an undrafted rookie from China, yet for some reason, everyone around me has been discussing him lately. We must teach this rookie a lesson today, Eddie House murmured to his teammates while covertly observing Chen Cheng. Chapter 54. The stout rebounding phenomenon Los Angeles has never been devoid of starlight, especially at the Staples Center under the night sky. Behind Clippers owner Sterling sat Paris Hilton, heiress of the Hilton Group, along with her companion, Kim Kardashian. This marked her first appearance at the Staples Center since last year's scandal. Once launched into the limelight as a model, she has now carved out a niche for herself in Hollywood. Yet, this was still insufficient for her. She craved more attention, more of the spotlight illuminating her presence. Tonight's game was not merely a showcase for socialites, but also a hunting ground for this young heiress. Although she was currently in a relationship with Nick Carter of the Backstreet Boys, her restless spirit would hardly allow her to focus solely on him. Her circle of friends had informed her of a Serbian player on the Clippers whom she should keep an eye on. For reasons unknown, they found Yari to possess an ineffable allure. Ever since he took to the court, Paris's gaze had been fixated on him. Paris, do you see that guy with the yellow skin? He seems to be quite popular lately. He just recorded a triple-double in the last game, Kardashian remarked, pointing at the newly entered Chen Cheng. Hilton elegantly waved to a nearby fan taking photographs while discreetly observing with her peripheral vision. Triple-double? What is that? Kardashian inquired, shaking her head. I have no idea, but it sounds impressive. Find out what it means next time and let me know. Otherwise, we might appear quite ignorant. Hilton chastised her softly, adding, and you know I have no interest in Easterners. As Bryant hit a free throw, possession returned to the Lakers. Fisher held the ball while Yari guarded him, and House approached Chen Cheng. Listen up, kid. Don't think you can act out here. Tonight belongs to the Clippers, and I'll be keeping a close watch on you. Chen Cheng had little desire to engage in banter. He recognized House as a loudmouth. However, when your team boasts Gary Payton, their trash talk holds little weight for Chen Cheng. Utilizing his height advantage, Yari posed some challenges for Fisher, disrupting the flow of his passes. Chen Cheng stepped forward to relieve the pressure, securing the ball firmly at his feet. House immediately positioned himself at the three-point line, refusing to budge. Clearly, Coach Dunleavy had devised a detailed strategy tailored to Chen Cheng's attributes. The primary objective was to prevent him from finding his rhythm beyond the arc. In essence, they would allow driving but not shooting. With Brand and Kaman anchoring the interior, they intended to make sure that should he dare to penetrate, he would experience the sting of rejection. Frankly speaking, without the support of a star player card, Chen Cheng felt a lack of confidence. In the past, he would have audaciously shot over House. Now, he was hesitant to take such reckless risks. The few opportunities he had to score had to be reserved for critical moments. Upon this realization, Chen Cheng called for a tactical play, with Grant from the interior stepping out to set a screen. Chen Cheng aimed to exploit this opportunity to create a mismatch, hoping to discover an opening for a shot. However, once the Clippers switched their defensive alignment, Chen Cheng found himself regretting his decision. Now matched up against Brand, despite his lack of speed, Brand's long arms flailed about, effectively sealing off nearly every possible path around him. His positioning also allowed for defensive penetration. Nearby, House quickly closed in, and with the shot clock winding down, Chen Cheng had no choice but to hurriedly release the ball. As soon as it left his hands, he sensed failure. The sphere struck the front of the rim and ricocheted away. Determined to atone for his error, he immediately surged forward to snatch the offensive rebound. To his dismay, Brand executed a seamless pivot, using his formidable physique to block Chen Cheng behind him. Memories of his past encounters with Kevin Garnett flooded Chen Cheng's mind. KG's natural height advantage, coupled with his long arms and extraordinary leaping ability, made him a dominant force beneath the basket. Yet, Brand was a different beast altogether. Though not particularly tall and with only adequate jumping skills, his powerful lower body and lengthy arms made him a formidable opponent. If KG resembled a towering crane, then Brand was akin to a sturdy excavator. Chen Cheng watched helplessly as Brand, with minimal effort, secured the rebound, launching a long pass that soared over Chen Cheng's fingertips and found its way to Jarek. He had often read in basketball forums about the 4 deadly weapons of streetball. Now he truly understood what it meant to face a genuine short yet stocky rebounding beast. The Clippers' successful defense had thwarted the Lakers' offensive efforts, evidently demonstrating Coach Dunleavy's effective strategies aimed at containing the rising rookie from the Lakers. Indeed, Chen Cheng's offensive resolve had waned compared to earlier, as the presence of Brand and Kaman in the paint exerted considerable pressure on him. It was likely they were yearning for the presence of Shaquille O'Neal. The commentators chuckled, teasingly remarking on the situation. Kobe stood up, moving to the sidelines, clapping fervently to rally support. Come on, Chen Cheng, it's just a single shot. This is nothing. Remember my words. The king of Los Angeles can only be the Lakers. Defense. Chen Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Defense was a thankless task, but for him, there was no turning back. It was the only element he could wield from his analytical report, an active defensive attitude. Since he aimed to start as a 3D player, if the three-pointer was absent today, the defense must remain on the court. With this thought, he immediately focused on House, pursuing him closely. Upon noticing Chen Cheng's tight defense, House began to clap, signaling Jarek to pass the ball, which was promptly thrown his way. I bet with Marco that if you score a three-pointer over you tonight, we will donate 100 to a local charity in Los Angeles. So, scoring on your head is essentially a charitable act, House declared, suddenly rising to shoot a three-pointer under Chen Cheng's defense. In this moment, Chen Cheng maintained his position and was not dislodged. He leapt almost simultaneously with his opponent. However, House's shot had a slight backward tilt, barely grazing Chen Cheng's fingertips as it soared away. This was far from a wise offensive choice. It was merely an attempt to undermine Chen Cheng's confidence. His audacity in shooting recklessly stemmed from the presence of Bryant in the paint. Indeed, the shot missed. But Bryant's long arms once again secured the rebound with ease. Grant found himself firmly blocked behind, unable to gain any advantageous position. This offensive rebound granted the Clippers another 24 seconds on the shot clock. The ball was passed to the perimeter, where Jarek took control once more, signaling for House to set a screen. Last time, it was House taking the shot in front of Chen Cheng. Now it was his turn. House understood immediately, stepping forward as Fisher switched to cover him, while Jarek faced Chen Cheng directly. One must acknowledge that Slavs are inherently skilled at basketball. Each one of them is a natural shooter. As he spoke, Jarek exploited the space created by House's screen, launching another three-pointer. This time, however, Chen Cheng had already anticipated their tactic. If I can't score, can I not defend? He denied Jarek the same opportunity. Although Jarek possessed the gentle touch of a Slav, he also inherited their leaping ability. As the ball barely skimmed his fingertips, Chen Cheng leapt, delivering a resounding volleyball-style block that sent the ball flying into the scorer's table. Remember the report from the system that highlighted his jumping ability as his most prominent asset? Chapter 55, The Surge of Doubts. Bravo. Chen Cheng, that's how defense should be executed. Kobe, standing on the sidelines as the emotional leader, was so exhilarated that he even shouted in Italian. Coach Dunleavy, also on the sidelines, wore a grave expression, his gaze fixed intently on the two guards on the court. I say, gentlemen, the game must come to an end. Upon hearing their coach, the two immediately reined in their exuberance, adhering to the tactical plan and facilitating plays for the interior. Once again, Brand executed a backward jump shot over the heads of Sampson and Grant, scoring effortlessly. On the Lakers' side, Fisher crossed the half-court line, handing the ball to Chen Cheng before immediately setting a screen. Chen Cheng received the ball and, without hesitation, seized the opening to shoot. Yet again, the ball failed to follow its intended trajectory into the net. Grant fought valiantly for the hard-earned offensive rebound, swiftly tossing it to the perimeter. George caught the pass, directly relaying it to Fisher, who, under House's defense, maneuvered the ball out. Once more, it was passed into Chen Cheng's hands. They all held unwavering faith in Chen Cheng's shooting touch. If he could not break through soon, the Lakers' offensive situation would become dire. With Kobe's shoulder still healing, he could not play the entire game. Peyton's stamina was waning, leading to inconsistent performance. At this moment, Chen Cheng was the most relied upon scoring asset on the court. Seeing Chen Cheng receive the ball, Jarek immediately charged towards him. Just moments ago, Chen Cheng was left feeling somewhat embarrassed by the hat trick he received. In response, he visibly intensified his defensive focus on Chen Cheng. As Chen Cheng dribbled outside the three-point line, he sought an opportunity that would necessitate the use of a guaranteed shot card. Otherwise, his teammates would undoubtedly lose faith in him. Contemplating this, he observed the movements of Yari while subtly searching for a chance to shoot. Although Yari's footwork was not particularly swift, his control of rhythm was impeccable. With his hands positioned both forward and to the side, he constrained Chen Cheng's shooting position, closely shadowing him and effectively blocking his path. The defensive strategy remained unchanged. They could not afford to let him regain his shooting touch from the perimeter. Chen Cheng continued to dribble, seeking openings, knowing he boasted a shooting percentage of 30. This implied that out of 3 attempts, he would likely succeed at least once. Moreover, with the assurance of the guaranteed shot card, the Buffs had reached such a level that as long as he could manage to take the shot, it was destined to find the net. No longer hesitating, he prepared to shoot, but Yari seemed to have anticipated his move. Suddenly advancing a half step, he swiftly intercepted the ball from Chen Cheng's grasp, initiating a fast break. Just as Chen Cheng had completed half of his shooting motion, the ball was snatched away by Yari. In a rush, he could only reach out and grab, resulting in a deliberate foul being called by the referee, sending Yari to the free throw line while also granting possession to the Clippers. 3 failed attempts had now cost him an unnecessary foul. Seizing the dead ball opportunity, the coach opted to substitute Chen Cheng. A chorus of boos erupted from certain corners of the arena. The supporters led by Yang Yusin appeared bewildered by Chen Cheng's lackluster performance, forgetting to cheer him on. Meanwhile, the comments section of the live broadcast by Huawei Network was ablaze with discussion. What was going on with Brother Chen today? It seemed as if he had forgotten how to play basketball, as if he were an entirely different person. Was he fatigued after last night's triple-double performance against the young emperor? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps he was encountering a rookie wall. It had long been suggested that he was not up to par, having played a few good games and become overly arrogant. Other teams' coaching staffs were not to be underestimated. They had thoroughly analyzed his gameplay. I tuned in late. Was this what you referred to as the Chen whirlwind? What happened today? The wind has lost its momentum. With his head lowered, Chen Cheng returned to the bench, while the coach made substitutions, granting Rash the opportunity to take the court. Kobe approached and patted Chen Cheng on the head. "It's all right. You need to learn to adapt to this feeling." Chen Cheng silently resumed his position. His performance today was erratic. He hesitated to shoot, and his offensive and organizational talents did not shine through. "Steve, what do you think is troubling him?" TNT commentator Melf inquired, engaging in conversation with his colleague Kerr. "I believe Coach Dunleavy's pregame strategy has made a significant impact. The coaching staff must have dedicated considerable time to analyzing Chen's playing style. In previous matchups, other teams did not apply early pressure on him, allowing him to find his rhythm right from the start. One must understand that once a shooter finds their groove, it becomes a formidable situation," Kerr responded. Melf burst into laughter. "Indeed, I believe you possess considerable insight on this matter. Pray, elucidate how he might adjust." "There exists little room for modification. For a rookie who has been thoroughly analyzed by other teams, extricating oneself from such a meticulously targeted defense necessitates the introduction of innovative offensive strategies. This expectation is rather excessive for a novice who has only participated in 4 games. On the Lakers' side, after Rash made his entrance, he successfully sank a 3-point shot. In his exhilaration, he sprinted to the bench, exchanging high fives with his teammates, ultimately halting before Cheng. "Rookie, observe closely how a seasoned NBA player conducts himself on the court. And take heed." With that, he bounded back onto the floor. Cheng was left speechless. The current situation mirrored precisely what he had articulated prior to the game. Having failed to score thus far, his performance was abysmally poor. Moreover, he had squandered a precious opportunity with a guaranteed shot. Everything seemed to be spiraling toward the most unfavorable outcome. The commentators began to dissect Cheng's performance, noting that since his debut, aside from the Timberwolves, the Lakers' opponents had all been teams with a winning percentage below 50. "You discern my implication." "Indeed. Cheng has yet to endure a quality, hard-fought contest. The Mavericks, the reigning champion Spurs, along with the formidable Rockets featuring his compatriot Yao, and other elite teams like the Kings and the Trail Blazers awaited them. Today, they faced only the Clippers, with a nearly 50% win rate. And already Cheng had been effectively contained. I opine that the Lakers ought not to squander further playing time on him, currently. Rash on the court serves as a reliable shooter. Observe, he has just landed another open 3-pointer. The Clippers' perimeter defense is utterly dismal. Yet, they have successfully neutralized the most coveted Lakers rookie star." Precisely. As they concluded this exchange, both erupted into laughter. As the first quarter concluded, the Clippers held an 8-point lead over the Lakers. In the second quarter, Kobe Bryant was granted another opportunity to take the court. Just before entering, he sidled past Chen Cheng and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Cheer up, Chen Cheng. Consider what else remains in your arsenal that has yet to be revealed." "Arsenal? Aside from that card that guarantees 2 successful shots, what else do I possess that is worthy of display?" The game remained fiercely contested, ever since Kobe's entrance. The Lakers had been relentlessly closing the gap with both inside drives and outside shots. However, the Clippers were clearly unwilling to concede defeat easily. Bryant began to assert his dominance in the paint, consistently scoring with mid-range shots over the aging Grant. The synergy between Coman and Maggette grew increasingly refined, as they took turns launching aerial assaults that bombarded the Lakers' basket without restraint. The rebounding was particularly telling. Bryant alone was collecting offensive rebounds that nearly equaled the entire Lakers team's total, with more than double the second chance points. Had it not been for the lackluster performance of their perimeter shooters, the Lakers, led by a formidable Kobe, would have already seen the deficit widen considerably. In the second quarter, Chen Cheng was not granted a single minute on the court again. During this period, the Lakers fell behind the Clippers by a staggering 14 points. Chapter 56, activating the super skill package in the locker room, Kobe erupted in fury once more. He kicked over a trash can and sulked in his seat, enveloped in a heavy silence as no one dared to speak. The Lakers, lacking the presence of O'Neal, Malone, and Medvedenko, were painfully weak in the paint. The Zen master rotated players onto the court, even calling upon the rarely utilized Cook and Walton to grab rebounds. Unfortunately, they were up against the Clippers, who dominated inside. By halftime, the Lakers were down by 12 rebounds. Elton Brand secured 9 rebounds, 5 of which were offensive. Chris Coman collected 7 rebounds, with 2 on the offensive end. And Corey Maggette grabbed 7 rebounds, including 1 offensive. Holding the halftime statistics in his hands, the Zen master displayed them before the players. Eddie House even managed to snag 2 rebounds. 1 more, and he'd be catching up to you, Devin. George cradled his head in despair. The Zen master approached Samson and Grant. I know you've done your best, son. 6 rebounds is commendable, but I expect more from you. And you, Horace? The first overall pick by the Bulls should not allow this veteran from Chicago to disrespect you. You must teach him to respect his elders. Afterward, the Zen master cast a glance at Chen Cheng, hesitating for a moment before turning to the center of the locker room. We must endure this challenge. We have achieved 3 consecutive victories. The Clippers are not an insurmountable opponent. We must surpass them. We are a great team, and our goal is the championship. Let us go, Lakers. Under the Zen master's rallying cry, everyone gathered at center court, shouting in unison for the Lakers. At that moment, Chen Cheng felt like an outsider. The fans in the stands had their heads drooping, their cheer props unable to be raised. Newly initiated Chinese fans began to express doubts about Yang Yusin's predictions. Amy, didn't you say Chun would deliver an astounding performance today? Indeed. But he hasn't seen a minute on the court since. Only Yang Yusin stood tall, holding her cheer prop high. Nearby, several white guys in Clippers jerseys whistled at them. Hey, ladies, join us in cheering for Bryant. He is the #1 pick. That undrafted Chinese kid isn't worth your support. He has been thoroughly analyzed, and even if he plays, he'll only embarrass himself. Right? Did you see his performance? He was completely shut down by Jarek. Can you believe there are NBA players who can be contained by Jarek? The two laughed heartily, sharing a knowing glance. They're not wrong. Chen has hit the rookie wall. He might not see the court again today. I wonder if this jersey can still be returned. Members of the fan club expressed their discontent. Yang Yusin turned with unwavering determination and proclaimed, I have faith in Chen Cheng. He will surely adjust his form. Suddenly, a plethora of disparaging posts regarding Chen Cheng emerged on the Huagua basketball forum. Chen Cheng went 0 for 3 in this match. His performance is utterly abysmal. With such a display, are you certain you want to vote him into the All-Star game and disgrace the Chinese? The chat area of the online streaming platform was inundated with scornful remarks. What is happening with Brother Chen? Why is he glued to the bench? Is he stuck? I said he was overrated before. You all insisted he was a genius. If he is a genius, why is he sitting on the bench? He is merely a player suited for garbage time. Let us not have too many expectations. He should be sent down to the development league to hone his skills. I believe Chen Cheng's defense in the first half was commendable. He should focus on being a workhorse. What use does an all-star have for a laborer? I truly cannot endure this any longer. Can I retract my vote? I no longer wish to support him. The third quarter of the game has elapsed for 3 minutes. Yet the Lakers' issues in the paint remain unresolved. Who, for heaven's sake, can secure that damned rebound? Kobe, seated on the bench with a towel in hand, shouted at all those present. Chen Cheng observed Kobe, clad in thick shoulder pads, relentlessly charging into the paint, engaging in fierce battles with the Clippers' front court solely to contest rebounds. Stirring profound emotions within him, he recalled Kobe's words and pondered what remained unexhibited in his arsenal. However, the reality was that he not only lacked the opportunity to step onto the court, but even if he did, sinking a couple of three-pointers would not alleviate the team's pressing needs, as rebounding was not his forte. Rebounds. Suddenly, Chen Cheng remembered the exclusive task assigned by the system this month, to visit Rodman, ultimately earning a special gift pack related to Rodman's predictive abilities. Previously, he had not paid much attention to this gift pack due to the presence of star cards. Now, as he accessed the system's backpack, he found it mostly empty except for a guaranteed hit card, until he flipped to the last page and finally beheld Rodman's predictive gift pack. Upon opening the pack, a message appeared. Due to a conflict with your experience card, this skill set could not be activated before. Would you like to activate and equip this skill now? Activate and equip immediately, he exclaimed. Rodman's prediction has been equipped. You have gained the legendary NBA star, 7-time rebounding champion Dennis Rodman's ability to predict the trajectory of rebounds on the court. Additionally, your 1v1 defensive skills will be enhanced by 25. And your provocation value is set to max as a first-time activation bonus. Good luck. Rodman's ability to predict rebounds? With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Chen Cheng turned his gaze to the court. In the corner, Magette received a pass from House, executed a crossover to evade George's defense, and released a long two-pointer with a slight lean back as the ball soared toward the hoop. Several probability indicators for potential rebound locations suddenly appeared in midair, 55 in the lower right, 32 in the lower left, 10 directly underneath the basket, and 3 in the free throw area. Chen Cheng focused intently on the position with the highest probability, the lower right. Magette's shot struck the rim, bouncing off and losing momentum. indeed descending toward the lower right of the backboard. Bryant, who had positioned himself perfectly, collected the rebound once again. Truly, the precision of the Worm's prediction is remarkable. With this skill, how could one fear not securing rebounds? Kobe, visibly frustrated on the court, leaped in exasperation upon witnessing Bryant snatch yet another rebound, immediately committing a foul. The inability to secure rebounds was one issue, but George's defensive intensity against Magette had noticeably waned, further aggravating Kobe. The Zen master, of course, was observant of this. With Kobe already burdened by injuries and offensive pressure mounting, the additional task of helping George with defense was draining his energy. His piercing gaze swept across the bench, seeking a suitable substitute for George in the 3 spot. Ultimately, his attention settled on Chen Cheng. He previously achieved a remarkable feat by freezing Anthony, despite his lackluster offensive performance and subdued state in the first half. Nevertheless, his defensive contributions were commendable, and it was time for him to take the court. Chen, set aside your burdens and focus on guarding Magette, he was urged. At this moment, Chen Cheng had already shed his earlier disheartened demeanor, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Don't worry, coach, I've got this. Chapter 57, The Frail Rebounding Wizard. Chen Cheng's reappearance on the court was met with a smattering of applause, accompanied by some boos. Upon seeing Chen Cheng back in action, Yang Yusin immediately rallied the members around her to cheer for him. The Chinese fans, however, appeared lackluster, merely waving their prop boards half-heartedly before resuming their seats. Only Yang Yusin, with a nearly hoarse voice, continued to shout, Chen Cheng, keep going. You are the best. Following the sound of her voice, Chen Cheng spotted Yang Yusin, who had made an effort to dress up today, resembling a cheerleader. With her hair styled in 2 ponytails, wearing a white t-shirt layered with Chen Cheng's Lakers jersey, she resembled a vibrant dress, bouncing around with a large prop sign, radiating exuberance. Chen Cheng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He responded to her with a heart gesture made with his fingers, a sign that they both knew had no clear meaning in their current context. Bryant completed his free throw, and possession shifted to the Lakers. Look, Mark, who has taken the court. The greatest player of Huadhua, Chen, is here. Prepare to tremble, shouted House, tugging at Jarek's arm. Jarek chuckled, covering his mouth and whispering incessantly to House. Chen Cheng boldly approached the duo, declaring, Get ready to witness a performance from your father. You two combined barely score 15 points. The words surprised even him. He couldn't believe he had uttered such a statement. Was this what the great Big Bug's max level of taunting felt like? The two were momentarily stunned. Chen Cheng's words cut deep. As starting backcourt players for the Clippers, their skills were indeed subpar, barely making a mark across the league, averaging around 7 points each, and together, they truly fell short of 15 points. House charged forward to take a shot, only to be firmly restrained by Jarek. Calm down, Eddie, let's show him what we've got during the game. Just like in the first half. Meanwhile, Kobe received a pass from Fisher, accelerating past Jarek and driving hard to the basket against Kaman, scoring 21. Kobe stepped up to the free throw line, while Chen Cheng glanced up at the hoop. Kobe's free throws were usually reliable. However, Big Bug had nonetheless predicted the ball's trajectory, estimating a 78% chance it would land directly beneath the basket. This indicated a possibility for a rebound and a subsequent offensive opportunity. Brand and Magette were battling Grant near the free throw line, while Kaman was holding his ground against Sampson. Kobe took his shot. The ball was on target, yet its landing point was slightly off. In a sudden burst of agility, Chen Cheng executed a reverse run, deftly evading House's relentless defense. With great strides, he surged into the paint, and before others could ascertain the trajectory, he took flight. The rim reverberated with a resounding clang as Chen, with a single hand, seized the rebound and emphatically slammed it down, overpowering the towering Clippers frontcourt. He hung momentarily from the rim, swaying slightly before descending gracefully to the court. The Lakers fans at Staples Center were instantaneously awakened by this spectacular display. The arena was filled with deafening cheers, echoing through the rafters. Chen's soaring putback was a bold declaration of his resurgence. See, I knew he could do it. I told you all, Yang Yusin exclaimed, tears of joy welling in her eyes as she fervently cheered for Chen. She had witnessed his earlier struggles, recognizing the stubborn pride that had hindered his acceptance of the challenge. Now, the confident Chen, radiating brilliance, had returned. What a stunning dunk. This could signal Chen's awakening. He has adjusted his game remarkably well. The Clippers need to be wary, the commentator noted. Kobe approached, playfully shoving Chen with enthusiasm. That was incredible. Well done, Chen. Chen flashed a grin in response. This is just the beginning. Wait until you see my next performance. Kobe, momentarily taken aback, quickly broke into a wide smile. This isn't your usual style, but it certainly embodies the essence of the King of Los Angeles. Their hands came together in a resounding clap. Jarek advanced with the ball, prompting Kobe to apply tight defense. He quickly passed to Maggette. Chen instinctively reached out to disrupt the play, but Maggette managed to secure the ball. This marked their first direct matchup of the game, yet Maggette could already feel the weight of Chen's defensive pressure. His subtle maneuvers were numerous but cleverly concealed, allowing him to evade the referee's scrutiny. This left him in a quandary as he struggled to dribble while simultaneously fending off Chen's persistent grip. Reluctantly, he opted to return the ball to Jarek. "Hey, don't even think about shooting. Your aim is all off," Chen taunted, keeping a close watch on Maggette while verbally provoking Jarek. Though the adage suggests that insults should not reveal vulnerabilities, the essence of Brother De Chong's provocations often lay in exposing weaknesses. The skills honed during his time with the Pistons' bad boys could not be easily overshadowed. Chen's incessant jibes unsettled Jarek, who hurriedly passed the ball to Brand. Brand, positioned deep in the post, turned for a jump shot, but his attempt was disrupted by Sampson, resulting in a miss as the ball clanged off the backboard without finding its way into the net. Chen had already anticipated the rebound, skillfully maneuvering past Maggette. He leaped high from behind Come On, reaching an almost eye-level height, and with all eyes upon him, he secured the rebound with one arm. Upon landing, he surveyed the court with an air of confidence, exuding dominance. The ball now belonged to the Lakers. With Kobe on the court, he stands as the primary offensive choice for the Lakers. As he receives the ball on the right flank, he executes a mesmerizing sequence of fluid movements, outmaneuvering Jarek before unleashing a graceful fadeaway jump shot. Perhaps affected by a shoulder injury, Kobe instinctively senses that this shot will miss. He decisively charges in to secure the rebound. However, Chen Cheng, despite predicting the ball's trajectory, finds himself thwarted by Brand's firm positioning, leaving him with no room to operate. Yet, Chen Cheng still leaps high into the air, and both players make contact with the ball almost simultaneously. While Brand aims to reclaim possession, Chen Cheng's intent is merely to tip the ball away. He understands that although Brand possesses long arms, his vertical leap lacks the necessary speed. Conversely, Chen Cheng's agility and explosive jumping ability are his distinct advantages. If he can merely deflect the ball beyond Brand's reach, success is assured. As Chen Cheng anticipated, he elevates to redirect the ball higher. By the time Brand lands, he attempts to regain control, but Chen Cheng once again leaps ahead, tipping the ball away. With 3 consecutive vertical jumps, maintaining both height and speed, he finally nudges the ball towards the free throw line area, securing the rebound once more. Following this, he delivers a long pass to Kobe on the perimeter. Kobe, seizing the opportunity, capitalizes on Chen Cheng's relentless effort, striking true from beyond the arc. Coach Dunleavy swiftly calls for a timeout. Kobe and Chen Cheng leap high, celebrating with a chest bump. Chapter 58. A parallel rescue on the court. Witnessing Chen Cheng's resolute performance in response to skepticism ignites a frenzy in the comments section of the live broadcast from Huagua. Wow, a true rebounding savant. His leaping ability is astonishing. This vertical leap, this capacity for consecutive jumps, this speed, he must enter the dunk contest. On the opposing side, a stocky rebounder finds himself outmatched as Chen Cheng morphs into a lean yet formidable force, his rebounding prowess appearing almost supernatural. Who were the naysayers who dared to criticize Chen? They ought to line up and apologize. I'll go first. Chen, I'm sorry. Chen, I apologize. Chen, I truly apologize. In light of Chen Cheng's remarkable display, Marv turns to his companion, Kerr, and remarks, "Isn't this somewhat unexpected, Steve? I didn't foresee him breaking through the doubts in such a manner." Kerr chuckles and replies, "Indeed, perhaps I should consider acquiring one of his jerseys. However, I must admit, his rebounding technique and determination remind me of someone. It's a remarkably subtle feeling." Meanwhile, sitting on the Clippers bench, owner Sterling can no longer remain composed. "What are you all doing? How can you tolerate that yellow-skinned Chinese player dominating over you? I hired you to play basketball, not to be spectators on the court." Mid-sentence, Sterling abruptly realizes the inappropriateness of his words, swallowing the derogatory term. Coach Dunleavy produces a tactical board, outlining strategies while stating, "Listen up, gentlemen. We cannot afford to lose these rebounds. They are our advantage. Chris, Elton, you must not allow so much space in the paint, and Corey, keep a close watch on Kobe." Chen Cheng returned to his seat, celebrating with his teammates by bumping shoulders and exchanging high fives. Rush's previously arrogant demeanor dimmed once more. The Zen master shook his head in disbelief at Chen Cheng. This young man had once again astonished him. He had initially hoped Chen could share the burden of defending Kobe. Little did he expect that upon entering the game, Chen would resolve the Lakers' most pressing issue thus far, rebounding. Standing at just under 2 meters, he repeatedly secured rebounds amidst taller opponents, demonstrating remarkable judgment of the ball's trajectory. On the court, he shed his previously reserved demeanor and exhibited an exuberant and flamboyant style. He resembled a yellow-skinned Dennis Rodman. Perhaps it was the encouragement from the spectators or his dissatisfaction with his own performance that ignited his competitive spirit. In any case, the team was now finding its rhythm. The score stood at 66-60, with the Clippers maintaining their lead, and Chen's entrance had posed some challenges for the team. Indeed, Coach Dunleavy's timeout had come at a pivotal moment. The Clippers needed to continue their decisive assault on the paint, where their advantage remained evident. They could not allow a few lost rebounds to disrupt their tempo, as noted by the commentator. Upon resuming play, Jarrett continued to control the ball, while Fisher pressed forward, generating physical contact. Jarrett passed to House, who, facing Kobe's defense, kept the ball moving and relayed it to Maggette. Chen immediately matched up closely. Yet again, the subtle fouls irritated Maggette, who could only clutch the ball tightly, using his body to create offensive space. However, Chen refused to yield an inch. As Maggette drove forward, Chen adhered closely. "Get away, you country bumpkin. Don't use your disgusting tricks on me." Chen paid no heed to the taunts, opting instead to persistently use his body to trouble Maggette within the bounds of the rules. The referee, observing closely, was quick to assess the situation. Seeing Chen press too closely, Maggette attempted a shot in a confined space, struggling to get a clean attempt. Even if he missed, he aimed to draw a foul from Chen in front of the referee. Unexpectedly, Chen thrust his chin forward, obstructing Maggette's shot path. As Maggette's elbow barely grazed Chen's skin, he let out a dramatic cry, clutching his face and collapsing to the floor. The sideline referee immediately blew the whistle. Clippers, number 50, offensive foul. Maggette held the basketball, feigning innocence as he complained to the referee. "I swear to God, I didn't touch him. You must believe me." He.S. acting. The referee, unfazed, proceeded towards the front court. Frustrated, Maggette tossed the ball to the sideline referee. Chen finally rose, lightly shaking his jersey at Maggette. As the Lakers commenced their offensive possession, House took on the task of defending Chen. Kobe possessed the ball, and Chen Cheng advanced to set a screen. Maggette's physique was indeed robust. When Chen Cheng was struck by him, he nearly regurgitated his last meal. Fortunately, Kobe seized the opportunity to drive inside. Bryant, stationed beneath the basket, immediately moved to provide support. Under the interference of his long arms, Kobe halted abruptly to take a jump shot, which unfortunately missed the mark. The trajectory of the ball was exceedingly peculiar, most likely heading out of bounds. In other words, this shot would ricochet off the rim and result in a turnover. Indeed, the ball bounced out of the hoop, soaring high before crossing over the top of the backboard and beginning its descent. At that moment, the players within the court could only watch helplessly as the ball fell. Even if they reached out, it was beyond their grasp. Kobe, too, felt a sense of frustration as he slapped his palm. Suddenly, a purple figure emerged from the crowd, executing a leap akin to a soccer player's diving header, propelling himself forward with his body nearly parallel to the ground. It was Chen Cheng again. He dashed in from beyond the three-point line, recklessly striving to contest the nearly out-of-bounds offensive rebound. Just as his hands made contact with the ball, he astonishingly flicked it behind his head towards the vicinity of the backboard. Before anyone could react, Kobe had already sensed the opportunity for an offensive play. He leaped high, catching the ball with one hand, riding on come on, and emphatically slammed it into the hoop. Chen Cheng, propelled by inertia, crashed into the throng of photographers. As he slowly rose to his feet, he locked eyes with a reporter wearing a baseball cap, who instinctively tightened his grip on his pants. Chen Cheng offered him a slight smile and patted his shoulder. The Staples Center erupted in euphoria. The big screen replayed Chen Cheng's leap to save the ball, and everyone gasped in awe. Even the home commentators for the opposing Clippers could not help but be moved. "My God, I can hardly believe I am witnessing this action once again in my lifetime. His performance has completely redefined my understanding. I am at a loss for words to convey my excitement." He flawlessly replicated the classic move of Dennis Rodman, soaring parallel to the floor to secure that astonishing rebound and completing an aerial relay with Kobe. As Chen Cheng stepped onto the court, Kobe was the first to approach him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. "Incredible, brother. You are simply amazing." The crowd erupted in cheers, some rising to applaud Chen Cheng, and the sound of clapping reverberated throughout the Staples Center. At that moment, members of the fan support group also stood up, waving their cheering placards enthusiastically. Even the Clippers fans, who had been taunting moments ago, rose to offer their applause. I must concede, that play was undeniably impressive. Such bravery. You Chinese players are truly remarkable. Honestly, I am on the verge of becoming his fan. Chapter 59, a 3-point boost to the excitement beside him. A girl wearing glasses excitedly shook Yang Yusin's arm. Amy, did you hear that? Did you hear what he just said? He remarked on the prowess of our Chinese compatriots, expressing that he was on the verge of becoming a fan of Chen Cheng. My goodness, I can hardly believe it. Is this truly the allure of Chen Cheng? Is this the enchantment of basketball? Yang Yusin, arms crossed, cast a disdainful glance at her, as if to say she had never witnessed such grandeur. And then the two embraced, shouting in exhilaration. I have long informed you that Chen Cheng's performance would not disappoint his supporters. Do you see it now? The girl with glasses nodded fervently. The sentiment in the Huagua live streaming zone shifted dramatically. It was reminiscent of Rodman's miraculous save, utterly astounding. I find myself at a loss for words. Let me extend my early New Year's greetings. What is most remarkable is that not only did he secure the ball, but he also executed an alley-oop pass, showcasing Kobe's lightning-fast reflexes. Regarding this incredible rebound, I have 6 points to articulate. Steve Kerr cradled his head in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to utter a single word. Beside him, Marv shook his head repeatedly, arms crossed. What has this Chinese player accomplished? Why does the entire arena erupt in cheers for him? Paris inquired of her companion Kardashian. I have no idea. I was just retouching my makeup. Kardashian replied, bewildered. Why do I feel somewhat drawn to this Eastern gentleman? Kim, what do you think of him? Will he become a star player? Kardashian stood, peering towards Chen Cheng on the court. I cannot quite articulate it. Then sit down quickly and refrain from staring at those men so obviously, like a lovesick fool. Paris admonished with a grin. The Lakers, riding high on momentum, compelled Coach Dunleavy to call yet another timeout. This pause bore no tactical adjustments. It merely served to quell the Lakers' spirit. Meanwhile, the Clippers bench was abuzz discussing Chen Cheng's historic save. How did he accomplish it? My goodness, it unfolded right before my eyes. I had only ever witnessed Rodman perform such a feat on tape. Kamon kept glancing at the immense screen overhead. Why not consider that, as a fellow rookie from 2003? He could execute such a splendid save, while you could only be dunked on by Kobe? House teased Kamon from the side. The Lakers bench, as expected, engaged in yet another round of relentless encouragement. Is this the outcome of your request for me to arrange a meeting with Rodman? If so, after the game, I could introduce you to Michael. He would surely be pleased to converse with a rookie of your caliber. Even the Zen master jested about Chen Cheng at this moment. Chen Cheng bashfully scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. If only the system would assign such a task. As Clippers Jarek advanced with the ball, Chen Cheng resolutely focused on defending Maggette. Reminiscent of Rodman's tussles with Malone. Drawing from past experiences, Maggette dared not engage physically with Chen Cheng this time. Without the context of physical confrontation, Maggette's prowess diminished by half, and Chen Cheng's crafty defensive tactics proved remarkably effective. Nevertheless, conventional offensive strategies remained at his disposal. Maggette found his position and reached out for the ball. Faced with Kobe's staunch defense, Jarek hastily passed the ball inside, fearing that any delay would result in Kobe intercepting it. However, Chen Cheng, who was behind Maggette, was far from compliant. Instead of employing conventional methods to impede, he pressed against Maggette, leaping to disrupt his reception. Such blatant physical contact did not escape the referee's scrutiny. Despite the Lakers committing fewer fouls this quarter, the ball remained with the Clippers. Kamon prepared to inbound the ball, and Maggette was ready, positioning himself to receive it and intending to back down Chen Cheng. Yet, Chen Cheng continued his tactics, persistently using subtle maneuvers to obstruct Maggette's path to the ball. His actions were not indicative of confidence in disrupting Maggette's reception. Rather, they were intended to unsettle Maggette psychologically. After 1 or 2 attempts, Maggette might remain calm, but a series of such distractions would surely provoke doubt. The referee once again called a foul on Chen Cheng. Kobe approached the official, arguing against the treatment of a rookie, declaring the calls absurd. The referee, hands on hips, offered an explanation to Kobe, who, halfway through, dismissed it with a wave and returned to the court. The Clippers were resolute in facilitating this offensive play, once again. The choice of pass was directed towards Maggette, determined to teach this rookie a lesson on their home ground. This time, Maggette was particularly cautious before receiving the ball, constantly using his left hand to gauge Chen Cheng's positioning while signaling to ward off any interference. However, Chen Cheng refrained from any contact or distractions this time. This left Maggot momentarily perplexed. As he momentarily diverted his attention, the sideline pass came in. Chen Cheng swiftly intercepted the ball, snatching it away from right in front of Maggot. Kobe, still engaged in disrupting the inbound pass, seized the opportunity, dribbling swiftly to initiate a fast break. Haas hurried to chase back, while Fisher and Kobe executed a quick exchange. This led to a 2-on-1 scenario, and as Fisher approached the basket, he opted not to challenge Haas but instead lofted the ball into the air. Kobe followed up, overpowering Haas to slam the ball home. Chen Cheng's steal, followed by Kobe's dunk, created a seamless offensive flow reminiscent of mercury spilling. Even the home commentators began to jest about their own team. Showtime made its return to the Staples Center, with the Lakers once again in the spotlight, though today it was the Clippers' home game. It was indeed a lamentable tale for the Clippers. They needed to take action. Following Kobe's thunderous dunk, Coman sluggishly arrived at the backcourt to inbound, not missing the chance to taunt Haas about being posterized by Kobe. Haas, already simmering with frustration, felt even more incensed by the rookie's jibe. Receiving Coman's pass, he recklessly advanced past half-court, defying Fisher's defense to launch a reckless three-pointer. As the ball soared, Kobe gasped, and all players instinctively collapsed towards the basket, including Haas, who rushed in as well. Only Chen Cheng, unhurried, retreated to a distance just one step inside the three-point line. This was the prediction point provided by Big Worm, with an accuracy rate of 85. Indeed, Haas's powerful shot was overly forceful. The basketball struck the base of the rim and did not fall directly, instead bouncing far away. It landed perfectly in Chen Cheng's hands. Like an adept baseball catcher, he cradled the ball, pivoted, and dribbled swiftly toward the Clippers' half of the court. The Clippers players could only watch in astonishment as he dribbled past the midcourt line, offering only a token defense. Just when everyone thought he was poised to deliver a spectacular dunk to conclude the offensive sequence, Chen Cheng abruptly halted half a meter beyond the three-point line. He gathered the ball, gazed at the hoop, and this time, he did not wish to rely on a guaranteed shot. He aimed to utilize his own prowess to sink this long-overdue three-pointer. He gathered the ball, steadied his breath, bent his knees, pushed off the ground, tightened his core, stabilized his energy line, lifted his arm, and released the shot. Everything unfolded just as it had in training. The basketball, infused with Chen Cheng's unwavering confidence, followed the trajectory he had charted, soaring steadily toward the net. Swish. A long-range three-pointer cleanly swished through the hoop. Chen Cheng raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and struck the air with fervor. I'm back. Chapter 60. Paris's day. From the moment of Chen Cheng's three-point shot, the Clippers' offensive rhythm was thoroughly disrupted. Coupled with Chen Cheng's precise anticipation of rebounding positions, the Clippers' rebounding advantage began to diminish significantly. Their inside-out strategy devolved into Bryant's futile efforts within, while the outside threats were systematically dominated by Kobe, leaving them utterly defenseless. The remaining formidable offensive point, Maggot, found his composure shattered under Chen Cheng's tenacious defense, causing his shooting accuracy to plummet. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the game, Chen Cheng fouled out after 6 infractions, bowing graciously to the audience amidst their cheers and jeers as he strode off the court. In this match, he had scored no points in the first half and recorded only a single block, yet made a powerful comeback in the second half, emerging as a formidable force. Under the watch of the Clippers' 2 dominant big men, he secured 14 rebounds, 6 of which were on the offensive end, alongside 3 steals and 8 points. Although his scoring was not as explosive as in previous games, he stepped up when the team needed him most, leveraging his robust rebounding skills to help the team navigate through adversity. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over their city rivals, the Clippers, with a score of 101-89, achieving their 4th consecutive victory. The 2 hosts at TNT were concluding their post-game analysis. Let's discuss this game, Steve. I feel you were rather quiet in the second half. It hardly reflects the salary TNT pays you, Marv remarked with a smile. Cole shook his head. I was reminiscing about what Chen Cheng said during his pre-game interview with Cheryl. Those Huagua people certainly enjoy speaking in riddles. He not only failed to score as he claimed, but astonishingly accumulated a significant total of 8 points, and what is even more remarkable is that he, a mere 6'5" guard, managed to seize 14 rebounds in this match. On the opposing side, Bryant delivered an extraordinary performance with a staggering 30-20 stat line. Yet, these details pale in comparison to a crucial observation. Whenever Chen Cheng and Kobe are on the court together, they consistently evoke a superior chemistry. Where I fail, I would endeavor to maximize their simultaneous presence on the court. This indeed seems to be a prudent suggestion. And I hope Phil might contemplate the advice of his former protege. Congratulations to the Lakers on achieving their fourth consecutive victory. In 2 days, they will journey to Sacramento, the capital of California, to face the Kings, marking their first encounter with a team that boasts a higher winning percentage than their own following this winning streak. The entire Lakers team exchanged embraces while in the stands. Yang Yusin repeatedly called out Chen Cheng's name. Although her ticket did not grant her access to the inner court, Chen Cheng gestured to the staff to allow her entry. Unexpectedly, Paris Hilton and her entourage, including Kim Kardashian, approached first. The heiress of the Hilton group had originally come to see Jarich. Yet she suddenly found herself captivated by the inexplicable charm of this young man from the East. Unlike the somber, introverted Easterners she had encountered before, nor the calculating, stingy ABCs, he exuded a unique charisma. Hello, Chen Cheng. I believe you should know her, Miss Paris Hilton, heir to the Hilton Group, renowned model, singer, actress, writer, and a prominent star in Hollywood. Kardashian introduced enthusiastically from the side. Hilton politely nodded towards Chen Cheng, who smiled in return. Indeed, she appeared more appealing with makeup. Her unadorned appearance in videos hardly did her justice. Observing Kardashian in her rather dowdy attire, it was difficult to imagine her future rise to fame. Chen Cheng held no interest in these socialites skilled in collecting admirers and had no desire to become their prey. However, out of courtesy, he decided to feign interest. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire what brings you here? Well, Miss Paris was quite impressed with your performance today and would like to invite you to dinner, Kardashian replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng scratched his head, feigning a look of indecision. I sincerely apologize, but I have already promised my girlfriend to join her for dinner this evening, so, he said, glancing back at Yang Yusin, who was making her way into the venue. Kardashian exchanged a glance with Paris, who nodded in response. She then retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to Chen Cheng. This is the business card of Miss Paris's assistant. Should you wish to reconsider, you may contact the number provided. So, this is how socialites arrange meetings? Not only do they send intermediaries, but they also bring along an assistant to facilitate communication. Chen Cheng internally scoffed at the notion but accepted the card out of politeness. Paris flashed a sweet smile at Chen Cheng before departing with Kardashian. Wow, that's Paris Hilton. Chen Cheng, be careful, or she might drain your essence, Peyton remarked with a mischievous grin as he approached. I want to grant her that opportunity. Why don't you give it a try? Chen Cheng casually handed him a business card, but Peyton waved it away repeatedly. I fear I might falter. I'd rather seek out those escort ladies than get entangled with her. Suddenly, Yang Yusin sprang from behind Chen Cheng and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Your performance was exceptional. You managed to grab so many rebounds. Have you grown taller? After releasing Chen Cheng, Yang Yusin stood on tiptoe and gestured with her hands. I haven't grown taller. Was that really Paris Hilton? She inquired abruptly. Chen Cheng glanced towards the exit and nodded. Ah, Yang Yusin gasped in astonishment, hastily covering her mouth with one hand. Paris Hilton sought you out. Is she a fan of yours? I was once a fan of hers, Chen Cheng replied, shaking his head internally. She doesn't intend to ask you out, does she? Yang Yusin pressed on. Chen Cheng pinched the business card between his fingers, flipping it back and forth. I suppose that could be the case. Have you accepted her invitation? What do you think? Chen Cheng countered. Yang Yusin's tone instantly turned a shade despondent. Indeed, who would refuse a date with Paris Hilton? So many would jump at the chance. Oh dear. Why didn't you mention it sooner? But I've already turned her down, Chen Cheng declared, slapping his thigh and feigning regret. Yang Yusin beamed, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Mate, let us put the dating matter on hold. Phil has something to discuss. After finishing a sideline interview, Kobe patted the shoulders of the two young ones and walked away towards the player tunnel without looking back. Chen Cheng waved at Yang Yusin, gesturing a phone call, and hurried back to the locker room. In the post-game locker room, the Zen master summoned everyone together, expressing his dissatisfaction with the match's proceedings. Without Chen Cheng's unexpected emergence, today's outcome might have been uncertain. After all, too many rebounds were lost, granting the opponent numerous offensive opportunities. Recently, Devin George's performance had been lackluster. Moving forward, adjustments to his playing time would need to be reconsidered. Chapter 61. Positioning. The Zen Master's feelings about the game echoed what Steve Kerr stated post-match. When both Chen Cheng and Kobe are on the court together, a remarkable chemistry emerges. When Kobe's offensive drive is fervent, Chen Cheng refrains from competing and seamlessly transitions into a defensive specialist role. Conversely, when Kobe's offense stagnates, Chen Cheng adeptly provides the necessary support. The Zen master had contemplated various considerations regarding Chen Cheng's position. When Kobe was absent, Chen Cheng's role was straightforward. However, now that Kobe had returned, Chen Cheng's positioning had become particularly significant. If Chen Cheng were to be adjusted to the first position, with a seasoned all-star veteran serving as a backup for the rookie, it would undoubtedly affect Peyton's tactical standing and reputation. Moreover, it seems rather inappropriate to treat Peyton this way after he took a pay cut to join the team. Retaining Chen Cheng in the second unit would not only squander the chemistry he shares with Kobe, but also diminish the playing time that rightfully belongs to Rush and Fisher, which would be detrimental to the internal stability of the locker room. As the head coach, he must not only balance the team's offense and defense, but also consider the dynamics within the locker room. The ongoing issues between OK have already caused him considerable distress, and he wishes to avoid any new complications arising. After much contemplation, the only viable adjustment lies in the third position. Recently, George's performance has been exceedingly erratic, rendering him a liability for the team. His three-point shooting percentage has plummeted to a career low of 23.7, and defensive issues have become increasingly apparent. The veteran small forward, Rick Fox, on whom the team has relied, has been plagued by injuries and unable to compete. Chen Cheng, as a rookie, has been assigned to play out of position at the 3 on 2 occasions, both of which resulted in remarkable performances. Although standing at around 196 centimeters and possessing a slender physique, his defensive tenacity and capability are widely recognized. Despite being targeted offensively today, it is entirely normal for a rookie to experience fluctuations. Thus, to maximize the benefits of having both Chen Cheng and Kobe on the court simultaneously, the Zen master has decided to position Chen Cheng at the 3. However, to honor George, a pivotal player during the championship run, the starting small forward position will still be allocated to him, albeit with a reduction in his playing time, allowing Chen Cheng to fulfill his potential. It is hoped that Devin will understand this intention. Upon concluding this, the Zen master approached George, embracing him and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Devin George has always been an affable individual, a stark contrast to his appearance, which has allowed him to thrive amidst the dynamics between OK for so many years. He expressed no objections to the coach's arrangement. Now, let us all rest well. Tomorrow afternoon, the team will head to Sacramento. Sweet dreams, everyone. After freshening up, he exited the player tunnel and had a brief conversation with Young Yusin regarding tomorrow's interview. Following the victory, Kobe was in high spirits. He effortlessly scored 26 points today, including a stunning dunk after a parallel save by Chen Cheng, which was undoubtedly the highlight of the day and could even become the best play of the season. Thus, he voluntarily offered to drive Chen Cheng back to the training facility. With another opportunity to ride in Kobe's vehicle, Chen Cheng could hardly decline. Today's ride was a Lamborghini, a mere trifle for a superstar of Kobe's caliber. However, upon seeing it, Chen Cheng thought to himself, I can afford this car. I must do 10 consecutive draws in the system. Today, Rodman's anticipation of this skill set has proven to be immensely beneficial. However, this contraption cannot be utilized in every match, as it is subject to a cooldown period. The duration of this cooldown extends with increased usage. Today, Chen Cheng engaged it for less than 2 sessions, resulting in a cooldown time exceeding 70 hours. This indicates that during the next encounter with the Kings, the foresight of Big Worm will prove to be of little assistance. Therefore, the training regimen provided by the system this time is particularly crucial. One cannot simply rely on luck with a pre-match mystery box. Speaking of that mystery box, aside from the singular wasted opportunity in today's first half, there remain 2 guaranteed chances that could prove invaluable in the ensuing match. The two conversed amiably as they made their way to the arena. After dropping off Chen Cheng, Kobe leaned out of the window. Sweet dreams, buddy. The day after tomorrow promises to be a formidable battle. The Kings are a notoriously challenging opponent. I too must return home for a restful slumber to rejuvenate for the game. Are you not planning to train in the early hours? Kobe inquired, puzzled. Who said I must train at dawn? Please, it's merely an occasional occurrence, and besides, you know I am currently on the injury watch list and cannot afford to overexert myself. With that, Kobe rolled up the car window, pressed the accelerator, and vanished into the night, leaving Chen Cheng standing alone, bewildered by the wind. Chen Cheng was quite familiar with the upcoming adversary. Led by Adelman, the Kings were once regarded as one of the most entertaining teams. Their performance and popularity consistently ranked among the top in the league. Subsequently, with the introduction of formidable reinforcements, the team gradually evolved into a Western powerhouse. The Princeton offensive system was executed to perfection by this Kings squad. The Lakers and the Kings share a storied history, having faced off in a 7-game playoff series in 2002, where the Kings regrettably succumbed, forfeiting their championship aspirations. This series was once questioned as manipulated by the league, adding a palpable tension to their subsequent encounters. This season, despite the absence of the dominant inside presence Chris Webber, the legendary sharpshooter Peja Stojakovic delivered the finest season of his career, averaging 24 points with a remarkable 43 three-point shooting percentage, ranking highly on the three-point leaderboard. It is noteworthy that in the preceding 2 seasons, he claimed victory in the All-Star three-point contest on 2 occasions. Moreover, the Kings currently lead the Lakers by 5 wins, holding the highest winning percentage in the league. Most alarmingly, although the Kings are without the superstar forward Chris Webber, their roster remains well-balanced. Starting center Divac, a paragon of European versatility, is the man capable of matching up against Kobe. The newly acquired all-star caliber player Brad Miller perfectly compensates for the absence of the power forward position with his impressive double-double statistics, his tenacious playing style being his hallmark. In his days with the Bulls, he boldly challenged the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, earning his reputation. The backcourt is fortified by the defensive specialist Christie and the robust point guard Mike Bibby, forming a formidable duo. On the bench sat Bobby Jackson and a cadre of formidable reserves. In the absence of Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone, the Lakers faced a formidable challenge in securing a victory in Sacramento. Presently, Chen Cheng confronted a pressing dilemma, as per the Zen Master's post-game directives. In the upcoming match, he would directly contend with Peja Stojakovic, the most accurate three-point shooter in NBA history. Meanwhile, his own three-point shooting percentage lingered at a mere 30. Chapter 62. A choice to make back-to-back games undeniably drained physical reserves, especially following the completion of a rigorous training regimen. As Chen Cheng reclined, fatigue swiftly enveloped him, casting him into the realm of dreams. Had it not been for a phone call from Yang Yusin, he might have forgotten about the second interview with Bill scheduled for that morning, a far more formal engagement than the impromptu discussion post-game. Internally, Chen Cheng harbored some resistance towards this interview. When Yang Yusin first approached him, he had declined the invitation. At that time, having just completed his star card trial period, he feared underperforming and wasting Yang Yusin's earnest efforts. Fortunately, following last night's game, circumstances seemed to be taking a turn for the better. However, with a formidable opponent looming, he found little inclination to attend the interview. He had intended to clarify his sentiments over the phone last night, but Yang Yusin had been in high spirits, making it difficult for him to outright refuse. Now, indecision clouded his mind as Yang Yusin's vehicle approached the training facility. Standing before his wardrobe, he surveyed an array of sweatshirts, t-shirts, and casual attire, reminiscent of his own wardrobe years prior, which consisted primarily of plaid shirts and windbreakers. The windbreaker, a veritable marvel to him, served multiple purposes, the liner as one garment, the outer shell as another, and together they formed yet another. A down jacket completed his seasonal attire, while summer was easily filled with an abundance of t-shirts, a staple for any homebody. However, the pressing issue at hand was the necessity of formal attire for such an interview. Where could he procure a suitable suit? After rummaging through his belongings, he finally unearthed the bespoke suit he had prepared for the draft, nestled within the compartment of a wheeled suitcase. Without further ado, he donned the suit to assess its fit. Gazing into the mirror, he noted it was slightly wrinkled but manageable, though the sleeves and waist felt a tad snug. It was a sign of having gained some muscle, a positive development in his view. "Are you ready?" Yang Yusin hurriedly burst through the door, momentarily taken aback by Chen Cheng's appearance. Despite his somewhat disheveled state upon waking, the suit transformed his demeanor entirely. At that time, the NBA was dominated by a hip-hop-influenced fashion of oversized clothing, yet Chen Cheng's suit, brought from his homeland, exuded a sense of vintage charm. The refinement of one's character and physique goes without saying. The 2 substantial shoulder pads accentuated his slender frame, giving it a slightly imposing presence. Drawing inspiration from the design of a tailcoat, the single-button, wide-open style laid bare Chen Cheng's robust and vigorous muscles. Yang Yusin found herself captivated by his abdominal muscles for an extended moment, had it not been for Chen Cheng's snap of his fingers. She might not have realized her own lapse in composure. "What were you about to say? You seem to have lost your words," Chen Cheng teased. Upon hearing this, Yang Yusin quickly shook her head, lowered her gaze, and replied somewhat awkwardly, Yes, Bill has already set up the interview space, and the guests are arriving soon. You should hurry and change." "What do you think of this outfit I'm wearing?" Chen Cheng inquired. Yang Yusin couldn't help but gaze at him again, nodding vigorously. As he turned to the bathroom to freshen up and dress, Yang Yusin sat alone on the sofa, her cheeks flushed. Could it be that you've fallen for him? Impossible. We've only known each other for less than 2 weeks. Then why was your heart racing just now? Did it? Perhaps I was just a bit tired from running a couple of steps. The parking lot is only 20 meters away. Oh, really? Hee. Her mind was a flurry of conflicting thoughts. Ready? Let us go, Chen Cheng announced as he stepped out, interrupting Yang Yusin's reverie. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld him fully attired, and he appeared extraordinarily handsome. His hair was neatly styled, his fair complexion complemented by large eyes, a prominent nose, and a tall figure. He wore a black suit, a white shirt, a black vest, a black bow tie, and a purple pocket square. While others might be mistaken for waitstaff in such attire, on Chen Cheng, it exuded an indescribable elegance. In Yang Yusin's eyes, he now resembled a figure just emerging from first class. Is there something amiss with my attire? Chen Cheng queried. No, it's perfect. If everything is all right, we can depart now. Yes, let us go, Yang Yusin stammered, exiting the room in a flurry. Seizing a moment when Chen Cheng wasn't paying attention, she took a deep breath and swiftly changed the subject. You want to believe who Bill has invited as today's guest for the interview. Here is a hint, he is an outside player. Immediately intrigued, Chen Cheng responded. Given Bill's connections in Los Angeles and with the Lakers, could it possibly be Magic Johnson? Am I truly that esteemed? Bill insisted on confidentiality. But, before Yang Yusin could finish her thought, Chen Cheng's mind was suddenly interrupted by the system's melodious voice, drowning out her words. Today's training task is announced. Which is more important, an interview or being overwhelmed? A time-limited mission to be completed within 3 hours. Execute 60 full-speed death sprints, 60 side steps across the court, and 60 reaction time drills. Upon completion, your one-on-one defensive success rate will increase by 20. Abruptly, Chen Cheng halted in his tracks. The titles of tasks released by the current system have become increasingly straightforward and easily comprehensible, haven't they? If one were to make a comparison, the matter of being overwhelmed in the game remains paramount. Participating in training and facing Peja, one may succeed in defending against him once out of 5 attempts. If I were to miss today's training session, tomorrow on the court, I could be left utterly defeated by Peja. Thus, even if today I were to be lauded by Bill's eloquent praise, the outcome would simply be a disastrous fall from grace. However, my actions would indeed betray the earnest intentions of Yang Yusin. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to forego this interview opportunity. Yet he felt compelled to devise a suitable reason that would spare Yang Yang's feelings. I'm sorry, but I believe I must decline this exclusive interview. Yang Yusin, walking ahead, suddenly came to a halt. Why? Why is this the case? Because I must train to prepare for tomorrow's formidable opponent, the Kings. And I need to face the league's most accurate three-point shooter, Peja. Before Chen Cheng could finish his sentence, Yang Yusin's phone rang. It was Bill calling. Yang Yusin hesitated for a moment but ultimately answered the call. Hi Bill, no, there is no traffic. It's just that Yang needs to prepare for tomorrow's game against the Kings. He must seize every moment to train and go up against Peja. Therefore, he may not be able to attend this exclusive interview today. There was silence on the other end of the line. Yang Yusin anxiously glanced at Chen Cheng, who staunchly supported him. Yet, there lingered uncertainty about the impression left on Bill after this missed opportunity. Perhaps this would forever sever any future connection with Bill's basketball column. Chen Cheng, meanwhile, wore an expression of guilt. Suddenly, Bill's voice came through the phone, loud enough to be heard without the speakerphone. We've changed our minds, Amy. We want to conduct this interview with Chan at the training facility. Your suggestion was simply brilliant, Michael. Michael? The guest invited by Bill is Michael. Could it be the very same Michael? Chapter 63, The Hidden Task returns. Yang Yusin eagerly nodded, responding enthusiastically over the phone, before finally hanging up and tracing a cross over his chest. God bless, Bill has decided to come to the training facility for the interview. Michael's suggestion was indeed splendid. On the other hand, Chen Cheng remained lost in his own thoughts. Is it truly that Michael? Logically, he should be in Charlotte, busy preparing for the new team. How could he possibly have time to come to Los Angeles? What if he is indeed in Los Angeles on business? After all, he is good friends with Magic Johnson. And discussing the purchase of a team is not beyond the realm of possibility. Had I known, I should have procured a few pairs of his sneakers in advance for an autograph. But what if it is not him? After all, in the illustrious history of the Lakers, there are only 2 notable Michaels, one being Klay Thompson's father, Michael Thompson. Another individual to consider is the current assistant coach of the Denver Nuggets, Michael Cooper. Judging by the circumstances, it appears that the probability leans more favorably towards Clay's father. If that were the case, it would be imperative to inquire about Clay's current shooting percentage. Chen Cheng and Yang Yusin are in high spirits, having resolved all their concerns. Time is of the essence. They must first change into their training attire and head to the practice court. The system has presented a task that is particularly focused. Chen Cheng has been assigned to the small forward position because the Zen master values his defensive capabilities, although his individual defensive skills are commendable. Yesterday, he benefited from the formidable defensive prowess of his teammate, Big Worm. By accomplishing today's task, he could elevate his individual defensive success rate to 20. Facing an elite scorer like Paige and a team like the Kings, known for their collective prowess, the challenge of completely neutralizing Paige seems insurmountable. Thus, achieving even a 20 success rate in individual defense is crucial. Today, he must step up to apply some pressure on Paige, otherwise, Kobe will not only have to contend with Christie's offensive persistence, but will also be left to cover for him defensively. The notion of clinging to a low-salary contract while relying on others is becoming increasingly tangible. After changing into his training gear and performing a brief warm-up for his joints, Chen Cheng commenced the first and most grueling exercise, the dreaded shuttle run. This training method had previously been experienced during a session with Kobe, but that time it was limited to 10 repetitions. Now he faced a daunting 60. As he approached the 20th repetition, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. Nevertheless, he persevered. Defensive training is inherently monotonous. Defenders often find themselves in passive positions on the court. Only by exerting comprehensive pressure through stamina, awareness, and skill can one transform passivity into proactivity. During Chen Cheng's sweat-drenched training, Yang Yusin entered the training facility with Bill and the enigmatic guest, Michael. "What do you think?" Bill asked, gesturing towards Chen Cheng on the court. "I had already taken notice of him. He even reminded me of my younger self at one point," the newcomer remarked. The visitor was none other than former Lakers legend Michael Cooper. Drafted by the Lakers in the late 1970s, he played his entire career with them, securing 5 championships in the mid-1980s. Renowned for his defensive prowess, he was awarded the DPY in 1987 as a shooting guard small forward and earned 5 first-team all-defensive selections and 3 second-team selections. He was an indispensable defensive stalwart during the Showtime era of the Lakers. His presence allowed Magic Johnson to focus entirely on orchestrating plays and offensive maneuvers. Perhaps his most famous moniker is the Bird Interceptor. Even the notoriously proud Larry Bird has lavished high praise on Cooper's defensive abilities, stating, "Cooper is the best defender I have ever encountered." Later fans remember him vividly from the humorous highlights featured in the NBA. The individual who hurriedly executed a baseline pass, only to topple over into the camera zone, is none other than Cooper. Throughout this season, he has served as an assistant coach for the Denver Nuggets, aiding head coach Budenholzer in refining the team's defensive strategies. However, the organization expressed profound dissatisfaction with Budenholzer's performance this season, resulting in his recent dismissal. Consequently, Cooper, as a member of Budenholzer's coaching staff, has also become a free agent. Upon returning to Los Angeles at the invitation of his old friend Bill, he made a surprise appearance in Chen Cheng's exclusive interview. Cooper was unequivocally impressed by Chen Cheng's performance. During the match against the Nuggets, the entire defense struggled to contain the formidable Carmelo Anthony, which left a lasting impression on Cooper. Back in Los Angeles, he expressed a strong desire to converse with this new Lakers rookie, as they share nearly identical heights and slender physiques, coupled with an ardent commitment to defense. Remarkably, their roles within their respective teams during their eras are strikingly similar, each surrounded by a dominant center and prolific scorers. In the 1980s, the Lakers featured Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the paint and Magic Johnson on the perimeter. Today, the Lakers boast Shaquille O'Neal inside and Kobe Bryant outside. To thrive in such a competitive environment and secure consistent playing time, Cooper possesses considerable insight. Thus, upon learning that Chen Cheng had opted to forego the interview in favor of training, Cooper's admiration for the young talent surged, prompting him to suggest to Bill that the interview be relocated to the training facility. Observing this exceptional young athlete and his dedication to training once more in the gym, Cooper couldn't help but nod in approval. The grueling shuttle runs, a nightmare for most players, serve as a test of an athlete's endurance and patience. Since their arrival, Chen Cheng has completed over 10 near-maximal shuttle runs. This unwavering dedication to training is what Cooper values most. The group refrained from interrupting him, standing quietly at the entrance, accompanying him through each exhausting repetition. As Chen Cheng's steps grew heavier, his muscles ached, and his ankles felt as though they might burst from his shoes. The number on the scoreboard finally ticked to 60. With a fist pounding the baseline, he collapsed, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a dark figure loomed above him. "Hello, Chen Cheng. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Michael Cooper." "Cooper? Michael Cooper?" Chen Cheng sprang to his feet in astonishment. It was indeed Cooper. Despite the passage of time, his appearance had remained relatively unchanged. As a child, while collecting Lakers trading cards, he had often received Cooper's card. He was, after all, the right-hand man to Magic Johnson and a specialist in defending Larry Bird. "Hello, I am number 6 of the Lakers, a Chinese national, Chen Cheng." Chen Cheng wiped his sweat-soaked hands on his jersey and cautiously extended one. Suddenly, the system's melodious voice chimed in once more. "Congratulations on activating the hidden quest Cooper's insights. The task requires eliciting from Cooper his thoughts and principles regarding defending against Larry Bird. The reward for this endeavor includes an enhancement in one-on-one defensive success rate to 35 when matched against players standing 6 feet 8 inches tall, as well as 2 fragments of the hero card. If memory serves, during the trial period, hidden quests typically yield 10 fragments, yet this one offers merely 2, revealing a rather opportunistic nature. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The emphasis lies in the fact that when facing players of approximately 2.06 to 2.08 meters in height, the success rate for individual defense surpasses 30%. With 3 defensive attempts, one is virtually assured to succeed, which is indeed remarkable. Moreover, this height range coincides perfectly with that of Larry Bird, and it also aligns with Pages Stojakovich's stature. Chapter 64. Double Assurance. Confronted with such a targeted and seemingly attainable hidden quest, Chen Cheng certainly would not squander this opportunity. A deal was struck. Not only would he secure this task, but he also aimed to complete the previous indiscriminate defense assignment. During a break in Chen Cheng's training, Bill's assistants promptly set up the interview table and chairs alongside the training ground. This interview was proposed by Yang Yusin, as Chen Cheng's performance had been on an upward trajectory since their last encounter. For the injury-riddled Lakers, having a promising young talent step up to assist the team is nothing short of dramatic. There are numerous noteworthy angles surrounding him: his phenomenal performance, Charles Barkley's repeated failures against a Chinese player, his triple-double that outshone rookie sensation LeBron James, and his selection by Chinese fans for the Los Angeles All-Star Game, among others. What was unforeseen, however, was that due to Chen Cheng's refusal and Cooper's suggestion, the interview was relocated to the training facility. Bill had prepared his questions well in advance. They primarily revolved around Chen Cheng's reflections on his recent performances and how he has confronted and adapted to external skepticism. Additionally, inquiries regarding his aspirations for the All-Star stage and plans for future matches were included. These were all standard questions, to which Chen Cheng responded with ease. It was Cooper who posed some pivotal questions. He inquired, "What is your self-assessment within the current Lakers team?" Chen Cheng had contemplated this question long before. His current objective is straightforward: to mold himself into a player akin to Caruso. He aims to establish a strong defensive foundation, seize opportunities, and continuously aid the team's progression, while striving for personal improvement through training and competition. As the Zen Master's cake theory suggests, the cake is limited. The more one consumes, the less is available for others. Currently, the team comprises only 2 giants, Kobe and Peyton. Once Shaquille O'Neal and Karl Malone return, the portion of the cake each player receives will diminish further. To thrive in the Lakers, demonstrate value, and secure a championship, sacrifices are essential. Of course, in his response to Cooper, he substituted Caruso with Cooper himself. Cooper was thoroughly pleased by the remarks. Playing alongside superstars necessitates a skillful navigation of relationships, and I firmly believe you will become an invaluable asset in the Lakers' pursuit of this season's championship. Subsequently, the trio engaged in lighthearted banter, reminiscing about past glories. At an opportune moment, Chen Cheng posed a long-awaited question. "I've always wanted to ask you, Michael, what prompted you to match up against Larry? There was a significant height difference of nearly 10 centimeters, and given your slender frame, what were your strategies and insights for defending against him?" As an experienced veteran, Cooper relished the opportunity to share tales of his illustrious past with eager younger players. Upon hearing Chen Cheng's inquiry, Cooper generously imparted his wisdom, attitude, confidence, speed, and stamina. He declared. As soon as his forward mantra was uttered, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, hidden task completed. Your success rate for 1v1 defense against a 6'8" player has increased to 35. Fragments of the commander card have been stored in your collection, totaling 32 out of 100. Following this, Cooper elaborated on his insights regarding defending against taller white players, with Bill occasionally chiming in to recount relevant game situations. Chen Cheng listened attentively, gaining invaluable knowledge. Nearby, young Yusin, diligently taking notes, felt immense joy witnessing this exchange. Not only had she fulfilled her interview assignment, but she had also facilitated Chen Cheng's introduction to a Lakers legend, all without hindering her training schedule. After concluding the interview, Yang Yusin departed with Bill to organize the content of their discussion. Although the day's interview was nearly flawless in her eyes, she felt a tinge of regret for not capturing a photograph of Chen Cheng in his suit. This regret would surely be rectified on a future occasion. After bidding farewell to Bill and Cooper, Chen Cheng resumed his training regimen. With a buoyant spirit unfettered by distractions, he could now focus entirely on his practice. Completing 60 lateral slides posed no significant challenge, thanks to a thorough rest period earlier. However, the final speed and reaction exercise proved quite taxing, requiring him to anticipate positions and immediately occupy them, engaging both mind and body, which left him utterly exhausted. Ultimately, he finished his training within the allotted time. Congratulations. You have completed the training session. Your 1v1 defense success rate has risen to 20. This improvement brought him considerable satisfaction as he returned to his dormitory. Seizing the remaining time, he replenished his energy with a snack and indulged in a brief nap. In the afternoon, the entire Lakers team boarded a plane bound for Sacramento, California, in preparation for the upcoming game. The significance of this match was understood by all. The Zen Master refrained from delivering a pre-game pep talk, instead opting to replay the footage of the 2002 Lakers vs. Kings Game 7 on repeat during the flight. Chen Cheng, of course, grasped the intent behind the Zen Master's choice. With O'Neal present, facing the Kings proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, the absence of both O'Neal and Malone today only exacerbates the difficulty. Although the Kings are without Weber, the newly acquired Brad Miller has seamlessly integrated into Edelman's system, leaving their roster largely unaffected. On the Lakers' side, aside from Kobe serving as a reliable stronghold, other positions appear to fall short when compared to the Kings. Should the Lakers manage to secure a victory in Sacramento with this lineup, it would hold immense significance for the entire team, both in terms of morale and playoff matchups. The Zen Master places particular emphasis on Chen Cheng's task for tomorrow, specifically instructing assistant coach Rambis to compile recent footage of the Kings games alongside personal offensive and defensive highlights of Peja, enabling Chen Cheng to study and analyze them independently. Following a flight of an hour and a half, the plane touched down at Sacramento International Airport. Despite Chen Cheng's status as the team's rising star, he could not evade the responsibilities that come with being a rookie. After settling the luggage of several veteran players, he boarded the team bus. It was evident that the Kings enjoyed considerable popularity here, with fans clad in team jerseys visible throughout the streets. As the Lakers bus passed, pedestrians gestured animatedly through the windows, displaying middle fingers and uttering expletives. Clearly, the playoff defeat of 2002 remains a lingering wound for Sacramento fans, who harbor hopes for the Kings to exact revenge on the Lakers to alleviate their past grievances. Even before the game commenced, the thick glass of the bus allowed Chen Cheng to sense the palpable tension in the air. Chapter 65. You still don't believe the following morning. The team gathered for breakfast at a restaurant in the suburbs. After a brief rest, they proceeded to the training facility for a final pre-game rehearsal. The sole emphasis of today's practice was defense. Given their offensive capabilities did not match those of their opponents, solid defensive play was their only avenue to victory. Under the guidance of the Zen Master, the entire team rehearsed offensive and defensive tactics, while Chen Cheng was called aside by assistant coach Rambis for individual instruction. Tonight, the pressure will be immense, Cheng. You are about to face one of the league's most potent offensive teams, and Peja is their most formidable scorer. He has averaged 24 points over the last 3 games, with a staggering 3-point shooting percentage of 40. It would be wise to mentally prepare yourself. With that, he set down his notepad and retrieved a basketball from the rack. In the past 3 games, he has attempted over 7 3-pointers per game, peaking at 12. His lowest shooting percentage was 35, while his highest reached 50. As Rambis spoke, he gestured for Walton, who had just been substituted, to join them. Chen Cheng understood that the coaching staff harbored some reservations about his defensive capabilities. They intended for Walton to simulate Peja, allowing for defensive drills. Coach, I want to assure you, I believe I can contain Peja tonight. Rambis adjusted his black-framed glasses and cast a glance at the young man. It is indeed commendable for the youth to possess confidence in himself. Yet, it is not surprising that Rambis remains skeptical, according to his analysis. The Kings could average 103 points this season, with Page's individual scoring accounting for a quarter of the team's total. The Kings' collective three-point shooting stands at an impressive 40, leading the league, and Page's contributions are invaluable. Moreover, in the first 3 games, Page faced some of the most formidable small forwards in the league: Sean Marion of the Suns, Karen Butler of the Heat, and Andrei Kirilenko of the Jazz. Against these adversaries, Page not only maintained an impressive shooting percentage but also scored 20 points, leading his team to 3 consecutive victories. In Ramby's perspective, entrusting a rookie to single-cover Page is indeed a rather audacious decision, one that only a Zen master would dare to make. Chen, do not hold back. I am determined to showcase my abilities to you today. Walton stood beyond the three-point line, his bright blue eyes fixed intently on Chen Cheng. Truth be told, even without the enhancements from the 2 recent tasks, defending Walton in a one-on-one scenario would not pose a significant challenge for Chen, especially since he intended to focus on the perimeter today. He was uncertain about the extent of his defensive improvement, and thus, he decided to test his skills against the young Walton. Chen lowered his center of gravity, exhaled gently, and checked the soles of his shoes. Come on. Walton did not dribble the ball, but instead took a tentative step forward. Chen instinctively retreated, and Walton seized the opportunity to shoot, attempting to release a quick jumper. However, as soon as the basketball was exposed, Chen swiftly intercepted it, his speed so remarkable that Walton could not even initiate his shooting motion. That one doesn't count. I wasn't ready, Walton remarked, receiving the basketball that Chen had passed him. He attempted a confident shooting fake, but Chen was unfazed. Walton promptly shifted his offensive strategy and began to use his body for a back-to-the-basket move. It must be said that Walton is indeed a cerebral player. He understood that in a one-on-one situation, his speed and footwork could not match Chen's, and thus, he relied solely on his physicality to create good shooting opportunities. Nonetheless, Chen refrained from excessive physical contact. As soon as Walton attempted to shoot, he either had the ball swiped away or intercepted. Even if Walton were fortunate enough to secure the ball, his shooting percentage under Chen's pressure was dismal. The assistant coach, Rambis, rubbed his forehead in exasperation, shaking his head repeatedly. Walton's style diverged too significantly from Page's. His long-range shooting was far too inconsistent. If this continued, not only would it fail to serve as effective practice, but it would also likely erode Walton's confidence. A whistle sounded, and Rambis halted the confrontation. Chen approached him once more. Coach, I truly mean it. I can defend against Page. Rambis responded with a smile. The half-court offensive and defensive drills had concluded, and the players gathered to witness the duel between these 2 rookies. Particularly eager, Rush was itching to showcase his skills before Chen Cheng. He had long desired to compete against Chen on the court, yet the recent congested schedule of the team had afforded little opportunity for comprehensive offensive and defensive drills. Moreover, with Chen now positioned as a small forward, there was no longer any positional conflict, further diminishing his chances. Witnessing Walton engage Chen in a one-on-one duel intensified Rush's restlessness. Rambis was still scouting for a suitable matchup for Chen. Among the current roster, none could embody Page's style and physique. Those tall enough were primarily interior players, slow on their feet and lacking in shooting precision. Conversely, perimeter players failed to replicate the effect Page had on the court. After much contemplation, the only viable option was to focus on the immediate task at hand. As a consistent three-point shooter, Rush was deemed to meet the basic requirements. Kareem, you're up. Upon hearing Rambis call his name, Rush swiftly cast aside his towel and dashed onto the court. He had awaited this moment for far too long, and it was finally within his grasp. Since Chen's arrival, his playing time had diminished significantly, interviews were postponed, and his abilities questioned. Now, with all his teammates and the coaching staff present, it was the perfect opportunity to redeem himself by decisively outplaying this rookie and reclaiming his reputation. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this day? Rush exclaimed as he seized the basketball, gripping it tightly with both hands, positioning it at his side while expressing his pent-up frustrations towards Chen. You, who have taken what rightfully belonged to me, my standing in the team, my playing time, my media attention. Today, I shall prove to everyone that I am vastly superior to you. With that, Rush abruptly passed the ball, executing a crossover step in an attempt to bypass Chen's defense. Behold, just one step, and I shall leave you in the dust. Before he could finish his taunt, Chen swiftly extended his hand, deftly poking the ball away from Rush with remarkable speed. The airborne basketball struck him squarely on the mouth. What the FK? Rush halted his actions, reaching to touch his now swelling lip, which bore traces of blood. Chen raised his hands and feigned innocence towards Rush. Sorry, Kareem. You know how unpredictable the basketball court can be, but I assure you, I did not aim for you. I merely sought to thwart your attack. Everyone can vouch for that. Teammates on the sidelines erupted in laughter. Chen's maneuver had indeed been clean, devoid of any unnecessary contact. Your movements were too slow, Kareem. It was as if you were playing in slow motion at 16 times the normal speed. Are you certain you wish to challenge Chen again? You won't get past him. Rush took a tissue to wipe the blood from his mouth, his anger boiling as he picked up the basketball once more, reappearing before Chen with renewed determination. Chapter 66. Doubt and prove this time. Rush refrained from unnecessary preamble. Perhaps the injury on his lip affected his mood. He charged in directly with the ball, believing he had thoroughly analyzed Chen Cheng's defensive strategies. To him, a seasoned player with experience in the NBA, the fervent and vigorous defense of a young player seemed like a tempting morsel laid before him. They were prone to jumping, restless, unstable in their stance, and often susceptible to feints, traits common among rookie jumpers. Rush believed that after years of playing as Kobe's backup, even without Kobe's full prowess, he possessed at least half of it. Yet, to his surprise, as soon as he made a move, Chen Cheng discerned his offensive intentions. Being a left-handed player, Rush found Chen Cheng effectively blocking his left side, forcing him to veer right. His shooting rhythm was two-phased, but Chen Cheng disrupted it right after his gather, leaving Rush feeling awkward and disoriented. More often than not, he struggled to maintain control of the ball in front of Chen Cheng, who repeatedly stripped him of it. Out of 10 attempts, Rush managed to score only twice, resulting in a mere 20 shooting accuracy, significantly below his usual performance. His teammates jeered and whistled from the sidelines, deepening his humiliation. "This isn't my true level. My lip injury is affecting my play," Rush muttered as he retreated. Rambis shook his head in disapproval, deeming Rush not a suitable benchmark. Chen Cheng's defensive prowess against perimeter players was evident, having proven himself on the court. Yet, facing a tall sharpshooter towering over him by several inches, it was questionable how a rookie with less than 10 games under his belt would fare against such seasoned defense. As practice time drew to a close, the Zen master blew his whistle to gather the team. The significance of tonight's game needed no elaboration. The Kings were a formidable opponent, their intricate movements and pick-and-roll tactics intimidating. However, they must channel the dominance of their 3 consecutive championships. Though they lacked Shaq and Karl, they had Gary, Kobe, and the entire team. Victory was within their grasp. "Let's go, Lakers." The Zen master intentionally omitted Chen Cheng's name, knowing how to ignite his players' spirits. To be recognized as a flag bearer of the team, one must exchange stable on-court performances for that acknowledgement. Chen Cheng was acutely aware that tonight's game would serve as a litmus test for his defensive capabilities. As Cooper aptly stated, establishing oneself within the Lakers, boasting the F4, hinged on one's defensive prowess. The Acre Arena, once eerily quiet, transformed into the city's most vibrant locale as fans flocked to the venue, which could accommodate over 17,000, all eager to rally behind their home team in their quest to defeat the Lakers. This match held countless points of intrigue. The long-standing rivalry between the Lakers and the Kings is well known. Initially, Jerry West, against all odds, traded for Kobe by offering the seasoned center Vlade Divac, who is now on the Kings roster. At the 1996 NBA draft, following Kobe's selection, the Kings picked Peja at the 14th position, and he is also part of the current lineup. Brad Miller, who boldly confronted the peak Shaquille O'Neal upon entering the league, is also present, though unfortunately, O'Neal is unable to play today. The question remains, will the Kings halt the Lakers' winning streak and secure their own 4th consecutive victory? Or will they serve as a mere stepping stone for the Lakers' 5th consecutive win? All will be revealed tonight. On the sidelines, the flamboyantly dressed Sage is interviewing Peja. Let us discuss tonight's opponent, Peja. The Lakers have devised a specific strategy for you, matching you up against the rookie from Huagua, Chen Cheng. Peja nods and straightens up. Huagua is a magnificent country, home to many exceptional players like Yao. However, I must admit, I'm not very familiar with this individual. How is his name pronounced? Sage assists him with the pronunciation, but Peja ultimately concedes. Regarding this player, I hope that our matchup tonight will enable me to remember your name. After bidding farewell to Peja, Sage approaches Chen Cheng. What are your expectations for tonight's performance? Chen Cheng maintains a serious demeanor and replies, "My task tonight is to closely follow Peja and defend against him." Sage chuckles. "I know you enjoy jesting, but honestly, do you believe you can contain the most accurate three-point shooter in the league?" Chen Cheng nods earnestly. "All right, we once again witnessed Chen Cheng's sense of humor. May you achieve your goals tonight." Chen Cheng, feeling somewhat helpless, thinks to himself, "What more can I say? Last time, When I spoke the truth, you didn't believe me. This time, I speak the truth, yet you still doubt me. Tonight's game features TNT's most talked about trio, Kinney, Barkley, and Johnson, perhaps due to Barkley's rather unflattering tight jersey. He has opted for a looser Chen Cheng number 6 away jersey for the broadcast. Prior to the game, Barkley refrains from mentioning Chen Cheng by name, referring instead to that Lakers no. 6 player, a deliberate choice everyone recognizes. The continually miraculous undrafted player from Huahua, Chen Cheng, grabbed 14 rebounds in the previous match against the Clippers. Did you catch that game? It was unbelievable. He's merely a 6 feet 5 inches guard. Yet he managed to secure so many rebounds. What are your thoughts? Johnson inquires. Kinney remains silent, gesturing for Barkley to speak first. Barkley shakes his head. My eyes were sealed these past few days, preventing me from appreciating the performance of the Lakers no. 6 player. Kinney, stifling laughter, responds, Charles, are you serious? The seal has been lifted. Let us discuss today's game. The Lakers have positioned Chen Cheng at the small forward spot to match up against Pages. What is your take on that? Barkley responded directly, asserting that the Lakers' number 6 player would certainly be able to effectively contain Pages tonight. He possesses the capability. He is omnipotent, and players like Pages stand no chance of getting a shot off in his presence. Upon finishing his statement, he nodded solemnly. The other two erupted into uncontrollable laughter, unable to contain themselves. It was evident to all that he was speaking ironically, perhaps due to the backlash from the Chinese community. Barkley refrained from openly belittling Chen Cheng, opting instead for this sarcastic manner of forced praise. In truth, he harbored no belief that Chen Cheng could successfully defend against Pages. The Arco Arena was packed to capacity, with the Kings mascot, Simon the Lion, energetically engaging the crowd on his roller skates. As the DJ's voice resonated, Lakers players were introduced one by one, each greeted with thunderous boos. When Kobe finally took the stage, the cacophony of jeers and insults reached its zenith. Kobe remained silent, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on his shoelaces. Suddenly, he turned and made a face at Chen Cheng as if to say, you better defend Pages as you claimed. Don't expect the Black Mamba to bail you out. Chen Cheng smiled and nodded back at Kobe. As the boos transformed into cheers, the Kings players made their entrance, with Pages drawing the loudest applause as the last to appear. Meanwhile, sitting courtside, Weber wore a grim expression. At that moment, the system's pregame blind box made its anticipated appearance once more. A total of 10 items included a surprise tool, a guaranteed hit card for counter shots, valid for 3 uses. With such a tool, paired with his 35 success rate in one-on-one defense, he was determined to turn the Arco Arena upside down tonight. Chapter 67. The veteran film emperor. The lineups for both teams were as previously announced. On the Lakers side, the veteran duo of Med and Grant continued their inside partnership. George remained the starting small forward, while the backcourt featured Payton and Kobe. On the Kings side, Divac and Miller occupied the interior, with Pages at the 3, and Bibby and Christie in the backcourt. The game commenced with the Kings winning the tip-off. The White Devil, Bibby, initiated the attack, taking advantage of the Lakers' momentary unsteadiness. He swiftly utilized Divac's screen to hit a 2-pointer from the perimeter, establishing the tone for the match. They aimed to play at a fast pace, seeking to build an early advantage from beyond the arc, as per Edelman's strategy. The Lakers' backcourt duo was their strength, excelling on both ends of the floor. At the beginning of the game, while the Lakers were still finding their rhythm, the Kings sought to cultivate their outside shooting, forging an early lead. Subsequently, they intended to leverage their inside players' ball movement and the active running of all team members to create space, effectively combining inside and outside play to seize control of the game. On the Lakers' side, Payton had the ball and Bibby directly matched up against him, increasing the pressure on Payton as he faced the younger and stronger Bibby. Kobe maneuvered around Med's screen to receive the ball, but Christie shadowed him closely, denying him any easy opportunities from the perimeter. The two individuals had grown quite familiar with each other, leaving little to conceal. Grant stepped forward to provide cover, while Kobe seized the ball and drove into the paint. Divac advanced to defend, but Kobe deftly passed the ball to Med. Miller made a token gesture to interfere, yet Med still managed to score 2 points off the backboard. The Kings' defense had never been particularly stellar, conceding nearly 98 points on average per game this season. In contrast, their Western rivals, the Spurs, while not as offensively potent, managed to restrict their opponents to 85 points per game. Regarding the Lakers' offensive strategy, Edelman had not devised any targeted arrangements. As long as the perimeter players, Christie and Bibby, maintained their average performance, the game would flow much more smoothly for them. On the Kings' side, Bibby dribbled forward, with Miller and Page setting up a double screen for him. After navigating through the human wall, Miller swiftly descended to the basket. Receiving a pass from Bibby, the Lakers closed in, but instead of attacking, Miller swung the ball to Page, who had remained stationary on the perimeter. With a graceful motion, he launched a three-point shot that swished through the net. This exemplified the Kings' prowess. Every player possessed exceptional passing skills, and after several exchanges, the opposing defense was easily disrupted, leading to open opportunities. The Lakers continued their offensive efforts through Payton, while the Kings maintained their strategy of allowing inside scoring, denying outside shots. This time, Payton assisted Med, who, while being challenged by Divac, successfully executed a floater. Turning back, the Kings unleashed the power of their Princeton offense. Divac received a pass from Bibby, faking an attack to draw the Lakers in, then dishing the ball to Miller near the free throw line. Miller's shot fake attracted defensive attention, allowing him to pass again to Page at a 45-degree angle, who then sank another three-pointer. The crowd erupted in waves of excitement, prompting Zen Master to call a timeout. George, being a seasoned player, was well acquainted with the Kings' playing style. However, perhaps due to a lack of interior presence, he found himself outmaneuvered by the Kings' offensive players on 2 consecutive occasions, resulting in Page being left open as a reliable scoring option. Without hesitation, the Zen Master made a substitution, bringing Chen Cheng in for George. Meanwhile, Rambis repeatedly urged the other players to assist Chen Cheng in defensive efforts, harboring concerns about his ability to guard Page one-on-one. "Look, that rookie from Huagua is going to match up against you. Page, it's time for you to shine," Bibby remarked while wiping his arms with a towel. Page aimed to sink 10 three-pointers this quarter and break that guy's record, Christie added, intrigued. "Is he the one who broke the NBA record for three-pointers in a single quarter?" Page was taken aback. He had heard about someone breaking the record recently, but was surprised to learn it was a rookie from Huagua. Goodness, Terry's defense is utterly atrocious. How did Arizona produce such a poor player? Today, you must show him who the true three-point king of this league is. Bibby teased his fellow alumnus while playfully patting Page's shoulder. Page turned his head to glance at Chen Cheng, lifting the drink bottle in his hand to take a sip, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. Throughout the league, there were countless individuals eager to challenge his title of three-point king. Yet few possessed the capability to truly undermine his position. The rookie before him was certainly not one to be taken seriously. On the Lakers' side, once Chen Cheng took the court, Kobe's style of play instantly became more dynamic. He no longer needed to engage in a relentless battle with Christie. After Chen Cheng offered a screen, the Kings quickly switched their defense. Page took on the task of guarding Kobe, who seized upon Page's slower defensive footwork to score with a mid-range jumper, opening the scoring for the Lakers. The Kings remained unperturbed, continuing with Bibby's ball control. The long-awaited matchup had finally arrived. Rambis stood up, resting his hands near his mouth, his eyes intently observing the dynamics on the court. At that moment, Chen Cheng's gaze resembled that of a hunting eagle, fixated on Page's every move. Page glanced down at him, but made no response. He was accustomed to such scenes. In previous games, he had just faced off against the league's elite small forwards. There was no need to regard the recently popular rookie from Huagua with any seriousness. The Kings' offensive strategy unfolded with Bibby dribbling past half-court before passing the ball to Divac, positioned at the free throw line. Miller settled under the basket. Now, the Kings could execute a high-low combination with their twin towers or allow Divac to serve as a pivot for screens, facilitating perimeter movement. Yet, their ultimate objective remained clear: to get the ball into Page's hands, enabling the hottest player on the team to assert his aggression from the outset. However, on several occasions when the ball was about to reach Page, Chen Cheng consistently appeared by his side, thwarting his movement. Page was all too familiar with this sensation. These eager newcomers, relying on their stamina, darted across the court with fervor, appearing overly enthusiastic in their defense. At such moments, there was no need for a head-on clash. Creating a couple of fouls would quickly render them compliant. As the shot clock dwindled, Page gestured to Divac. Divac promptly stepped up to set a screen. Observing Divac's approach, Chen Cheng hastily advanced, aiming to secure a defensive position before Divac settled in. Little did he anticipate that this bearded giant, standing at 7 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, would react like a pedestrian struck by a sudden, speeding truck during their almost imperceptible contact. His upper body lurched forward, then his abdomen shimmied, and he stumbled to the ground. The entire sequence executed flawlessly without hesitation. Before Chen Cheng could comprehend what had transpired, the baseline referee's whistle pierced the air. Lakers, number 6, defensive foul. Upon hearing this ruling, Chen Cheng was left dumbfounded, despite meticulously calculating every possible scenario before the game. He had utterly underestimated the seasoned thespian, Divac. In the annals of the NBA, few could rival the theatrical prowess of Vlade Divac. To claim the title of the greatest flopper was a bold endeavor, for he reigned supreme in that realm. Should one observe the antics of Pachulia, Varejao, or even Ginobili, not to mention the later performances of Harden, they all pale in comparison to the masterful displays of Divac. With a deft grip on an opponent's jersey, he would collapse dramatically, crashing onto the hardwood with exaggerated agony, all while being remarkably unscathed, truly an Oscar-worthy performance. This was the consensus among NBA players regarding Divac's theatricality. Even Shaquille O'Neal often found himself on the receiving end of inexplicable fouls attributed to Divac's cunning. He was, without a doubt, the progenitor of the art of drawing fouls. Today, Chen Cheng found himself ensnared in Divac's web of deception, and it was hardly unjust. Kobe, hands on hips, regarded Chen with a sympathetic expression, recalling his own tribulations against Divac in years past. This was not merely the home court of the Kings, it was the stage upon which Divac showcased his artistry. Upon hearing the referee's call, Divac finally extended his hand, allowing a teammate to hoist him from the ground. Meddling, he patted Chen's head gently, murmuring, honestly, I thought I would be the first on the team to draw a foul from him. Chen shot him a withering glance. He had entered the game brimming with confidence, intent on containing Peja, only to be swiftly schooled by the master of theatrics. Now, he had to tread carefully. Another foul would likely see him relegated to the bench for the remainder of the first half. As the game progressed, Chen's defensive maneuvers became more restrained. Lacking the aggression he had previously displayed, Peja's objective was achieved. Just when the Lakers anticipated the Kings would continue to facilitate plays for Peja, they surprised everyone by directing their strategy towards the interior with Miller. The Kings' tactics were as fluid and unpredictable as ever. Bryant, the seasoned veteran poised to cover for Chen, was caught off guard when the Kings shifted their focus inside, faced with an unexpected pass. He could do little but watch as Miller executed a half-turn hook shot that found its mark. Both Divac and Miller possessed the versatility to operate as either power forwards or centers, allowing for seamless positional shifts that presented new challenges for the Lakers in the paint. Fortunately, the defensive duo of Kobe and Payton was a reliable bastion for the team. Presently, the player under the most pressure was Chen Cheng. As the Lakers launched another offensive, Payton dribbled past half-court and directly fed the ball to Kobe, who assumed the role of primary ball handler to draw defensive attention. Christie shadowed closely, while Bibby prepared for a potential double team. Chen and Payton executed a pick, creating an opening, and Kobe, refusing to dwell on the ball, swiftly dished it back out. Payton surged into the paint, only to be met by a towering white figure, perfectly positioned just inside the restricted area, firmly bracing himself. Despite Payton's attempts to halt his momentum, he was forced to pivot, yet that formidable figure, resembling a white tower, still fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more. The call was clear, offensive foul on number 20 of the Lakers, and possession awarded to the Kings. This time, it was Payton who was left in disbelief. He approached the referee, clutching the ball, asserting vehemently, I did not even touch him. You know what kind of player he is, right? I've been in this league for nearly 2 decades. I understand what constitutes an offensive foul. This, my friend, is a blatant flop. Do you not review the replays anymore? Yet, the referee remained unmoved, striding back to his position. Payton, his mouth agape, watched the referee depart before turning to Dayon, who had just risen from the floor, hurling a torrent of trash talk. A despicable person like him deserves nothing but such underhanded tactics. Dayon responded with a grin, retorting in a language Payton could not comprehend. Peja, nearby, erupted in laughter, clearly privy to an inside joke that only they could grasp. After 2 consecutive fouls on the same player, Zen Master called a timeout. The Kings were strategically targeting their approach. If this continued, Payton and Chen Cheng would find themselves in foul trouble, liberating the 2 primary scoring threats, Bibby and Peja. In the Kings' home arena, faced with such a disadvantage, the only recourse was to pause for self-adjustment. However, Chen Cheng clearly had a different perspective. Isn't it just flopping? I can do that too. In the previous game, he had successfully disrupted Magid's rhythm using a similar tactic. Now, the only way to reign in the Kings' seasoned actor was to outplay them in theatrics. Control the fouls, guys, be wary of falling into their trap, and maintain our offensive rhythm. As the timeout concluded, Zen Master rose to encourage his players. Following the break, the Kings launched another offensive. This time, Chen Cheng altered his defensive strategy. Instead of relentlessly pursuing Peja across the court, he provided him with space to receive the ball, creating a one-on-one opportunity. The offensive dynamics still revolved around Divac, who stood near the free-throw line, while the others began to move fluidly. As Peja navigated around Divac's screen and successfully received the ball, Chen Cheng positioned himself right before him. With long arms, he constantly disrupted Peja's rhythm, using his body to impede Peja's path. From the side, he appeared slightly tilted backward. If Peja were to lower his shoulder and force his way through, Chen Cheng could easily fall to the ground. However, Peja clearly had no intention of doing so. Attacking the basket was not his forte, and he recognized that his foot speed lagged behind Chen Cheng's, making it an ill-advised offensive choice. Thus, he opted to pass the ball instead. With the shot clock dwindling, Chen Cheng closely guarded Peja, intensifying their physical interactions. In an era that encouraged contact, minor jostles between opponents typically went unnoticed by referees. However, if such actions escalated and occurred right before the referee's eyes, the outcome would be entirely different. To shake off Chen Cheng's defense, Peja prepared to make a reverse run to create space for the reception, with hands and feet engaged. Chen Cheng left no opportunity for his opponent to escape as they became entangled in a fierce struggle. Peja, with an unconscious shove, sought to create a sliver of space for receiving the ball. This maneuver unfolded right before the referee's eyes and at long last. The moment Chen Cheng had been waiting for arrived. He suddenly buckled at the knees, losing his footing and beginning to retreat uncontrollably until he collided with the referee, finally managing to halt his backward momentum. Bent at the waist, he supported himself with his left hand on his knee while his right hand clutched at his neck. Taking deep breaths interspersed with occasional dry heaves, as if Peja's earlier push had struck him at the throat. In the NBA, fouls that infringe upon a player's neck and above are met with stringent penalties, with severe infractions resulting in ejections for flagrant fouls. Was it reasonable for a slender, 5'8" Asian player to be so dramatically displaced by a 6'8" European giant? Absolutely. Kings number 16, offensive foul, the call echoed. Chapter 69. The siege. You cannot treat our rookie this way. You are jeopardizing his career. Peyton shouted, ready to confront Peja. Kobe, standing behind him, firmly grasped his arm and gestured towards Chen Cheng. Let us first check on him, he advised. Suddenly, Chen Cheng turned his head and winked at the two, and they instantly understood. They feigned concern for Chen Cheng's well-being before shifting their focus to pressuring the referee. I believe this was a flagrant foul, Peyton asserted, standing to the left of the referee and muttering incessantly. Kobe occupied the right side, arguing with the official while pointing at Chen Cheng. As one of the Lakers' captains, he held the privilege to advocate and discuss matters with the referees. This warrants a flagrant foul. You cannot allow them such leniency on our home court, Kobe exclaimed, feigning outrage at the referee. Faced with the dual pressure, the referee could only respond repeatedly. Please wait. I will review the replay and make an accurate judgment, all right? He then hurried to the technical area. Meanwhile, the large screen at the Arco Arena displayed the earlier confrontation, but Chen Cheng's position was obstructed, preventing the capture of crucial details. The crowd of fans began to exert pressure on the referee, collectively shouting despicable. Flop. Simon was also fervently rallying the home crowd's fervor. In that moment, the arena erupted in a chorus of boos and jeers. In the TNT studio, the hosts shared their opinions on the controversial call. I believe this is a contentious decision, Johnson remarked. Peja stands at least 4 inches taller than Chen Cheng and outweighs him significantly. Shouldn't such a reaction be expected from a shove? If Charles had done that to me, I might have launched into orbit, right, Charles? Kenny tossed the conversation to Barkley. In a moment of unexpected silence, Barkley, who had scarcely mentioned Chen Cheng's name throughout the game, found himself prompted by Kenny to engage in the conversation. Reluctantly, he took up the topic. I hold no particular opinion. I trust the referee's judgment. After multiple reviews, the officials have chosen not to escalate the foul. Kobe, however, expressed his profound dissatisfaction with the ruling. Just now, Divac's blatant flopping resulted in a foul against us. Peja's aggressive maneuver only warranted a single offensive foul. Given such a lenient standard of officiating, I have little else to say. We shall respond on the court. Kobe's message was unmistakable. If the referees turned a blind eye to the Kings players' deceitful antics while enabling fouls against the Lakers, then matters that should be resolved through basketball could spiral out of control due to their unjust calls. One could anticipate sanctions from the league. As the head referee, He certainly wished to avoid such chaos unfolding under his watch. In the ensuing plays, the referees appeared to favor the veteran Divac, who, after receiving a warning and a foul for setting a screen, noticeably tempered his antics. As other issues on the court were addressed, Chen Cheng once again confronted Page's offense. He maintained a tenacious defense, shadowing Page's every move, denying him any semblance of breathing room. His defensive intensity was palpable, earning the approval of assistant coach Rambis. Against a typical big shooter, Page would have long since crumbled under the pressure. However, Page remained Page, the calmest assassin in the league, supported by the entire Kings team, whose screens were both dense and of high quality, and with fluid cutting and positioning, Page's shooting percentage may have dipped against Chen Cheng's defense. Yet his tactical significance within the team remained unscathed. Chen Cheng finally realized that even with a 35% success rate in defense, it was nearly impossible to contain Page against the Kings' dynamic and adaptable style of play. The only recourse left was to confront him directly, undermining his confidence and disrupting his mental state. This would be a protracted endeavor. Like a grueling siege, repeatedly breaching the defenses to capture the stronghold was no trivial task. One must identify a vulnerability and strike decisively to ultimately secure victory. Page represented the team's strongest offensive threat, while their defense was a glaring weakness, making it imperative to find an avenue for breakthrough through him. On the Lakers' side, an opportunity arose as Grant set a screen. Chen Cheng faced Page, who had positioned himself defensively but ineffectively. Without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. With a 30% shooting rate from beyond the arc, he might lack certainty against tenacious defenders. Yet against Page, it was more than sufficient. The ball sailed smoothly through the hoop. The first one. Page, upon hearing this, merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Such a level of provocation is something he has encountered numerous times throughout the season, rendering any serious engagement with a novice utterly unnecessary. After Chen Cheng executed this three-point shot, he immediately focused on guarding Page. During the subsequent offensive possession for the Kings, Divac orchestrated the play from a high position. Once again, Chen Cheng closely tracked Page as the game entered a grueling tug-of-war phase. He had to summon every ounce of his concentration, unleashing his strongest defensive prowess to apply pressure on Page and obstruct his receiving lanes. The ball movement of the Kings was fluid. Yet every time they intended to pass to Page, Chen Cheng seemed to anticipate their tactics, appearing precisely in their passing lanes. Page found himself unable to receive the ball, forced to continue running to create opportunities for his teammates. Ultimately, this possession culminated in Bibby successfully executing a mid-range shot off a screen, leaving Page without any contributions. On the Lakers' side, Kobe held the ball. After Chen Cheng set a screen, he promptly retreated to the three-point line in search of an opportunity. At that moment, a lack of communication arose between Christie and Page, as both rushed to defend the penetrating Kobe. Kobe, catching Chen Cheng's positioning out of the corner of his eye, unhesitatingly delivered a jump pass to Chen Cheng in the left corner. Chen Cheng received the ball, made a slight adjustment, and Page, realizing he had left his man open, hurried to cover him. Once again, Chen Cheng opted against using his guaranteed shot card. Confidence and touch must be honed on the court. Such a card should be reserved for more critical moments. Faced with Page's defense and positioned in the corner, Chen Cheng shot unflinchingly over Page's fingertips. The ball arced high, swishing through the net. Another three-pointer. Chen Cheng's expression remained stoic as he addressed Page. This marked the second time he had scored a three-pointer over Page. Not only was Chen Cheng applying immense pressure defensively, rendering Page ineffective over several possessions, but he was also excelling on the offensive end, consistently scoring at will. Page's earlier composure began to dissipate, his countenance visibly darkening. Chapter 70. Steadfast strategy. This pivotal three-pointer assisted the Lakers in leveling the score. The current score stood at 24-24. Following several offensive possessions, the Kings could clearly sense that Page was being targeted, as this Eastern player was severely disrupting Page's offensive rhythm. In response to this predicament, the entire team promptly made adjustments. In the final moments of the first quarter, the Kings had one last chance to attack. Miller and Divac moved forward to set screens for Page, determined to enable him to find success on the offensive end and bolster his confidence. However, the home crowd grew restless as Chen Cheng sank 3 consecutive three-pointers. Page, 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 they chanted in unison, urging their sharpshooter to respond on the court. Yet, Cheng had no intention of granting him that opportunity. With agile footwork, he maneuvered past the 2 towering defenders, asserting his position with his slight frame. Meanwhile, Bibby's pass found its way into Page's hands. This was a play the Kings had rehearsed countless times, boasting a high success rate. Peja released the ball swiftly, rendering most defenders unable to react in time. However, just as he initiated his shot, that elusive figure lunged at him once more. This time, the objective was not merely to disrupt, but to leap high above him. Long arms casting a shadow over Peja's shooting point. Forced to lean back and adjust his angle, Peja altered the trajectory of his shot, making it nearly impossible to score. As he released the ball, he sensed the futility of the attempt. "Damn it," he exclaimed in frustration, his brow furrowed. Fortunately for the Lakers, Med captured the rebound, presenting them with an opportunity to take the lead. Christie tangled with Kobe, preventing him from making a timely move. Chung had already sprinted down the court, where Peyton delivered a precise long pass, perfectly timed. Peja, shedding his previously lackadaisical defense, rushed to catch up. Now was the moment. In the closing seconds, confronted by the impending double team from Bibby and Peja, Cheng decisively executed a counterattack. He dribbled into the paint, abruptly halted, and leapt, releasing the ball at his apex without any adjustment. Bibby could only leap in desperation to interfere, while Peja arrived late, raising his hands in an attempt to contest. The ball swished through the net just as the buzzer sounded, scoring 2 points. Chung landed, fist clenched triumphantly, casting a glance back at Peja. That marked his third basket. Peja's expression darkened as he trudged back to the bench. It was evident that Cheng's defensive strategy against Peja was both targeted and aggressive. As the statistics showed, Peja had made only 1 out of 5 attempts, scoring a mere 2 points, while Cheng had hit 3 out of 3, including 2 3-pointers and a jump shot on a fast break. The commentator's somber voice echoed the sentiment. This poses a significant threat to Peja. Let us hope he can adjust swiftly. On the bench, Weber approached Peja, gently patting his shoulder. "Hey, buddy. You're not going to let that rookie from Huagua shut you down, are you? Show us your 3-point prowess." "Shut up, Chris. I don't need you to teach me how to play," Peja replied coldly, not bothering to turn around. The bench of the Kings fell into a sudden silence. Both the tone and content made it evident that Weber was merely jesting, attempting to lighten the mood. Yet, the typically gentle Peja reacted with unexpected intensity, which inevitably raises questions about the dynamics between the two. Since the playoffs of the previous season, a subtle rivalry has persisted between Weber and Peja, marked by both overt and covert tensions. As the team's cornerstone, Weber has always regarded himself as the quintessential representative of the Kings, embodying the franchise through his background, appearance, demeanor, and style of play. However, with Peja's emergence as a formidable force, friction arose over their respective shot attempts and strategic roles within the team. These tensions subsided somewhat during Weber's injury hiatus, allowing the Kings to flourish under Peja's leadership, a development that left the sidelined Weber feeling increasingly uneasy. Unexpectedly, a mere jest had strained the atmosphere between them. Weber waved his hand and offered a smile to his teammates before slowly retreating to his seat, taking a sip from his drink. Yet, it was palpable that discontent simmered within Weber, while Peja's demeanor reflected a noticeable shift. Clearly, he was unsettled by the rookie's performance. Adelman adjusted his glasses and tapped the tactical board twice, redirecting everyone's attention. Rather than continue listening, Peja rose, tossed aside his towel, and took to the court first. "Well done, kid. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. I thought Peja would dominate you, yet it was you who outperformed him." Rambis approached and exchanged a high five with Chen Cheng. The Zen master maintained his smile, choosing not to elaborate further. A player who can strictly adhere to a coach's directives is undoubtedly a good player. However, a player who can adapt to the ever-changing dynamics of the game, making astute judgments, is destined to become a superstar. In his eyes, Chen Cheng belonged to the latter category. Chen Cheng's assessment of Peja was remarkably astute, continuously undermining his resolve on both ends of the court, a strategy that even the seasoned head coach had not anticipated. If this trend continued, Peja could be thoroughly overwhelmed within the quarter. Should the Kings lose a perimeter scoring threat averaging 20 points per game, the initiative would entirely shift to the Lakers. He called Kobe aside for a few words of advice. At the onset of the second quarter, the Kings' offense encountered significant difficulties. The previously fluid offensive system faltered upon reaching Peja, who, in his fervent desire to regain his shooting touch, attempted an ill-advised 3-pointer over Chen Cheng, despite the unfavorable circumstances. In his desperation, he resorted to his least proficient method, isolating himself with the ball against both Chen Cheng and the skepticism of the crowd. At long last, the long-awaited one-on-one opportunity for Chen Cheng materialized. Peja's naturally slow movements became even more pronounced without the support of the Kings' system, rendering him merely a shooter. Chen Cheng, firmly rooted in place, remained unfazed by Page's feints, meticulously tracking his every step. Once the ball was exposed, it was either swatted away by Chen Cheng or intercepted entirely. After a hard-won chance to shoot, Chen Cheng's long arms swiftly enveloped Page, resulting in a forced attempt with a dismal success rate. As his shots repeatedly clanged off the rim, Page's offensive rhythm was utterly dismantled by Chen Cheng. Observing their teammates' mounting struggles, the other Kings players could no longer remain passive. Christie stepped up, providing a solid screen. His screens were of high quality, entangling Chen Cheng momentarily and preventing him from advancing to defend. Page, visibly anxious, sensed a potential opportunity. If he could make this three-pointer, all of his previous efforts would not be in vain. Finally, a much-anticipated opening appeared, with the ball in hand and an open shot before him. Page felt he could make the three-pointer even with his eyes closed. It was as if, at a critical juncture in a siege, the enemy, previously suppressed under their relentless firepower, was on the brink of breaching the walls, only to find their dormant artillery suddenly ignited. Just then, a figure surged into Page's line of sight, almost pressing against him. It was Kobe, employing a defensive strategy strikingly similar to Chen Cheng's, firmly establishing his position while applying pressure to Page's shooting hand. This was a tactical maneuver that Zen Master had specifically instructed Kobe on, should a switch occur on Chen Cheng's end. He was to abandon his own assignment and decisively cover Page alongside Chen Cheng, an essential strategy not just for this game, but for their playoff encounters as well. Confronted by Kobe, who was taller, stronger, and more familiar with his own shooting style, Page's confidence evaporated in an instant. Under Kobe's duress, he hastily launched a long-range shot, which turned out to be utterly ludicrous, a complete air ball that sailed out of bounds. "I warned you not to make me clean up your mess," Kobe chuckled, gesturing toward Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng remained silent, leaping high into the air, colliding with his opponent. All of this transpired before Page's eyes, which now dimmed, losing their former brilliance. It was time to sound the clarion call for a full-scale assault. Peyton dribbled past half-court, swiftly passing the ball to Kobe, who faked a shot. Although Christie maintained his position, his balance had been disrupted. Kobe seized the opportunity to drive straight into the paint, confronting the formidable twin towers of the Kings' defense. He charged at Miller for a layup, but failed to convert. Med grabbed the rebound and swiftly passed it to the perimeter where Chen Cheng awaited. Chen cradled the ball in the crook of his arm, facing Page, and pointed to his feet, boldly declaring, "I shall make this three-pointer right before your eyes." Taken aback by Chen's sudden provocation, Page quickly closed in for tight defense. This individual had been a source of constant trouble throughout the match, sticking to him like chewed gum that one could not shake off, while consistently making crucial shots over him, leaving Page, the Kings' leading scorer, humiliated in front of the home crowd. Before Weber could even make a quip, Page recognized this shot as a matter of personal pride. He was determined to defend it at all costs, even if it meant incurring a foul. The audience sensed Chen's intention to go one-on-one with Page, and they rose to their feet, rallying support for him. Defense, defense, defense. Page, show him what you're made of. Stand firm, fight like a man. You cannot allow this Chinese player to dominate you on your home court. You are the leader of this team. The deafening roars of the crowd escalated, and the home announcer's voice grew increasingly fervent. Now, Chen Cheng, wearing jersey number 6 for the Lakers, held the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left, staring down Page, while his teammates spread out to create space for him. Page executed a commendable defense, enveloping Chen completely. Having been the target of Chen's plays all game, this was Page's moment to reclaim his honor. In the face of Page's relentless defense, Chen Cheng unhesitatingly activated his guaranteed shot card. The stakes were high. This potentially heart-stopping three-pointer must find its mark. With both hands on the ball, Chen made no preparatory motions for a shot. Instead, he casually threw it over his head, reminiscent of a football throw-in. Chen left no opportunity for fouling. Page, caught off guard, turned to see the ball launched with an unconventional motion. Tracing an irregular arc through the air before, miraculously, it swished through the net. The crisp sound of the net snapping became the final straw for Page. "That's the fourth," Chen proclaimed, introducing himself. "I am Chen Cheng, from China." Page stood frozen, eyes devoid of focus. Chen raised his right hand triumphantly, surveying the crowd at the Arco Arena. The once boisterous arena momentarily fell silent, only to erupt into jeers. Meanwhile, the online streaming community was once again ignited by Chen's powerful response, with comments flooding in, almost euphoric. "Oh my gosh. How did he make that? I can't believe it. Chen, You are incredible. Peja, utterly deflated, found himself lost for words. Is this really the three-point king? Today, Chen Cheng made an impressive three-pointer, hitting 3 out of 3 attempts. He must participate in this year's three-point contest. On the court, his teammates from the Lakers rushed over to congratulate him with high fives. During the Kings' offensive play, the ball reached Peja's hands, yet Chen Cheng had not applied any pressure. To everyone's surprise, he momentarily lost focus, dribbling the ball onto his foot, causing it to bounce out of bounds. In the subsequent plays, Peja's lapse was exploited by the Lakers' perimeter players, who successfully executed 2 plays following screens. Offensively, Peja struggled to find his rhythm. Faced with Chen Cheng's defense, his shots veered wildly off course, and he stumbled over his own feet. Since matching up against Chen Cheng, Peja managed to make only 2 mid-range shots and earned 2 free throw opportunities. Yet even with a 90 free throw success rate, he missed 1, finishing the game with 6 unsuccessful three-point attempts. On the other hand, Chen Cheng excelled, shooting 3 for 3 from beyond the arc, 1 for 3 from 2-point range, along with 2 assists and 2 steals, showcasing a well-rounded contribution. With Peja's performance faltering, Adelman had no choice but to substitute him out. The Lakers finally accomplished their objectives for the second phase of the game. As the match progressed, Kobe was in full swing, and Chen Cheng utilized props to extend the lead to 8 points. When facing a formidable team like the Kings, unless the opposing team is collectively off their game, it is nearly impossible to dominate them outright. This was a hard-fought battle, requiring a methodical approach and targeted attacks to secure victory. Seizing the opportunity during an official timeout, the Kings made another personnel adjustment, bringing in Bobby Jackson off the bench, hoping this bench dynamo could compensate for the team's offensive shortcomings. In previous years, the Kings' bench strength was formidable. Aside from the starting 5, their bench included players like Brad Miller, Bobby Jackson, Hedo Turkoglu, and Gerald Wallace, all of whom possessed starting caliber talent. However, currently, Jackson was the most lethal weapon remaining on the bench. His task was straightforward: to score. Meanwhile, the Lakers' mission was to fully leverage the defensive prowess of their perimeter trio, effectively neutralizing the Kings' outside offense and severing the connection between their inside and outside plays. If they could accomplish this, victory would be within their grasp, bringing them tantalizingly close to a 5-game winning streak. Chapter 72. Sudden developments. The first day of the new year, fortune smiling. Just as all the Lakers were filled with optimism, preparing to extend their lead, Kobe suddenly halted, clutching his right shoulder with a grim expression. Chen Cheng recalled that this season, Kobe had missed several games due to a shoulder injury. During the previous game against the Clippers, he appeared vigorous on the court, leading Chen Cheng to believe he was recovering well. According to team physician Gary Witty, Kobe was only permitted to play in home games during this period. The game against the Clippers was an exception, originally. He was not supposed to travel with the team for this match. However, Kobe insisted on playing tonight, and Witty reluctantly agreed after assessing his shoulder injury, imposing strict limitations on his playing time. Unfortunately, the intensity of tonight's game exceeded Witty's expectations. The Kings evidently devised a strategy to exploit Kobe's injury prior to the game. Throughout the night, he was relentlessly pursued by Christie, which not only drained his energy but also subjected his right arm to continuous nudges and pressure during their confrontations. The entire Kings team was similarly focused, deliberately targeting Kobe's right arm. Each time he navigated through a screen, the Kings players instinctively lowered their shoulders, colliding with his. After nearly 2 quarters of intense competition, Kobe still managed to score a game-high 17 points, albeit at a significant cost. This is the harsh reality of professional sports. No one shows sympathy for your injuries. Rather, they perceive them as the prime opportunity to defeat you. Bryant, sensing the moment, quickly reached out to commit a deliberate foul, halting the play. The Zen master promptly called a timeout. Everyone gathered around, with Witty rushing onto the court to check on Kobe. "How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Kobe interrupted, shaking his head and feigning nonchalance as he returned to the bench. Witty approached the Zen master, and the two engaged in a hushed conversation. "How is Kobe holding up?" "I believe he needs a rest. His shoulder injury hasn't fully healed, and if he continues like this..." Kobe stood up, shaking his shoulder, and approached the two. "My shoulder is perfectly fine. See? It's in great shape. I just bumped it. No issues at all. I can continue playing." The Zen master and Witty exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing not to argue with him. They understood that he was not one to easily concede to injury. The more the opposition targeted him, the more he felt compelled to exhibit his courage and resilience. Seizing the opportunity of the timeout, the Kings quickly recalibrated their strategy. Kobe's shoulder injury would undoubtedly affect his subsequent performance. I knew his obsessive nature too well. The more critical the moment, the more he would strive to prove to everyone that his shoulder was fine, leading him to challenge himself further and increase his isolation plays. As he spoke, Adelman fixed his gaze on Christie. Next, Doug, and all of you, maintain the defensive pressure. His shooting percentage is bound to decline. Bobby, Mike, be aggressive on offense. This is our chance to regain the lead. Let's go. You are the invincible Kings. Adelman emphasized his tactics to the players. When the timeout concluded, Kobe re-entered the game. During the Kings' offensive possession, Bibby held the ball while Miller set a screen for Jackson. Kobe quickly closed in, and Miller deliberately threw an elbow, striking his right shoulder. He momentarily faltered, furrowing his brow but gritted his teeth and continued to pursue. In that brief instance, Jackson received the ball and shot without hesitation, landing a three-pointer effortlessly. Three-point shot. From Bobby. The DJ announced excitedly, calling out Jackson's nickname. Bobby. The home crowd echoed in unison. Is this truly the finest player on the Lakers? His defense leaves much to be desired. Jackson gestured for a three-pointer while directing his taunts toward the Lakers bench. As a bench player with an aggressive style and a flamboyant personality, he has garnered considerable popularity in Sacramento. Each time he steps onto the court, he swiftly scores, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the game. This occasion was no exception. With his three-point shot, the previously subdued morale of the Kings surged dramatically. The arena's DJ began to energize the home crowd, while Simon, brandishing the Kings flag, skated along the sidelines, exuding bravado. Over 10,000 fans chanted in unison, "Beat LA! Beat LA!" The classic slogan echoing throughout the venue. On the Lakers' side, Peyton brought the ball to midcourt. Without calling a play, Kobe reached out for the ball, determined to take on Christie one-on-one. As Adelman anticipated, Kobe's shoulder injury affected his movements and shooting touch. Facing Christie's defense, his offense lacked the confidence it once held. Upon release, the shot was evidently off course. The Kings seized the opportunity, snatching the rebound and launching a counterattack. Once again, it was Jackson, receiving a pass from Bibby, penetrating deep into the Lakers' territory. He halted abruptly for a jump shot against the oncoming defense from Kobe, confidently sinking another 2 points. An exquisite jumper, yet again from Bibby. The arena's DJ called out his name once more. Bibby, well done. Show them what you've got. Kobe, aren't you feeling quite arrogant? Kobe, with a grave expression, vigorously shook his arm and muttered an expletive under his breath. Chen Cheng observed all of this intently. His shoulder injury was undoubtedly more severe than he let on. Otherwise, his shooting would not be so erratic, nor would he exhibit such glaring defensive lapses. If he continued to push himself like this, not only would he be exhausting his body, but if the injury worsened, it could jeopardize his career. However, with his stubborn disposition, who could persuade him otherwise? Unless he was utterly incapacitated, he would surely remain on the court, fighting until the very last moment. Once more, the Lakers initiated an offensive play, and Kobe demanded the ball again. Christie, unfazed by Kobe's injuries, focused solely on his defense, determined to prevent him from scoring easily. Kobe first executed a feint, causing Christie to take a step back. Seizing the moment, Kobe dribbled aggressively into the paint, aware that his shooting confidence was waning and aiming to score through a drive. Yet, Miller denied him that opportunity, committing a brutal foul in midair, yanking Kobe's arm down violently. Kobe fell to the ground in agony, clutching his right shoulder, rolling in distress. Witnessing Miller's unsportsmanlike conduct against Kobe ignited a fire within Chen Cheng, who surged into the paint, determined to collide forcefully with Miller. The seemingly nonchalant, rotund figure was abruptly knocked to the ground by the furious Chen Cheng, who charged in without warning. Enraged, Chen Cheng was determined to confront Miller once more. But he was firmly restrained by his teammate, Med. After all, it was their own player who had instigated the foul, and in an effort to prevent further escalation, the players from the Kings swiftly intervened to pull Miller away from the fray. The referee stepped in to separate the two sides. Although both parties ceased their physical altercations, the verbal exchanges continued unabated. Subsequently, the head referee made his decision. Miller received a flagrant foul for his violent infringement against Kobe, while Chen Cheng was assessed a second-degree flagrant foul and ejected from the game. Chapter 73, Brothers in Adversity 2.0, second day of the Lunar New Year. Auspicious and fortunate, now, Chen Cheng had calmed down. He couldn't fathom why he had acted so impulsively just moments ago. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of youthful bravado. Raising his gaze to the replay on the large screen, he acknowledged the audacity he had displayed in challenging Miller. This individual had once dared to confront Shaquille O'Neal during his time with the Pacers and had even gained the upper hand. How fortunate it was that the confrontation had been a sneak attack. Had it been a head-on clash, he might have found himself at a disadvantage against that powerhouse's formidable fists. Having received a second-degree flagrant foul, there was no choice but to exit the arena. As he walked toward the players' tunnel, the venomous curses from the home crowd echoed around him. "You're trash, unworthy of the NBA. Go back where you belong, dirty player. Return to your homeland." Initially, Chen Cheng contemplated a rebuttal, but then he reconsidered. Mimicking Kobe's earlier gesture, he raised his right hand to his ear, savoring this unparalleled moment, and sauntered into the locker room. The surrounding fans, incensed by his provocative display, unleashed an even greater torrent of insults, their words growing increasingly vicious. Strangely enough, while the jeers were unpleasant to hear, there was a certain thrill that came with feeling like a star athlete. This scene was immediately captured by nearby cameras. In the TNT studio, the hosts were evidently captivated by the events that had just unfolded on the court. Unlike ESPN, which focused on tactical analyses and technical breakdowns, they thrived on sensationalism and gossip. Throughout the match, Barkley had maintained a relatively reserved demeanor, occasionally delivering sarcastic remarks. But his previous tirades against Chen Cheng were incomparable in their fervor. With the emergence of conflict on the court, a new topic of discussion had naturally arisen. "Let us revisit Miller's actions," one host suggested. "Oh my, it looked as if he was about to rip Kobe's arm off," Johnson interjected, placing his hand over his eyes and adopting an exaggerated expression. "That was an egregious foul. No wonder Kobe's teammates were so incensed." Yet, who would have thought it would be this rookie standing up for him? Where were the others? Kenny appeared perplexed. "I must say, the Lakers' number 6 player displayed considerable courage," Barkley remarked astoundingly. "I speak with utmost sincerity. Chen Cheng's actions were indeed commendable. When his teammate was violated, while others remained passive, he boldly charged forth to defend Kobe." "Earning my respect, Mr. Chan," Barkley remarked, thumping his chest adorned with Chen Cheng's jersey. Although he had previously cast doubt on Chen Cheng's performance, it must be admitted that there existed an element of bias, predominantly influenced by the allure of the dollar. However, witnessing Chen Cheng's audacious rush to stand up for Kobe, despite his slight frame, significantly diminished Barkley's prejudice. Among us African-American players, camaraderie on the court is held in the highest esteem. As a rookie, to confront a notorious enforcer of the NBA on behalf of a teammate, although not necessarily a behavior to be emulated, is undeniably worthy of respect. The live broadcasts in Huagua reflected two distinct opinions regarding Chen Cheng's confrontation. "How irrational. Just look at how y'all plays. Isn't this tarnishing our national image? Oh, please. Spare me your neutrality. Did you not see how they nearly dislocated Kobe's shoulder? What's wrong with Chen Cheng standing up for his teammate? I'm not saying it. But with so many players on the team silent, he just had to seek the spotlight, didn't he? Now he's been penalized, hasn't he? Let him be penalized. What's the big deal? If my teammate were fouled like that, I would certainly retaliate before resuming play. This is serious. A bunch of students conversing with you feels pointless. He just jeopardized his commercial value." Chen Cheng sat alone in the locker room, watching the ongoing game on television. Both sides executed their free throws, and the Lakers substituted Rush and George onto the court. Without Kobe and Chen Cheng, the Lakers struggled to contain the Kings' offense in the ensuing plays. For heaven's sake, defend properly. How could they allow such a lapse? Chen Cheng lamented, reverting to his fan persona, munching popcorn and slapping his thigh. Just then, Kobe entered, approaching him for a bear hug. "Thank you, Chen Cheng." This gesture left Chen Cheng feeling somewhat awkward. "No need for thanks," he replied, patting Kobe's shoulder. "I never expected you to be the one to stand up for me and confront that guy," Kobe said earnestly. "What can I say? You have a way with people." Chen Cheng thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing it. "Since I joined the team, you have been nothing but supportive. That is how we treat our friends in Huagua." "Friends? Do you truly consider me a friend?" Kobe asked, somewhat astonished. "Of course," Chen Cheng replied without hesitation. Kobe fell silent. His sharp demeanor, competitive spirit, and unwavering drive for victory had left him with few friends throughout the league, with McGrady in Orlando being one of the rare exceptions. He lacked an NCAA background and thus had no college alumni connections, apart from Fisher, who joined the team in the same year and maintained a relatively amicable relationship with him. The others merely upheld a professional rapport. Furthermore, with his current legal troubles, many distanced themselves from him. The recent altercation on the court, where only this individual stood up for him, genuinely moved Kobe. Moreover, He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this Chinese compatriot. You must understand how rare it is for someone like me to forge a genuine friendship, particularly during times of adversity when everyone seems eager to sever ties. Therefore, thank you. I am truly delighted to be your friend, my bro. Kobe extended his hand, and Chen Cheng grasped it firmly. Remember the last time in the locker room? It was just the two of us, Kobe reflected as he returned to his seat, tossing Chen Cheng a bottle of drink while watching television. Last time, you had a shoulder injury and I had a foot injury. This time, you still have a shoulder injury, and I'm unscathed, but the league's potential fine tomorrow might leave me in distress. Chen Cheng lamented, his face a mask of self-deprecation. Kobe chuckled at his expression. I'll inform Kupchak that if you're fined or suspended by the league, all expenses will be on my account. Really? Absolutely. Chen Cheng's heart soared. Not only would someone cover for his transgression, but he had also gained Kobe's friendship. This vow was truly worth it. Chapter 74. A call from home, wishing everyone a prosperous second day of the new year. Due to the worsening of his injury, Kobe had to rush back to Los Angeles that night for an examination the following morning. Chen Cheng, on the other hand, had to wait until the team finished their game before returning to the hotel together, anticipating the league's disciplinary outcome. If a suspension were forthcoming, he could enjoy a day off tomorrow, as the Lakers had only one remaining away game against the Memphis Grizzlies. Following that, they would have a few days of rest before a series of home games against formidable opponents, all ranked among the top 5 in the Eastern and Western Conferences. Each match would be a formidable challenge. If Kobe's examination results were unfavorable and he was unable to play, the true test for both the Lakers and Chen Cheng would only just begin. Moreover, although he played the small forward position on the team, the league categorized him as a guard. Presently, based on the All-Star voting results, he ranked 3rd among Western Conference guards. Those ahead of him included Kobe and the former starting point guard of the Houston Rockets, Francis. The final vote count remained uncertain. Yet, it was remarkable that a relatively obscure rookie from China had risen to 3rd place among established NBA veterans. Those ranked below him would certainly not relent. Each harbored a burning desire to gauge the mettle of this new Chinese prodigy. On the court, the Lakers' situation deteriorated rapidly in the absence of both Kobe and Chen Cheng. The lack of a central figure in their offense began to show, and even their sole star player, Peyton, started to exhibit signs of fatigue. As others faced the Kings' Princeton offense, defensive lapses became apparent. After a period of adjustment spanning over a quarter, Page adonned his gear once more in the second half. Freed from Cheng's relentless scrutiny, the former three-point king regained his confidence and rhythm, launching a series of successful shots from beyond the arc, dissipating the frustration he had experienced under Cheng's suppression in the first half. With hope for a comeback dwindling, Zen Master called off the game. Ultimately, the Kings triumphed over the Lakers at home with a score of 108-96, halting the Lakers' 4-game winning streak while securing their own consecutive victories. Post-game, the coaches from both teams exchanged pleasantries. Phil, I must say, you've uncovered a gem in that Chinese player. He is destined to become a star. I hope his rise is gradual, so he doesn't pose too many challenges for us in the playoffs, Zen Master chuckled. Thank you, Rick. If he could hear your compliments, I believe he'd be immensely pleased, but alas, he was not present. After extending a gentle handshake, Zen Master turned and departed the venue. In the locker room, Walton and Cook transformed into eager fans, surrounding Chung as they animatedly discussed his earlier confrontation with Kobe, where he stood up to Miller. You were incredibly brave, my friend. That was Miller, and you know Shaq couldn't even gain an advantage over him. I've always said that all Chinese are martial artists, like Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan. By the way, are you really not related to Jack? You both share the surname Chen. Chung could only shake his head in exasperation, unsure how to explain the situation. Zen Master entered the locker room and approached Chung, patting him on the shoulder. Well done, young man. Fearlessness and tenacity are essential. You did nothing wrong, and the team will not impose any further penalties on you. Thank you, Coach, Chung replied, stepping forward for an embrace. Zen Master, known for his rebellious spirit and laid-back demeanor during his playing days, was forgiving when it came to actions that fostered team unity. You caused significant trouble for the Kings today. I doubt they will underestimate you in the future, and they will certainly devise strategies to counter you. Keep pushing forward. Young man. With everything settled, Zen Master took Peyton to the post-game press conference, opting to spare Cheng from the spotlight, which served as a form of protection for him. The following day, the league's disciplinary verdict was announced. Miller's foul was escalated, resulting in an additional 1-game suspension and a fine of $10,000. Cheng received a secondary malicious foul designation, incurring a similar fine and suspension, freeing him from the team's trip to Memphis. This effectively granted him a brief respite, a perfect opportunity to rest and enhance his skills. After parting ways with the team at the airport, Cheng boarded a flight to Los Angeles. Upon landing, he received a call from his homeland. His father, Chen Cheng, was on the line. Since arriving in America, this marked the second call from home. At this hour, it must be midnight in the country. Why did they suddenly call? As soon as the line connected, an anxious voice emerged from the other end. Chen Cheng, what on earth is going on? How could you get into a fight on the court? Do you realize the negative impact this has back home? For a moment, Chen Cheng was left speechless. Impact? It was just a shove. How significant could it be? He truly had not considered this aspect of the situation. Before he could formulate a response, the voice of his stepmother, Sun Liying, came through the phone. What is he trying to prove? That so-called Kobe earns millions a year. Does he need Chen Cheng to stand up for him? Now, not only is he facing fines himself, but he has also implicated us. We have raised him since childhood, and expenses seem to be endless. Just as our family finally had a glimpse of hope, he goes and ruins everything with one fight. Could you refrain from speaking so much? Chen Cheng muttered softly, then turned towards the microphone. Chen Cheng, here's the situation. Not long ago, several well-known companies approached us, expressing their desire to sign an endorsement contract with you. Your mother has been busy with this, consulting lawyers and economic teams, tirelessly working to finalize the details. Just when we were about to sign tomorrow, we received several calls stating that the contract is temporarily on hold. How come I was unaware of this endorsement contract? Chen Cheng inquired, prompting a long silence from Chen Cheng. You know, our family isn't exactly affluent. Your mother and I are ordinary workers, and over the years, we have struggled to provide for your education. Now that you have gained some recognition, many companies are approaching us, offering to take us on trips across the country, covering all expenses. Their only request is that you endorse their products, simply hold their products and take some photos, and the compensation is quite substantial. Chen Cheng understood. It appeared that after making a name for himself in the NBA, these opportunistic companies had not approached him directly in the United States, but instead sought to curry favor with his parents and family. Judging by their tactics, they were clearly not reputable enterprises, aiming to take advantage of the family's lack of knowledge, hoping to deceive them one by one. However, they evidently underestimated Chen Cheng's relationship with his family. Chapter 75. Old Stories and Truth. Chen Cheng held little emotional attachment to this family. Not only did he lack feelings, but Chen Cheng himself was even more indifferent. Having been raised by his grandparents after his parents' divorce, he felt a disconnect. His father had always been meek, lacking ambition and simply coasting through life. Later, through introductions, he met Sun Liying, who had divorced her previous husband due to infertility. With Chen Cheng already having a child, neither party found fault with the other. Their relationship blossomed, leading them to marry. When it was time for Chen Cheng to start school, Chen Cheng brought him to live with them. As a child from the countryside with a stepmother, he became the subject of ridicule among his classmates. Enduring their ridicule, he spent his days in the company of a basketball, refusing to return home after school and instead practicing alone on the playground. Sun Liying was aware that he was not her own flesh and blood, and thus she paid him little heed, as long as he could fend for himself. While she appeared amiable on the surface, she often whispered behind Chen Cheng's back, urging him to send this son, who merely squandered money, back to their hometown. At that time, Chen Cheng was still young, and Chen Cheng dismissed her concerns. However, as Chen Cheng grew older, his expenses increased, leading to more of Sun Liying's complaints. Left with no other choice, Chen Cheng sent him to a boarding school. There, Chen Cheng spent his days attending classes and playing basketball, competing on weekends to earn some pocket money for new sneakers and sending a portion back to his grandparents. Once Sun Liying discovered that Chen Cheng could earn money, she schemed to seize his hard-earned income for herself, ultimately persuading Chen Cheng to cut off his allowance. In the final 2 years of high school, Chen Cheng supported himself through his earnings from street basketball, managing not only to sustain himself but also to save a bit for his elderly grandparents. Every expense related to his journey to America was covered by his own earnings. He resolved to travel alone to America for the draft, seeking to escape his family and focus solely on basketball. Chen Cheng remained silent as Chen Cheng spoke again. That evening, several companies called, expressing concerns over his behavior, stating that it contradicted their product positioning. You can't articulate anything clearly. Just get to the point, Sun Liying complained from the side. Keep your voice down. They are upset because you got into a fight, and it reflects poorly on us. The news has spread, and they are hesitant to sign a contract with us. Chen Cheng said. So, calling me at midnight was just to discuss this? Chen Cheng replied coldly. No, it's not just that. Ahem. Chen Cheng cleared his throat. You know, your second uncle is over 30 and still hasn't found a wife, complaining that our family conditions aren't good enough. The companies wanting to sign with you previously gave your mother and me a signing fee. Your mother used part of that as a betrothal gift for your uncle, and the rest went towards a down payment on a large house in the city. However, now they are demanding we return that money, along with a penalty of several million. Did you not give any of that money to my grandparents? Chen Cheng asked. Silence fell on the other end of the line. After a prolonged pause, Chen Cheng's voice finally emerged. Your grandparents grow their own food and can find small jobs. They aren't in need of money. As for this amount, Chen Cheng clenched his teeth, gripping his phone so tightly that he felt he might crush it. How much did you take from them? 680. Why are you leaning on me? It's 100. 1 million. 1 million RMB. According to the initial exchange rate of 1.8, amounts to nearly 130,000 US dollars. Chen Cheng instantly understood. This sum had clearly been calculated by the couple. They likely pocketed less than 800,000 from each other, and now they had suddenly changed their tune to 1 million. His base salary contract amounted to around $200,000, and after deducting the 130,000, his stepmother had generously left him with a monthly living allowance of 10,000. The system required 10,000 monthly for a membership. Was he expected to subsist solely on work meals? Perhaps he should take public transport to play basketball? Moreover, the most critical issue was that NBA salaries are not dispersed in one lump sum after signing, but rather distributed bi-monthly. At present, Chen Cheng could not possibly muster such a sum. Having just received his first paycheck, he had already sent part of it to his grandparents back home and had also forwarded some to Chen Cheng and his wife. Subsequently, he received a long-distance call from his grandparents who had traversed mountains to reach the town. Yet he had not even received a single message from Chen Cheng and his wife. Now, not only had the couple concealed matters from him, signing a contract that bound them to the company while accepting payment, but due to his altercation, the contract had soured, and they expected him to repay the money. Now, they remembered their son. If he did not fill this financial void, the consequences would only worsen. I can only prepare $100,000 for you. I cannot produce more. I will transfer this sum to you, and also, I am an adult now. Henceforth, I will manage all my commercial activities personally, without your interference. Lastly, inform them that I will not pay the penalty for breach of contract. If they insist on compensation, let them come to America to seek me. On the other end of the line, Sun Lying shrieked at the top of her lungs. I told you he is an ungrateful wretch, Chen Cheng. Look at the good son you've raised. Without hesitation, Chen Cheng hung up the phone. They had already spent this signing fee, having taken the money. They must repay it. As for the penalty, it was utterly ludicrous, unless they truly believed that contract was worth their long journey to Los Angeles, from which they could extract nearly $1 million. But at this moment, money was not the issue. The problem was that the money was not in his possession. As a player on a minimum salary, he was not entitled to an advance on his pay. After much contemplation, the only person who could assist him now was Kobe. Chen Cheng once again retrieved his phone, pressed the number, and then immediately hung up. He was uncertain how to broach the subject. During yesterday's game, he had rushed to defend him, and now he was to call Kobe to request an advance on his salary from the team, which had no precedent. These two matters, when juxtaposed, could easily arouse suspicion, leading others to believe he harbored ulterior motives. Yet now, he was all alone, without kin, and no one could help him rectify this mess. After considerable deliberation, Chen Cheng resolved to call Kobe. He pressed the number once more, and after a brief pause, Kobe answered the phone. What's up, bro? I'm about to go in for an MRI, so keep it brief. Here's the thing. I need a sum of money, around 100,000, but I can't access that much right now, so send me your account details, now. Chen Cheng was taken aback and quickly replied, I'm not looking to borrow money from you. I was hoping you could speak to the team on my behalf. I just want to request an advance on my salary. Kobe chuckled on the other end. A rookie asking for a salary advance. There is no precedent for that in the league. What troubles are you facing? Chapter 76 New Goals. Chen Cheng chose not to conceal anything and briefly explained the situation at home. After a moment of silence, Kobe suddenly burst into laughter. I can't believe we're both experiencing nearly identical predicaments. I'll help you with this money, and if anyone causes you trouble, just let me know. The doctor is calling me. I must go for my checkup. Don't forget to send me your account details. That's all. With that, Kobe ended the call. Chen Cheng held the phone in his hand, his heart racing, unsure of what to say. A teammate he had known for less than a month, 100,000, and he was willing to transfer it directly. Trembling, Chen Cheng entered his account details. Shortly after, he received a message confirming the successful transfer. A sum of 100,000 had been transferred instantly, signed, K.B. Thank you, Kobe. I will repay you as soon as possible, Chen Cheng replied. He wasted no time and found a bank to return the money. After completing the series of transactions and stepping out of the bank, Chen Cheng exhaled deeply. Lost in thought. He had not even begun his journey yet and was already burdened with debt. How could it be that he was living such a hand-to-mouth existence in the NBA? He had intended to focus solely on playing basketball, but now he was overwhelmed by the chaotic matters at home. Yet such is life. For now, his thoughts were singularly focused on improving his skills and securing financial stability. Returning to his residence, he opened his computer. The website was flooded with posts denouncing him. He had anticipated that a minor on-court altercation would trigger such a significant backlash. The content primarily criticized his actions as tarnishing the image of his fellow countrymen, branding him as impulsive and lacking the virtues of restraint and humility typically associated with his heritage. Some comments were even more blunt. Chen Cheng is merely a sycophant to Kobe. He is here just to ride on someone else's coattails, and now he has fallen flat. Internal faction disputes within the Lakers, and Chen Cheng chose to side with Kobe. We might as well not support such a subpar sports idol. A minority did rise to support Chen Cheng, but their posts were quickly submerged by the tide of criticism. It seemed that his previous actions had indeed sparked considerable controversy back home. These critics were often harsher in their judgments of others while being lenient toward themselves. Those of you who venture abroad to play must first be mindful of your image. When you are obscure, when no one pays attention to you, your existence is of little consequence. However, once you attain a modicum of fame, you instantly become a distinguished representative among them, adorned with numerous accolades. Should any of these accolades tarnish, you will immediately find yourself the target of scathing criticism. They care not for the records you have previously set or the achievements you have garnered. Armed with the sword of righteousness, they unleash their wrath, elevating such behavior to the level of national pride. The turmoil within one's household is already distressing enough. Witnessing the barrage of vitriol from critics only exacerbates the chaos in one's heart. At this juncture, words are futile. The key lies in self-improvement. Off to practice. Upon arriving at the training facility, Chen Cheng calculated his finances. His modest salary necessitated saving to settle debts, and the monthly card for the system consumed a significant portion of his disposable income. What once was a life of ease had suddenly tightened. Reminiscent of the days when he first entered the workforce, where every penny was meticulously accounted for, until he could acquire more US dollars. The indulgence of blind boxes would have to be temporarily set aside. The training mandated by the system must be prioritized to enhance his capabilities. If no good news emerged from Kobe's end, a series of formidable challenges lay ahead. In his inventory, he retained a card for guaranteed counterattacks and one for assured three-point shots, potent tools to be wielded at critical moments. However, among his 3 skill slots, he possessed only 2 super skills, Rodman's anticipation and Cooper's insights, both of which were passive in nature, unlike the distinctly characterized star, Big Worm, whose skill set provided additional bonuses upon initial application. Cooper's skills were rather singular, offering only defensive enhancement without further benefits. While Big Worm's skills ensured a considerable number of rebounds each game, managing stamina became a pressing concern. Cooper's defense was indeed impenetrable. Yet not every team presented a suitable opponent. Acquiring a super offensive skill would be most advantageous, but such tasks are randomly triggered and thus elusive. The most prudent course of action remained to engage with the System-S training modules and diligently improve his base attributes. Chen Cheng opened his three-point shooting panel and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his shooting percentage under defensive pressure had risen to 32. Suddenly, the system spoke. Given your current overall strength, your maximum three-point shooting percentage under pressure can only reach 30. Should you break this barrier in a game and elevate your percentage by 1 point, the system will bestow upon you advanced training tasks to facilitate further enhancement. So, that was it. Indeed, hard work breeds fortune. Opportunities are always reserved for the prepared. Reflecting on the previous match against the Kings, Chen Cheng felt a profound impression. Competing against a formidable team was an entirely distinct experience. Like a fiercely contested boxing match, one should not presume to achieve an immediate knockout against the opponent. It is essential to be prepared for a grueling tug-of-war. This is merely the regular season. The playoffs will undoubtedly pose even greater challenges in the forthcoming games. Should Kobe be unable to participate, I must collaborate with Peyton to establish a formidable defensive barrier for the Lakers on the perimeter. As the sole member of the F4 who has maintained perfect attendance since the season's inception, Peyton, now at the age of 36, faces considerable physical strain in the upcoming matches. The responsibility of guarding the opposing team's star player will inevitably fall upon my shoulders, testing my endurance as well. My immediate objective is to enhance my three-point shooting consistency, followed by a focus on conditioning. With a clear plan for my upcoming training goals, I retrieved a basketball from the rack, bounced it twice, and then my phone rang. To my surprise, it was a call from Yang Yusin. Upon answering, I was greeted by a chorus of cheers and the occasional shout from other girls. It evoked memories of the days in university when girls would call their boyfriends from the dormitory. Chen Cheng, you were absolutely incredible last night. Your defense was stellar. You completely shut down Peja, and those shots you made over him were breathtaking. You stood up for Kobe and pushed that annoying guy Miller aside. You are now a hero in LA. Indeed, a hero. A remarkably dashing hero. I felt a wave of bashfulness wash over me as I scratched the back of my head. Really? Is it that exaggerated? A hero in LA? Absolutely. You taught a white player a lesson, and you have no idea how much admiration your Chinese classmates have for you right now. Anyway, back to business. We're hosting a party tonight, and I'm in need of a dance partner. If you're free. Yang Yusin's voice brimmed with anticipation, knowing well that I was a training fanatic who spent every free day in the gym. Faced with her invitation, I had no reason to decline. My spirits were low, and attending a party to meet some people would be a perfect way to uplift my mood. All right. You agreed? Oh my goodness, you actually said yes. So, can you come in formal attire? Formal attire? Sure. But I might need to wear sneakers since my dress shoes are a bit tight. I felt as if I had grown taller. Chapter 77. The target of all arrows, fourth day of the new year. Everything is auspicious, with ample time before the party commenced. I picked up the basketball and resumed my practice. At that moment, Jack, a staff member of the gym, entered, holding a copy of Sports Illustrated. He opened to a page and exclaimed, "Hey, Chen, look, your photo is in Sports Illustrated. It's absolutely fantastic." Taking the magazine, I saw that it featured an image of me walking through the player's tunnel after being ejected from the game against the Kings, arms outstretched beside my ears. Listening to the chorus of boos from the fans at the Arco Arena, gracing the magazine's cover page. A full-page half-length portrait. The caption below reads, "The NBA has been provoked by the Chinese." Upon reading this, Chen Cheng could not help but gasp in disbelief. This label was rather heavy for him to bear. In Chen Cheng's memory, only Kobe and AI had performed such gestures, both icons from the illustrious 1996 draft class. Titans of the game. Who would dare to challenge them? If one did not concede, it was best to remain silent. What was his own standing? He was merely a player from China, an undrafted rookie who had played a few commendable games, and now he was openly provoking American fans? Wasn't that a tad presumptuous? To be branded as arrogant by a publication like Sports Illustrated, which boasted immense circulation, Chen Cheng felt compelled to gauge the sentiments of those around him. "Jack, what do you think of this photo? Absolutely cool, man. Is that truly your sentiment?" Jack took the magazine, scrutinized it once more, and nodded earnestly. "Of course, because we are all Lakers. But if you were not a Lakers fan, if you supported another team, how would you perceive this image?" Jack rolled his eyes, pondering deeply. I would boo him with all my might until he felt intimidated, and Jack, still not finished, took a swig from a Gatorade bottle and continued. "I would loudly proclaim to my team as players to dismantle this arrogant fellow, to make him aware of the strength of Americans. Right from the start. They should ride him hard, dunk on him mercilessly, target him every play, disrupt all his shots, ensuring he scores nothing throughout the game, and finally, in front of him, repay him with the same gesture. Indeed, that is precisely the way." Chen Cheng pressed his fingers to his temples. "By the way, I thought of something else, for instance." Before he could finish, Chen Cheng interrupted him. "All right, thank you, my friend. I believe that is sufficient. I can already foresee what will transpire in the next game." Jack suddenly realized, covering his mouth with his hand, his eyes widening in shock. "Sorry, Chen, I apologize. I completely forgot that the person in the magazine is you. I truly did not mean it. In fact, many Americans are quite friendly. They love making friends with Chinese people." "Oh my, what have I said?" Chen Cheng patted his shoulder. "It's all right, Jack. Thank you for the heads up. It has prepared me mentally. Now I know what I must do." Jack numbly nodded, folded the magazine, and quietly exited the court. Chen Cheng now felt overwhelmed. First, he had a confrontation with a white player on the court, resulting in a plethora of negative news, leaving him in a precarious situation. With Sports Illustrated releasing this image, he truly found himself in the eye of the storm, becoming a target for criticism. Reflecting on it, he realized that if the opposing team had such a flamboyant and arrogant rookie, especially one from a foreign land, Kobe and the others would undoubtedly seek to teach him a lesson, much like they had done with the Linsanity phenomenon of yesteryear. To reverse this situation, one must respond with prowess akin to Lin's fervor. Thus, let the task be set forth. I yearn to grow stronger. Very well, the task commences. Within a designated time frame, complete 800 instances of running, receiving, and shooting three-pointers to elevate your open three-point shooting percentage to 50. What? 50? Chen Cheng felt a surge of elation. This percentage is akin to that of the most illustrious shooters in history. However, upon further contemplation, he sensed a discrepancy. Oh, the stipulation is to shoot when open on the court, resulting in a three-point shooting percentage of 50. It does not pertain to shooting amidst defenders. Consequently, the enhancement seems rather limited. Renowned NBA shooters boast open three-point shooting percentages that can reach 60 or 70. Presently, Chen Cheng's open three-point shooting percentage is at least 40. Nevertheless, any improvement is welcome, albeit this particular enhancement appears somewhat superfluous. Just as Chen Cheng prepared to train, a realization struck him. Wait a moment, an open three-pointer? I have now become the prime target for every defender in the NBA. Where will I find the opportunity to shoot unchallenged? Just as Jack articulated, those opponents will undoubtedly pursue me relentlessly, marking me closely. Is my deficiency truly in shooting percentage? What I lack are opportunities to shoot unguarded. Ultimately, I will have to rely on my meager 30 shooting percentage to fight through. Despite this, the system has issued the task, and he must comply with the training. Virtual images began to appear on the court, and only by evading these images and achieving a green standing point could Chen Cheng truly attain an open shooting opportunity. This shooting practice proved exceedingly challenging, testing both his physical stamina and shooting touch. Chen Cheng's physical fitness is indeed a weakness, a common affliction among athletes of Asian descent. In both soccer and basketball, it is often during critical moments that a lack of stamina adversely affects performance. When fortitude is most needed, legs feel weak and hands tremble. Shots that ought to be made are missed, and players that should be guarded slip past. Setting aside skill disparities, the root of all these issues lies in inadequate physical fitness. Thus, the system invariably accompanies each task with training content related to stamina. Much like the previous grueling shuttle runs. Initially, Chen Cheng found success with the first 100 or so shots, yet as time progressed, his footwork faltered. Each time he reached the shooting point, he struggled to shake off his defender. The system proved exceptionally obstinate, even if he managed to score while still guarded. It deemed the shot invalid. Now, Chen Cheng comprehends why the system did not impose a time constraint on this training task. This is clearly not something that can be accomplished in a single day. Since receiving the task, he has been shooting until the afternoon. And aside from a lunch break and a short rest, he has only managed to complete fewer than 300 successful shots. Even so, he found himself utterly exhausted. He had also promised Yang Yusin to attend a party that evening, thus putting a temporary halt to his training. Chen Cheng took a generous sip of his beverage, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and unlocked his phone. Yang Yusin had sent him the location, conveniently situated near UCLA. This renowned institution, which has birthed countless NBA stars, had long been a place of aspiration for Chen Cheng. Today, he felt a surge of excitement as he might finally get a glimpse of its grandeur. Chapter 78. Your home is quite spacious once everything was in order. Chen Cheng donned his tailored suit and slipped into a pair of pristine white AF1 sneakers. He recalled seeing in a magazine that during his time with the Rockets, Yao Ming and his teammates would host a charity event annually known as the Tuxedo Sneaker Party, where they donned similar attire. Observing his own outfit, he felt a certain harmony, exuding a distinct student-like charm. Upon arriving at the venue of the party, Chen Cheng soon realized he had been misled. He had envisioned a casual gathering of university students, enjoying food, drinks, and perhaps a few dances. However, as he approached, he was met with the sight of a grand apartment building flanked by an unending line of luxury vehicles. The individuals entering and exiting were all dressed in a manner befitting an elite social gathering. Surrounding the apartment, fully armed police officers patrolled the area, and a police car with flashing lights was stationed at the intersection. At the entrance stood two towering security guards, meticulously checking invitations. The presence of several media reporters added to the atmosphere. Despite having faced numerous high-pressure situations in games, the formality of this event left Chen Cheng, who struggled with social anxiety, feeling somewhat out of sorts. After several attempts to reach Yang Yusin, who likely was preoccupied with other matters, he found himself without an invitation, aimlessly pacing with his hands in his pockets. Before long, two patrolling officers approached him. "Hey, you there, tall guy, show us your ID." In response, Chen Cheng promptly presented his passport. A young black officer scrutinized him closely, suddenly widening his eyes. "Wait a minute, you're Chen, the Lakers player, right?" Chen Cheng smiled and nodded in affirmation. "You're quite the cool player," remarked the black officer. The larger white officer remained indifferent. "I watched your last game against the Kings." "You did well, buddy," the black officer whispered. The white officer, holding Chen Cheng's passport between his fingers, perused it absent-mindedly, raising an eyebrow as he took another look at Chen Cheng. "A Chinese national? A Lakers player? Huh, America truly is a land of freedom." Thankfully, the Rams and the Dodgers don't require Chinese foreign aid. "So, tell me, Chinese guy, what brings you here?" "I was invited to the party," Chen Cheng replied, maintaining a neutral expression. "Invited, you say?" The white officer scrutinized his passport once more for an extended period. "Do you know the identity of the owner of this apartment?" "I don't care if you're a member of the Lakers, but don't try to pull any tricks on my turf, and certainly don't lie to me." "Kid, I do not wish to engage in any tricks, nor have I uttered a falsehood. I am indeed here at the behest of another," Chen Cheng replied solemnly. The Caucasian officer chuckled softly, lowering his gaze. "As far as I am aware, this charity gala is exclusively attended by distinguished alumni and social elites from UCLA. However, your credentials seem rather incongruous. Do you possess an invitation, Mr. Chan?" Chen Cheng shook his head. "Then I must question your intentions," the officer remarked gravely, closing the passport with a definitive thud, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. At that moment, Chen Cheng's phone rang. It was Yang Yusin calling. "I sincerely apologize. I was preoccupied with guests inside and did not hear your call. Have you arrived? I shall come out to meet you now. I am here. But if you do not emerge soon, I fear I may soon find myself in the custody of the police," Chen Cheng quipped. Yang Yusin's voice on the other end conveyed a hint of panic, her apologies audible as she navigated through the throng of people. "Will someone genuinely come to escort you inside?" "I'm quite curious to see who it might be," the officer inquired, leaning his head towards the entrance. Chen Cheng nodded, hands tucked into his pockets. There, at the entrance, appeared Yang Yusin, clad in a black gown adorned with sequins, anxiously scanning the area while occasionally smoothing her lustrous black locks. Her sparkling attire exuded an air of elegance intertwined with sensuality. The tailored evening dress accentuated her alluring curves, with a neckline perfectly crafted to embrace her ample bosom while revealing a tantalizing décolletage. The daring back design showcased her sculpted silhouette, the hemline gracefully resting at her waist, accentuating her voluptuous form. The trio stood momentarily entranced, momentarily forgetting their subsequent actions. Fortunately, Yang Yusin spotted Chen Cheng. As she approached, preparing to wave at him, she became acutely aware of the two officers beside him. She hurriedly lifted her gown and made her way over. "I am truly sorry." "Chen Cheng, I genuinely did not hear the phone ring," she apologized earnestly. The two officers widened their eyes in unison, exchanging glances before looking back at Chen Cheng and then at Yang Yusin. "Miss Yang, is he your invited guest?" "Indeed, Officer Brown. Is there an issue? Or perhaps a misunderstanding?" Yang Yusin inquired, a slight furrow forming on her brow. Upon hearing this, the officer quickly donned a friendly expression, waving his hands dismissively. "No issue. No misunderstanding. I was merely conducting a routine inquiry, sharing a light jest with Mr. Chen here. You see, I am responsible for ensuring the safety of tonight's gathering at your residence, and it is imperative that Mr. Yang, your family, and all arriving guests feel secure. There is absolutely no problem between us." Yang Yusin responded with a polite, albeit forced smile, seamlessly linking her arm with Chen Cheng's and introducing him. "Allow me to introduce my friend, Chen Cheng, hailing from the vibrant nation of Huagua. He is currently a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. This is Officer Brown, who is responsible for the safety of our neighborhood. My apologies for the interruption. The individual beside him is it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Yang. I'm a newcomer, and you may call me Johnny." The African-American officer, slightly awkward, extended his hand. Yang Yusin politely shook his hand. "Since there are no issues, shall we proceed inside, Officer Brown?" Yang Yusin remarked while linking her arm with Chen Chen's. The Caucasian officer smiled, and promptly handed back Chen Cheng's passport, offering a respectful nod to the two. Of course. I hope you both enjoy your evening." At that moment, Chen Cheng felt as though everything was surreal, akin to a dream. From the officer's tone, it seemed that Yang Yusin's family held considerable influence in this area, and astonishingly, this grand mansion was her residence. Although he initially felt proud of his identity as an NBA player, he suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation of becoming a son-in-law. "I truly apologize. Those white officers can be rather intolerable. I've never been fond of them. Had he not been in uniform, I might have given him a piece of my mind." "Just as you did to Brad Miller," Chen Cheng chuckled softly, touching the tip of his nose. "You never mentioned this party was being held at your home, nor did you inquire about it." "Ahem. So, is this house purchased by your family?" "Indeed, since I arrived at UCLA, my father, concerned for my safety, bought this apartment for me." "Your home is quite spacious," Chen Cheng remarked, glancing down. Chapter 79, Friendly Exchanges, the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Welcoming the god of wealth, Yang Yusin kept her arm linked with Chen Cheng throughout their journey. As they traversed the central path, they presented an undeniably striking couple, drawing the attention of onlookers. The lawn was filled with numerous faces of Asian descent. Upon spotting the pair, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, assessing Chen Cheng's attire with critical eyes. Ever since he entered this space, a sense of discomfort enveloped him, akin to returning home for the new year and passing by the local women's gossip station, where every gaze seemed to possess X-ray vision, scrutinizing even his choice of undergarments. Moreover, those around him exuded an air of self-importance through their every gesture, eager to ensure their presence was not overlooked. Fortunately, a group of young Asian faces nearby, likely UCLA international students, provided a source of comfort. Having been in a foreign land for so long, Chen Cheng felt a surge of excitement upon seeing so many compatriots. While Yang Yusin engaged with the guests, Chen Cheng took the initiative to approach them. "Hello, I am Chen Cheng, from Huagua, currently a player for the Los Angeles Lakers," he said, extending his right hand with warmth. However, the once enthusiastic expressions of the international students quickly turned cold. I had thought he was either from the north or from Neon, but to my surprise, he turned out to be from China. A foreign student with a head of dyed blonde hair tilted his head and remarked to his companions, "A Chinese? Has the Lakers signed a Chinese player? I don't recall that." "Huh. Can someone like him even play in the NBA?" A nearby short Neon individual, wearing glasses, chimed in loudly. "Aren't they the ones who lost to you Northerners at the 2002 Busan Asian Games due to their weak backcourt?" Instantly, the surrounding Northerners burst into laughter. "Indeed. I was present at that event. You must understand, they had two formidable interior players on the verge of joining the NBA, yet what good did it do? In the end, they still lost the match." As a fan of men's basketball, recalling that year's Busan Asian Games ignites a fire within me. With Yu Ming and Wang Zhizhi dominating the paint, the golden generation was at its peak, and the Chinese team was undoubtedly superior to the northern squad. However, as the game approached its final 30 seconds, the Chinese men's basketball team led by 7 points, only to be equalized by the Northerners in regulation. They ultimately triumphed over the Chinese team in overtime by a mere 2 points, claiming the gold medal in that tournament. Observing the smug expressions of these individuals, Chen Cheng let out a cold chuckle, lifting a glass of champagne from the table and taking a delicate sip. "There is no need for such jubilation. That is all in the past. From now on, with me in the men's basketball scene, you shall not savor any success. Unless, of course, you manage to bribe the referees every time. I want to even mention how you won the 2002 World Cup. I fear it would tarnish my lips." With that, Chen Cheng spat emphatically on the ground. The group of Northerners began to murmur in protest, but Chen Cheng raised a finger towards them, and the ragtag bunch fell silent immediately. "You are not worthy of conversing with me. When your Northerners are qualified to play in the NBA, I shall personally instruct them on their routes." The Neon individuals nearby burst out laughing at the sight of the Northerners being put in their place. Chen Cheng, not intending to let them off the hook, turned to the group of Neons and said, "If I recall correctly, it has been over 20 years since your men's basketball team last graced the Olympic stage. I am genuinely curious. Why have you not sent a representative team to compete in Olympic basketball all these years? Could it be that you cannot contend with our Chinese team?" As he spoke, Chen Cheng pointed at the group of Northerners. "It seems you can hardly compete with them." The Neon individuals fell silent, their eyes filled with anger and hostility. "No need to glare at me. I am aware of your player, Tan Weiyong, who is slightly better than that bunch. However, he was recently cut from the development league, and should he return to the NBA, I will teach him a lesson too." Chen Cheng cast a disdainful glance at this collection of inept individuals. Should anyone still harbor dissent, there happens to be a court over there. We can settle this on the spot. By the way, feel free to drop by the Staples Center to watch me play anytime. Remember to purchase your tickets in advance. My brother has been quite popular lately. With that, he downed his champagne in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and gently set the glass down on the table. The two groups of young individuals were clearly affluent second-generation heirs, often resorting to boastful chatter and bullying those soft-spoken international students from Huagua. Little did they expect to encounter such a formidable presence today that could not seize any advantage, neither physically nor verbally. The two factions could only roll their eyes at Chen Cheng before turning away, muttering curses under their breath. The evening's gala was about to commence, and Yang Yusin busily attended to the guests, briefly outlining the evening's agenda to Chen Cheng before hastening off to her own tasks. Not far away, the cacophony of that group of students from Han Country erupted once again. Wherever they gathered, noise seemed to follow. This was a consensus shared by all who had interacted with them. The surrounding Asian faces cast scornful glances, yet they remained impervious to the judgment of those around them. Young men, as you are guests here, I hope you will observe proper etiquette and not bring shame upon your alma mater, spoke an elderly American gentleman, his hair a crown of white, clothed modestly in a linen suit, black trousers, and oversized, retro spectacles. Leaning on a cane, he extended a trembling hand to point at the UCLA emblem adorning the attire of those students. In response to the elder's kind admonition, the Han students seemed less than inclined to heed his words. However, recognizing the gentleman's nationality and the special nature of the evening, they reluctantly lowered their voices, emitting a few dismissive sounds of ISI. Satisfied that they had shown some restraint, the elder did not pursue the matter further and turned to continue his way inside. Yet, these privileged individuals who managed to gain admission to a prestigious institution like UCLA hailed from affluent and influential families back in their homeland. Had this incident occurred in their own country, the old man would have surely faced harsh insults or even physical retaliation. Thus, how could they simply swallow their pride in the face of this frail elder's reproach? As the old man turned away, a blond-haired youth discreetly hooked his foot around the elder's cane. The elderly gentleman lost his balance, teetering dangerously toward the corner of a table. Chen Cheng, noticing the impending fall, rushed forward, placing one hand against the table's edge while securely grasping the old man's body with the other, gently guiding him back to stability. "Thank you, young man," the elder expressed, a grateful smile illuminating his face. Suddenly, he noticed the wrist guard gifted to Chen Cheng by Yang Yusin. "Are you a player for the Brown Bears?" the old man inquired, his curiosity piqued. Chen Cheng chuckled and shook his head. "This? It's a gift from a friend. She is a student at UCLA." Since Yang Yusin had presented him with the wrist guard, Kobe had told him that it would surely bring him good fortune. Consequently, he had taken to wearing it in a less conspicuous manner on his calf during games. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, he is not a player hailing from UCLA, and donning the gear of the Bruins would invite unnecessary scrutiny. Secondly, the league prohibits any visible logos aside from those of sponsors. During practice, this wristband is typically worn on his forearm. Today, feeling fatigued from training and in a hurry to leave, he forgot to remove it. "My friend says it will bring me good fortune," Chen Cheng remarked with a smile to the elderly man. Perhaps due to having grown up with his grandparents, Chen Cheng felt an innate affinity towards the elderly. "Which university do you hail from?" the old man inquired. "I come from Huagua, and I have not attended university. I am merely a rookie signed by the Lakers this season." Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes sparkled with delight. "To think, you are a player for the Lakers. Your skills must be impressive. I shall certainly attend one of your games in person. Thank you for assisting me earlier. If one day you wish to enroll at UCLA, I would be pleased to write you a letter of recommendation." Chen Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware of the significance of recommendation letters in American higher education, especially those penned by distinguished alumni or individuals who have made notable contributions to the institution. Yet, this elderly gentleman appeared quite ordinary, nearly unsteady on his feet. Their brief encounter, during which he had simply offered assistance, seemed an unlikely basis for such grand claims. This old man was quite amusing. An assistant hurriedly approached, taking the elderly man from Chen Cheng and expressing gratitude repeatedly. Chen Cheng waved his hand dismissively, watching them depart. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, Chen Cheng, you have completed the hidden task recognition from Coach John Wooden." John Wooden? My goodness! That elderly gentleman was none other than John Wooden? No wonder he looked so familiar. Chen Cheng bit his finger in disbelief, rendered speechless with excitement. As the founder of the UCLA Bruins, his achievements in NCAA history are simply unparalleled. During his tenure as coach, he secured 10 national championships, including a remarkable 7 consecutive titles and an astounding 88-game winning streak. He was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame both as a player and a coach. Over the course of his coaching career, he developed NBA superstars such as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Bill Walton. With a record of 664 wins to 162 losses over 29 years, his career winning percentage stands at an impressive 84. He is revered as one of the greatest coaches in the annals of American basketball. Such a legendary figure, a veritable totem of basketball in the United States, would surely warrant an apology from the president of the cold country if he had suffered any mishap due to the clumsiness of those few individuals. Chen Cheng realized that his simple act of assistance had averted a potential international incident. It is only natural for a father to clean up after his child, is it not? With profound respect, Chen Cheng gazed at the old man's silhouette as it gradually faded from view. The old man is not merely boasting. A single letter of recommendation from him could effortlessly grant me entry into the hallowed halls of UCLA. Indeed, the adage that good deeds are rewarded holds true. Chen Cheng shook his head in quiet reflection, suddenly coming to a realization. Right? Wasn't he had just mentioned that upon completing the task, there would be no rewards? The reward for this task, John Wooden's admiration, is categorized as a passive skill. A passive skill? Indeed. The skill's description states, when matched against an opponent who has played for the UCLA Bruins or has received the John Wooden Award during their collegiate career, the opponent's shooting accuracy is reduced by 10, while your shooting accuracy is enhanced by 10. Similarly, the opponent's defensive success rate decreases by 10, and your defensive success rate increases by 10. Incredible! Truly, he is the greatest coach in the history of American basketball. This skill is overwhelmingly powerful. To put it in less apt terms, if I were to face Kobe, equipped with this skill, he would instantly be reduced to a Nick Young. Moreover, being a passive skill, if I am not mistaken, it does not occupy a skill slot, correct? Yes, it requires no activation and does not consume skill slot space. It triggers automatically, the system assuredly replied. Chen Cheng stood frozen in place, his mind utterly bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. This skill seems excessively formidable, doesn't it? No wonder it is called John Wooden's admiration. Which player from UCLA would dare to disregard the respect owed to this basketball patriarch? At this moment, Chen Cheng was in high spirits, his mind swirling with thoughts, and he momentarily could not recall how many players in the league hailed from UCLA. What a thrill! It would be delightful if UCLA players were scattered throughout the league. I would be eating dumplings every day. Yang Yusin's father is truly influential, managing to invite a luminary like Wooden. Chen Cheng turned and fetched a bottle of champagne from the table. Just as he took a sip, a sudden thought struck him. Since her father possesses such an impressive background, hosting a charity ball and managing to invite John Wooden, while his daughter has loved basketball since childhood and is indeed quite skilled, yet has never made it onto the school team, and now faces rejection from UCLA's team. Recalling that evening when Yang Yusin was in tears, Chen Cheng felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. Yet, she certainly did not seem to be acting. Moreover, they had merely met for the first time. Why would she go to such lengths to put on a performance for him? Could it be that she fell for me at first sight, captivated by my charm? Show off. Spare me the arrogance. Just look at this mansion and the guests in attendance. Even if you are a Lakers player, given today a spectacle, it would be no surprise if Jerry Buss himself were present. No, he might not be on the guest list, as he graduated with a doctorate from USC. With her qualifications, what sort of man could she not attract? What could she possibly see in you? However, the current situation makes no sense at all. Considering Yang Yusin's previous behaviors, they starkly contrast with her family background. Yet, what could be her motivation for such actions? If her intent is to conceal her identity, why not maintain that secrecy indefinitely instead of revealing it at this moment? Contemplating this, Chen Cheng abruptly set down his wine glass. Initially, he intended to walk away, but now he was curious to see what reasonable explanation Yang Yusin would provide. Chapter 81. A special day, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Everything goes smoothly on the return journey. As night fell, most of the guests had arrived. The main stage before the apartment lit up, the black velvet curtains shimmering with neon lights, signaling the official commencement of the party. The host appeared to be a somewhat renowned African-American stand-up comedian, whose entrance elicited considerable applause from the audience. With an air of casual humor and self-deprecation, he artfully delivered jokes touching on race, evoking hearty laughter from a diverse crowd and fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Chen Cheng, holding a glass of champagne, stood in an inconspicuous corner, occasionally glancing at the stage. After the host concluded his warm-up act, he meticulously read from a card bearing the titles of the evening's distinguished guests. Next, let us welcome Mr. Ming Yang, President of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in America, rotating chairman of the Los Angeles Chinese Charity Association, holder of dual degrees in economics and finance from UCLA, and honorary president of the UCLA Chinese Alumni Association, the initiator of tonight's gathering. As the impressive list of titles unfolded, Chen Cheng nearly spat out the champagne in his mouth. The Chinese Chamber of Commerce in America is one of the most influential Chinese organizations nationwide, headquartered in Los Angeles with 12 branches covering nearly every aspect of life. They provide services and assistance to the Chinese community in the U.S. Although a nonprofit entity, the presidents of each branch are not only leaders in their respective fields, but also hold considerable prestige within the Chinese community. Furthermore, they enjoy significant local renown and social influence. Coupled with his position as rotating chairman of the Los Angeles Chinese Charity Association, and being a notable UCLA alumnus as well as an honorary president of the Alumni Association, the extent of his connections is staggering, transcending both social and professional realms. It is no wonder he could invite Coach John Wooden to attend. Such an achievement seems entirely plausible. What further explanation could there be? Chen Cheng wondered if he could still manage to hail a cab. A glance towards the entrance revealed it was already closed. With two burly African-American security guards standing like sentinels by the door, swiftly extinguishing his thoughts of escape. Dressed in a black tailcoat, young Mingda took the stage. His hair impeccably styled. Although his face bore the marks of time, he appeared remarkably vibrant compared to his peers. His entire presence exuded an air of integrity, maturity, and competence. He began by expressing gratitude to the important guests present that evening, a list of names that held impressive stature. As the name of John Wooden was uttered, the entire audience rose to their feet in applause. The few arrogant individuals in the crowd were suddenly taken aback, their faces paling, and they fell silent. Once the introductions concluded, Mr. Yang began to outline the main agenda for the evening's gathering. In essence, this event resembled a charity gala, featuring an auction of artworks crafted by Chinese organizations, with all proceeds designated for various Chinese philanthropic foundations across the United States. Following the auction, a ball would take place. After his introduction, Mr. Yang retrieved the first auction item from a box behind him, a piece of embroidery that appeared rather unremarkable. To be frank, even a novice cross-stitch might surpass the quality of this craftsmanship, and the design itself seemed rather indistinct. He displayed the embroidery, placed it on a tray, and once again raised the microphone. This embroidered piece was created by my daughter, Yusin Yang, known as Amy, when she was 12 years old, with the assistance of her teacher at the Confucius Institute. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, Amy is Mr. Yang's daughter? It was almost unbelievable. She had never mentioned that her father was Mr. Yang. The surrounding chatter gradually subsided. Mr. Yang once more took up the microphone. Indeed, you heard correctly. Yusin is my daughter. I am uncertain of how she has crafted her identity to the outside world, but I must say, this is all due to me. The audience remained utterly still, intently listening to Mr. Yang's words, Chen Cheng included. We, as Chinese, have a saying, self-reliance, which translates to depending solely on oneself to accomplish one's endeavors. This is also the guiding principle of the Yang family. Therefore, throughout her life, I have never leveraged my status to provide her with any undue advantage. She was accepted into UCLA solely on her merit, and I have never written a single recommendation letter on her behalf. I am immensely proud of my daughter. At this juncture, tears welled in Mr. Yang's eyes, and the audience spontaneously broke into applause. My daughter excels at basketball. Her greatest dream is to join the school basketball team. This aspiration has remained unfulfilled since her elementary school days. Had I sent a simple email to the esteemed Coach Wooden back then, perhaps this matter would have been resolved. However, I did not, as Yusin herself opposed such an action, believing that not every Chinese individual arriving in America has the privilege of support from a father like mine. As he spoke, he lifted the embroidery. In truth, he had hesitated for quite some time before presenting it, aware of its lackluster quality. Mr. Yang chuckled as he remarked on it, prompting the audience to join in laughter, lightening the previously heavy atmosphere. The design featured 3 hands, black, white, and yellow, imprinted on a single basketball. I believe everyone can grasp the message she seeks to convey. At this moment, the audience fell into silence, contemplating the gravity of the topic. There is no need for such solemnity among us. I wish to convey that although Yuxian's dreams have yet to be realized, she has shared with me the story of a remarkable young man from our homeland, Huagua, who is tirelessly working to transform the dreams of countless individuals like Yuxian, those who aspire to play basketball but find their ambitions unfulfilled, into reality. Therefore, I hold steadfast belief that in the future, more children of Chinese descent will muster the courage to chase their own dreams on this land of freedom. Today, Chen Cheng finally encountered a person of great wisdom. He began by discussing the virtues of himself and his daughter, ensuring that none among you could find fault. Then, he presented an exquisite piece of embroidery that struck a blow against all forms of racial discrimination. In conclusion, he praised both the children of our nation and his own, bestowing commendations upon the United States. With that eloquent discourse, he addressed all that needed to be said. At this moment, the guests present erupted into applause, cheering for Mr. Yang's poignant remarks. Acknowledging their appreciation with a slight nod, Mr. Yang continued, "The reason I have chosen today to no longer conceal our relationship is that after today, she will be an adult. I can no longer impose my thoughts upon her. She is free to choose her own path in life. Thus, let my daughter Yuxian decide the fate of this unique auction item." Upon hearing this, Chen Cheng felt the burdens that had troubled him begin to lift. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Today is not only Yuxian's coming-of-age ceremony, but also her birthday. Alas, I have prepared nothing. Chapter 82. The Belated Gift, the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. This evening, the enchanting Yuxian, her eyes glistening with tears, embraced her father amidst the applause of the guests. Mr. Yang gently patted her back and handed her the microphone. "First, I must apologize to all my friends." As she spoke, Yuxian's gaze swept across the room before resting on Chen Cheng, who responded with a subtle smile. A sense of relief washed over her as she continued, "Of course, I will continue to live as I have before. I cherish this feeling. You may still regard me as my father's housekeeper, his foster daughter, or the child of distant relatives." Her words elicited hearty laughter from the attendees, revealing that she had indeed crafted quite the elaborate fade for herself. Yet, at this moment, none of that seemed significant. Yuxian raised the embroidery in her hand. "I do not intend to auction this piece, for I wish to present it to my friend, the very individual my father mentioned. The one who has helped me realize my dreams, the number 6 player of the Los Angeles Lakers, Chen Cheng. Please come up." Caught unprepared in the corner, Chen Cheng was suddenly called upon by Yuxian on stage. He quickly rubbed his face to compose himself, flashing a stiff smile as he stepped forward with long strides. So it was him. He had entered with Amy earlier that afternoon. This Chinese gentleman was remarkably tall and handsome. How could they be such a perfect match? Could it be that he is Amy's boyfriend? The audience murmured for a while before gradually quieting down. Chen Cheng, his face flushed, took the microphone from Yang Yusin's hand and nodded in acknowledgement to Yang's father and the guests below. "Firstly, I would like to express my profound gratitude to Miss Yang for inviting me to this gathering today, and I am truly honored to receive such a precious gift." Before he could finish his sentence, someone in the crowd stood up and questioned him. "Mr. Chen, shouldn't the Lakers be playing in Memphis tonight? Why are you here?" The speaker was a foreign student who had previously been humiliated in front of Chen Cheng. As soon as he finished speaking, another individual from the audience rose to his feet. "To my knowledge, Mr. Chen Cheng is able to attend this party because he has been suspended by the NBA for his involvement in an altercation with an American player during the last game. And he was the one who initiated the confrontation." This statement immediately caused an uproar among the guests. Altercations on the court were not uncommon, however. The audacity of a Chinese national to provoke a Native American player made the American attendees, who often concealed their true feelings, somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Cheng could hardly believe that these individuals harbored such malicious intent. At this critical moment, he found himself subjected to humiliation. And it was especially disheartening since tonight was Yang Yusin's coming-of-age ceremony and her birthday. He felt an overwhelming urge to leap off the stage and silence their disrespectful remarks, perhaps even resorting to extreme measures to express his disdain. In this conflict with those individuals, Chen Cheng felt he had irrevocably bound himself. His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound, while Yang Yusin gently caressed his hand from the side, attempting to soothe his emotions. "If I had players like Chen on my team, I would be immensely pleased," suddenly declared John Wooden, the venerable elder seated in the front row, as he stood up, leaning on his cane and turning slightly to address the audience. "I witnessed that game. The Kings players committed a malicious foul first, playing exceedingly dirty. bringing Kobe down from midair and slamming him onto the ground. Chen was the only teammate on the Lakers who stood up for Kobe. This exemplifies true camaraderie among teammates. The elder paused for a moment before continuing. In comparison to those who are submissive in front of you yet resort to underhanded tactics behind your back, this is insignificant. I have engaged in my fair share of brawls during my playing days. Not only did I fight, but I also fought in wars. If this is to be counted as a stain on my life, I would probably be spending my remaining days in a federal prison. The guests were amused by the elder's remarks, clearly sensing his protective sentiment towards Chen Cheng. With his support, what objections could those, mostly UCLA graduates, possibly raise? What are you waiting for? Applaud. Yang Yusin was utterly astonished that, at this critical juncture, it was John Wooden himself who came to Chen Cheng's defense. The two of them instinctively bowed in gratitude to the elder. The atmosphere was filled with a joyous spirit, yet the foreign guests seemed unable to grasp it. The group of misguided individuals, both the Koreans and the Japanese, having failed to stir trouble, quietly retreated into the shadows. With the crisis averted, Yang Yusin smiled as she solemnly presented the handmade embroidery she had crafted with her own hands to Chen Cheng. Just as Chen Cheng was about to reach out, Yang Yusin's friends, unable to contain themselves, interjected, "Mr. Chen, since Amy has given you such an important gift, what do you intend to offer her in return today?" Indeed. Today marks not only her coming-of-age ceremony, but also her birthday. Have you prepared any unexpected gift? These inquiries sent beads of cold sweat down Chen Cheng's back. He truly had not prepared a gift, and crucially, he was unaware of the significance of this day for Yang Yusin. Surely, he could not offer himself in return right then? How absurd to entertain such fanciful notions. However, at this pivotal moment, Yang Yusin had called him to the stage, evidently with the intention of having her father scrutinize the situation. After narrowly avoiding a misstep earlier, thanks to the timely intervention of Old Man Wu, it was clear he could not rely on him again. He needed to be resolute and assert his stance publicly. "Of course, I have a gift prepared," Chen Cheng said with an air of mystery. Yang Yusin's eyes widened, filled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Yet, this gift was not available at that moment. Why? Her friends pressed. "I initially intended to surprise her, but given the significance of today, I shall reveal my plan. I have signed up for the three-point contest and the dunk contest at the NBA All-Star Game in Los Angeles. Those two trophies will be my gift." The guests and friends erupted in excitement. Such a confident declaration was rarely heard from the lips of someone from Huagua, suggesting he must possess the talent to make such bold claims. To preemptively claim 2 championship trophies before the competition even began was nothing short of audacious. The All-Star Weekend in Los Angeles conveniently coincided with Valentine's Day, making it an exceedingly fitting gift. Unable to contain her inner exhilaration, Yang Yusin rose on her toes and leaped into Chen Cheng's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. In front of all the guests, she planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. This left Chen Cheng momentarily taken aback as he cast a glance at Yang's father, who wore a benevolent smile. His eyes crinkled with joy as he observed his daughter, enveloped in happiness. He had long sensed his daughter's feelings for Chen Cheng. Today, he finally met this young man, who was not only commendable in appearance, but also possessed an inspiring personal story, embodying responsibility, loyalty, and self-reliance. The father's heart swelled with pride. Seeing the smile on Yang's father's face, Chen Cheng felt reassured. Since the young lady had taken such initiative and the atmosphere was ripe, it was time to follow through with the necessary formalities. "Miss Yang Yusin, would you do me the honor of becoming my girlfriend?" Yang Yusin was momentarily taken aback, then promptly buried her head in Chen Cheng's shoulder, vibrating like a phone in silent mode, incessantly tapping away. Chapter 83, Fortunate Stars Shine. The 7th day of the new year, a prosperous start. Chen Cheng and Yang Yusin set a sweet tone for the upcoming auction. The subsequent proceedings unfolded with remarkable fluidity. In one evening, they raised nearly $170,000 for charity. Pleased, Yang's father generously signed a check, augmenting the total to $200,000, which was duly handed over to the foundation. The ensuing ball posed a significant challenge for Chen Cheng, as he was utterly devoid of dancing skills. After just a few steps, he nearly trampled Yang Yusin's foot, and her dress was perilously close to ruin. Thus, he could only rest on the sidelines. In a pivotal moment, Yang's father stepped in to assist his daughter, gracefully concluding the final dance of the evening, bringing the night to a satisfying close. Yang Yusin was thoroughly content with her coming-of-age celebration and birthday gala, relieved that she no longer had to conceal her identity and could boldly pursue her desires. Most importantly, She had garnered the love she had longed for. Chen Cheng's gains from the night were substantial as well, having made an audacious declaration. In front of a multitude, he vowed to secure both the three-point and slam dunk championships at the All-Star Game, intending to present the trophies as gifts to his girlfriend. Achieving dual championships in the same All-Star weekend was a feat unprecedented in the annals of NBA history. He had no idea what had compelled him to make such a bold statement in the heat of the moment. He was already under scrutiny, and to make such a proclamation before so many only heightened the stakes. The media would undoubtedly seize upon his bold assertion the following day, and on the court, he would be targeted by the league's elite. The level of mockery would only escalate, making future games increasingly challenging. As for Yang Yusin's concern regarding his ability to participate in those two events, he felt no trepidation. The NBA was fundamentally a commercial league, thriving on publicity. It feared obscurity more than sensationalism. With someone willing to spice up the All-Star weekend, David Stern would be more than pleased and would never turn him away. After all, he had once stood at the gates of CCTV in China, clutching a bag of videotapes, patiently awaiting such an outcome. Furthermore, Chen Cheng was backed by billions in Chinese capital and market potential. Yao Ming's character had prevented him from shining on the All-Star stage, while Chen Cheng was poised to fill that void. With this year's All-Star weekend hosted in Los Angeles, the advantages of being the host were clear. As long as he was willing to participate, availability would not be an issue. Ultimately, the pressing question for him was whether he could indeed seize the championship. However, in front of so many people, harsh words have been uttered. When a man speaks, his words are as binding as nails. He must seize this championship. The ball in the arena is nearing its conclusion, and guests are gradually departing. It is time for Chen Cheng to leave as well. Yang Yusin approaches, taking his hand, and they walk slowly to the exit in silence. This is it. Happy birthday. I will personally deliver your belated gift. Chen Cheng grips Yang Yusin's hand tightly. She gazes at this young man with deep affection, nodding with a smile, gently closing her eyes, rising on her toes, and tilting her chin. Chen Cheng tenderly supports her slender waist with one hand while caressing her rounded figure with the other, boldly kissing her passionately. Important moments in life should be spent with family, and Chen Cheng, ever perceptive, bids farewell to the reluctant Yang Yusin and her family. As for what lies ahead, their relationship is now established. She is an adult, curfews have been lifted, and there is plenty of time to come. Moreover, Yang Yusin can now attend games as a player's family member, providing ample opportunities to meet. Sitting in the returning taxi, Chen Cheng gazes out at the vibrant lights of Los Angeles, feeling that everything before him seems unreal. Congratulations, esteemed monthly card member. You have successfully shed the title of single dog. This system will present you with an exclusive gift package. Please accept it graciously. The sudden voice of the system interrupts Chen Cheng's thoughts. A gift package? Wow. System, you are quite generous. Chen Cheng opens the system panel, revealing a specially packaged gift box. Upon opening the gift, he is greeted with, "Congratulations, Chen Cheng. You have received a stamina recovery card. Equipping this card will allow your stamina to recover at double the speed." A double recovery card? It can restore my stamina at an accelerated rate? Why bestow such a card upon me only after I have rid myself of the single dog title? A realization dawns on Chen Cheng. The system understands him. However, it will not be of use tonight. After a long day, he feels utterly exhausted and decides to equip this card, hoping for a restful night before tomorrow's training. Back in his dormitory, he turns on his computer to check the evening's game results. Indeed, without Kobe and himself, the Lakers fell to the Memphis Grizzlies led by Gasol. The Lakers' morale plummeted, suffering a complete rout, bewildered by the Grizzlies by the end of the third quarter. Peyton, facing the peak performance of white chocolate Jason Williams, faltered, allowing Williams to score the highest on his team with 21 points. Against the Lakers' inside duo, Gasol achieved an impressive 2010 stats. Thus, the Lakers concluded their away games with a record of 2 wins and 2 losses. Next, the team will return to Los Angeles, resting for 2 days before embarking on a series of home games. As Chen Cheng peruses the upcoming schedule, his phone rings. Upon glancing down, he sees that it is Yang Yusin calling. Unbeknownst to her, she had altered the note on her phone, now displaying Baby Yang. When Chen Cheng answered the call, she feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Whose call is this? Who is Baby Yang?" "Honey, it's me, XIN. As soon as the relationship was established, the endearments shifted. Chen Cheng felt a surge of joy at the affectionate address. "Of course, I know it's you. What is this? Did you not receive my message? I arrived a while ago." "Well, My father just informed me that Uncle Joe from the Business Association has developed a sports drink with his technical team, and they are currently seeking a domestic spokesperson. Father thought of you and asked me to call to gauge your interest. Chen Cheng was on the brink of tears from happiness. Is this truly what old Taishan said? Didn't he instruct us to be self-reliant? Chen Cheng teased Yang Yusin. Taishan? Tarzan? Are you implying my father is Tarzan? She coughed, playfully. I believe you ought to attend a few lessons in classical studies with me. I shall personally instruct you this evening. After exchanging playful banter, they returned to the matter at hand. Naturally, Chen Cheng was more than willing to consider the endorsement. Moreover, this Uncle Joe was a childhood friend of Yang's father, and their families maintained a cordial relationship. According to Yang Yusin, the endorsement fee was quite generous. Starting from at least 6 figures, those specifics would need to be discussed further with Uncle Joe and his lawyer. With Yang Yusin's influence, the prospects appeared promising. If she could secure this sum, it would indeed alleviate Chen Cheng's pressing financial concerns. Chapter 84. Unyielding, the 7th day of the new year. Prosperous beginnings. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Chen Cheng awoke of her own accord. Typically, the training regimen prescribed by the system required her to sleep past 10 in the morning, followed by an afternoon nap. However, with the assistance of the physical recovery card, she not only woke early but also felt utterly invigorated, devoid of the fatigue and despondency that had accompanied her previous late awakenings. After a light breakfast at the door, she once again immersed herself in the training facility. The tasks assigned by the system remained incomplete, and with a competition looming in 2 days and team training scheduled for the following day, time was of the essence. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message from the team. Unfortunate news. Kobe's medical examination results had returned. Due to external force, his previous shoulder dislocation had recurred, with indications of joint capsule degeneration necessitating further treatment. He was expected to miss 45 games. According to the schedule Chen Cheng had reviewed yesterday, the team was set to face the Indiana Pacers, Portland Trail Blazers, New Jersey Nets, New York Knicks, and San Antonio Spurs in succession. Among these, only the Knicks could be considered a somewhat manageable opponent. The rest were formidable challenges that could severely test the Lakers. The Lakers, F4, began their season on a triumphant note, with the media proclaiming their potential to shatter the Bulls' legendary regular season record of 72 wins and 10 losses. However, as the season has progressed, injuries have plagued 3 of the F4, reducing them to a mere F1, and the team has subsequently dropped to 4th place in the Western Conference. Prior speculation suggested that Kobe's recurring shoulder injury would yield unfavorable outcomes, leading to recommendations for Zen Master not to expect much success from this battered roster, nor from the aging veteran and the young talent duo. Instead, it would be prudent to utilize this period for player development, enhancing the synergy of the second unit, and strategizing for a time when the team is fully assembled. Nonetheless, Chen Cheng harbors a different perspective. He refuses to concede defeat. He is convinced that Phil Jackson will not easily relinquish hope either. Grabbing a basketball from the rack, Chen Cheng resumed the tasks left unfinished from the previous day. Fully aware of the impending challenge posed by the Eastern Conference leaders, the Indiana Pacers, this team is undergoing a transitional phase. However, its competitive spirit remains unscathed. Veteran sharpshooter Reggie Miller still exhibits remarkable accuracy, despite a slight dip in average points, and with his shooting prowess exceeding 40, he remains a formidable opponent. Versatile center Jermaine O'Neal, affectionately dubbed Little O'Neal by domestic fans due to his youthful appearance and Shaquille O'Neal's presence, now possesses the capability to rival the great O'Neal. With a steady mid-range game and face-up offensive skills, he has consistently delivered exceptional interior statistics, effortlessly slicing through defenses. The league has also witnessed the emergence of a challenging adversary, Ron Artest. Having once owned his trading card, Chen Cheng is acutely aware of the difficulties Artest presents. If Kobe were not injured, Artest would undoubtedly be tasked with guarding him. With Kobe sidelined, this contentious rookie has now become Artest's target. It remains uncertain what percentage of effectiveness Chen Cheng can muster against Artest's defensive prowess. In addition to these players, the team boasts the soul of American street basketball. The notorious Jamal Tinsley, who, following the revelation of the Sports Illustrated incident involving Chen Cheng, publicly vowed to break Chen Cheng's ankles on the court. Moreover, the roster includes fierce competitors such as Harrington and the tenacious Foster, among others. Just this morning, Chen Cheng's audacious claim to seize both the three-point and slam dunk titles at the All-Star Weekend has incited yet another wave of controversy. Within the Pacers, the presence of sharpshooter Miller and the acrobatic Fred Jones suggests that they will seize this opportunity to teach the arrogant rookie Chen Cheng a lesson. Furthermore, The team's head coach, Carlisle, hailing from the Lakers' arch-rivals, the Celtics, has instilled a tenacious playing style within the team's very essence. His coaching prowess is beyond question. Currently, the Pacers sit atop the Eastern Conference standings, boasting a well-balanced blend of youth and experience, making them formidable contenders for the Eastern Championship. The Los Angeles Lakers' inaugural championship experience during their three-peat came against the Indiana Pacers, ultimately culminating in the Lakers' triumph. It is fair to assert that the rivalry between the two teams is steeped in a myriad of grievances, and with Chen Cheng inviting a plethora of derision upon himself. The intensity of this contest escalated, promising a thrilling spectacle. After over an hour of shooting, Chen Cheng's accuracy began to wane. He had previously harbored considerable confidence in his ability to make open three-pointers, but it now appeared that he had overestimated his prowess. Devoid of physical stamina and facing tight defense, even the most assured attempts could devolve into mere folly. He paused his training, retrieving a bottle of Gatorade from the rack, and consumed half of it in one swift motion. Due to the rigorous training regimen, his bodily fluids were rapidly depleting, making an electrolyte-rich beverage like Gatorade particularly suitable post-exercise. As the official drink of the NBA, players often consumed it with the same frequency as water. However, upon downing this half bottle of Gatorade, Chen Cheng experienced an unprecedented sense of revitalization, as if every cell in his body had been reinvigorated. He felt an exhilarating surge of energy. This sensation reminded him of a middle school game when he fortuitously drank a can of Red Bull, which instantly revitalized him. Now, he found himself in a similar state. Yet, the formulation of Gatorade differed from that of Red Bull. How could it elicit such an effect? He scrutinized the ingredient list on the bottle, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This was not merely the effect of Gatorade. It was the result of a recovery card bestowed by the system. Standing still for around 5 minutes, the enhancement from the recovery card had effectively doubled his stamina replenishment. He placed a hand on his heart, and indeed, the breathlessness that had previously plagued him had subsided, and his heart rate had stabilized. If that were the case, did this mean he had become indefatigable? With the stamina recovery card in hand, would he not find ample opportunities for open shots on the court? Reggie Miller and the masked marvel, Rip Hamilton, played precisely this way, exhausting their opponents before effortlessly seizing chances to shoot. Gazing at the basketball in his hand, Chen Cheng contemplated the implications of the stamina recovery card. Combined with a task reward that elevated his open three-point shooting accuracy to 50, he resolved to take action. He began to maneuver for the ball, sinking a series of 7 consecutive shots. As he approached the 8th, fatigue slightly encroached, and his movements slowed. The defenders closed in like beasts from a temple escape game. Chen Cheng paused for a minute to recuperate, and soon, his energy returned, allowing him to launch another successful streak. Having practiced extensively the previous day and throughout the morning, he had completed all of his shooting drills, and the number displayed above him surged to 800. The system's melodic notification echoed once more. Congratulations, Chen Cheng. You have completed the task. Your open three-point shooting accuracy has been elevated to 50. Best of luck. Chapter 85. The endorsement having completed his training ahead of schedule, Chen Cheng found himself with an entire afternoon to allocate as he pleased. Ordinarily, this would be the time for a rejuvenating nap. However, that was no longer necessary. This afternoon, he intended to engage in solitary training focused on his physical endurance and vertical leap. Taking advantage of the recovery card at his disposal, he aimed to elevate his physical threshold to the next level. By doing so, the time required for rest would be significantly minimized. In the critical moments of a pivotal match, every second counts, making it nearly impossible to secure ample rest. Athletes like Allen Iverson, who routinely clock in over 40 minutes of play time, owe their remarkable performances to their abundant stamina. Thus, physical endurance serves as the steadfast foundation upon which all other abilities are built. Without it, everything else becomes trivial. At present, his body was in a prime developmental phase, and seizing this opportunity to lay a solid foundation would greatly benefit future endeavors, whether in strength training, muscle building, or core workouts. Yet, he found himself lacking a professional physical trainer and could only rely on the training regimen previously provided by the system, navigating through it independently. Once his resources allowed, he would ensure to address these logistical deficiencies, as they are crucial to the career of a professional athlete. Self-discipline is a fundamental requirement. Indulging oneself after securing a lucrative contract can lead to a precipitous decline in one's career, a phenomenon not uncommon in the NBA. Neglecting physical upkeep and consistently overexerting oneself can result in a shortened prime, leading to premature retirement. Much like a high-performance race car, Regular maintenance is essential to sustain its optimal performance over time. Chen Cheng had previously watched numerous interviews with basketball stars, many of whom invest upwards of $1 million annually in their physical upkeep. This expenditure, however, yields substantial returns, extending their careers and enhancing their on-court performances, thereby securing even greater contracts. A virtuous cycle indeed. Chen Cheng himself harbored no detrimental vices, like many young men in their adolescence. He often indulged in crafting during his spare nights. Smoking and drinking held no allure for him. His primary pastimes revolved around single-player video games, watching basketball, and collecting cards. Speaking of card collecting, since he began opening blind boxes, the system had provided him with numerous cards. The only drawback was that while these cards were part of a complete set and numbered, they remained virtual, lacking the tactile experience of physical cards. Nonetheless, the absence of a complete collection left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Currently, he had amassed 10 cards from the Q-version Kobe set without any duplicates. Yet with a total of 81 cards in the collection, it remained uncertain when he would complete it. As for his vertical leap, it had always been one of his strengths, and with his exceptionally long wingspan, executing basic dunk maneuvers posed no significant challenge. However, his core control and strength were relatively weak, making it quite challenging to execute high-difficulty slam dunks. Moreover, the slam dunk competition requires participants to balance height, power, aesthetics, entertainment, and creativity to achieve high scores. These elements necessitate practice. Otherwise, resorting to last-minute efforts could lead to failure and ridicule. After a brief rest to recuperate, Chen Cheng immersed himself once again in his training. After a few rigorous shuttle runs, he received a call from his friend. It turned out that Uncle Zhou's lawyer had drafted a contract and scheduled a meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to discuss the collaboration. The swift progression of this matter was evidently facilitated by Yang Yusin and Yang's father. Although this meeting was primarily for business purposes, it also served as a test. Given the close relationship between Uncle Zhou and the Yang family, it was essential to leave a good impression. With ample time at his disposal, Chen Cheng paused his training to prepare himself before the appointment. Before 3 o'clock, Chen Cheng arrived early at the designated hotel lobby. Firstly, as a junior, arriving early demonstrated respect for his elders. Secondly, the traffic in Los Angeles posed an uncontrollable variable, necessitating sufficient time to ensure punctuality. At precisely 3 o'clock, a black Rolls-Royce arrived at the hotel entrance. Yang Yusin stepped out from the front passenger seat, followed by a middle-aged man with Chinese features in the back seat. He had an upright posture and a vibrant demeanor, wearing gold-framed glasses that lent him an air of refinement. Following closely behind was a business vehicle from which 3 Americans dressed in professional attire alighted, 2 men and 1 woman, presumably the legal team Yang Yusin had mentioned. Chen Cheng promptly stood to greet them. Seeing him waiting in advance, Yang Yusin beamed with satisfaction at his diligence. "Uncle Zhou, this is Chen Cheng," Yang Yusin introduced. "Hello, Uncle Zhou. My name is Chen Cheng," he greeted, bowing slightly and extending his hand. Uncle Zhou did not hastily shake his hand. Instead, he scrutinized Chen Cheng before firmly grasping his hand. With a slight Chaozhou accent, he praised Chen Cheng profusely, a promising young talent. "Yusin has a keen eye. Let us proceed inside to discuss." With that, he took Chen Cheng by the arm and led him into the hotel's conference hall. Despite his refined demeanor, Uncle Zhou's grip was surprisingly strong, nearly squeezing Chen Cheng's hand painfully. In the spacious conference hall, it was just the 4 of them, devoid of outsiders. After exchanging pleasantries, they delved deeper into their introductions. Uncle Zhou, whose real name was Zhou Huaqing, was in his 40s and belonged to an older generation of Chinese immigrants to the United States. He had previously lived in San Francisco, but later relocated to Los Angeles. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, he met Yang's father through introductions in the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. With the assistance of Mr. Yang and several economic experts from Chinese business associations, Uncle Zhou embarked on an investment venture, establishing his own company that has been performing quite commendably. Recently, upon the recommendation of the business association, their company acquired a local American sports drink manufacturer, securing both its formula and patent. Currently, the domestic sports drink market remains largely untapped, and he seeks to exploit this opportunity to introduce his brand into the domestic arena. To this end, he has been in pursuit of a suitable spokesperson. At present, Chen Cheng's notoriety in the NBA is on the rise, garnering a substantial following in the country. His charmingly handsome and vibrant persona, coupled with his free-spirited playing style and unique character, aligns perfectly with the youthful market positioning of the beverage Furthermore, he is a member of the championship-favored Los Angeles Lakers. Chen Cheng himself considers this endorsement to be quite promising. Previously, he had only observed athletes endorsing sports drinks on television, engaging in humorous dramatizations of love-hate relationships with Gatorade during press conferences. Little did he expect that he would soon have the opportunity to partake in such an experience himself. Let me first allow you to sample the flavor of our product. As he spoke, his assistant rose to retrieve several bottles of the beverage and handed them to Chen Cheng. It is entirely reasonable for a spokesperson to familiarize themselves with the product they are endorsing, reflecting a sense of responsibility. Chen Cheng accepted the drink, took a gentle sip, followed by a more substantial gulp, his brow furrowing in contemplation. What's the matter? Does it not taste right? I've had it before, and the flavor is quite good, she remarked, taking the drink from Chen Cheng's hand for a taste. This is the right flavor, isn't it? Yang Yusin inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Chen Cheng shook his head. Uncle Zhou, if I may be candid, doesn't this beverage seem a bit too sweet for a sports drink? This question momentarily stumped Zhou Huaqing. Having grown up in America, he was not particularly attuned to domestic palates. However, this drink had indeed been a bestseller in the United States, and were it not for the subsequent pressure from several beverage giants, it would not have reached its current state. The flavor may have been moderate for Americans, but for the Chinese, it was excessively sweet, with a high sugar content. Athletes and enthusiasts are unlikely to favor such a taste, which somewhat contradicts the principles of healthy exercise. Chen Cheng articulated his thoughts with sincerity. His experiences since arriving here had given him a profound understanding of the beverage preferences of his compatriots. In his earlier days, the number of beverage bottles he purchased each year could fill an entire balcony. Moreover, since arriving, he had observed that Americans have an extraordinary penchant for sweetness. While the Chinese find certain pastries excessively sugary, Americans often seek to enhance them further with icing and syrup for an even more indulgent experience. In terms of flavor and seasoning, this beverage may surpass Gatorade, yet its level of sweetness is tailored for Americans, not for the Chinese. As a long-term consumer of this beverage, I firmly believe that its future positioning will gradually gravitate towards alternative sweeteners and sugar-free formulations. If your product is intended as a health drink or sports beverage, I would recommend exploring a formulation with sugar substitutes, Chen Cheng remarked, gesturing towards the ingredient list on the drink's label. Having experienced the beverage's evolving trajectory firsthand, he noted that as individuals become increasingly aware of the health risks posed by sugary drinks, they are progressively refraining from purchasing high-sugar beverages, opting instead for those featuring sugar alternatives. In the domestic market, sugar-free beverages and sparkling waters have swiftly captured market share due to their remarkably low production costs, yielding substantial profits. Moreover, countries in the West recognized this issue as early as the mid-1990s, with Coca-Cola launching Diet Coke, which was met with immediate market enthusiasm. He himself transitioned from consuming a bottle of sugary soda daily to solely enjoying sugar-free versions. As the saying goes, the fat water does not flow into the fields of outsiders, and Uncle Zhou is certainly not an outsider. Thus, Chen Cheng felt no need to conceal his insights, opting instead to illuminate a clear path for him. Whether he chooses to follow, it is entirely up to him. Zhou Huaqing felt a stir of interest in Chen Cheng's words. Although his exposure to this industry has been relatively brief, he is indeed familiar with the concept Chen Cheng articulated. The presence of sugar in beverages fundamentally contradicts the advertised ethos of sports and health, and contemporary consumers are no longer easily deceived as they once were. If this drink could launch in the domestic market before the Lunar New Year, emphasizing a sugar-free, health-centric philosophy, it would undoubtedly carve out a significant niche, even if major companies like Pepsi and Coca-Cola attempt to overtake it in the future. This beverage could still secure its place within the domestic arena, while it may not rival them directly. Capturing even 1% of such a vast market would amount to astronomical figures. After a moment of contemplation, he abruptly slapped his thigh. You make a valid point. I shall return and consult with our research and development team about potentially launching both the original and a sugar-free health version simultaneously, allowing the market to decide. Who would have thought that today's visit was merely to meet this future nephew-in-law, yet it would yield such unexpected rewards? Yang Yusin gazed intently at Chen Cheng. Captivated by the surprises he continually brings her way, she wonders just how many more wonders he will create for her in the future. His charm is simply irresistible. Zhou Huaqing extended his hand, and his lawyer promptly presented a stack of documents. Initially, the contract drafted by the lawyers stipulated a tentative endorsement fee of $1 million per year, with an additional $500,000 performance-based bonus annually. However, I have changed my mind. Uncle Zhou, Yang Yusin exclaimed. Zhou Huaqing chuckled heartily, tearing the drafted contract in half. I believe the initial offer was too low. To express my gratitude, I will raise it to 3 million, with an annual performance-based bonus of 1 million. It is settled. I must hasten back to confer with my team regarding the formulation and simultaneously draft the formal contract for prompt signing. Upon finalizing the contract, I shall remit half of the payment into your account. As for Xine, she has classes in the afternoon. I must return her as I brought her, for I cannot leave Brother Yang in the lurch. What she chooses to do after class is beyond my concern. With that, Zhou Huaqing rose, circumvented the table, and embraced Chen Cheng with a beaming smile. What a fine lad. Xine certainly did not misjudge you. However, should you dare to disappoint her, I assure you, there will be consequences. Chen Cheng was initially taken aback. One who could jest while issuing a warning was no ordinary individual. He soon donned a relaxed smile. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, I believe I shall not be facing such repercussions. After a shared laugh, Zhou Huaqing departed with his companions, allowing the two a moment of privacy. I never anticipated you would assist Uncle Zhou to such a degree. My dear, you are simply remarkable. Is that all? I have even more impressive feats, Chen Cheng teased. Upon hearing this, Yang Yusin's cheeks flushed crimson, and Chen Cheng seized the moment to kiss her, to which she fervently responded. Were it not for my classes, I would wish to be by your side at every moment, Yang Yusin stated as she linked her arm with Chen Cheng's, heading towards the hotel lobby. Academic pursuits are paramount. Besides, we shall see each other again tomorrow evening, Chen Cheng replied, gently brushing her nose with his finger. Do you feel confident about the game against the Pacers tomorrow? Arteas' defense is formidable, and without Kobe, he will likely focus on you. Moreover, they also have our illustrious UCLA alumnus, the sharpshooter Reggie Miller. Upon hearing Yang Yusin mention UCLA and Reggie Miller, Chen Cheng suddenly smacked his forehead. How could I forget? Reggie Miller is indeed a UCLA product. In an exuberant moment, Chen Cheng hugged Yang Yusin and peppered her with kisses. My darling, you are truly my good fortune. To be candid, I was not entirely confident about tomorrow's game. But now I can assure you that I shall secure victory against the Pacers. Just watch. Yang Yusin feigned disgust as she wiped her cheek. Then I shall rally our school's cheer squad to support you on site. That sounds splendid, but please, do not dress as you did last time. It is winter. Take care not to catch a chill, Chen Cheng cautioned. Huh, they were right. Are all men like this? When not in a relationship, they wish for their partners to wear bikinis daily. Yet once in a relationship, they want them clad in armor, Yang Yusin quipped. Chen Cheng playfully flicked her forehead. Well said. Let us refrain from such discussions in the future. Chapter 87. Pre-game conversations. After bidding farewell to Yang Yusin and her companions, Chen Cheng returned to his residence. At last, he had managed to settle the myriad of trivial matters surrounding him. Now, it was time to focus and adequately prepare for the upcoming match. Thanks to Yang Yusin's timely reminder, Reggie Miller, the esteemed leader of the Pacers, was once a student at UCLA. This implies that when facing off against the Pacers, his shooting accuracy and defensive success rate could potentially rise by 10 percentage points. His mid-range shooting, however, remains somewhat inconsistent. This 10% increment is inconsequential. His three-point shooting percentage against defenses may ascend to 40%, while his open three-point shooting could soar to an impressive 60%. This effectively endows him with the quintessential attributes of a top-tier 3 and D player. Conversely, Miller's own shooting accuracy and defensive success rate would likely diminish by 10 percentage points. The legendary sharpshooter, whose three-point shooting percentage could tumble to just over 30% and free throw percentage dip below 80, would find himself abruptly removed from his pedestal, relegated to the ranks of the ordinary. Yet, Miller is no longer the primary offensive choice or main scoring outlet for the Pacers. As a seasoned veteran who entered the league in 1987, he is now at the twilight of his career, with only one season remaining before his retirement. Currently, he averages a mere 10 points per game, serving more as a locker room leader than a scoring threat. Thus, Chen Cheng's primary focus for the upcoming game is Arteas, meaning he must contend with him on both offensive and defensive fronts. This poses a considerable challenge for him, much like their previous encounter with the Kings. The Pacers are also a team characterized by their indomitable spirit. Their balanced prowess both inside and outside the arc makes them difficult to vanquish decisively. If the Pacers find their rhythm in combining inside and outside play, suppressing them becomes a formidable task. A strategy must be devised, and it is imperative to capitalize on the advantages of home court. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Cheng eschewed rest and ordered takeout, heading straight to the video analysis room. Since preparing for the last game against the Kings, he had cultivated the habit of studying opponent footage. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. Moreover, in the ever-evolving landscape of the NBA, even the most thorough analysis can lead to unforeseen outcomes. Chen Cheng immersed himself in recordings for the entirety of the night. When he finally emerged, it was already past midnight. His eyes, bloodshot and weary, reflected his satisfaction as he returned to his room, having formulated a strategy to counter the Pacers. The following morning, the team gathered for a practice session. The sight of his long-missed teammate stirred excitement within Chen Cheng, although Kobe's injury once again sidelined him. This was considered good news for those attending practice. However, the atmosphere that should have been relaxed and harmonious felt somewhat tense. It appeared that the previous 2 consecutive losses had indeed affected morale, particularly the defeat to the 8th-ranked Grizzlies in the West, which had instilled doubt regarding the upcoming schedule. The challenges ahead were evident to all. It was undeniably a difficult stretch for the team, as securing victories against formidable opponents with the current roster would prove to be quite the undertaking. The Zen Master continued to implement his training regimen as usual, maintaining an air of calm and composure, seemingly unfazed by the team's current struggles. Today's primary training focused on Peyton, Chen Cheng, and the inside presence of Med in executing the triangle offense. Fisher was elevated to the starting lineup to play alongside Peyton as dual point guards. Foster, matched up against Med, represents the second significant weakness of the Pacers' starting lineup. Med can exploit opportunities against him. The first major weakness lies with the notorious Jamal Tinsley, who has claimed he would break Chen Cheng's ankles. His achievements in the NBA pale in comparison to those he attained on the street courts of Brooklyn. On the court, his shot selection tends to be poor, and his shooting percentage is mediocre. Moreover, he lacks a sense of team defense, preferring to engage in one-on-one gambles, often leaving his defensive assignments exposed and requiring others to cover for him. This can certainly be taken advantage of. As for the other 3 positions, given Shaquille O'Neal's current prowess, there is no one in the Lakers' existing lineup capable of curbing his performance. The focus must be on pushing him away from his favored scoring spots while others stay vigilant and support defense. Miller and Artest will face off against Peyton and Chen Cheng, respectively. It can be said that the outcome of tonight's game hinges upon their performances. During training, Chen Cheng's agile and tireless movements once again impressed the Zen Master. His shooting accuracy was astonishing, with hardly a missed opportunity from open 3-point attempts. By the end of the training session, both George and Walton, who had taken turns defending Chen Cheng, were utterly exhausted, beads of sweat cascading down, their training jerseys drenched. I truly did not anticipate. This fellow runs like a machine. Indeed, it must be due to the ample rest he has received in recent days. I need to take a moment to sit down, Walton remarked, collapsing onto the court. The Zen Master nodded approvingly from the sidelines. Remarkably, this individual has equipped himself with new skills in just a few short days. After training, assistant coach Rambis gathered everyone at center court. Gentlemen, tonight's game is crucial for us. The team is currently in a challenging period, and we must defend our home court until Shaq, Kobe, and Karl return. We cannot afford another defeat. No need to be so disheartened, Kurt, the Zen Master interjected, rising from the sidelines. The Pacers are not insurmountable. We defeated them in the finals, and we can do so again tonight. Let us not dwell on what we lack, but rather focus on what we possess. Gary, Chen Cheng, and each of you must step up to help the team secure victory. Let us go, Lakers. The Zen Master's succinct pre-game rallying cry clearly invigorated the players far more than Rambis's earlier remarks. Chen Cheng's name was finally mentioned by the Zen Master, signifying his recognition of Chen Cheng's abilities and the establishment of his role within the team. Once the team disbanded, the Zen Master called Chen Cheng aside for a private conversation. Chen, your focus during training just now was markedly different from before. So tonight you will undoubtedly deliver a performance unlike any other, correct? Indeed, coach. As you mentioned, I aspire to be the one who steps up to assist the team. Chen Cheng replied with a smile. The Zen Master nodded, taking a seat and patting the empty chair beside him. I am genuinely curious about your perspective on the external criticisms and evaluations directed towards you. For instance, regarding that magazine cover, your ranking in the All-Star voting, and your remarks at your girlfriend's birthday party about winning a championship for her. Chen Cheng, understanding the nuance, approached the topic. Do you want me to speak candidly? Certainly. In truth, according to our Chinese cultural disposition, I shouldn't be so ostentatious. However, there's an old saying in our culture, if one is not envied, one is mediocre. My idol once stated, in every competition, someone must emerge victorious, so why shouldn't it be me? Therefore, I not only intend to win, but to do so resplendently in front of them all. The Zen master clasped his hands on his lap, gazing at the championship banners and retired jerseys adorning the walls, pausing in silence for a moment. Then go forth and pursue it, my child. Throughout my coaching career, I have encountered 2 individuals with a temperament like yours. You are the third. Thank you, coach. In fact, I have some thoughts regarding tomorrow's game. Please, share them. The Zen master smiled. Chapter 88. The utility player. This evening, the Staples Center was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. The timing of the game coincided with the Chinese New Year holiday. A substantial number of Chinese individuals donned their finest attire, flocking to the Staples Center to witness the remarkable feats of this young Chinese talent making waves in the NBA. It was rumored that the Lakers had arranged traditional lion dance and acrobatic performances during halftime, with owner Jerry Buss in attendance. Even the staff outside were dressed in vibrant red tank suits to match the occasion. The subtitles on the large screen outside had transformed into Chinese characters. Alongside the Lakers, led by Chen Cheng, a series of festive greeting videos featuring red lanterns, the character Fu, and firecrackers were recorded, delivering a delightful array of messages in Chinese. This exemplifies Chen Cheng's current influence and symbolizes his rising status within the team. Though merely a minimum salary player, he has become a beloved figure among fans. And the team is certainly attentive to his sentiments. From the moment he entered the arena, nearly all the staff greeted him with a cheerful, Happy Chinese New Year. This warmed Chen Cheng's heart, and he had nearly distributed all the red envelopes he had prepared. The amounts were modest, $5 or $10, merely a token to share the spirit of the Chinese New Year with them. Upon entering the locker room, Chen Cheng retrieved the red envelopes he had prepared for his teammates, but found them all gathered around the television, engrossed in a segment from an interview conducted at the Pacers' home court. Did I hear you correctly, Reggie? Are you saying you intend to participate in this year's three-point contest? Inquired an astonished reporter from NBTV. Indeed, I have heard that a young challenger from China has recently provoked the NBA courts. Is that true? Miller turned to Tinsley, who was tying his shoelaces behind him. Certainly, he has boldly declared his intention to claim both the three-point contest and the dunk contest trophies as gifts for his girlfriend. Wow, that is truly romantic, Tinsley replied, slightly lifting his head towards the camera. This will mark your 6th appearance in the NBA All-Star Weekend's three-point contest. And defending champion Peja has also made it clear that he intends to compete this time around. Miller's eyes widened in exaggerated disbelief as he reminisced. Goodness, have I participated in so many already? Am I really that old? Shaking his head, he continued, now, joking aside, even though I've never won the three-point contest, this time I simply wish to show that young provocateur a thing or two. The Pacers are set to face the Lakers tomorrow in Los Angeles, where you will encounter the recently celebrated Chinese player, Chen Cheng. Do you have any words for him? Without responding, Miller raised his right hand to his ear. I am going to teach him how to shoot three-pointers face-to-face, and then I shall greet the jeers from Staples Center in this manner. At that moment, Tinsley from the bench dribbled the ball a couple of times, calling out, Fred. He then suddenly passed the ball towards the backboard. Fred Jones, warming up near the basket, leaped high and caught the ball with one hand, executing a powerful and skillful turnaround dunk in midair. The ball thunderously swished through the net with remarkable precision. Even the Lakers players watching on television exclaimed in unison, oh, I must say, that dunk was absolutely stunning. As Jones landed, Tinsley rushed forward to celebrate with him. What a spectacular dunk! Is that the move Jones has prepared for the dunk contest? A reporter inquired. I imagine he has something far more challenging in mind. This move might be a tad too simple for him, Miller replied with a nonchalant expression. Following a few casual exchanges with the Pacers players, the interview concluded. As the screen shifted to advertisements, the teammates dispersed, only to realize that Chen Cheng had already arrived in the locker room. Buddy, you're in for it. Did you just see that? That was their response. Walton was the first to rush over. Miller is going to personally teach you how to shoot three-pointers tonight, goodness. He is a legendary marksman. And that guy, I bet he is not even 6 feet tall, yet he can jump so high, Cook chimed in. Happy New Year. Chen Cheng replied with a smile, distributing red envelopes. Buddy, Reggie isn't just talk. I know him too well. He will be giving it his all tonight. And he will undoubtedly bombard you with all sorts of trash talk. Peyton accepted the red envelope from Chen Cheng and patted his shoulder in return. Is his trash talk more formidable than yours? Chen Cheng inquired playfully. You're overthinking it. I can impart a live demonstration on the court at any moment. Peyton replied with a grin. Then that's settled, GP. Just focus on feeding me the ball tonight. You teach him the trash talk. And I'll instruct him on shooting three-pointers, Chen Cheng responded with a chuckle. Oh, splendid. It's refreshing to feel the essence of our era of basketball, young rookie. Rest assured, tonight I shall ensure you are well fed, to the point where you can no longer shoot or lift, Peyton exclaimed, revving the metaphorical engine. Meanwhile, Rush mumbled to himself, his head bowed, and it was evident he was uttering disparaging remarks about Chen Cheng. Approaching him, Chen Cheng directly placed the red envelope into Rush's hands. Rush lifted his gaze but did not accept it. According to our Chinese tradition, those who refuse a red envelope are destined for a year of misfortune. What the? Okay, thanks. Rush begrudgingly accepted the envelope. I spoke with the coach earlier. I hope you can join me on the court tonight, as the team requires your offensive prowess. At this, Rush abruptly raised his head. What? I must have misheard you. Chen Cheng shook his head. Certainly not. I believe our on-court chemistry can yield significant benefits for the team. You genuinely think that? Rush stood up, incredulously staring at Chen Cheng. Absolutely. With that, Chen Cheng continued distributing red envelopes. Rush remained rooted in place, feeling a surge of excitement. If what Chen Cheng said was true, it meant he had a chance to start tonight. Currently, George was playing as a pseudo-starter, often substituted out after the first timeout. If he could seize the opportunity to start in Kobe's absence, he would gain invaluable exposure, and his scoring would undoubtedly rise, potentially leading to a shoe contract. These players, particularly African-American athletes, held a profound obsession with sneakers. Owning a signature shoe was one of their lifelong aspirations. He couldn't fathom why Chen Cheng, with whom he had so many past grievances, would suddenly extend an olive branch. Yet Chen Cheng was acutely aware of his intentions. He had no desire to reconcile with this individual. He merely sought a tool for the evening's game. Chapter 89. Status is earned through effort. As the final preparations before the game concluded, everyone stood ready. Prior to the match, the Zen Master announced the starting lineup: Peyton, Rush, George, Grant, and Med. As Chen Cheng had predicted, Rush was indeed placed in the starting lineup. Chen Cheng winked at Rush, who beamed so broadly he could hardly contain his smile, quickly notifying his family to tune in for the live broadcast. The Staples Center was packed to the brim that evening, with countless faces of the Chinese community adorned in festive attire, coming together to support their compatriots. As the time to take the court approached, Chen Cheng found himself jostled into the tunnel by his teammates, who informed him that he would be the first to step onto the court tonight. He himself was oblivious to the reason why he had suddenly placed himself in the foremost position. With a bewildered expression, he arrived at the exit of the player tunnel. The DJ at the venue commenced the introduction of the visiting players. The Pacers' starting lineup for the evening featured center Foster, power forward O'Neal, small forward Artest, shooting guard Reggie Miller, and point guard Jamal Tinsley. Miller, being the last to emerge, was met with applause and cheers from the Staples Center crowd, owing to his roots at UCLA. When it was the Lakers' turn to take the court, Chen Cheng was already prepared, nearly bursting out of the tunnel. Yet, the DJ called out Cook's name instead. Turning back, he found his teammates standing at a distance in the tunnel, laughing heartily at him. Chen Cheng, looking utterly perplexed, watches each teammate pass by, exchanging high fives and wishing him Happy Chinese New Year. One after another, the second, third, and fourth players went by, and still his name had not been announced. It was only when Peyton made his entrance that Chen Cheng realized he had been the target of a light-hearted prank by his teammates. As it turned out, he would be the last to take the floor at the Staples Center that night. This was a privilege reserved for the star player and leader of the team. Previously, such honor had been bestowed upon O'Neal and Kobe. To his surprise, he found himself deserving of this treatment tonight. Go ahead, young man. This is a special request from Dr. Bus. Happy New Year. This is your night. The Zen Master said to Chen Cheng from behind. Dr. Bus. Chen Cheng glanced toward the team's box. At that moment, the audience finally grasped the significance of the moment, and the roar of cheers reached a fever pitch. Now, let us welcome the Lakers' number 6 player, hailing from Huagua, Chen Cheng. The DJ elongated his voice to announce Chen Cheng's name. At that instant, the emotions of the crowd erupted in a wave of fervor. This was a triumph of a Huagua individual, who, through sheer effort, had made a name for himself on American soil, in the NBA, earning respect, status, and honor. Every individual of Chinese descent in attendance felt a profound connection to this moment. They chanted Chen Cheng's name in unison, welcoming his presence. Chen Cheng, Chen Cheng, Chen Cheng. Yang Yusin in the audience was overwhelmed with excitement, covering her face with her hands and screaming in delight. Chen Cheng acknowledged the audience with a gesture of gratitude, bowing before stepping into the ranks of his team. "You guys kept this from me for so long. I almost dashed out there," Chen Cheng murmured in a low voice, feigning annoyance. The Lakers players nearby struggled to suppress their laughter. The system prompted that the pre-game blind box could be opened, but Chen Cheng unhesitatingly declined. After the Chinese-American singer Coco Lee performed the national anthem, the game commenced officially. The tip-off commenced, and the Pacers seized possession of the ball. Tinsley dribbled past the Lakers bench, his head swaying as he showcased a series of behind-the-back dribbles, provocatively crossing half-court. From the very outset of the match, both teams engaged in a fierce contest across multiple facets. The Pacers, adhering to their customary strategy, initiated their offense from the paint, a tactic they frequently employed this season. O'Neal's performance has increasingly stabilized, boasting an impressive average of 20 points and 10 rebounds per game, alongside 2.6 blocks, making him the leading scorer for the Pacers. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a feint, causing Grant, his defender, to hesitate momentarily. O'Neal capitalized on this moment with his signature angled arm shot, effortlessly sinking 2 points. On the Lakers' side, Tinsley defended Payton, while Miller chose not to match up against Rush, instead focusing on George. Beside Rush stood Artest, the Pacers' foremost perimeter defender. According to the Pacers coaching staff, the Lakers' primary inside scoring option is Medvedenko. However, the threat he poses to the Pacers' defense pales in comparison to that of O'Neal. Foster, the gritty blue-collar player, was originally designated to guard O'Neal, but was now tasked with containing the European big man. Before Cheng entered the game, the Pacers primarily relied on Payton and Rush for scoring from the perimeter. Miller, well acquainted with Payton's style after years of competition, adhered to a single defensive principle: allow him to drive but deny him the shot. Whenever Payton penetrated, the Pacers were poised to provide help defense, affording any opportunity for the Lakers to establish a rhythm from beyond the arc. Thus, as long as Artest could stifle Rush, the Lakers' offensive flow would be hindered. The Lakers, altering their usual offensive approach, sought to create opportunities from the perimeter right from the start. Through continuous movement and screens, Artest closely shadowed Rush, weaving through picks, ensuring Rush could not fully escape his defensive grasp. As the shot clock dwindled, Rush was forced to take a desperate shot that missed the mark. O'Neal grabbed the offensive rebound, and Tinsley ignited a fast break. Meanwhile, Miller utilized Artest's screen to navigate around the baseline, arriving at the 45-degree angle. Rush was unable to recover in time, allowing Miller to launch a wide-open three-pointer, which found the net once more. "Did you see that? That's how a three-pointer should be shot on an NBA court," Miller exclaimed, directing his words towards Cheng on the Lakers bench. Cheng offered no response, merely smiling as he observed Miller's exuberance. The Lakers initiated another offensive play, once again starting from the perimeter. Under the tactical arrangement, Rush, utilizing his teammates' screens, darted around, leading Artest on a chase reminiscent of a game of hide-and-seek. In the initial moments of the first quarter, Artest exhibited remarkable stamina. Each maneuver past his defenders accompanied by the palpable sound of muscle against muscle. Rush, however, remained unable to shake off Artest's relentless defense. Without hesitation, Payton delivered the ball into the paint, where the space had opened up, allowing Med to score 2 points with a deft little hook shot against Foster's defense. In the subsequent possession, the Pacers continued their strategy of exploiting the interior, with both O'Neal and Artest contributing to the scoreboard. Meanwhile, the Lakers persisted with their opening strategy, as Rush, eager to make an impression, exerted himself vigorously on the court, striving to create opportunities for himself. As the first half of the quarter unfolded, the Pacers maintained a slender lead over the Lakers. Yet, both Rush and Artest began to show signs of fatigue, their speed and frequency of movement evidently diminishing. Chen Cheng glanced towards the position of the Zen master, their eyes meeting in a shared smile, a silent understanding passing between them. Chapter 90. No one understands Artest better than I do. If one were to identify the individual who comprehends Artest the most on the court, aside from Coach Carlisle, it would undoubtedly be Chen Cheng. Having previously utilized his star card, Chen had thoroughly grasped Artest's playing style, strengths, and weaknesses. The flaws in Artest's character are well known. However, the most significant issue he faced defensively lay in his stamina. Throughout the current season, Artest had logged the most minutes on the team, averaging 37 minutes per game. He not only carried the mantle of the Pacers' perimeter offense, but also faced the primary offensive threats of opposing teams on defense. Moreover, Artest's least favorite defenders were those agile, nimble shooters, as such players rarely afforded him one-on-one opportunities, turning his physical advantages into liabilities. Often, a game would unfold with minimal physical contact, dominated instead by a contest of endurance, movement, reception, and shooting. In their previous match against the Pistons, Artest was tasked with defending Hamilton, the Pistons' leading perimeter scorer. Artest, weighing over 250 pounds, found himself trailing the sub-190-pound Hamilton, essentially running a marathon throughout the game. Despite his efforts, he was unable to contain Hamilton's scoring and, having exhausted his energy, failed to perform well offensively, contributing a mere 9 points to his team. Ultimately, they lost the match. That night, Chen Cheng immersed himself in the video analysis room, meticulously studying the game footage. It was through this analysis that he suggested to the Zen master the elevation of Rush to the starting lineup. The matchup between the Pacers and the Lakers marked the second game of their back-to-back road trip. Rush's sole purpose on the court was to deplete Artest's stamina. Chen Cheng understood Rush's character well, having been deprived of a starting position for quite some time. He would undoubtedly seize this rare opportunity to exert himself on the court, striving desperately to showcase his abilities. For Artest, facing a shooter of this caliber would undoubtedly be a source of discomfort. Chase him around the court. He is merely a role player, and expending energy at the outset on him is evidently unwise. The primary objective of tonight's match is Chen Cheng, yet he remains seated on the sidelines, merely observing the spectacle. However, should we neglect to defend, Rush's three-point shooting percentage is quite formidable. If you dare to leave him open, he will surely capitalize. Substituting now would be ill-timed. Carlisle's initial strategy faltered, leaving the Pacers' defensive plan in a state of disarray. The score gap between the two teams remains narrow, while Artest's stamina begins to wane. Taking advantage of a dead ball, the Lakers called a timeout, and Rush, having fulfilled his role as a utility player, exited the court with a commendable yet modest 1-4-5 shooting performance. With Fisher and Payton now on the floor as dual point guards, the intention is to expedite ball movement to ensure it reaches its designated areas. The starting small forward, George, also took a breather, paving the way for Chen Cheng's long-awaited entry into the game. As he rose from the bench, the broadcast camera swiftly captured the moment, and the arena erupted in a cacophony of applause and cheers. The UCLA fans, previously supportive of Yang Yusin, instantaneously shifted their allegiance, collectively chanting Chen Cheng's name, leaving the celebrated Miller in the shadows. Hey, watch out for Artest. He was quite active just now, scoring consecutively and preventing Rush from getting a shot off, Grant cautioned. Chen Cheng glanced at Artest, who was wiping sweat from his brow on the sidelines, and remarked nonchalantly, "He just hasn't encountered me yet. Come on." That is Artest we're talking about. One of the league's premier perimeter defenders, Cook interjected, preparing to take the court. "I am well aware. No one knows Artest better than I do," Chen Cheng replied, leaving a bewildered Cook behind as he strode confidently onto the court. The previously lackluster home commentator suddenly found renewed vigor upon Chen Cheng's arrival. We see that after the Lakers' timeout, Chen Cheng has entered the fray, facing the league's renowned defender Artest. Artest has excelled defensively this season. It remains to be seen whether Chen Cheng's three-point shooting can penetrate Artest's formidable defense. Not only Artest, but Miller had also vowed to instruct Chen Cheng on three-point shooting during the game. I suspect the Pacers will certainly adjust their defensive strategy in response to Chen Cheng. It will be intriguing to observe how he adapts. As Grant initiated the sideline inbounds pass, Artest immediately closed in on Chen Cheng, persistently applying pressure through physical contact. He aimed to assert his strength and presence, establishing an early intimidation factor. Meanwhile, Tinsley, retreating on defense, enthusiastically shouted, "Ron, great job. Defend him just like that. Make this arrogant Chinese player truly understand your prowess." Rather than engage in a tug-of-war with Artest, Chen Cheng opted instead to shift into a sprinting mode. From the moment the Lakers inbound the ball, he commenced his run. Chen Cheng's actions left Miller momentarily stunned, as he recalled employing a similar off-ball strategy in his own playing days, utilizing movement to disrupt the opponent's defensive alignment, creating openings, receiving the pass, and delivering a decisive shot. However, he had encountered many players with various playing styles, yet he had never witnessed such a frantic and unorthodox approach before. Was he out of his mind? Miller pondered to himself. The unconventional tactics employed by Chen Cheng were driving Artest to the brink of despair. In their pre-game defensive strategy, It was evident that Chen Cheng was not a player suited for this manner of play. Yet now, he was darting across the court with relentless fervor. Moreover, his movement patterns were exceedingly peculiar, lingering just outside the three-point line, approximately a meter away from the arc. If he pursued him, he would be out of shooting range. If he hesitated, Chen Cheng could easily adjust his position to become a threat. Just as Artaist wrestled with the decision of whether to close in for a contest, Chen Cheng had already exploited a screen set by Med to find an opening. Artaist rushed to defend, but Chen Cheng received Peyton's pass and, standing half a meter beyond the three-point line, launched a shot directly at Artaist. With a 50 success rate from open three-pointers combined with an additional 10 borrowed from Miller, his effective shooting percentage soared to an impressive 60. The ball followed the trajectory meticulously calculated by Chen Cheng, unfazed by Artaist's interference, and found its mark with precision. The first three-pointer of the evening for the Lakers came from Chen Cheng. The arena's DJ, with his infectious enthusiasm, elongated Chen Cheng's name, and the crowd erupted in unison, chanting his name. Everywhere, banners and Chinese characters waved in support, creating an electrifying atmosphere. "I've taken note of you, kid. You won't find any open looks from now on," Artaist declared sternly. Chen Cheng shielded his eyes and scanned the surroundings. "I heard someone was going to teach me how to shoot three-pointers tonight. Where did they go?" At that moment, Miller happened to pass by, his teeth clenched in irritation. "Don't get ahead of yourself, rookie. I'm coming to show you how it's done," Miller shot back, hurling taunts at Chen Cheng. "I'm more than willing. My greatest virtue is my eagerness to learn. Can you understand that?" Chen Cheng grinned at Miller, invoking the spirit of the Analects. Chapter 91. Strategy in action. It was now the Pacers' turn to respond. Witnessing their leader being provoked by the brash rookie, the entire team was determined to restore Miller's honor. Tinsley called out a play, prompting Miller to maneuver, while the others set screens for him. Chen Cheng immediately followed suit without hesitation. This was his strategy, to completely neutralize Miller on defense while attempting to wear down Artaist on offense. If these two challenges were resolved, even if Shaquille O'Neal morphed into his more formidable self, the rest would still pose a threat. As Miller faced off against Chen Cheng, he quickly realized that this player from China was not only vigorous and relentless on offense, but he also spared no effort on defense. Every evasive maneuver Miller attempted, Chen Cheng matched with unwavering intensity. Even the slightest movement on his part, even a feigned action, would elicit an immediate response from him, leaving no room for even the tiniest lapse. "Damn, how can he be so relentless? Does he not tire?" Miller muttered curses under his breath, his hands engaged in constant shoving and tugging. This fellow is now a crucial scoring asset for the Lakers. With such fervor on the defensive end, how could he possibly muster the energy to score during offense? Reflecting on his past, when he competed against the peak Jordan, he would pour every ounce of effort into defense, only to see his shooting percentage adversely affected during offense. Has age truly caught up with him? On the other side, Tinsley seized the opportunity created by Foster's screen, finally passing the ball to Miller. Miller quickly gathered his thoughts, adjusting his body to receive the pass and prepare for a shot. Suddenly, a flash of yellow dashed before his eyes. Chen Cheng had not yet arrived, but with his long arms, he managed to intercept the ball. Miller attempted to chase after it, but Chen Cheng had already snatched it, tossing it forward and accelerating past his defender, leaving them in the dust. Chen Cheng executed a stunning steal, and he was off, beginning to pick up speed. He adjusted his strides, and as he approached the three-point line, he took off. Goodness, he was about to soar. Measuring his steps, he leaped from just within the free-throw line, lifting the ball high, his body stretching gracefully. In midair, he extended his arms, decisively slamming the ball into the hoop. The crowd erupted in cheers. As soon as Chen Cheng stepped onto the court, he made an impact on both ends. The replay of that stunning steal and dunk was displayed on the big screen, igniting gasps from the audience. The online chat was abuzz with excitement. With winter break in full swing, fans were flush with cash, free from school and home obligations, and were reveling in the lively atmosphere of the comments section. "That dunk was incredible. He took off from so far. I swear he was airborne for at least 2 seconds. You're exaggerating. Jordan was only in the air for 3 seconds. You kids wouldn't know a thing about it. What do you know of hang time?" Regardless, Cheng is simply phenomenal. I used to find him a bit annoying, so brash, not at all like our Chinese demeanor. But the more I watch, the more I appreciate his style. Who is that stunning lady in a cheapao with her hair in a bun behind the bench? She's beautiful and has a lovely figure. That's Chen Cheng's girlfriend. Haven't you read the news? She is a top student at UCLA. No more words needed. I'm officially a fan of Cheng. Me too. Me too. In the subsequent possession, the Pacers initiated their offense, yet Chen Cheng remained unwavering in his relentless defense against Miller. The Pacers attempted several screens, but none proved effective. Either Chen Cheng swiftly maneuvered around them, or Miller's feet were too slow, failing to shake off Chen Cheng's relentless pursuit. He attempted to launch a three-pointer against Chen Cheng's defense twice in succession, yet both efforts were in vain, straying far off target. The once legendary sharpshooter began to question whether there was something amiss with his shooting hand. Meanwhile, the Lakers continued to employ their relentless, long-distance running offensive strategy. With Chen Cheng darting tirelessly across the court, Arteas trailed closely behind him, completely at the mercy of Chen Cheng's movements. As his steps slowed, the Lakers seized the opportunity to implement screens and pick-and-roll tactics, creating openings for Chen Cheng. Whenever he found a gap, he launched a three-pointer without hesitation. Tonight, the basket at the Staples Center appeared as vast as the ocean to him. Since his arrival, he had successfully made 3 out of 5 three-point attempts. And that was merely the beginning. The Pacers' defense, renowned for its tenacity, was in disarray, and the moment Chen Cheng received the ball, the entire team tensed up. Rather than seeking personal glory, Chen Cheng adeptly attracted double teams and swiftly passed the ball to the interior, ensuring that both Med and Cook were equally rewarded. Recognizing the unfavorable situation unfolding on the court, Pacers head coach Carlisle promptly called a timeout. In the 2 sequences since Chen Cheng's entry, aside from the aggressive play of the interior's Shaquille O'Neal, which had been preordained, the flaws in other positions became glaringly evident. The desired combination of inside and outside tactics had faltered, leaving the newcomer from Huagua to single-handedly occupy both Arteas and Miller on both ends of the court. This was a scenario Carlisle had never anticipated during his pregame preparations. If the Pacers' perimeter players failed to provide robust support, the Lakers would undoubtedly double-team Shaquille O'Neal without hesitation. Their only advantage would vanish, and they would lose all initiative on the court. He could not allow his team to engage in a war of attrition with the Lakers. Should this continue, Miller would remain tightly guarded by Chen Cheng, and Arteas' energy would be severely taxed as he chased Chen Cheng, leaving the offense devoid of firepower. They had just succumbed to such a loss against the Pistons. One could not step into the same river twice. If this issue remained unresolved, advancing beyond the Eastern Conference would prove difficult, let alone reaching the finals. Ron, I believe you need to take a break. Continuing like this will jeopardize your stamina, Carlisle advised Arteas. Arteas remained silent, seething as he accepted the water bottle handed to him by a staff member, draining half of it in one go. With a reluctant nod, he crushed the bottle in his grip. Carlisle refrained from issuing any tactical directives, instead scanning the bench for a suitable replacement. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Anthony Johnson. Anthony, the backup guard, Anthony Johnson, was taken aback to be summoned so early by the coach, hastily removing his warm-up attire and approaching. In the next possession, you will defend number 6 on the opposing team, that Huagua player. Remember, use your body to impede him constantly. Do not allow him to receive the ball easily. If he starts to run, you must keep pace with him, understand? Johnson glanced at the Lakers bench and nodded. Chapter 92, The War of Attrition. When the time came, the vigorous Arteas would take the court, while Chen Cheng would be on the brink of exhaustion, making it entirely possible to contain this rookie from Huagua. In Carlisle's eyes, Chen Cheng was nowhere near as troublesome as Hamilton had been the previous day. A seasoned player like Hamilton would adeptly manage his stamina, unlike the overly zealous Chen Cheng. Perhaps it was the recent interview with the Pacers that had spurred this young man on, leading him to display an aggressive demeanor from the moment he stepped onto the court. Such behavior is entirely normal for a rookie. As long as the Pacers maintained their rotation frequency and consistently applied pressure, gradually depleting his energy, they could limit his performance. On this point, Carlisle and the evening's commentator, Doug Collins, were in unprecedented agreement. Collins, who had coached the Wizards last season, was let go after Jordan's definitive retirement. He had returned to the commentary booth as an NBA analyst, where fans hailed him as one of the finest court analysts. As a coach who had worked with Jordan on 2 separate occasions, he shared his insights on the adjustments the current Pacers team was making. Human stamina is inherently limited. In a marathon, one cannot sprint from the start to the finish line. Even rookie Michael could not manage that. He yearned to exert pressure on both ends of the court, but I advised him to make sacrifices. Now, Chen faced a similar dilemma. You're comparing an undrafted player to Michael? Albert chuckled. What is wrong with that? Although he starts from a lower point, his performance suggests a high ceiling. The aura exuded by this young man from Huagua naturally reminds me of him. If he allocates too much energy to defense, striving to shut down his opponent every possession, it will inevitably affect his offensive game. The Lakers would find themselves at a disadvantage without Chen's outside shooting. As the timeout concluded, the Pacers initiated their offense, with Chen Cheng closely guarding Miller. However, this time, the Pacers strictly adhered to the coach's plan, creating opportunities for the interior player, O'Neal. Everyone spread out to facilitate a one-on-one against Cook. Cook was no match for O'Neal, who skillfully exploited various low-post techniques, watching helplessly as he scored 2 points under the basket. During the ensuing offensive possession for the Lakers, Johnson adhered closely to Chen Cheng, almost like a second skin. Although he was not a small forward, Carlisle had to deploy him to match Chen Cheng's physique. His footwork was more agile than Artest's, and with limited playing time, his stamina remained robust. Johnson was confident in fulfilling the coach's assignment, but as the Lakers began to operate, he realized that Chen Cheng was far more challenging to defend than he had anticipated. His movements were utterly unpredictable, akin to a needle threading through fabric. Wherever there was a gap, he would seize the opportunity. Once a screen was set, he would burst forth without hesitation, as if equipped with a turbocharger, swiftly evading Johnson's defense. Whenever a chance presented itself, his shooting was decisive and resolute. However, if he found himself unable to shake off his defender or if the opportunity seemed unfavorable, he refrained from forcing an attack. This left Johnson feeling profoundly helpless in the face of Artest's prowess. He resembled a fastidious loach, avoiding excessive physical confrontation, slipping away whenever caught, and shooting whenever a window opened. The Pacers felt as if they were confronting a formidable adversary. The moment Cheng appeared near the three-point line, tension enveloped the court, with everyone poised to double-team him. In truth, Cheng had little desire to engage in a contest with a player of Johnson's caliber. Scoring a perfect 100 against him held far less significance than achieving 20 points under Artest's vigilant defense. As Johnson's steps began to falter, Cheng seized the moment, executing a backdoor cut to create space. Receiving a bounce pass from Payton, he unleashed a sudden strike from the 45-degree angle, once again sinking a three-pointer over Johnson. Johnson could only watch in impotent despair. Subsequently, the Pacers attempted to exhaust Cheng through a series of cross matches involving Tinsley, Miller, and Johnson, striving to keep pace with him. Yet they soon realized the futility of their efforts. This player, from the moment he stepped onto the court, displayed unwavering stamina, even after completing a full-court fast break. He continued to exert himself defensively without the slightest need for respite. Carlisle's brow furrowed, his right hand resting against his mouth, at a loss for words. After years of playing and coaching, he had never encountered a player quite like this. Glancing at the clock, he noted that less than a minute remained, and the players on the court for the Pacers shared his sentiment, eager for the agonizing minute to conclude. Miller's performance was alarmingly subpar. He had made only one three-pointer thus far, hitting just 1 out of 4 two-point attempts, and even missed a free throw. Tinsley, facing Payton's defense, offered little offensive support. Unable to establish a consistent scoring rhythm, while Payton's incessant trash talk nearly drove him to distraction. In the final 3 minutes, Johnson played with immense anguish. Upon hearing the final buzzer, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. After the game, he insisted that a complaint be filed with the league, demanding a urine test for his opponent, as he harbored serious suspicions of performance-enhancing drug use. Gasping for breath, Johnson slumped onto the bench, exclaiming between breaths, and downing nearly half a bottle of Gatorade in one go. Miller accepted a towel to dab the sweat from his brow, contemplating his drenched head. "It's just one game, my friend. He isn't as difficult to handle as you think." Johnson hung his head, a look of dejection etched on his face. "You know, he's like an antelope, darting across the court. I can't keep up with his pace. I nearly lost my shoes several times. Reggie, you must understand. I've never felt this exhausted even when guarding you in practice." Coach Carlisle approached them and patted Johnson on the shoulder. "You performed admirably, Anthony. You may take a moment to rest now." Next up, Jamison. Indeed, it was him. Jamison Brewer, a second-round pick by the Pacers in 2001, was unexpectedly called upon by Carlisle. He promptly rose and made his way to the coach's side. Just as Carlisle prepared the tactical board, Artest stood up. "I believe I've rested long enough, coach." The Lakers fans behind him hurled verbal taunts, deeply piercing Artest's psyche. As a strong contender for this season's Defensive Player of the Year, he was reluctant to remain on the bench for too long. Chapter 93. The double-team strategy one can contribute to the offense. "The opposing player is merely a rookie," Artest declared with a serious demeanor. Carlisle cast a glance at him and closed the marker in his hand. Had it been anyone else daring to challenge the head coach's authority at this moment, they would undoubtedly be firmly anchored to the bench, possibly facing a suspension from the team. However, the individual standing up was Artist, and Carlisle was acutely aware of his character. He was simply anxious and eager to secure a victory. Carlisle found himself in a quandary. Having already made a critical miscalculation against the Zen master at the onset, he was fortunate to have rectified it in a timely manner. The bench players performed commendably, and the score gap between the teams remained narrow, allowing Artist to rest a while longer. Should Artist insist on entering the game now, it would disrupt the carefully laid plans. Yet if he were forcibly restrained on the bench, the consequences were unpredictable. "Coach, I need a breather. Tonight has been utterly dreadful," Miller remarked while wiping the sweat from his brow. "For some reason, the basket has been exceptionally unkind to me tonight. Perhaps back-to-back games are proving to be a bit too much for an old-timer like me." His words instantly alleviated the tension between Carlisle and Artist and resolved the coach's most pressing dilemma. As Miller himself noted, his shooting had been atrocious, and he could not alleviate the offensive burden on the team. Now, he proactively requested a respite. "Very well, Reggie, take your rest. Ron, once you're on the court, your offensive approach must be decisive and manage your stamina wisely. He is not the type of player requiring a brute force approach," Carlisle instructed while sketching on the tactical board. Meanwhile, Artist stood eagerly at the sidelines, ready to enter the game. His teammates began to jest with Chen Cheng, claiming that ever since he acquired a girlfriend, his stamina had noticeably improved, perhaps due to some ancient herbal remedy from Huagua. Peyton quipped that he must have taken some blue pills last night, and the effects had yet to wear off. Chen Cheng could only shake his head and smile wryly, allowing them to tease him. He had no surplus energy for banter, as he needed to maximize every moment to recuperate his stamina. Only he truly understands the arduousness of the first quarter. His physical endurance is rather limited. In simpler terms, his stamina reservoir is quite shallow, easily depleted. Fortunately, with the aid of recovery cards, he is able to showcase his skills across the court, leaving the Pacers utterly disoriented from the outset. However, the opposing coach, Carlisle, is no novice. He swiftly recognizes the tactical shortcomings and makes timely adjustments, deploying some rotation players to exhaust Chen Cheng's stamina. This strategy affords Artist ample time for recuperation. Subsequently, Artist's performance is poised to become the decisive factor in the outcome of this match. As the second quarter commenced, the Pacers initiated their offensive play. Tinsley passed the ball to Artist, who was immediately marked by Chen Cheng. Artist held the ball on the perimeter, and Foster moved forward to set a screen. But Artist waved him off, signaling that he needed no assistance. He intended to overpower Chen Cheng directly. Observing this, his teammates quickly created space for him. The spectacle of a star player engaging in one-on-one confrontation always stirs the passions of the fans, and soon the entire audience at the Lakers arena began to chant, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" The atmosphere grew palpably tense. At this moment, Chen Cheng did not falter, despite the stark contrast in physical power between him and Artist. It was crucial to stand firm. He could not allow his momentum to falter. Lowering his center of gravity, he braced himself for Artist's advance, adopting a posture of unwavering defense. Having rested and observed from the sidelines, Artist was acutely aware of Chen Cheng's strengths and weaknesses. He was eager to enter the game, having identified Chen Cheng's vulnerabilities. By effectively leveraging his own physique, Artist aimed to compel Chen Cheng to expend more energy on defense, inevitably exhausting him further. Even the strongest have their limits. There would come a time when fatigue would set in, providing the Pacers with the opportunity to counterattack. From the moment they made contact, Artist activated his bulldozer mode, overpowering Chen Cheng with his weight and strength. With each exertion, Chen Cheng was forced to angle his body to absorb the impact. Artist was like a solid wall, his force reverberating through Chen Cheng's mind, leaving him unsteady on his feet. Yet, Chen Cheng remained a resolute figure. Undeterred by being pushed back multiple times, charging forward to confront Artist head-on. However, the disparity between them was insurmountable. Artist hardly needed to accelerate, relying solely on his strength to maneuver and encroach upon the space beneath the basket. Chen Cheng attempted to rise to the challenge, but with a swift shoulder dip, Artist sent him stumbling back several steps, ultimately forcing him to retreat to the baseline. With a single powerful arm, Artist executed a dunk, scoring effortlessly. While Chen Cheng's defensive capabilities had indeed improved, they proved insufficient against Artist's overwhelming force. Scoring these 2 points unleashed a torrent of pent-up emotion within Artist, who began thumping his chest with his right hand, roaring like a beast released from its cage. The entire Pacers bench stood in unison, waving towels in support of Arteist, cheering him on with encouragement. Well done, Ron. Show him your strength. Don't give that Chinese guy an inch. Overpower him, Ron. As Arteist swaggered past the Lakers bench, he flexed his brawny biceps for all to see. Meanwhile, Chen Cheng rubbed his chest, sore from the impact, as he received the ball and passed it to Fisher. Are you all right, buddy? Fisher inquired upon receiving the pass. Chen Cheng smiled and shook his head, signaling that he was fine. This is our home ground. And you are the star of the evening. It is imperative that you respond. Chen Cheng nodded and sprinted towards the offensive half. This time, the one closely trailing him was not Arteist, but Brewer, whose task was to keep pace with Chen Cheng. Meanwhile, Arteist lurked nearby, waiting for Chen Cheng to enter the trap they had meticulously set. This was Carlisle's defensive strategy, designed to conserve Arteist's energy while maintaining relentless pressure on Chen Cheng from the entire team. Given Chen Cheng's performance in this match, his shooting percentage from open positions was extraordinarily high, yet he was notably cautious when faced with defenders. Particularly when confronted with double teams, he rarely attempted a shot. Therefore, Carlisle concluded that if the Pacers executed their double teams resolutely, they could undoubtedly disrupt Chen Cheng's shooting rhythm. Chapter 94. Miscalculation. Chen Cheng continued to weave through the court, searching for opportunities. Brewer, freshly substituted into the game, was brimming with energy and managed to keep up with Chen Cheng's movements. Arteist, observing the situation, seized the moment. As soon as Chen Cheng positioned himself in the corner and received the ball from Meade, Arteist immediately closed in for the double team. The corner's unique positioning, flanked by the sideline and baseline, effectively added 2 additional defenders. Upon receiving the ball, Chen Cheng found Arteist's body pressing firmly against him, while Brewer's large hands disrupted his space from above. The Pacers abruptly shifted their defensive strategy, cornering Chen Cheng and leaving him with no opportunity to shoot. Carlisle may have indeed discovered a method to restrict Chen Cheng's performance. The home commentators analyzed the situation as time ticked away. Arteist continued to apply pressure, inching closer to Chen Cheng. Just as a turnover seemed imminent, in a moment of desperation, Chen Cheng leaped towards the out-of-bounds, cleverly bouncing the ball off Brewer's calf, sending it out of play. The possession remained with the Lakers, but only a mere 3 seconds remained on the shot clock. The Pacers huddled together, exchanging high-fives to motivate one another. Great job, Ron. That's what I call tough defense, making that kid from Huagua shed tears. With no chance to shoot, Tinsley remarked, making a gesture as if rubbing his eyes, then leaping high to celebrate with Arteist, as if they had forced the Lakers into a 24-second violation. In his view, with less than 3 seconds remaining, the Lakers had no opportunity to orchestrate a potent offensive play. Cook stood on the sideline to inbound the ball, while Shaquille O'Neal spread his arms wide to disrupt the play. The other 4 Lakers positioned themselves in a line at the free throw area. As the whistle blew, the 4 players quickly dispersed, with Payton first dashing to the nearest position to Cook, feigning a reception. The Pacers' defensive formation immediately surged forward to apply pressure. Fisher was the second to break free, moving to the corner, prompting Tinsley to hastily pursue and reinforce the defense. Meade established his position, and Chen Cheng utilized the screen, making a decisive run to shake off Brewer's tight marking. With the 5-second countdown nearing its end, he emerged into an open space, and Cook promptly launched the ball towards him. In a swift motion, Arteist leaped forward, firmly positioning himself on the three-point line, effectively blocking Chen Cheng's path. A sly smile crept across his face, as if to convey to Chen Cheng that he had deciphered their tactics. With a cold scoff, Chen Cheng received the ball and, defying Arteist's defense, launched a long-range three-pointer. The ball soared from his fingertips, unerringly finding its mark in the net and stirring a cascade of white foam. The shot was good, illuminating the scoreboard, a buzzer-beater three-pointer. Yes, a three-pointer from Chen Cheng ignited the fervor of the entire Staples Center. Just moments ago, Yang Yusin had been anxiously holding his breath for Chen Cheng, but now he felt an immense sense of relief. The Pacers players fell silent, their expressions darkening with dismay. They had just witnessed a buzzer-beater three-pointer slip through their defenses with mere seconds left on the shot clock, and it had been executed against their strongest defender. Could there be anything more disheartening? Arteist slammed his right fist into his palm, cursing vehemently, "What the FK?" Beside him, Tinsley fell silent, quietly positioning himself at the baseline to receive the ball. Carlisle, meanwhile, was fervently applauding, vocally encouraging his players. "It's all right, guys. That was solid defense. He just got lucky. Keep it up, Ron," he urged, gesturing at Arteist with a pointed finger, a clear message to maintain composure and wait for the right moment. If Adist remained on the court, he risked becoming a liability to the team. Should the Lakers decide to substitute him for a breather? The Pacers would seize that opportunity to score. Coach Carlisle, if you believe that shot was merely luck, then tonight, luck will be ever in my favor. Chen Cheng remarked as he dashed past Carlisle. The coach shrugged, pursing his lips, adopting an expression reminiscent of Jim Kelly. He could not fathom the source of this player's unwavering confidence. Yet, Chen Cheng was acutely aware of his own capabilities. This evening, due to the influence of passive skills, his open three-point shooting percentage stood at an impressive 60. Conversely, the three-point shooting percentage against his defense had also risen to 44, a statistic placing him among the top 6 in the league. He refrained from forcing shots, recognizing the higher probability of success with open three-pointers. Moreover, he was reluctant to reveal all his capabilities at once. However, with the Pacers beginning to gain momentum, it was imperative to extinguish that spark promptly. His performance is astonishing, remarked guest commentator Collins, shaking his head. His ability to read the game is exceptional. The defensive strategies the Pacers have devised will soon be torn apart by his offense. Albert laughed heartily. Doug, are you joking? That was merely a fortunate buzzer-beater three-pointer. Such occurrences are commonplace in the NBA. No, this is different. In that recent shot, I observed that Chen was exceptionally well prepared when facing Arteas' defense. His movements were fluid and unhurried, entirely in sync with his own rhythm. Thus, I conclude that this was not a mere stroke of luck. He possesses the ability to confront defense and decisively conclude an attack with a three-pointer. Collins stated with unwavering conviction. He is indeed a remarkably unique player, and my previous judgments may have been flawed. The online discussion forum was already abuzz with excitement. The Lakers were riding high on momentum, and the Pacers fans had suddenly lost their voice. Wasn't Miller supposed to participate in the three-point contest? Yet he managed to land only one shot, while Chun has already sunk 5. Let us not even mention Miller. He has been a perennial runner-up in the three-point contest, and this time he stands no chance. Oh, didn't T. Tinsley claim he would break Chen's ankles? What happened to that bravado? And what about Jones, who signed up for the dunk contest? They might as well all come in and let Chen take care of everything. The game continued. An Arteas bull-like offense posed some challenges for the Lakers and Chen. However, as the Lakers' interior defense tightened, Arteas' scoring became increasingly difficult. Carlisle furrowed his brow in concern. With just over 5 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Lakers maintained a slender lead over the Pacers. Contrary to expectations, Chen Cheng's physical endurance did not falter. Instead, it was Brewer who began to struggle. Chapter 95, Full Firepower. As the game progressed, the Pacers' offense relied heavily on the individual efforts of Arteas and O'Neal to stay close in the score. While Chen Cheng was unable to effectively contain Arteas' aggressive ball handling on defense, the Pacers' strategy of double-teaming him began to unravel. Brewer could no longer keep pace with Chen Cheng. After trailing him for half a quarter, he was already gasping for breath, his awareness fading, wandering aimlessly on the court, failing to execute the intended double-team. This exemplified the relentless power of Chen Cheng's endurance. His movements were not uniform. He employed variable speeds, sudden accelerations, abrupt stops, coupled with evasive maneuvers, screens, and strategic cuts. After a series of dynamic movements, Brewer's stamina reached its breaking point. What was initially a straightforward task for Arteas, providing timely double-team support for Chen Cheng, now included the added burden of covering for Brewer. The Lakers seized this opportunity. As Chen Cheng and Payton collaborated seamlessly, scoring consecutively and imparting valuable lessons to the younger player. On the sidelines, Carlisle bit his lip, pacing back and forth, intently observing the unfolding situation. Even during free throws, he maintained a light-hearted banter with his players, showing no signs of fatigue. Had he truly resorted to performance-enhancing substances? Yet, the moment he awaited remained elusive, perhaps destined never to materialize. His meticulously crafted plans lay in disarray. In contrast, the Lakers called very few timeouts aside from the official breaks. Zen Master sat comfortably in his chair, occasionally summoning players for brief discussions during stoppages. The rest of the issues were managed by the players themselves, making this experience far more effortless than his earlier encounters with the F4 at the season's outset. Furthermore, he was unburdened by concerns over offensive priorities. The Lakers' lead continued to swell, and the atmosphere at home was far from tense. It was suffused with a celebratory spirit, a sense of tranquility. As Fisher received Chen Cheng's pass, he effortlessly sank a corner three-pointer against Brewer's half-hearted defense, prompting Carlisle to finally call a timeout. Damn it! Carlisle slammed his hand against the tactical board. Known for his composure, he was evidently irate. He could tolerate missed shots from his players, but he could not abide a lackadaisical defensive attitude. Jameson, tell me, what on earth are you doing? Are you lost in a daze? 3 consecutive plays. Each time the opponent breaks through your defense, finding gaps to score. Why? Why can't you keep pace with that Chinese player? Brewer sat silently, biting his lower lip, offering no response. He exerted a concerted effort to regulate his breathing, striving to maintain a semblance of tranquility, yet his chest continued to heave violently. The muscles in his calves twitched involuntarily, and his lungs felt as if they were infused with fiery Mexican hot sauce, a searing heat enveloping him. Fred, Reggie, it's time to enter the game. Carlisle called out the names of Fred, Jones, and Miller, substituting them for Brewer and Foster. Arteas was shifted to the 4 position. Miller took the 3, while Jones and Tinsley prepared to form a backcourt duo, ready to deploy a small ball lineup. On the Lakers bench, Chen Cheng sat quietly, swathed in 2 layers of towels, yet sweat soaked through them almost instantaneously. He felt utterly exhausted, but he had to persevere. His stamina gauge had dwindled several times throughout the game. Each time a crucial moment arose, he would slow his pace, recuperating just enough to regain a modicum of energy before charging forward once more. Whenever a timeout or a dead ball occurred, he seized the opportunity to rest while feigning nonchalance, putting on a show for the opposing players. Chen, I believe you might need to take a break, the Zen master observed, noting Chen Cheng's near-dehydrated state. Chen Cheng resolutely shook his head, tilting his neck back to down a bottle of beverage. The restorative drink accelerated the calming of his heartbeat, and gradually, his heart rate returned to a state of tranquility. I'm fine, coach. I can still run. With renewed vigor, Chen Cheng cast aside his towel and sprinted onto the court. The 3 protagonists from the pregame interview with the Pacers, Tinsley, Miller, and Jones, were now present on the floor. Chen Cheng yearned to seize this fleeting moment to outshine them all. The Pacers initiated their offense, with Tinsley controlling the ball while Chen Cheng doggedly pursued Miller. Arteas stepped forward to screen for Miller, who maneuvered around, finally securing a prime opportunity for an open shot. Tinsley swiftly passed the ball, and Miller received it, launching a shot. Chen Cheng tore free from Arteas' grasp and leaped with all his might. Although Miller's release was quick, Chen Cheng's long arms extended like a measuring tape, and his fingertips grazed the basketball. The disturbed ball veered off its intended trajectory, allowing Medvedenko to leap and snatch it away, promptly tossing it to the already descending Chen Cheng. Miller, closest to him, hastened to pursue. Instead of charging straight to the basket, Chen Cheng dribbled, waiting for Miller to catch up. Just as Miller committed to a defensive move, Chen Cheng rose and executed a 3-point shot. His gaze was not on the hoop, but fixed on Miller. Do you still want to teach me how to shoot threes, Mr. Miller? As soon as he finished speaking, the ball swished through the net. This marked his 6th 3-pointer of the game, while Miller had managed to sink only 1. Miller's expression darkened instantly. The Pacers, pressed for time, launched another attack, this time through Tinsley. Chen Cheng immediately engaged in an aggressive pursuit. Tinsley, a product of street ball, showcased his prowess. Despite Chen Cheng's 30 success rate in one-on-one defense and his lengthy reach, he still couldn't wrest the ball from Tinsley's possession. This ignited Tinsley's desire to perform, as he executed a series of dazzling dribbles, weaving through defenders with a rhythmic finesse. He faced Chen Cheng, who, instead of lowering his center of gravity, continuously used his arms to disrupt Tinsley's ball handling. Seizing the moment, Tinsley feigned a pass and surged forward, prompting Chen to instinctively lean back. However, Tinsley attempted to slip the ball through Chen's legs. Chen would not allow this opportunity. He swiftly tightened his legs and pressed the ball firmly to the ground. He shook his head at Tinsley, signaling that this path was blocked. O king of street ball. Tinsley cursed under his breath and quickly retreated on defense. The surrounding fans erupted in disbelief. My goodness, he intercepted Tinsley's ball. It was simply astounding. As he was up against Brooklyn's Ravager. Show them your prowess, Chen Cheng. Holding the ball, Chen did not rush into a fast break. Instead, he passed it to Fisher beside him, exchanging a knowing glance. Fisher understood the cue. The Lakers advanced swiftly past half court, with Fisher calling a play that involved 2 post players moving to set a double screen. With the Pacers' interior defense vulnerable, Fisher opted not to penetrate but instead lofted the ball high towards the backboard. Chen, free from his defender, surged into the paint. Jones hurried to cover him. Both leaped high, nearly simultaneously making contact with the ball. Chen gripped it firmly, while Jones clutched it tightly as well. Eastern fellow, you are overestimating yourself, Jones mocked. Yet, Chen, now consumed by fervor, was not to be halted by you, Fred Jones. Jones felt the force of the confrontation intensifying as Chen's elevation continued to rise, and he gradually lost control of the ball. A resounding thud echoed as Chen forcefully slammed the basketball through the hoop, sending Jones sprawling to the ground. Who else? Chen bellowed upon landing, his triumphant roar igniting the Staples Center like a splash of hot oil on a flame. Chapter 96. Carlisle's ace up his sleeve just as Chen landed. Tinsley suddenly charged from behind, forcefully shoving him while muttering, "Stay away from my brother." He then rushed to help the still-dazed Jones off the floor. "Hey, I had no intention of harming your brother. There's no need for such excitement, my friend." Chen attempted to clarify, but Tinsley cut him off immediately. "Shut your mouth, you hypocritical Chinese. You just dunked on him and now pretend as if nothing happened? Put away that vile facade, kid." Tinsley leaned in close, virtually pressing his body against Chen's while spewing vitriolic insults. Chen found it difficult to comprehend Tinsley's thought process. Earlier in an interview, it was they who had boisterously declared their intent to teach him a lesson. Now, having responded to their provocations with action, they suddenly seem to have transformed into victims. When it comes to double standards, they are indeed the masters of the art. "Could you please not crowd so close? Your body odor is overwhelming," Chen Cheng retorted mercilessly, waving his hand in front of him. This remark seemed to strike a sensitive nerve in Ting Silly, who immediately pushed his head against Chen Cheng's body and shouted angrily, "What are you saying, kid? Say it again if you dare." Chen Cheng stood firm, unyielding, and replied, "I said your body odor is overwhelming me. Do you understand? Should I repeat it in Mandarin for you?" He remained resolute, not wishing to engage in a physical altercation with such a minor character, nor did he possess the energy for a scuffle. Observing the escalating conflict, players from both teams and the referees rushed in to separate them. The Pacers called for a timeout once more. "I'll remember you, kid. You better never set foot in New York," Ting Silly declared, pointing at Chen Cheng with indignation. "Not only do you smell, but your attitude is also quite audacious." Chen Cheng scoffed, returning the sentiment as he walked back to the bench. His teammates on the Lakers sideline approached him, high-fiving him enthusiastically. "That dunk was absolutely incredible, man," Walton said as he celebrated by bumping chests with him. "How did you see through the Ravagers between the legs move? That steal was so stylish, like a running back scoring a touchdown." Chen Cheng remained silent, smiling as he exchanged high fives, then quickly sought out a nearby bench to sit down, leaning back and breathing heavily. His physical condition was on the verge of collapse. He had pushed through the previous 2 rounds purely by sheer willpower. If Jones had exerted just a tad more effort, that dunk could have easily been missed. Yet, as long as he remained on the court, he could not afford to show a hint of fatigue. Sweat poured from his pores, instantly saturating the thick towel draped over him. His leg muscles trembled involuntarily, and his fingers, holding the drink cup, began to falter. A sense of dizziness overwhelmed his mind, his vision blurred, and he even experienced dry heaving. This was a clear indication of severe physical exhaustion. Even with recovery cards assisting him, the rate of his energy depletion far exceeded the rate of recovery, and he was already running on empty. He had surpassed the predicted collapse time by more than 4 minutes. He had accomplished his task beyond expectations. "Math, I must apologize for my previous assertions," Collins remarked. "Chen has exceeded all my expectations." "So what you initially assessed regarding his stamina issues did not materialize as anticipated, correct, Doug?" Albert inquired. Collins nodded. "Indeed. Chen's tenacious willpower has moved me. I can now responsibly assert that he possesses the potential to become a great player. You bestow upon him such high praise. Yet his burden shall only intensify. Pressure? Overcoming pressure is an inevitable path for an athlete to ascend to superstardom. Should he falter, it may indeed signify that my vision has dimmed with age," Collins remarked with a self-deprecating smile. The Pacers bench was enveloped in silence. Several key players had just exited the court, and apart from Arteist and O'Neal, all had been thoroughly schooled by Chen Cheng. Carlisle repeatedly rotated the tactical board, feeling increasingly awkward in his maneuvers. Resolutely, he cast aside the board and crouched before his players. "Gentlemen, my prior judgments led us astray, but this is merely half-time. We must rally our spirits. Chen Cheng's fierce effort in the first half will undoubtedly affect his performance in the second. Trust me, we still have a chance." The Pacers players nodded numbly in agreement. Carlisle rose, pressing his forehead with his hand. Chen Cheng's performance had completely disrupted his original strategy. Instead of awaiting his substitution to close the gap, he had unleashed an astonishing burst of energy in the final moments. Fortunately, Arteist and O'Neal were performing decently, and he still held a trump card in Al Harrington. He had initially planned to substitute Harrington and after Chen Cheng's exit to chase points. Harrington's versatile play style made him a formidable weapon off the Pacers bench. As soon as he entered the game, he could not only create space in the paint, but also collaborate on pick-and-rolls from the perimeter, boasting a high success rate whether attacking the rim or shooting. Once Harrington was on the court, the Pacers' tactics would become exceptionally flexible. This evening, the Pacers had struggled from beyond the arc, and he hoped Harrington could compensate for the lack of outside firepower. Moreover, the Lakers possessed no player capable of matching Harrington's prowess. The Lakers' power forwards were either too old or too diminutive. The aging Grant could not keep pace with Harrington's rhythm, while Cook, lacking in game experience and defensive capability, could not effectively curtail Harrington's impact. With just over a minute remaining, it was time to bring Harrington on to find his rhythm and prepare for the second half. As the timeout concluded, Zen Master firmly seated Chen Cheng on the bench, instructing him to rest well. Fisher would lead the second unit for the final minute. The Pacers also substituted Stinsley and O'Neal, pairing Harrington with Foster in the paint, while Artest and Miller remained on the court. Upon Harrington's immediate entry, he and Miller executed a pick-and-roll. Cook, who was supposed to guard Harrington, shifted to help Miller, but Met arrived just in time to double-team. Miller promptly bounced the ball back to Harrington on the perimeter. Without hesitation, Harrington knocked down a long two-pointer over the switching rush. Carlisle exhaled a sigh of relief from the sidelines. Chapter 97, Meditation yields remarkable results due to Harrington's unexpected emergence. The Lakers could not maintain the double-digit advantage they had before Chen Cheng exited, concluding the first half with a 54-47 lead over the Pacers, a mere 7-point margin. In the final minute of Harrington's appearance, 3 offensive plays revolved around him. He successfully made a mid-range shot, and Artest, receiving his pass, forcefully drove to the basket, scoring 2 points. He also created space for Shaquille O'Neal in the paint, allowing him to effortlessly confront Med's defense and score another 2 points. The Pacers, who had been struggling offensively, suddenly came alive upon his entry. The inside-outside collaboration that Carlisle had long anticipated began to flourish. The pressure instantly shifted to the Lakers. During halftime, Chen Cheng, dragging his weary legs, made his way directly to the locker room. He intended to rest in his seat for a moment, but soon found himself yawning repeatedly, his eyelids beginning to flutter. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, Phil Jackson approached and gently shook his shoulder. "Chen Cheng, don't fall asleep. Otherwise, you'll lose all your rhythm in the second half." Chen Cheng was well aware of that feeling. 15 minutes of restless sleep would leave him feeling utterly uncomfortable and inexplicably agitated upon waking. Yet, his body was signaling a dire need for rest. Without effective recuperation, he would struggle to endure the second half. "You might try the meditation techniques I taught you earlier. They could prove beneficial." Meditation? Phil had often imparted the art of meditation during training breaks, as Zen philosophy and meditation were his 2 treasured tools in coaching, from which his name as the Zen master derived. However, while everyone followed his instructions, it was merely a formality, and no one took it seriously, Chen Cheng included. He had always been skeptical of such esoteric practices. Yet now, unable to sleep and besieged by waves of drowsiness, he decided to give it a try. He entered the therapy room, closed the door, and sat cross-legged. With his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, he slowly adjusted his breathing, envisioning himself in a tranquil forest. The air was fresh, and a gentle breeze caressed his body. He began to relax, expelling fatigue and negative emotions with each breath, gradually immersing himself in the realm of meditation. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Suddenly, the sounds of chatter pierced through his meditation, followed by the door of the therapy room being pushed open. "Hey, buddy, come on. It's time to get on the court," Fisher called from the doorway. Chen Cheng slowly opened his eyes. Mere minutes had slipped away, yet in his meditative state, he felt as though he had rested for a considerable while, akin to savoring a delightful afternoon nap. With the aid of the recovery card, his energy surged. Meditation truly works, he marveled. During halftime, many American fans had exited without returning, leaving predominantly Chinese and Chinese-American fans. They reveled in an atmosphere rich with the essence of the Lunar New Year, joyfully enjoying the halftime performances. However, Yang Yusin, amidst the festive spectacle, felt no inclination to partake. Upon exiting at halftime, she noticed Chen Cheng's pallid complexion. He appeared extremely unwell, his lips devoid of color, and he did not respond to her calls. She was exceedingly concerned about Chen Cheng's physical condition, incessantly bombarding his phone during halftime, yet received no response, which only heightened her anxiety. Abandoning any pretense, she stood up from her seat, her gaze fixed intently on the players' entrance. One by one, the Lakers players made their way onto the court, but Chen Cheng's figure remained conspicuously absent. Finally, In the last moment, she spotted him emerging from the tunnel. He appeared radiant, almost transformed, as he jogged to take his place on the bench. Weren't you just on the brink of dehydration and nausea? How come you seem to be in such excellent shape now? What did you do in the locker room? Yang Yusin exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at him. Chen Cheng turned his head away, flashing her a playful grin. It's a secret. Soon, you will witness its wondrous effects. In the second half, Coach Zin deployed a lineup featuring Med and Little Samson as dual centers, with Chen Cheng maintaining his position at small forward and the backcourt comprising Fisher and Payton. During halftime, after considerable deliberation, he decided to bring on Grant and Cook, two quintessential power forwards, as they were ill-equipped to counter Harrington's style of play. Chen Cheng exerted himself to the utmost, sprinting across the court to establish an advantage for the team. They could not allow the Pacers to gradually chip away at their lead. Little Samson, at the very least, kept pace in terms of speed, demonstrating a highly proactive defensive attitude, making it worthwhile to test him against a few plays. Chen Cheng returned to the court with vigor, catching the Pacers completely off guard. How could he have restored himself so remarkably in just 15 minutes? It was astounding. Not only were they surprised, but the entire Lakers team, including Coach Zin himself, viewed it as nothing short of miraculous. Having long championed the practice of meditation, he had not anticipated witnessing such tangible results in Chen Cheng. It was likely that, moving forward, the entire Lakers roster would develop a keen interest in meditation. The seasoned commentators, accustomed to the grandeur of home games, found Chen Cheng's situation almost surreal. One might speculate that perhaps there was some magical elixir hidden in the Lakers' locker room, capable of instantly revitalizing anyone who consumed it. They hoped the formula would be disclosed, allowing for mass production of this miraculous potion, anxiously anticipating the sight of Shaq racing across the court. Watching Chen Cheng diligently and passionately running on the court inevitably reminded them of the nearly annual search for excuses that O'Neal would concoct to grant himself a brief respite.